Chapter 301. The grain business can't be done. Let's do mining. After hearing Tang Xiuquan's words, Xiao Xiao suddenly showed a wry smile, and then said to Tang Xiuquan, Heshu, you are waiting for me here. Brother Oath, don't get me wrong. This is indeed the best solution. Tang Xiuquan also showed a smile after hearing Oath's words, and then said, after hearing Tang Xiuquan's words, Xiao Xiao was not in a hurry to speak, but began to think about Tang Xiuquan's proposal. He knew that if he really wanted to move all the members together, he would inevitably face the situation Tang Xiuquan mentioned. There are only two solutions for the extra indigenous residents. One is to kill them on the spot to reduce the population to a certain level, and the other is to abandon this group of people. If you choose to hunt on the spot, you will face another problem. Although these indigenous people have different languages and customs from the survivors like me, they are also living human beings. If there is a fight, just kill. After all, saving your own life comes first. But if, because they can't feed them, and there are other solutions, they want to kill these natives on a large scale, to be honest, I swear he won't be able to do it himself. What's more, these natives are not fools. If you kill them, they will not resist, even with the restrictions of the contract card. It is just a thought for you to kill these natives. But have you considered the thoughts of other natives? When they look at their compatriots dying in front of them just because of a thought from their master, do you think these natives can still remain loyal to you? In addition, there are not a few indigenous people who need to be dealt with. There are more than 10,000 survivors, plus 20,000 to 30,000 indigenous residents, totaling 40,000 to 50,000 people. The approximately 18,000 survivors, based on the area of approximately 1,000 square meters per person, add up to an area of 18 square kilometers. In isolation, the area is enough. But they don't have many crop seeds that can be planted. I vowed to count before that the seeds that my group of people could collect would probably be enough to cover a planting area of 1,000 square meters. And the total area of 1,000 square meters of planting land is not enough for all the survivors. Therefore, according to the Oath's prediction, it will take at least 3 to 4 rounds before the food can be used. So, now that I think about it, if everyone is gathered together, then there will definitely be a situation like what Tang Xiuquan said. His new island will face extreme food shortage. And when the time comes, what do you need to do for those people who cannot feed you? This makes the Oath feel very tricky. Fortunately, Tang Xiuquan now proposed that his side could receive the excess population, which made Oath breathe a sigh of relief. However, just giving these people to Tang Xiuquan for nothing. The Oath also said that it was impossible. Brother Yifeng, it's not just me. Brother, your calculations are really good. Brother, I'm overly complimentary. Isn't this about everyone getting what they need? Tang Xiuquan said with a smile. Everyone gets what he needs? But I'm going to suffer a big loss this way. Xiao Xiao smiled, and then continued. Brother, I am a straight-tempered person. So let's just tell the truth? Well, brother, if you have any ideas, you can tell us and we will discuss it. Tang Xiuquan said with a smile. Brother, I can give you all these extra people, but if you want to take them away for free, that's impossible. So, what's your suggestion? Tang Xiuquan asked with a smile. Let's do this. I won't take advantage of you. You take the people away, but you have to provide us with enough food for the remaining people. Oath thought for a while, and said to Tang Xiuquan, well, this is what it should be. Tang Xiuquan nodded in agreement. In addition, you need to provide us with food so that we can be self-sufficient in a short time. The second point of the Oath was slowly added. Tang Xiuquan seemed a little hesitant when he heard the second requirement of the Oath. After all, in Tang Xiuquan's original plan, there was no problem in providing them with food. But providing them with grain was inconsistent with his original purpose. If the food grown on Oath's Island is relatively single or has a small variety, he can sell the supplies on Myron Island to Oath to them. This is a stable trade line that can continue to provide benefits. But if you help them establish their own planting area, it is very likely that they will not purchase any more food crops from themselves after receiving the first batch of food. In this case, you will lose a trade line, causing the products on your island to be unsaleable. But if he doesn't agree, then he may not be able to take these indigenous residents away. This requires Tang Xiuquan to make his own choice. Whether he wants a stable trade line or a population, he is very hesitant. But after a while, Tang Xiuquan decided that the trade line was gone, and he could find it again. But being able to accommodate so many people at once was even more important for his island. If you have population and land, you can be strong indefinitely. In addition, there is an even more important point. What is lost on this trade line is only food. You can trade other materials. For example, minerals. Yes, it is mineral resources. During this period of time in Nanshan, he has taken several islanders to visit the entire East Island and discovered a large number of mineral resources. These mineral resources include iron, copper, aluminum, silver, gold, and other various mineral veins. These veins evolved from the metal pieces Tang Sichuan buried at the beginning. After confirming in Nanshan, Tang Sichuan tried again and found that the newly buried metal pieces and raw mineral stones failed to form new metal veins. What does this mean? It shows that the formation of these veins requires metal pieces first. And the second thing is that the buried metal pieces need to be buried at the correct time. It must have been buried when the island first expanded to form a vein. This means that if you want to create a new mine on the island, you must overthrow the island and start evolving from scratch. The more important point is that the current supply boxes cannot produce metal pieces at all. When the world evolved for the first time, metal pieces were replaced by various metal ores. The metal pieces in Tang Sichuan's hands now are all out of print stock. They were all attained in exchange for fish and meat at the beginning. Therefore, even if you are given the opportunity to knock down the island and start evolving again, you will not have enough metal pieces. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan felt that although he could not trade food, he could trade mineral resources. After all, it seems that this thing is still growing every day, and it is inexhaustible. Chapter 302 Peaceful Smoke. Okay, since I said so, as brothers, I will never hold you back. I agree to this one. After Tang Sichuan thought clearly, he nodded to the oath. Okay, Brother Yifeng is open to the light. Then I must also be open to the light. Then it's settled. When the time comes, I will provide food and seeds, and I will hand over these people to you. Oath nodded and faced Tang. Ogawa said, Okay, I accept it. But brother, how many people are you going to give me? Tang Sichuan asked another key question. Don't worry, brother. I won't let you suffer. My preliminary estimate is that by then, we will be able to move 10,000 people for you. What do you think? If it's more, I'll be short of labor here. Xiao Xiao thought about it, and finally gave him the maximum value he could accept. This number of people far exceeded Tang Sichuan's expectations. He did not expect that the Oath brother would be so willing to send 10,000 people directly. What he initially thought was that it would be good to get 3,000 to 4,000 people from the Oath. What's wrong? Do you think there are fewer people? Xiao Xiao asked with a smile. No. On the contrary, I can provide more people than I expected. Tang Sichuan shook his head. Ha! Can my island support so many people? Oath asked with a smile. Tang Sichuan heard the words of the Oath, and then he thought about it. He now has the food stock on the island, and then adds the aquatic products to feed the 700 or 800 people on his island. After adding the people on the Oath, in a short time no problem will arise. And for a long time, Tang Sichuan felt that there was no problem. After all, after these people arrive at Myron Island, they can immediately invest in the great cause of reclamation. As long as you persist through the first week, your island, as well as the other side of the Oath, will have a steady source of food. Brother is joking. Here, even if we sell iron, we will still provide enough food, Tang Sichuan said to the Oath. Okay, thank you so much, brother. Xiao Xiao nodded with satisfaction after hearing Tang Sichuan's words. By the way, brother, you said at the beginning that you need to join your Myron Island. How do you do this? In addition, after joining your force, do we need to move to your island, or can we build an island anywhere? Oath asked. It's easy to join a force. I invite you through Daoshire, and you just agree. As for the issue of island building, I don't think everyone needs to come to our island. Oh, why? Oath initially thought that his group needed to go to Tang Sichuan's island to join. Unexpectedly, Tang Sichuan just invited him directly. Brother, to be honest, a big part of the reason why our two families have such a good relationship now is because we are equal forces. Brother, do you think our relationship can still be so close after you arrive on my island? Another point is that if the island wants to develop, it must expand. After my brother came, we were too close. If the island expands, it will not be good for anyone. In addition, the blessing range of the temple is only 200 kilometers within the scope of the island. If I come to our island, wouldn't this 200 kilometers be wasted? Tang Sichuan said while looking at the Oath. After hearing what Tang Sichuan said, Xiao Xiao was silent for a moment and nodded to him. In fact, He also wanted to get what Tang Xiaochuan said. So for him, he did not want to be on the same island as Tang Xiaochuan. After all, when he went to Tang Xiaochuan's island, he would directly change from the leader of a survival group to the leader of a survival group, became a subordinate of Tang Xiaochuan. This kind of gap is not advisable for an ambitious person like Oath. Therefore, he also agreed with Tang Xiaochuan's proposal. Okay, since my brother said so, then our two families will develop independently first. If one party is in trouble, how about the other party's full rescue? Oath said with a smile. I agree with my brother's suggestion. Tang Xiaochuan smiled and expressed his agreement. Afterwards, Tang Xiaochuan discussed the specific details with Oath before hanging up the communication. After Tang Xiaochuan hung up the call, he stretched deeply, then looked out the window, and found that the horizon in the distance had begun to turn white. It's already dawn? Tang Xiaochuan murmured. He didn't expect that he had been discussing with Oath all night. It was already dawn, and Tang Xiaochuan didn't want to sleep anymore. Since he didn't want to sleep anymore, Tang Xiaochuan felt that he needed to get the residents on the island to take action and prepare to collect food. He and Oath had already agreed that the first batch of food would need to be transported to Oath's island in 2 days. And he vowed to provide him with a population of no less than 1,000 when the first batch of grain was traded. Therefore, Tang Xiaochuan needs to make good arrangements and does not want any surprises to occur during the first transaction. After thinking of this, Tang Xiaochuan went directly to the bathroom, rubbed his face with cold water, opened the bedroom door, and walked out of the villa. When he just stepped out of the villa, he saw a figure moving near the boundary river in the distance. There is still a puff of smoke by the river. Tang Xiaochuan knew that it was the islanders' collective canteen preparing breakfast. Tang Xiaochuan gave the islanders an order from the beginning that they must eat 3 meals a day. In Tang Xiaochuan's view, only when you are full can you have the strength to work. If he has to skip even the most basic 3 meals a day, Tang Xiaochuan feels that it is his failure. Therefore, after these islanders came to the island, Tang Xiaochuan's order to them was that they must eat 3 meals a day. Xiaochuan, are you up so early? Just as Tang Xiaochuan stood at the door of the villa, looking at the smoke from the kitchen in the distance, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Tang Xiaochuan looked back and found that it was Fan Long. Mr. Fang, it's you, Tang Xiaochuan said with a smile. Why did you get up so early? Hey, as we get older, we sleep less. Fan Long put his hands behind his back and shook his head with a smile. Then he walked around Tang Xiaochuan and stood parallel to him, looking at the smoke in the distance. I haven't seen a scene like this for many years. It's really peaceful. Yes, Mr. Fang. Tang Xiaochuan nodded. Such a scene is really nostalgic. I still remember that when I was a child, I often looked at this scene in a village like this. After I moved to the city, I thought I would never see such a scene again. But I didn't expect that I would see it now. Such a scene really makes people feel an indescribable sense of calm. Tang Xiaochuan also nodded. Isn't this what we are pursuing? Fan Long said with a smile. Well, yes. Tang Xiaochuan nodded, then calmed down for a while, and then said, By the way, Mr. Fang, how much food do we have now? There are still a lot of stocks. We are not short of food now. If we just eat it by ourselves, we won't be able to finish it no matter what. So, I'm still thinking of discussing with you to see if we can sell these stored grains to takeaways. Otherwise, it would be a pity if they go bad. Chapter 303 Meeting at the Breakfast Table. I was just about to say this. When Tang Xiaochuan heard Fan Long's words, he immediately smiled. How much food do we have on the island now? Is it enough to feed and drink about 50,000 people for a week? Enough for 50,000 people? Fan Long was stunned when he heard Tang Xiaochuan's words, and then asked, Why do we suddenly need to supply so many people? It's okay. I'll just ask. Tang Xiaochuan smiled and did not answer Fan Long's question directly. Then he continued to ask, Mr. Fang, just tell me directly. Do we have enough on the island now? That's enough. But if this happens, all the food stored on our island will be consumed. Fan Long thought for a while, and then said, Can you really support so many? That's for sure. The yield per mu on our island is now about 350 kilograms to 500 kilograms. And some high-yielding grain varieties can even reach 600 kilograms. The cultivated land we have reclaimed now is about 2.5 square kilometers, which is about 3,750 acres. So, our current grain production in one cycle is about 1,500 tons. For a normal person, eating 3 kilograms of grain a day will only produce more than 500 tons in 7 days. Therefore, Our current grain storage is completely sufficient. Of course, this is because the land we reclaimed at the beginning was not so much, and the grain production was relatively small. As a result, the grain storage is now only about 500 or 600 tons. Don't you only need to provide food for a week? Our current food reserves are enough. When this batch of food reserves is consumed, our new food will also come, Fan Long said with a smile. This, so much. Tang Xichuan was stunned when he heard the series of numbers reported by Fan Long. This is still a small amount. You have forgotten that our temple can also increase mass production by about 50%. After Fan Long heard Tang Xichuan's words, he immediately showed a proud smile. By the way, Sichuan, you haven't said yet. What do you want the food for? Fan Long looked at Tang Xichuan and asked. I'll talk about it later. Anyway, it's a great thing, Tang Xichuan said with a smile. If this thing is done, our island can take off to a new level immediately. Oh, okay then. When Fan Long saw Tang Xichuan say this, he stopped asking. Afterwards, Tang Xichuan followed Fan Long for a walk near the villa, waiting for breakfast. Originally, Fan Long was going to go directly to the South Island to work, but Tang Xichuan strongly asked Fan Long to stay, saying that he would have something to announce later. Fan Long thought about it and felt that there wasn't much going on the South Island. The crops that needed to be planted had been planted, so he went to inspect them and see how the crops were growing. Now that Tang Xichuan asked him to stay, he agreed. That's why he had time to walk around the villa with Tang Xichuan. Mr. Fang, you have to take care of yourself. From now on, we will have to rely more on Mr. Fang on our island. Tang Xichuan heard that Fan Long was coughing and said quickly to Fan Long. Hey, this is an old problem. In fact, it doesn't matter much. Fan Long shook his head, and then said, Actually, my body is much better now than when I first came here. I have to say that the food in this world really has a miraculous effect and can improve human health. And this improvement is not drastic, but occurs slowly. So it is a very good food for the elderly and children. If there are no accidents in this world, human life can exceed the limit, and the average lifespan is more than 100 years old, which is easy. I don't know if we have a chance to return to the original world alive. It would be great if we could bring all these seeds back. Tang Xichuan was stunned when he heard Fan Long's words. He did not expect that even at this time. Fan Long's first thought was to bring the seeds of this world back to the original world. However, then he changed his mind and felt that it was natural for a scholar like Fan Long, who wanted to feed all mankind, to think about how to feed people all the time. Sichuan, do you think we still have a chance to return to the previous world? Fan Long mentioned it intentionally or unintentionally. There should be. Tang Xichuan thought for a while, and then said with some uncertainty. When Fan Long heard Tang Xichuan's answer, he just smiled and did not continue to ask. Sichuan, Mr. Fang, you're back for dinner. Ma Yin walked out of the villa and shouted to the two of them. After Tang Xichuan heard what Ma Yin said, he turned his head and said to Fan Long, Let's go. Mr. Fang, let's go back to eat first. Yeah. Fan Long nodded. Breakfast on the island is simple. Just some porridge made with fresh sea fish and rice. There are also some dried fish, vegetables and fried dough sticks. These are simple, time-consuming breakfasts. Tang Xichuan first served himself a full bowl of rice porridge, then sat at his seat and ate it in big gulps. Well, Sister Ma Yin's cooking skills are getting better and better. This porridge is really delicious. You can eat as long as you like. It's mainly because the ingredients are fresh. Ma Yin smiled slightly. Then you need good craftsmanship to bring out the deliciousness of the ingredients, Zhang Jiwei said with a smile after serving Wen another bowl of porridge. Brother Zhang, please stop praising me. I don't have much to do on this island. Apart from taking Wen with me every day, I only have to think about what to eat. How can you say you have nothing to do? Didn't you help us solve the logistics? Otherwise, we, as a group, would probably have to eat raw and dried fish like you and Maka and the others every day. Fan Long also said with a smile. That's right. That's right. Just relying on Xiao Yin's skills. Whoever can marry you in the future will enjoy happiness. Brother Zhang was also chatting at the side. When Ma Yin heard Zhang Ji's words, her face immediately turned red to her ears. Tang Xichuan on the side also felt a little warm on his face. Ahem. What? While everyone is here, I want to say something. Tang Xichuan coughed lightly, and then said. Everyone else immediately put down their chopsticks when they heard Tang Xichuan's words. No. No. Please feel free. Tang Sichuan quickly waved his hand and asked everyone to continue eating. That's right. I contacted the people from the Pledge of Survival group last night and discussed how to form an alliance in the future. They have agreed to bring the O Survival group to our Myron Island, and they want to gather all the survivors. There are approximately more than 10,000 survivors in this group, and each of them is accompanied by 2 or 3 indigenous followers. So this time, the total number of them is approximately more than 50,000. While it's not certain how big their island was, it's now certain that they couldn't support that many people in the first place. After discussion, the O Survival group agreed to give up no less than 10,000 indigenous people to us. And we need to provide them with food for at least a week to help them get through the first week, which is the hardest. If you have any ideas, please tell me, Tang Sichuan said calmly while looking at everyone. Chapter 304. Things only have value when they are used. 10,000 people. So many? After Shen Qian heard Tang Sichuan's words, he shouted in surprise. If there are really so many people, then our island can immediately enter the development stage. Yu Ming continued on the sidelines. Well, yes. With so many people, we will not have any shortage of labor force. Nanshan took a big mouthful of porridge and said to everyone, Wait, now is not the time to be happy. Zhang Ji stood up at this time and said to everyone. As soon as everyone heard Zhang Ji's words, they all turned their attention to Zhang Ji. They didn't understand why Zhang Ji stood up and opposed it at this time. Fang Long on the side looked at Zhang Ji thoughtfully. He didn't cheer with the crowd just now. Have you ever thought about how our island can handle so many people coming to the island at once? The first thing is that with so many people coming to the island and living there, our food needs to be supplied to the Pledge of Survival group. So will we be in danger of food shortage ourselves? Another point. We want to trade with the Pledge of Survival group. So where should we choose the place for the trade? If we choose Myron Island, will it directly expose the true situation of our island? As soon as everyone heard Zhang Ji's words, they immediately started talking in low voices. They all found that at first, they seemed to think of things simply. The main theme of this world is competition. If you directly expose your own island to others, it is a dangerous thing. Moreover, the other party is more powerful than you and has more people. Therefore, everyone present felt a little hesitant after listening to Zhang Ji's words. They also felt that there was something wrong with disbanding with other forces so hastily. Brother Zhang, I have already thought of what you are worried about. I would like to talk about it next time. Tang Sichuan said to Zhang Ji with a smile. Didn't we classify Nanshan's island as a subsidiary island before when we took over the island? I think it's time for us to activate this island now. Sichuan, do you really want to use Nanshan's island as a transfer station? Zhang Ji heard Tang Sichuan's words, and then remembered that he seemed to have mentioned something to him before. Yes. Tang Sichuan nodded. The island was reserved for transit. Whether it's distance or area, that island is within a very reasonable range. When everyone heard Tang Sichuan's words, they immediately remembered that the island in Nanshan was only 200 kilometers away from Myron Island, which happened to be within the coverage of the temple. Even if you don't use the flying fish, an ordinary sailboat or the flyer can arrive within an hour. Therefore, if there is any danger on the island, we can respond quickly. The second point is that Tang Sichuan and the others have space crystals that can build a teleportation array between Nanshan Island and Myron Island. In this way, they don't need any ships at all on weekdays. Have you really thought about it? Sichuan, this space crystal is so precious. Are you sure you need to use it here? Zhang Ji frowned and asked after hearing Tang Sichuan's words. Tang Sichuan knew what Zhang Ji meant. But just as Zhang Ji said, ever since he knew there was such a thing as a space gym, he hoped to get one every time he signed in. But after so many days, I got one. You can imagine how precious this space gem is. However, no matter how precious something is, it still has a measurable value. In Zhang Ji's view, such a precious thing should be used for long-distance transmission, which can save a lot of time and maximize the rapid movement of Myron Island. To put it bluntly, Zhang Ji cares more about mobility. But Tang Sichuan was just the opposite. He felt that this thing was precious, but he would definitely be able to get it again in the future. Moreover, it does not help that I now need such remote deployment capabilities. If you want to build a teleportation array, you must build it within your own sphere of influence. Myron Island is at one end, and the island on the other end also needs to be within your own sphere of influence. Now let alone say that the other end is our own force. There is no conclusion on where to open it. Therefore, if you want to make reasonable use of the space crystal in your hand, you still need to communicate with other survivors and investigate. The reason why things have high or low status is just like the reason why money can be called money. It needs to be spent to be valuable. If the space crystal is not used and is just left there, it will be worthless. Moreover, this was not a random choice by Tang Xiuquan. He had his own considerations in using the space gem here.
Brother Zhang, I understand what you mean, but you have never thought about it. If we don't even defend our hometown first, how can we compete with other survivors? First, build the teleportation array from Myron Island to Nanshan Island. This is to better hide ourselves. At the same time, there are ways to trade with the outside world. I think the future changes in the world environment should be towards physical trade and face-to-face transactions. In such an environment, it is impossible for us to rely on Myron Island to be self-sufficient. In the future, we will inevitably trade with other survivors. In this case, we must have a safe and stable rear. Therefore, I plan to use the space crystal here.
Zhang Ji couldn't help but nodded after hearing what Tang Xiuquan said. In fact, this is the difference between a shield and a spear. If you want to have mobility, then use a spear. If you choose Nanshan Island, that is a shield. No matter which place you choose, there is actually nothing wrong. But in Zhang Ji's opinion, it is better to choose mobility. Tang Xiuquan could see that Zhang Ji was actually a little reluctant. So he continued,
Brother Zhang, actually I am using the space crystal on Nanshan Island now. The more important point is that we don't have a suitable distant island to come to.
Build a teleportation array. We need to find a trustworthy person and let him join our team. This takes time. And we are about to trade with the Oath of Survival group. We don't have time to examine other people. So, we have no choice but to choose Nanshan Island. The reason why the space crystal is precious must be used to reflect it. If it is kept in the warehouse, it will be worthless to us. I understand. Sichuan.
Zhang Ji nodded when he heard Tang Xiuquan's words.
Since Brother Zhang agrees, I will build teleportation arrays on Myron Island and Nanshan Island later.
Tang Xiuquan nodded.
Other than this, what I want to say is that we need to prepare, as soon as possible, the materials needed by the Oath Survival group. Prepare them in advance. When the time comes, after getting the news from the Oath, we can immediately transport the materials, go out, and bring those 2 residents back to the island. Of course, while preparing supplies, we also need to prepare their residences in advance.
Tang Xiuquan said slowly. Chapter 305 Personnel Arrangement.
First of all, we need to prepare housing for these new residents.
Tang Xiuquan said slowly.
Sichuan, don't worry about the housing problem. We still have a lot of housing drawings and materials in hand, and we can build new ones at any time.
Zhang Ji heard Tang Xiuquan's words and immediately replied,
Well, okay, then I'll leave this matter to Brother Zhang.
Tang Xiuquan said to Zhang Ji with a smile.
Okay, I'll be there in a minute. But there's one thing you need to pay attention to. What's the matter?
Tang Xiuquan asked immediately after hearing Zhang Ji's words.
The last time I went to the power plant, we found that the electricity consumption of the entire island has exceeded 50%. I estimate that with so many new houses built this time, our electricity consumption will be saturated.
Zhang Ji said. When Tang Xiuquan heard Zhang Ji's words, he was stunned for a moment, and then came back to his senses. If Zhang Ji hadn't said anything, he would have almost forgotten about it. Previously, my island had already faced a large-scale power outage. It's also because the electricity consumption on my island exceeds the limit. Later, he opened the box himself and got a multifunctional power station, albeit a small one. However, since it is a variety of power generators, the power generation capacity is still quite large. Since then, I haven't worried about battery power. Now, the island has developed a lot, and the electricity consumption on the island is increasing. The small power station can no longer meet the island's electricity consumption. However, this is not a big deal and can be solved with just an upgrade card.
As for whether to replace a power station, Tang Xiuquan said he didn't want to. First of all, such a multifunctional power station can generate electricity through tidal and solar energy. These are all clean energy and do not have much impact on the environment. If we switch to thermal power generation, although the power generation can be greatly improved, the environment of the entire island will not be good. As for more advanced nuclear power plants, Tang Xiuquan said he did not want to use them. This is not because Tang Xiuquan has any prejudice against nuclear power plants, but because he is really worried that he will not be able to play well. Although in this world, equipment that requires extremely high professional knowledge has been automated and can be started with one click. But Tang Xiuquan was really afraid of something that could kill people by radiation. If a blind survivor happened to touch the subspace he was in and fired a cannonball at the nuclear power plant, he would be doomed. Nuclear power plants are the most ideal way to generate electricity in peacetime. But the world is not peaceful now. So Tang Sichuan directly vetoed the issue of nuclear power generation. Moreover, in terms of overall power generation, the power generation of a multifunctional power station is actually not low. It only needs a few liters of upgrades and is completely comparable to nuclear power generation. Since there is such a safe and efficient power station, why choose nuclear power generation?
Brother Zhang, let me solve this matter,
Tang Sichuan said to Zhang Ji with a smile. Zhang Ji nodded when he heard Tang Sichuan's words and stopped talking. This kind of thing is not too important. After all, you only need an upgrade card. But this island belongs to Tang Sichuan. Although other people can use the equipment on the island, they have no way to upgrade the equipment on the island. It can only be done by Tang Sichuan himself. Therefore, Zhang Ji revealed this matter, hoping that Tang Sichuan would have time to deal with it.
Now that the housing problem has been solved, let's talk about other things.
Tang Sichuan paused before continuing.
After these new residents arrive on the island, our problem of labor shortage will be completely solved. There may even be a labor surplus. This is not a good thing for us. So I want to make some changes. First, we need to build a new training school, mainly to teach some school-age children to learn some basic knowledge and reserve talents for our future. Second, reorganize our island's defense and expansion capabilities. Third, increase the speed of island reclamation and fully develop the South Island and West Island. Especially the West Island and the South Island have basically completed the reclamation work under the leadership of Mr. Fong. But they still need to continue to be improved. In particular, the world cannot always be so hot, and there will definitely be winter. In order for us to have enough food in winter, we should build some greenhouses. As for the West Island, we simply build some fences without subdividing it. So our main task in the next stage is to completely develop the West Island and classify the livestock.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while and continued.
Yes, even if you don't say anything about this matter, Sichuan, I am still going to bring it up. Since you have said it now, I will take care of it.
When Mr. Fong heard what Tang Sichuan said, he immediately agreed. He is an elderly person and is particularly sensitive to temperature and climate. He can now clearly feel that the temperature on the island is much lower than at the beginning. This shows that in this world, there are actually seasonal changes. Since there are seasonal changes, there must be winter. Now no one knows how long and cold the winter in this world is. But what is certain is that winter crops will definitely be affected. Therefore, setting up a greenhouse early is the minimum respect for winter. As for the reorganization of defense and external expansion forces, it is also for the better development of the island. Now it seems that the entire island has an area of 5 square kilometers. But it is still not enough to feed so many people. Therefore, the external extermination of indigenous tribes and the expansion of the island area are long-term. If you want to expand externally, you need to have enough power. So the manpower in this area cannot be reduced. At the same time, because the island area now exceeds 5 square kilometers, the current defense manpower is only 100 or 200 people. This number of people is still a bit insufficient for such a large island area.
By the way, Sichuan, since we want to increase the number of people for defense and development, our current weapons and equipment are still a bit insufficient,
Zhang Ji said immediately after hearing Tang Sichuan's words.
Brother Zhang, let me handle this matter.
At this time, Nanshan, who had been cooking, suddenly said,
During this period, I have become familiar with the equipment of the blacksmith shop, and I can definitely try to build some equipment. Now that the island is short of equipment, I can start work. But building the equipment may not be enough for me alone. So I need some manpower,
Nanshan said.
Manpower is easy to come by. I will send 20 more people to you later. You can start working with them.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while and said to Nanshan,
That's no problem. As long as the ore is supplied, I can continuously build equipment.
Nanshan nodded.
It's about the ore. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on it,
Zhang Ji assured Nanshan.
Okay. Now that everyone has agreed upon it, let's implement it according to this. This transaction is the focus of our work in the recent period. I hope everyone can work together to develop the island.
Tang Sichuan nodded with great satisfaction. Chapter 306 This is my first time doing this kind of thing. Tang Sichuan and the others ate an ordinary breakfast for nearly 2 hours. The delicious fish porridge had been heated by Ma Yin twice before Tang Sichuan and the others had finished their breakfast. Afterwards,
Everyone stood up one after another and began to prepare to deal with what Tang Sichuan had just ordered. First, Fan Long took Shen Qian and Yu Min to the granary on the South Island and began to take inventory of enough food for 50,000 people to feed them for a week. Speaking of this granary, we also need to thank Fan Long for his hard work. He had been busy reclaiming and planting in the South Island. Until one day Fan Long initially reclaimed the entire South Island and harvested it on a large scale. Tang Xiuchuan, who was still drifting on the sea, heard the system prompt tell him that due to the hard work of his men, they have initially achieved self-sufficiency in food. So he was rewarded with a drawing of a granary. This granary can store all kinds of grains and some vegetables. Its only function is to extend the storage time of these grains by 300%. For example, some leafy vegetables can be stored in the crisper box of the refrigerator for about 4 to 7 days. If it takes longer, these vegetables will become rotten. And some vegetables with a layer of film on them, such as tomatoes, can be stored for about half a month. Extending the storage time by 300% means that leafy vegetables can be stored for about 21 days in the cold snow area of the granary, while vegetables such as tomatoes can be stored for more than a month. Nearly 2 months. This gave Tang Sichuan and the others enough time to process the vegetables without wasting them. Apart from that, this granary has no other function. And it also consumes a lot of electricity. However, functional buildings had to be built. If there were no storage buildings like granaries that could maintain constant temperature and humidity, then most of the food on Tang Sichuan's island would be wasted. Therefore, Tang Sichuan and the others are really grateful to this granary for being able to store so much grain and vegetables. However, this granary is still a little small. Although now, this granary only stores less than 1/10 of the space. It can be expected that in the near future, this granary will definitely burst into storage. Thinking of this, Fan Long silently wrote something in his notebook to record the need to upgrade the granary in the future. However, even so, when the heavy door of the granary was opened, Yu Min was shocked. He really did not expect that there was so much grain stored on Melon Island. Less than. Please find someone to move these grains. Remember, one warehouse holds 50 tons of grain. And you only need to move 10 warehouses. Fan Long said to Yu Min. Okay, Mr. Fan. I'll have someone come to move the food in a minute. Yu Min nodded, indicating that he knew. Just as Fan Long and Yu Min were handing over food, Nanshan also followed Zhang Ji to the industrial zone in Dongdao. At this time, there are only about 100 islanders working in the industrial zone. There seems to be a lot of these people, but it is far from enough. In particular, the ore veins that Tang Sichuan had buried before were all in the East Island. Although these veins were rich ores, and they were all shallow deposits, digging them out of the ground would require more than a tiny bit of population. After being dug out, the ore still needs to be transported to the blacksmith shop. Basically, 1 ton of iron ore, after removing the moisture in the ore and refining it into iron, only weighs about 500 kilograms. That is to say, the iron content in the ore is only 60% on a dry basis, and it contains 10% moisture. And 500 kilograms of iron is still just rough iron. If you want to use it to forge weapons, armor and the like, you still need to go through multiple processes. In the end, it is good to have 300 or 400 kilograms of high-quality iron. Brother Nanshan, your boiler is a bit small. Zhang Ji looked at the iron-making furnace in the blacksmith shop and touched his chin. Brother Zhang, do you think I don't want to change to a bigger furnace? The main reason is that I don't have the drawings here, and I don't have enough manpower. Nanshan suddenly showed a wry smile when he heard Zhang Ji's words. Ha! Bear with me a little longer. When this group of people comes over, I will have people come over to help and build you a larger furnace. Zhang Ji smiled and said to Nanshan, that's a good relationship. Nanshan nodded when he heard Zhang Ji's words, expressing that he was very happy. Okay. Now, I have brought the people here for you. You should be busy here first and build a batch of iron guns as soon as possible. Then the new residents will need to be armed as soon as possible. I understand. Brother Zhang, don't worry while I do the work. Nanshan nodded, and then said, some time ago, I still had some high-quality iron here, and I will start making weapons today. Okay, then you get busy first. I'll go and screen the people who will escort the food first. Zhang Ji said to Nanshan, and then continued, I'm busy every day. Hey, Brother Zhang, it's better to be busy. At least this way, your life will be fulfilling. Nanshan smiled at Zhang Ji. He really felt that his life now was more fulfilling than before. In the past, apart from writing books, he would go to the mountains alone to collect herbs or go to blacksmithing. It was the same as now. There was a large group of men who obeyed his orders and worked with him. At this time, Nanshan had to admit that he seemed to be a bit officially addicted. He was a little obsessed with this feeling. Zhang Ji chatted with Nanshan for a few more words and then left Dong Dao. He still had many things to deal with and could not waste too much time on Dong Dao. At this time, inside the villa, Tang Xiuchuan and Ma Yin were sitting face to face. Tang Xiuchuan didn't say anything, just looked at Ma Yin. Ma Yin, on the other hand, seemed a little restrained. Sichuan, is it really okay? Ma Yin raised her head and looked at Tang Xiuchuan and asked. There's nothing wrong with it. This matter will have to be done sooner or later. Okay. This is my first time doing this. I have no experience at all. Ma Yin said with a blush. Sister Ma Yin, you speak as if I have experience. Everyone is crossing the river by feeling the stones. Tang Xiuchuan suddenly smiled when he heard Ma Yin's words. Besides, even if you have never done this kind of thing, you have always seen it. Haven't you seen it? How is it possible? I have been studying for more than 10 years. How could I not have seen it before? Isn't that okay? Just do it as you see it. It's okay. Once raw, twice cooked. If you do it a few more times, you will be an experienced chef. Tang Xiuchuan said. But seeing and doing are different. Okay. People will be nervous. Ma Yin rubbed her hands and said to Tang Xiuchuan. No. Sister Ma Yin, we really can't find anyone on the island now. If you don't become this teacher, our school won't be able to open. Tang Xiuchuan showed a wry smile. Then why don't you go? Me? I might go to see one day. I really don't have time. But don't worry. As long as I'm on the island, I'll go help. This. Ma Yin didn't know what to say. Chapter 307 Upgrading the Power Plant. Stop it. Sister Ma Yin. I don't need you to teach those children any advanced skills. I just need you to teach some Chinese characters and some basic knowledge. That's it. Tang Xiuchuan said to Ma Yin with a smile. Okay. Ma Yin heard what Tang Xiuchuan said, and she could only nod. By the way, Sichuan, I want to ask you, why did you suddenly think of setting up a school? Ma Yin looked at Tang Xiuchuan and asked. Sister Ma Yin, this is not what I want to do, but it is because I have no choice but to do it. Tang Xiuchuan shook his head helplessly. What do you mean? Isn't the current situation very good? Ma Yin was a little confused when she heard Tang Xiuchuan's words. Sister Ma Yin, we are still in the slave age now, and there will be the feudal age, the imperial age, the steam age, and the industrial age after that. Do you think these following eras can only be played by a few of us? If my guess is correct, in the next few eras, it is very likely that the island residents will need to reach a certain level of education, and they will be required to do research and development and manufacture some equipment. These things cannot be accomplished without culture. Since we have extra time and energy now, why can't we transfer some knowledge to these children in advance? But what if Sichuan doesn't need these? Ma Yin looked at Tang Xiuchuan and asked. Even if it's not necessary, it will be beneficial to the development of our island itself. Tang Xiuchuan smiled and shook his head, and then said, Did you know? In fact, among our flower growers, the spread of culture is the foundation for defining a nation. You know, in history, our nation has faced alien races many times. And after those alien races mixed with us, they eventually disappeared in the long river of history. It's not that we eliminated them, but that our long-standing culture assimilated them and finally made them our own people. Tang Xiuchuan paused slightly as he said this. Sichuan, what do you mean? You want to assimilate all these indigenous people? Ma Yin looked at Tang Xiuchuan and asked in disbelief. Yes. Tang Xiuchuan nodded, and then continued. Not only must we completely assimilate them, but we must make them our own. We don't know how long we will stay in this world, so we must prepare for the worst. If we really can't go back, then these islanders will become our people. In this case, it is good for us to assimilate them earlier than others. Tang Xiuchuan looked at Ma Yin and said seriously, I understand. Ma Yin nodded seriously after hearing Tang Xiuchuan's words. Then I will start teaching the children of the islanders this afternoon? No. Let's wait until this batch of trading islanders arrive on the island. Tang Xiuchuan shook his head. Now we don't even have a decent teaching venue. In the next 2 days, I will choose a suitable location and build a new place that can be used for classes. After everything is settled, you are teaching the children. Tang Xiuchuan smiled and shook his head. Oh, okay. Ma Yin nodded, and then continued. Then I will also prepare the teaching materials in the next 2 days. Otherwise, I won't even know what classes will be taken. Well, okay.
Tang Sichuan nodded with satisfaction, and then stood up.
Huh? Sichuan, where are you going?
Ma Yin asked curiously when she saw Tang Sichuan standing up and walking outside.
Didn't Brother Zhang say before that the power plant on the island will operate at full capacity after adding new housing? I plan to upgrade the power plant.
Tang Xiaochuan turned around and said to Ma Yin.
Oh, do you want to come back for lunch? Look, you should come back.
Tang Sichuan said and walked out of the villa. After Tang Sichuan walked out of the villa, he went straight to the material warehouse next to the villa. He directly opened the door of the warehouse and found that it was filled with shelves. And those shelves are filled with all kinds of materials, including island stones and blueprints. As for the bread and mineral water that were not easy to preserve, although some were stored, most of them were put into the islanders' warehouse by Zhang Ji and others. After all, hundreds of supply boxes can now be picked up on the island a day, and a large part of these supply boxes will contain food such as bread. Tang Sichuan and the others simply couldn't eat so much. Since they couldn't eat it, it would be a waste to put it away. So Zhang Ji discussed with Fan Longyi and directly created a work point system among the islanders similar to the one used by flour growers in the 1960s and 1970s. Create a register for every islander on the island. As long as you work hard every day, you can get 2 work points. Then use these work points to exchange for rare items such as bread in the warehouse. When these residents saw it, as long as they worked hard, they would be able to eat exquisite food that they had never seen before. They worked hard and exceeded their quota every day. This is why Fan Long was able to cultivate 2.5 square kilometers of arable land in a short period of time with a small number of people. In this way, some food that is not suitable for storage on the island can be consumed normally without waste. And Myron Island has also received excellent development. This is a win-win situation. Therefore, when Tang Sichuan later learned about this, he did not object. Instead, he increased his investment, thinking that some easily preserved items such as cans could be included in the exchange list. When those islanders saw that they could redeem more things, they worked harder in exchange for work points, which directly formed a virtuous cycle. However, these are not what Tang Sichuan is paying attention to now. He goes directly to the functional shelves and looks for equipment upgrade cards. Following the marked instructions, Tang Sichuan successfully found the shelf where the upgrade cards were stored. He took an upgrade card directly from the shelf. Tang Xiaochuan, who was fully prepared, walked out of the warehouse and walked towards the power station. Tang Sichuan walked very slowly and was not in a hurry. But the island was only so big. He only walked for more than 20 minutes before he arrived at the beach. Looking at the power station that was half built in the sea, Tang Sichuan took out the upgrade card and chose to use it on the power station. Ding! I found that the upgrade card is being used to upgrade the small integrated power station. Do you want to confirm the upgrade? Confirm. Tang Sichuan directly chose to upgrade. Then, the upgrade card in his hand turned into dots of white light and flew towards the power plant. For a moment, the entire power plant turned into a white light and shadow. And then the white light and shadow continued to grow larger and taller. After waiting for less than 10 seconds, the white light slowly dissipated. And finally a power station larger than before appeared in front of Tang Sichuan. Ding! The medium-sized comprehensive power station has been upgraded successfully. Chapter 308, Brainwashing, from Zeus. P.S. I felt uncomfortable seeing that the chapters were in odd numbers, so I added another chapter. Medium-sized integrated power station. Are you still worried about the island's insufficient power resources? Now I would like to recommend you a comprehensive power station that integrates tidal, water conservancy, and solar power generation. If there are tides, you can use tidal power generation. If there are no tides, you can use water conservancy to generate power. If there is no water conservancy, you can also use solar energy. The limit can reach 25,000 kilowatts per hour, which is your best choice for island development. Since we have the integrated power station, my mother no longer has to worry about power outages. When Tang Sichuan saw the properties of the new power station, he waved his arms excitedly. The power generation capacity of a full 25,000 kilowatt hours is 25 times that of a small power station. This time, I don't believe it. And there is still a shortage of electricity, Tang Xiaochuan murmured. Originally, the small power station could only generate 1,000 kilowatts per hour. But even this 1,000 kilowatts was enough to meet the electricity consumption of the entire island. After all, It is just a separate room lighting that does not use much electricity. And other equipment, after using the dormitory lighting, is in a shutdown state, which is a peak consumption of electricity. Therefore, at this stage, the electricity consumption is actually not high, and it is considered excessive power generation. Zhang Ji only said that after these new islanders come to the island, there will be saturated power consumption, but that only refers to the power generation capacity of 1000 kilowatts per hour. Now, the power generation capacity of this medium-sized power station has been directly increased by 25 times. In other words, even if the new residents on the island are included in the electricity consumption, all the electrical equipment on the island will be turned on. The same is in the state of excessive power generation. Now Tang Sichuan has no extra energy storage batteries, so even if he overgenerates electricity, there is nothing he can do about it. This electricity can only be wasted. However, this is better than no power.
Wow! Is this a technological product? It's really mysterious.
Just when Tang Sichuan was still looking at the power station in front of him, and he was lost in thought, a voice sounded from behind him. Tang Sichuan looked back and found that it was Zeus carrying Gaia, who still had injuries on his face.
Old man, why are you here?
Tang Sichuan frowned when he saw Gaia.
It's obvious. I'm here to find you,
Zeus said with a smile.
I'm asking why she is here.
Tang Sichuan came to Zeus and said in a low voice. At the same time, he pointed at Gaia.
She?
Zeus heard Tang Sichuan's words and said,
She is here to subdue him. Submit? Why did you suddenly submit? I'm going to ask you.
After Zeus heard Tang Sichuan's words, he rolled his eyes at Tang Sichuan, and then said,
Who knows what happened? Her divine power has disappeared. Then I was pushed to the ground and beaten by you like that. I guess everyone was shaken. Can you blame me?
Tang Sichuan was speechless when he heard Zeus's words.
If she can be honest, whoever is full will go back and beat her. I know. Gaia is famous for her bad temper. But to be honest, her ability is really strong. What's the use of being strong? If you keep trying against me, it's better to have no power than to have no power at all.
Tang Sichuan rolled his eyes and was speechless.
Didn't I already know that I was wrong? Are you here to apologize to you? Let me tell you. Just scare her. After all, his ability is what you have dreamed of. Humph. Am I, Tang Sichuan, the kind of person who covets her abilities?
Tang Sichuan felt that Zeus really underestimated him.
Then tell me, what is her ability? Isn't it just that she can increase the area of the island? My island area is enough now,
Tang Sichuan said with some anger.
Boy, if her ability is just to make your island bigger, I don't need to recommend her to you so strongly. You have to know that Gaia is called the Earth Goddess, the Mother of Gods, and can create titans.
At this point, Zeus paused for a moment.
Wait a minute. You said the Mother of the Gods can create titans?
Tang Sichuan interrupted Zeus.
Yes.
Zeus nodded, and then he stopped talking and just looked at Tang Sichuan with a faint smile.
Your relationship is really messy. One moment you call her grandmother, and then you call her mother?
Tang Sichuan looked at Zeus with a weird look on his face.
No. I'll go. What are you thinking?
Zeus heard Tang Sichuan's words and immediately put on a posture of saying, I'm going to hack you with all my might.
Okay. Okay. No more joking.
Tang Sichuan shook his head. He really didn't know what Gaia was capable of.
To get down to business, Gaia's ability not only allows you to add some new areas to your island every day, but more importantly, it allows you to add more people on your island each time. In addition, she also has a more important ability, which is to create gods. What? Create a god?
Tang Sichuan was dumbfounded when he heard Zeus's words.
Yes. It's a god-making thing. And that's what you think.
Zeus nodded.
How is that possible?
Tang Sichuan didn't believe it. After all, creating gods was beyond his understanding.
Nothing is impossible.
Zeus shook his head, and then said,
Don't forget, this Gaia itself created 12 titans. Now I will create 1 or 2 gods for you.
Is there any surprise? But this is too exaggerated.
Tang Sichuan still didn't believe it.
It's not an exaggeration. Do you think it's that easy to create a god? Imagine that in its heyday, Gaia only created 12 titan gods. How much loss does this require? Do you understand? Hey, that's why you're coaxing me to play here.
Tang Sichuan's fiery heart was directly extinguished by Zeus's words.
Look at you. You're in a hurry again.
Zeus looked at Tang Sichuan and said with a smile,
I didn't say that she can't create gods now. But I said that she can only create a maximum of 12. However, if she wants to create gods, she needs too much energy. As long as you raise all the energy, she can create gods.
Zeus said slowly.
What you said is the same as what you didn't say. It requires energy. So I guess that this energy is correct. It is the godhead. If I have so many godheads, and the island can directly take off from the same spot, what kind of god should I create for her?
Tang Xiuquan said angrily.
You don't understand. Creating gods is the ultimate goal of personal ability. If your island develops to a certain level, without matching strength, the island will be restricted. And a normal mortal who wants to become a god has to pay too much. But to become a god through Gaia, all you need to do is to keep collecting godhead and that's it. Let me tell you casually, Gaia actually has no requirements for divine attributes. She can use any divine attribute. Think about it. One day, your island will have a population of hundreds of thousands. And the island will become like a continent. Who else in this world will be your opponent? When the time comes, just push him sideways and that's it. There's no need to play any nonsense at all.
Zeus kept brainwashing Tang Xiuquan. Chapter 309. Can you lend me your godhead?
You're saying it lightly. She wants to regain her divine power. But what's different about her divine status?
Although Tang Xiuquan said this, he was still relatively happy in his heart. If it is true what Zeus said, then he will definitely make money this time. As for why, it's very simple. Demigods are also gods. And they also have godhead. From the last time Zhang Ji used the demon-breaking blade to hack Seth to death, and when he himself used the demon-breaking blade to hack Chimera and Hydra to death, he had a deep understanding of this. As long as you activate the ability of the Ring of the Sun God, and then use the demon-breaking blade, no matter what demigod is in front of you, it is just a dish, and you can serve it as you want. It can be said that as long as you improve your strength to a demigod, you will have the strength to challenge gods, even main gods, let alone these demigods. Although the consequences of doing this are quite serious. Experiments have proven that no one will die. I'm sure I'll be unlucky for 2 more hours. Looking at it this way, it turns out that the godhead is actually very easy to collect. The problem now is that we just don't know how much godhead Gaia needs to create gods. If it was just 1 or 2 pieces, I could endure it and collect the godhead despite the bad luck. But if you want too much, you won't be able to bear it.
Old man, tell me the truth. How many pieces of godhead does Gaia need to create a god?
Tang Xiuquan thought of this and asked Zeus.
It's hard to say. What do you mean it's hard to say?
Tang Xiuquan didn't quite understand what Zeus said.
It's hard to say. It's just hard to say. When she creates a god, the required godhead is not fixed.
Huh?
What do you mean?
Tang Xiuquan was confused.
Hey, let's put it this way. She only needed 2 pieces of godhead to create the first god. But the second god is 4 yuan. And the third god is 8 yuan. I say this. Do you understand? I understand you.
Uncle. Tang Xiuquan almost cursed when he heard Zeus's words. He understood that the godhead needed to create a god from Gaia was based on the power of 2. 1 time is 2 yuan. 2 times is 4 yuan. 3 times is 8 yuan. 4 times is 16 yuan. In the end, if Gaia really wants to create 12 gods, then 4,092 pieces of godhead will be needed. With so many gods, it might not be enough to kill all the gods in this world. There are more than 4,000 pieces of godhead, which can probably be pushed into a small mountain.
This is just the amount of godhead needed to create the last god. If you include the previous needs, Tang Xiuquan estimates that selling him is not worth so much godhead.
Do you think I'm stupid? Or am I easy to fool?
Tang Xiuquan looked at Zeus as if he were a fool.
Boy, where did you start with these words? Not to mention other things. The last god alone requires 4,096 pieces of godhead. Do you think I can get so much? I didn't ask you to create 12 gods. So you wouldn't just create the first few cheap ones?
Zeus rolled his eyes at Tang Xiuquan. Tang Xiuquan was speechless when he heard Zeus's words. He suddenly felt that what Zeus said made sense. But why did he want to beat him in his heart? Okay.
No matter what. It's not a loss for you if you accept Gaia.
When Zeus saw Tang Xiuquan deflated, he suddenly felt very happy. Although Tang Xiuquan was very unhappy when he heard this, he still did not refute.
Let's go! Gaia is still waiting. You go over and say hello to her first.
With that, Zeus pulled Tang Xiuquan towards Gaia. Tang Xiuquan did not resist and let Zeus push him to Gaia's side. Gaia saw where Tang Xiuquan and Zeus were, muttering for a long time, and finally saw Tang Xiuquan being pushed over by Zeus. She was also a little nervous.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was reckless yesterday, and Zeus made it clear to me later. I am very grateful to have been taken in by you, so that we, the Olympus family, have another chance to come back.
Gaia said to Tang Xichuan nervously.
Okay, I know it all. I'm not a stingy person. Just work hard in the future.
Tang Xichuan secretly checked Gaia's favorability when Gaia apologized to him. As a result, he discovered that Gaia now treated him with an attitude of awe. Although he didn't know how Gaia, a majestic earth goddess and mother of gods, could act so cowardly. One thing he knew was that Gaia was really convinced now. As long as you are convinced, Tang Xichuan doesn't think it matters whether you are in awe or not. Therefore, Tang Xichuan directly chose to forgive Gaia. At the same time, Tang Xichuan also released the divine power sealed by Gaia. The moment Tang Xichuan chose to release his divine power, Gaia felt that the power that originally belonged to her was quickly returning to her body.
Thank you very much. I will work hard.
After Gaia felt her power coming back, she felt even more afraid of Tang Xichuan. Just a thought can make one's spiritual power disappear. And because of one thought, one's divine power can be restored to its original state. This kind of power was something she had never seen before. Because of the unknown, there is fear. This truth is the same whether it applies to humans or to God. Just like now, Gaia found that she couldn't see clearly why Tang Xichuan, who was obviously only a mortal, could easily deprive himself of his divine power and turn himself from a god into a powerless mortal. And he can transform himself from a mortal into a divine power in an instant.
Okay. I still have a lot of things to do today. You should go and do your own work first.
When Tang Xichuan heard Gaia's words of praise, he suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He never expected that a high-ranking goddess would show such an attitude in the face of strength.
Okay. Boy, I know you have been making big moves recently, so we won't disturb you anymore. I will go back to the temple with my grandmother first. If you have anything, you can come directly to the temple to find us.
Zeus smiled and waved to Tang Xichuan, then took Gaia and transformed into a bolt of lightning, disappearing in the original place. Land.
I'm going. I really just left as I said.
Tang Xichuan looked at the two Zeus who disappeared in place, and was suddenly speechless.
Hey, forget it. Let's go back to the villa first. There are really a lot of things to do every day.
Tang Xichuan shook his head and prepared to go back to his villa. At this time, Tang Xichuan was already thinking about where he was going to get his godhead. After all, he didn't hear any demigods anywhere.
Are you going to ask Oath to help me find a demigod again?
Tang Xiaochuan murmured.
Xichuan, what are you doing here? Why has this house gotten bigger?
Just as Tang Xichuan was thinking and walking back, he heard another voice calling him from behind him. He looked back and saw a beautiful figure swimming towards him on the sea.
Huh? Erzenis?
Tang Xichuan saw that the person who came over was none other than Erzenis. He felt happy.
Hi. Long time no see. Miss Essenes, I have a question for you. Can I borrow your godhead?
Chapter 3:10 The 4-meter high school wall. Ursinus had probably never been so speechless. How thick-skinned does this person have to be to ask someone for godhead right off the bat? Do you think this godhead is cabbage on the roadside? Or is it that godhead does not require money? Just give it if you say so? No. Even if you give money to godhead, you can't just give it away. If you give me this thing, you will feel cold. Therefore, when Erzenis heard that Tang Xichuan was asking to borrow his godhead from him, his first reaction was that he had heard wrongly. The second reaction was to spit on Tang Xichuan, and then scold Tang Xichuan for being shameless. Then, with a fierce thrust, he dived directly into the sea and left. Tang Xichuan was dumbfounded when he saw Ursine's performance.
I'm going. I'm so stingy. I just left without saying age, low, and even scolded me.
Tang Xichuan felt very innocent. He obviously wanted to make a joke. So why did he just run away? Don't Essenes and the others usually joke? But at this time, Essenes had already run away, and he couldn't catch up even if he wanted to. Therefore, Tang Xichuan also spread his hands and walked towards his villa. If Erzenis knew that Tang Xichuan was scolding her for being stingy behind his back, she would probably jump up and punch Tang Xichuan twice. I have never seen such a shameless person. In the next few days, the entire Myron Island was plunged into a period of busyness. Yumin led people to continuously move food from the warehouse to the ship. Nanshan and his people began to build weapons and armor. Zhangji led a group of people to prepare building materials and plan the location of the dormitory. Due to the need to consider the layout of the existing dormitory buildings, as well as the location of the Boundary River and Spring River,
The location of these newly built houses needs to be reconsidered. This is not like before. The dormitory where Maka and the others lived was only 4 floors high, with only 10 rooms on each floor. This kind of building is very affordable, and 2 people can live in 1 room. After all, a good living environment must be guaranteed. In this case, only 80 people can live in 1 building. Originally, there were only 7,800 people on Myron Island. Therefore, there are only 10 dormitories built in total. And now, about 10,000 people are coming all of a sudden. As a result, the number of new dormitories that need to be built has reached 125. With so many dormitories, if the layout is not properly arranged, it will directly and seriously affect the layout of the entire island. Moreover, with so many dormitories, it is impossible to place them all in one location. After all, putting them all together will seriously affect the surrounding environment and cause congestion. So after a brief discussion with Tang Sichuan, Zhang Ji decided to spread out all the 125 dormitories that needed to be built. The 3 islands of East, West and South need to be spread out. In this case, islanders can choose to work nearby. However, in this case, Zhang Ji needs to reconsider the topography, and defense situation in case of emergency. This requires him to conduct on-the-spot inspections of one place and mark the location. After this busy trip, it took Zhang Ji 2 days to confirm all the locations. The rest is Tang Sichuan's business. He needs to choose to build a new dormitory at the location marked by Zhang Ji. Moreover, while he was in the dormitory, he was still writing some teaching materials. It is said to be a textbook, but in fact it is just some simple Chinese characters, mathematics and so on. Tang Sichuan didn't expect these children to have much future, especially Enlightenment education. His requirements are very simple. Just being able to write simply and do some math problems. As for talking about more profound things, Tang Sichuan said that he doesn't know how to do it. He studied computer science in college. If you ask him about C language or C++, he can still answer it. But the problem is, in this world, there is not even a computer. So why do you need to program? He knew some simple basic knowledge about physics, chemistry, etc. if he wanted to study in depth. Tang Sichuan said he couldn't do it. Ma Yin was even better. She majored in journalism in college. After graduation, she couldn't get into TV stations or newspapers. So she started working as an anchor. Therefore, even if Tang Sichuan and Ma Yin were asked to teach these islander children other things, they would not be able to teach them. Therefore, this basic knowledge lesson plan written by Tang Sichuan really only is basic knowledge. However, during this period, Tang Sichuan chose a place with a beautiful environment and away from the hustle and bustle to build a new school for his children. Originally, at the breakfast meeting, everyone wanted to find an unoccupied room as a classroom. But Tang Sichuan feels that this school will be built sooner or later, and there will definitely be more and more children on the island in the future. To save trouble now, we can just find a room and start classes. But what about in the future? There are so many people waiting. Is this still the case? Tang Sichuan felt that this was not good. Besides, building a room in this world would not be a big deal at all. Therefore, Tang Sichuan decided to build a real school with a wave of his hand. And it's the kind of school with walls, playgrounds, and classrooms. At first, the school was not big, with only 2 rooms. But there are a lot of playgrounds and open spaces reserved. In Tang Sichuan's words, this is for future expansion. The classrooms were renovated from 2 factories selected by Tang Sichuan Daosher's construction page. Although this house only has 4 walls, it is surprisingly strong. As for why, it's very simple. To build an apartment for Tang Sichuan, it only costs 20x wood, 60x bricks, 12x glass, 20x linen, and 40x metal sheets. This 4-walled factory building has grown several times in size. Even 50 iron blocks were used. Each material costs more than 3 digits. In other words, the more materials there are, the stronger the house will be. Especially when Tang Sichuan saw the 20-centimeter solid masonry wall. He thought so even more. As for the school wall, this thing is not in the list of buildings in Daosher. It can only be built by hand. Only a small section has been built so far, and more than 30 islanders are working day and night. I believe that a well-played and closed school wall can be established before the official start of school. Someone here may ask, what kind of adhesive is used to build the fence? I also heard that there is cement on the island. On this point, Tang Sichuan expressed that he needed to praise Nan Shan. Nanshan deserves to be a writer of novels. Although he is not proficient in everything, he knows a little bit about everything. When Tang Sichuan asked in the villa what could be used as a construction adhesive instead of cement, Nanshan directly said to use glutinous rice lime mortar. And he also gave Tang Sichuan a very vivid example. Have you not seen the Great Wall? How many years have passed? Have you seen it collapse? The glutinous rice is ready-made. And although there is not much lime, there is enough stones. There is a mountain behind the villa. Sand. There is a lot of fine river sand in the boundary river. Since you have everything, let's do it. First, the glutinous rice is boiled into rice slurry, and then poured into the sand and gravel slurry. An adhesive comparable to cement is ready. With the glutinous rice adhesive, Tang Sichuan and the others built the wall much faster. Tang Sichuan looked at the wall that was more than 4 meters high and showed a satisfied smile. With such a high wall, I don't believe there are students who would climb over the wall and skip classes. Chapter 3:11. Shock is the beginning of friendly exchanges. 3 days later, 1/3 of the length of the new school's wall had been erected, and the remaining walls were being extended in an orderly manner. In Tang Sichuan's expectation, this school will be the future cultural center of Myron Island, although it is still just a construction site. But Tang Sichuan firmly believes that with continued investment, this school will spread the light of wisdom throughout Myron Island. But today, Tang Sichuan didn't have time to go to the school construction site to watch, because today is the day he delivers food to the Pledge of Survival group. Early that morning, Tang Sichuan took Maka and Nashi aboard the flyer. Behind the flyer, there were also 3 saddle sailing ships and heavy swing sailing ships. In the first transaction, the 3 ships loaded a total of 200 tons of cargo, in order to transport the more than 10,000 indigenous people back to Myron Island as soon as possible. Tang Sichuan only brought the minimum number of people who could guarantee the operation of these 3 ships. There are a total of 120 young and strong islanders. After saying goodbye to everyone, Tang Sichuan stepped directly onto the flyer and ordered to move towards Oath Island. As the veteran who has followed Tang Sichuan for the longest time, Nushi is still active on Melon Island. Although his combat effectiveness is far inferior to Maka, Nushi has now become the general manager of the island. He is involved in all personnel arrangements and personnel transfers. It can be said that he is now in an ordinary position doing extraordinary things. In the words of Tang Sichuan, there is no distinction between revolutions, only the division of labor. And this time when he went to sea, Tang Sichuan also took a fancy to Nashi's deployment ability. After all, there were at least 1,000 people following him back this time, which could be said to have filled the 3 ships. This kind of journey is seriously overcrowded and requires 2 days of sailing on the sea. It would be okay if nothing happens, but if it does, it will be a serious accident. Therefore, Tang Sichuan thought about letting Nashi go with him, mainly to be responsible for the handover and arrangements of these new islanders. Nushi also felt very satisfied. He felt that he could take adventures with his master again. 3 warships lined up in a row and sailed on the sea. This time Tang Sichuan and the others aimed at the Oath Island, 14,000 kilometers away, which was their newly formed island. 14,000 kilometers. Even if the Feiyu that Tang Sichuan is currently traveling on travels at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour, it will take more than 3 days to sail. In this way, this is the furthest journey Tang Sichuan has taken since he came to this world. However, although the time was long, Tang Sichuan still decided to take a good look at the scenery along the way. However, after looking at it for a while, he felt bored again. The speed of this warship is too fast. Although they are protected by the rules of this world, they can't feel any problems or feel any discomfort on the ship. But the speed of this ship is actually 200 kilometers per hour. This caused Tang Sichuan to see everything in a flash. Of course, this is talking about objects at close range, but he can still see clearly those things that are further away. But even if he could see it clearly, he didn't have time to look carefully. Tang Sichuan could only sit on the deck and stare at the sea in a daze, which made Tang Sichuan feel like he was wasting his life. If I had known earlier, I should have brought Pornis or Airzenis with me. If I felt bored, I could tease them both, instead of just sitting on the deck in a daze like this. Tang Sichuan said something bored. Fortunately, such days finally came to an end in the evening of the 3rd day. On the 3rd day, Maka and Nushi walked into Tang Sichuan's cabin. Master, we are about to arrive at Oath Island, Maka said to Tang Sichuan. Oh, it's finally here. When Tang Sichuan heard Maka's words, he jumped up and sat up from the bed. Maka, tell the brothers to change their equipment. Nushi, go check the supplies again. Don't miss anything. Yes, master.
Nushi nodded after hearing Tang Xichuan's words. Maka on the side was a little puzzled.
Master, you're so good. Why do we need to bring armor and weapons? Stupid.
When Tang Xiaochuan heard Maka's words, he first smiled and cursed at Maka, and then explained to him.
This is to shock.
Shocked? Makamon asked. How could he be so calm and suddenly shocked? Isn't the master a good friend of the other party? Is it possible that in the master's world, one has to be frightened when treating friends? As soon as Tang Xichuan saw Maka's confused eyes, he knew that Maka didn't understand his intention.
Maka, let me tell you. In this world, don't believe anyone else except yourself. Because people are selfish, and they will most likely betray you for their own benefit. Don't believe in any oaths or guarantees. The cost of breaking such an agreement is too low. Don't even think that the other person is your friend, so you can trust the other person without reservation. You know, friends are for sale. All in all, only taking your destiny and the initiative into your own hands is the most correct thing to do, and it is responsible for yourself and your tribe. I hope you can remember this and don't trust anyone easily.
Tang Xiaochuan taught Maka word by word. He actually had great expectations for Maka. After all, he was the person with the highest combat effectiveness in the entire Myron Island besides himself. He is even more powerful than Zhang Ji, because he has the blessing of the God of War and can borrow the power of the God of War anytime and anywhere. Of course, this would be an exception if Tang Xichuan transformed and took the demon-breaking blade. Therefore, Tang Xichuan hopes that Maka can grow up quickly and one day be able to stand alone. But Maka is very simple. So simple that he will think that as long as he is a friend, he will be willing to give everything. For Tang Xichuan, this is something he doesn't want to see. After all, good people don't live long. For the sake of Myron Island, Tang Xichuan felt that it was necessary to teach Maka to be more sinister.
But didn't Oath Island help us a lot? Could it be that he would also want to betray us?
Maka looked at Tang Xichuan, still a little confused.
I didn't say he would.
Tang Xichuan shook his head.
I just said it was possible. And even if he doesn't, what about his subordinates? His subordinates? Isn't that right? Shouldn't subordinates obey orders?
Maka felt that her brain was a bit insufficient.
Let's put it this way. Even if Oath has no bad intentions towards us, what about his subordinates? Do they think that our coming to Oath Island alone this time is an opportunity for the entire Oath Island? As long as they control us, they can control Myron Island behind us. This can't be true,
Maka said with some hesitation.
Nothing will happen. We can't leave the choice in their hands. This is not a good thing for us. The most correct thing to do is to firmly take the initiative in our own hands. Moreover, I didn't say to let you attack Oath Island. I just asked you to be prepared. Sometimes, a proper show of force is not a bad thing. It can very well deter those who have certain ideas. Tell them not to act rashly. In this way, it will be a good thing for both our Myron Island and the Oath Island. After all, people will die if there is a conflict,
Tang Xiaochuan said lightly. Chapter 312, Internal Meeting of the Pledge Survival Group. When Maka heard Tang Xiaochuan's words, she nodded with some understanding. Although he still didn't quite understand what Tang Xiaochuan meant, he understood that as long as it was his master's words, it would be okay if he listened to them. The master is always right. At this moment, there was also a group of people gathered together on the Oath Island, discussing something.
Brothers, our allies, Brother Yifeng, will be arriving at the shore soon. Everyone should be more enthusiastic and greet each other properly.
Oath sat at the head of a large table and looked at said everyone present.
Boss, don't worry. I have already given instructions for these things,
Zhang Zheng said immediately. After hearing Zheng's words, Oath nodded, and then said,
Well done. This is our first face-to-face contact with Night Breeze, and it is also our first contact with Melon Island. Through these 2 days of observation, we can confirm that having the blessing of the temple is crucial to our own development. I will also take a detailed look at it and have sent you all the information. If I don't talk about anything else, I will just talk about the grain output alone. Through these 2 days of investigation, we can be sure that with the blessing of the temple, our food production exceeded the same period by 34.6%.
And this value continues to rise. In the end, it should be able to reach the 50% that Yifeng said. I believe all brothers understand what food means in a world like this,
Oath said lightly, but his eyes revealed indescribable joy. Everyone present, like the Oath, expressed satisfaction with the result.
So, I plan to take advantage of this time for Brother Yifeng to come to our Oath Island and prepare to hold a larger welcome party to connect with each other. Boss, leave this matter to me. I will definitely handle it properly.
After Zhang Zhang heard the words of the oath, he immediately stood up and volunteered.
Okay. Now, I'll leave this matter to you. You have to entertain Brother Yifeng well.
As a confidant of the oath, he was naturally very relieved about Zhang. At this time, once he was able to take the initiative to stand up, he had no reason to disagree.
Boss, I have a question.
At this time, next to the oath, the middle-aged man who had been silent suddenly spoke.
What's the matter? Old Cat, do you have any questions?
Xiaosheng asked with a smile when Old Cat said he had questions.
Boss, although what I said later is a bit inappropriate, I still want to ask. Do you really believe in that night breeze?
Old Mao looked at the oath with a weird look on his face.
What do you mean?
Xiaoshi's face turned cold when he heard what Lao Mao said.
Nothing interesting. Just telling the truth. Old Cat, do you think it's appropriate for you to say such things at this time?
Xiao said angrily.
What's inappropriate? We are all brothers here. We talk behind closed doors now. Everything comes out of my mouth and into your ears. There is no way that anyone will spread the content of our chat. Unless, boss, you don't trust the brothers and think that one of us will inform the night breeze.
The old cat said, intentionally or unintentionally. His eyes turned to Zhang, who was still dazed at the side. I once felt the gaze of Old Cat, and immediately became angry.
Old Cat, what do you mean? Do you think I will tell the truth? I never said. Don't think too much about it.
Old Mao shook his head, but his expression clearly expressed one meaning. That is, he was suspicious of informing him.
Holy shit. Old Cat, I've tolerated you for a long time. Ever since you came to the island. You've been targeting me everywhere.
What do you mean? Zhang slammed the table and stood up. Everyone present was shocked when they saw that the good old man was now banging the table. The two people around him were even ready to grab him, lest he really jump over and beat up the old cat.
Am I targeting you? You think too highly of yourself. I'm just discussing the matter.
Lao Mao was not to be outdone and retorted directly.
Old Cat, if you have the ability, come out with me, and we will see what we can do. Fighting and killing. This is the courage of an ordinary man. I will not harm your company. I can't bear it today.
I once heard the old cat's words and immediately lost my mind. I wanted to cross the table and beat the old cat. But as soon as he stepped one leg onto the chair, the two people around him grabbed him.
Brother Zhang, calm down. Calm down.
The man on the left pulled Zhang and said,
Yes. We are all brothers. There is no need to be so stiff.
The person on the right also agreed. Let me go.
Today I have to fight this dead cat.
Zhang was pulled by the two people and twisted his body wildly. Lao Mao, on the other hand, crossed his arms, leaned back on the seat, and looked at Zhang with a provocative look. The look in his eyes clearly said,
I'm sitting here. Come and beat me if you can. That's enough.
Xiao couldn't bear it any longer. He slammed the table and yelled loudly.
You too. Where do you think this is? The vegetable market in front of your house? Or the hall of the club? Sit down. Whoever is copying a sentence should get out of here.
After hearing the oath, Zhang stopped moving and sat back directly. The old cat also restrained himself a lot. Seeing that both of them were silent, Oath turned his head and looked at the old cat.
What do you mean? Tell me clearly.
Oath's tone was very cold, without a trace of emotion.
Boss, I just talk about the matter.
Old Mao said slowly after hearing the oath.
Boss, since you also know that the blessing of the temple is crucial to the development of our island, are you really willing to keep such a vital thing in the hands of that night breeze?
Asked the old cat.
What do you mean?
Oath did not rush to refute, but frowned and said to the old cat. When Lao Mao heard the oath and did not stop him from continuing, he suddenly felt happy and felt that something was going on. However, Zhang on the side was a little anxious. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Oath raising his hand towards him.
Zhang, don't speak yet.
Once the words were on his lips, he could only swallow back what he wanted to say.
Boss, as the saying goes, your destiny should be in your own hands. Now that we all understand the importance of the temple, this temple should be in our own hands, because we have no way to guarantee that we can be friends with Yifeng forever. If one day there is a conflict or disagreement between us and Yifeng, should we continue to follow him and give up our interests? Or should we part ways with him? Giving up Yifeng and parting ways with him, we will definitely lose the blessing of the temple and slow down our own development. If we choose to give up our own interests and obey Yifeng, then who are we? Are we considered to be his vassals or subordinates of Yifeng?
The old cat looked worried.
So, what do you want to do?
Oath asked in a cold tone.
Boss, what I mean is very simple. Isn't the night breeze coming to our Oath Island this time? What I mean is...
As he said that, the old cat made a gesture of wiping his neck towards Oath. Chapter 313 The Interchanges of the Oath. When Oath saw the old cat's movements, he was suddenly startled. His brows furrowed, and there was a trace of hesitation on his face. Start thinking. Although Oath considers himself a casual person, this does not mean that he likes to be choked. Indeed, now that Tang Sichuan controls the temple, he has absolute say. But he can only exist in Tang Sichuan's shadow forever. This is not an easy thing to accept for a person who doesn't want to lie down, wants to take advantage of the situation, and wants to be ahead of everyone. If Xiao is not an ambitious person, then he can really choose to lie down. In the original world, he had no connections, so he was forced to lie down and spend every day working from dawn to dusk to accompany his clients for that pitiful business. For what reason? But to be able to stand out? Can you buy a house of your own in the imperial capital? For some people, their origin is the end of others' struggles. For example, swearing at his previous boss, a man in his 20s, a native of the imperial capital. In Oath's eyes, his boss is not that outstanding. But because his family is rich and he is the second generation, he is able to provide enough funds. Every year during the annual meeting, the young boss would stand on the podium and boast about how much revenue the company had earned this year and how much it had grown year on year. But how much of this growing business was he running on his own? Not a single business. What the boss has to do every day is to arrive at the company in a luxury car before noon, then hide in the office and play games, sleep in the company in the afternoon, and go on a date with a beautiful woman in the evening. It can be said that the entire company is weighing on these salesmen. It is they who work hard so that their boss can spend all day and night. Before swearing, I had thought about resisting and starting my own business. But apart from daily expenses, his salary leaves little money after rent. The rent for offices in some good locations costs hundreds of thousands a month, with a minimum rent of 3 years. And in some poorer areas, although the prices are cheap, the surrounding environment is extremely bad. If you work in such a location, it will be difficult for you to recruit employees, not to mention whether the client company will think you are not strong enough. Therefore, there is no other way. I swear I can choose to lie down. After all, he still wants to stay in the imperial capital for a long time. Fortunately, God seems to have given him a fair chance to come back. Everyone in the world has been brought into this world, and everyone's previous capital has become nothing, and everyone must start from scratch. At that time, Xiao Xiao was actually very happy in his heart. After all, in an absolutely fair world, he believed that he would not lose to anyone. Therefore, he worked hard to salvage supplies at first and tried to survive. After he had a certain amount of capital, he keenly discovered that there was no transaction guarantee in this world, and transactions between survivors could easily be hacked by the other party. Therefore, he was among the first group of people to start secured transactions. Finally, as his reputation grew, he followed the trend and formed his own survival group. Only he knows how much effort and sweat he has put in along the way. Originally, he thought that in such a world, he could rely on his own efforts to achieve his lifelong dream. And he also thought that he was at the forefront of everyone. But when he got to know Yifeng, he discovered that this Yifeng seemed to be just like the chosen one in the novel. He could always come up with something that others only dream of. When others were short of food and clothing, he began to sell all kinds of food on a large scale. While others were still enduring the sea breeze and scorching sun, he had already lived in a wooden house or an apartment. While others were still complaining that the island was too small to turn around, he already owned a large island of tens of thousands of square meters. At that time, he was filled with envy, jealousy and hatred. He hated a little bit why the person standing in Yifeng's position was not him. Since there is no way to surpass Yifeng, he should establish a good relationship with him. Maybe he can also benefit from it. So he said Zhang to let him contact Yifeng. Because of his boldness, he soon got on Yifeng's boat. Later, after seeing that Yifeng could easily take out more than 10 tons of supplies, he began to fear Yifeng. At that time, what was the concept of more than 10 tons of supplies? It was almost as much as the trading volume of his pledge to survival group in a week. He worked hard for a week to reach 10 tons of trading volume. But one person on Yifeng's side was able to produce 10 tons of supplies.
This had to make Oath reconsider his relationship with Yi Feng. At the same time, he also secretly buried the thought of fighting against Yi Feng deep in his heart. If Lao Mao hadn't suddenly mentioned it today, he would have almost forgotten that he originally wanted to compete with Yi Feng. Thinking of this, Oath slowly leaned back on the chair and began to continue thinking. He knew that Lao Mao was actually right. Yi Feng personally brought people to his island this time, which was an opportunity for him. It could also be said to be the only opportunity to surpass everyone and stand on the top of the world. He knew very well how big Yi Feng's island was now. From the side information, he knew that Yi Feng's island now covered an astonishing 5.2 square kilometers. Although the area of this island is 1/2 smaller than that of Oath Island, it must be clear that Oath Island was not built by him alone. This is the joint effort of more than 10,000 people in the entire Pledge to Survival group. Night Breeze's Myron Island belongs only to him. This is not a concept at all. If Night Breeze's island can be merged into Oath Island, then Oath Island can become the largest island among survivors. Think about it. How much arable land, materials, and rare resources can be derived from an island of 15 square kilometers? These do not include the resources currently available on Night Breeze Island. By then, my Oath Island will have the dual blessings of island area, material, refresh, and temple, and a population of more than 50,000. The Oath really couldn't find any reason why he would lose. When the time comes, Yi Feng and the Freeman Survival group will all be trampled under his feet. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the corner of Xiao Zhao's mouth involuntarily. That smile contained the meaning of knowing everything and getting what he wanted.
Pause! Don't do anything random.
At this time, a shout suddenly woke up the Oath from his fantasy. He turned his head and looked around, only to find that it was Zhang Zeng who was shouting at him with an anxious look on his face. After hearing what he had said, Oath put away his smile, put on a straight face, and shouted to Oath.
Zhang, what do you mean? Why are you telling me to act recklessly? Am I supposed to treat him like a cow and a horse for Yi Feng?
Xiao Xiao suddenly felt a little dissatisfied when he heard Zhang's words. He suddenly felt that his former loyal little brother was gone, and he had become Yi Feng's little fanboy. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but squint his eyes and look at the past. Chapter 314 Old Cat's Encouragement.
Boss! Don't forget that during the development of our survival group, Boss Yeffing gave us a lot of help and support. If I want to attack Boss Yeffing at this time, wouldn't it be too unjust?
There were some people who said anxiously to the Oath.
Humph. Ji? How much does Jingy cost per pound? I'll sell it to you.
Before the Oath could speak, the old cat said immediately.
Old cat? What the hell are you talking about? You have to know that people cannot stand without trust. If we can even kill the people who help us, what will other people think of us? Where will our survival team stand in the future? We'll talk about what happens next. I only know that people will be punished for their own sake. I don't like to be choked by others.
The old cat shook his head. He felt that his previous remarks were too childish. What is the nature of this world? It's basically man-eating and deceiving each other. So you are talking morally here? What a funny brain show.
You?
Hearing what Old Cat said, he was so angry that he couldn't speak.
Old Cat, we are a survival group. We rely on the trust of other survivors. And what we eat is keeping our word. If you want to take action against Mr. Yi Feng now, you are destroying your own job. If we really do this, how can we win people's trust in the future? Will they think that we can kill even the people who help us? Will it deprive them of their supplies? Without the support of survivors, our survival team would be close to death. Besides, I also know what you used to do. I just want to ask, shouldn't you who are members of a mixed society be loyal? Why? You've been around for so many years, and you don't even know the basics?
Zeng looked at Old Mao and laughed directly at him. Old Mao, who was still smiling at first, turned pale when he heard that he was a member of the club. How many years have passed since he was once again called a bastard?
Humph. Once upon a time, a person like you couldn't survive more than 3 episodes in a TV series.
Old Cat snorted coldly, and then continued.
Cinny? Ha ha. This was all from the old calendar of many years ago. How many people nowadays pay attention to this thing? The more you practice faith, the sooner you will die. Sorry, I don't want to die yet, so I just don't practice faith. Now that I'm talking about this, as far as we here know, who will spread the word? Is it you or me? Or the boss and other brothers? As long as no one spreads the word, who will know?
Lao Mao sneered, calmly putting Zeng Zeng on the opposite side of everyone.
You? You're talking nonsense.
He was not stupid at all. When he heard the old cat's words,
He immediately felt that the eyes of the people around him were not friendly. Even in Ninggang, he didn't dare to directly attack everyone present. So he was a little panicked.
Isn't it? If you trusted us, you wouldn't have leaked any information.
Old Mao seemed to have grasped the past key point, and kept bringing the topic to this aspect.
Fart! I never said that,
Zeng yelled, and then turned his attention to the oath.
Boss, you know me. That's not what I meant at all.
Okay.
If you want to argue, then just discuss the matter, and don't talk about other useless things.
After hearing Zeng's words, Xiao Xiao also felt that he should help him out. After all, Zeng was also his confidant.
Okay. Since the boss asked us to discuss the matter, I will speak frankly.
The old cat nodded, and then turned his attention to Zeng.
Once upon a time, I didn't care what your relationship was with that Night Breeze. But you have to understand that you are the one we swore to. Don't take advantage of everything. That Yifeng is just lucky, so he is able to achieve what he is today. How can he compare to our boss? Don't you know how hard it is for the boss every day? This time for our survival group to relocate. The boss has hardly slept a wink in the past 3 days. I can say that Boss Oath is the hardest working and most motivated person I have ever seen. But I also feel that Boss's efforts are not directly proportional to what he gets. Boss,
why do you work so hard? But in the end, we are still inferior to Yifeng? Yifeng's so-called Myron Island is smaller than us in both island area and population. Why should we surrender to him? Is it just because he has the temple in his hands? Just because he has blessed the temple's attributes to our Oath Island with false mercy? For this reason, we have to give them half of the materials we have worked so hard to grow. How can there be such a reason in this world? Don't tell me anything. The temple belongs to him, Yifeng, and he shared his attributes with us. I should thank him. I'm sorry. I don't have much education, and I don't understand the general principles. But I only know that if you don't do it for yourself, heaven and earth will kill you. Why do all the good things belong to Yifeng? Are we not worthy? No. I think it's just the opposite. I think Yifeng doesn't deserve it. A weapon like the temple should be in our hands.
The old cat got excited and stood up.
Once upon a time. Think about it. Don't you want the boss to be more relaxed? Don't you want our pledged survival group to become the real number one? But?
Once I heard the old cat's words, I was suddenly at a loss for words, and didn't know what to say.
It's nothing but, I have long disliked this Yifeng. He has been asking for money from our survival group before. Do we owe him? Even if we owe him something, we would have paid it off long ago. How many good things have we given him? In the past, he was hiding on Myron Island. We couldn't find him, and we didn't have the strength to find him. But he is on his way here now. This is an opportunity for us. As long as we control Night Breeze, we can control Myron Island behind him.
At this point, the old cat paused for a moment, then put his arms on the table and slowly leaned forward.
Everyone, think about it. Yifeng can support such a big Myron Island by himself. How many good things does he have in his hands? Not to mention anything else. This time he came with 3 warships and hundreds of tons of food. As long as we control Night Breeze, these 3 battleships and the food will be ours. What's more, we should follow the path that Night Breeze took. Take his warship, go directly to his Myron Island, and merge their Myron Island into our Oath Island. Think about it. Namon Island now has 5 square kilometers, as well as countless food and temples that are vital to our island. Everyone, as long as we control Night Breeze, all this will be ours.
Old Cat continued to encourage everyone. As for the others, after hearing what the old cat said, their eyes turned a little red. They suddenly discovered that things seemed to be exactly as the old cat said. As long as they captured Night Breeze, Myron Island would really belong to them. Chapter 315 The Decision of the Oath. A mocking laugh once again pulled everyone back from their fantasy. Everyone looked at the taunting laughter, only to find that it was someone who was laughing in a low voice.
You short-sighted guys. Haven't you considered one thing? Then Yifeng is a fool? Wouldn't he have guessed that it would be dangerous to come alone like this? But he still came. Do you think he has no backup plan?
Zeng looked at everyone present as if he were a fool. Now he can see clearly the true colors of these people. They all say that they can help their brothers and save their lives. But when something happens, they would be merciful if they don't interfere with their brothers. Especially the Oath. I used to regard the Oath as my idol and benchmark. As the leader of a group, he can do his best for the survival group and considers the members. I once regarded the Oath as a goal that I worked hard to achieve. But now, there is only endless disappointment in my heart.
He suddenly felt that the oath was not as perfect as he thought. Once this kind of idol persona collapses, the consequences will be very terrible. Just like now, I suddenly felt that the oath was a sanctimonious hypocrite. Therefore, I once and now felt a little disgusted with the oath in my heart. There is a saying that goes well. That is, how much you loved before, how much you hate now.
Ha ha ha. I thought you were going to say something, but it turned out to be this.
When the old cat heard Xing's words,
he immediately laughed.
I have carefully investigated Yi Feng. He is the kind of person who has never failed since his debut. Moreover, he is still very young and lacks social experience. It's natural to be a little more frivolous after winning continuously. However, this is not a reason for us to back down. Think about it. Yi Feng came here this time mainly to trade with us face to face for the first time. And he also needs to transport back the 10,000 natives we promised him. He only has 3 ships in his hands. In order to transport these indigenous people back to his Myron Island as much as possible, he will definitely not be able to bring many people over this time. My preliminary estimate is that there are only 100 or 200 people. Any more will affect the number of people he can transport. Refer to our own warships. This large sailboat has a full capacity of 225 people. The maximum crew is 75 people, and the minimum is 45 people. Less than 45 people will affect the speed of the ship. So, I estimate that the number of people Yi Feng brought here this time is probably between 135 and 225. Let me take a step back and say that even if the people brought by Night Breeze are fully equipped with the crew, they are only 225 people. And our Oath Island is not counting the indigenous people now. There are already more than 2,000 survivors alone. Counting them as for the indigenous people, the number directly reaches 7,000 or 8,000. With such a big difference in numbers, even if the people Yi Feng brought were beaten with iron, we could still dismantle them all. Any conspiracy and conspiracy are nothing in the face of absolute strength. This time we have no reason to lose.
Old Mao stared at Zeng and expressed his analysis. Lao Mao's words immediately aroused the echo of everyone present.
Yes. Yes. With such a big difference in numbers, how can we lose? Master Cat is right. How can I lose? I want to write a book. Humph. Ignorance.
Zeng snorted coldly, and then said,
You only count your normal strength. Have you forgotten that there is a temple on the island of Yi Feng? Can you guarantee that the temple will not does he have blessings himself? Huh?
Old Cat was stunned when he heard Zeng's words. To be honest, he really hadn't thought of this. After all, in the world they lived in, there was no such thing as supernatural power, let alone God. And now, although this world shows everywhere that there is a God here, after all, Mia has seen it with his own eyes, and Lao Mao remained skeptical about it. So, he habitually ignored this point. And now, when he suddenly heard Zeng's words, he couldn't help but feel a little stunned. But then he started laughing.
What? You almost scared me,
the old cat said with a smile.
If Yi Feng is really so powerful and has the blessing of the gods, then he still makes a deal with us? Can't we just come here and rob him? Even if he is embarrassed to attack us according to what you said. What about the others? He is also embarrassed? Everyone. Have you seen the relevant information in the public chat channel?
The last sentence was said by Lao Mao to the others. Others present heard what Old Cat said and shook their heads, saying that they had not heard it.
Look, it's not just me. No one else has heard of it. So I don't think Yi Feng has the blessing of the gods. Even if there is, it still has a lot of restrictions. The rules of this time cannot have such heaven-defying attributes. What he wants is for us to compete with each other, not for a one-sided massacre. If Yi Feng had the blessing of divine power, he wouldn't be able to kill all of us easily. Even if we waste him, we can still kill him. What's more, we don't need to confront him head-on. We can definitely use some means.
When the old cat said this, he smiled again.
What do you think?
At this time, Oath, who had never spoken, suddenly asked the old cat.
Boss, it's very simple. We can just treat Yi Feng as normal and let him put down his guard. When we first came into contact, Yefeng would definitely be wary of us. But our two families have a friendly relationship to begin with. So this wariness is bound to be impossible to maintain for a long time. As long as we treat Yi Feng normally at the beginning, he will naturally put down his guard. After he puts down his guard,
we slowly trick him. If he has no trump card, we will just swarm him and take him down. And then we can use Yi Feng till the wind takes over Myron Island. Of course, if Yi Feng has a big trump card, we can continue to choose to hibernate. In this way, we won't have any losses.
Wonderful. Master Cat is so powerful. He can think of such a plan. Master Mao has the best plan in the world. This wave is stable. As soon as Lao Mao finished speaking, the people around him immediately started to flatter Lao Mao. After hearing what Lao Mao said, Xiaoshu also nodded with satisfaction. He also felt that this method was the safest. If Yifeng has a whole card, and the whole card is so big that he can't resist, then he can continue with the original transaction. If he doesn't have a whole card, or the whole card is not big, then he can turn against the customer and directly detain Yifeng. Yes, Oath has not planned to kill Night Breeze until now. After all, Night Breeze has played a great help in the development of the Oath survival group. Oath believes that he cannot be as ruthless as the old cat said, but he thought it was okay to detain Yifeng. At worst, after the Myron Island is completely integrated, Yifeng will be raised on the island so that he can spend the rest of his life in peace. He felt that by doing so, he had done his best. Okay, let's take action and do what Old Cat said. Old Cat, you are responsible. Finally, Oath stood up and said to everyone present, Yes, boss. After hearing the oath, everyone stood up and responded. Except once. Of course. At this time, Sun felt that he was out of place among the current group of people, and his heart was filled with disappointment. Xiao Xiao keenly noticed that there was something wrong with Zhang's state. He said to the others, You go and do your work first. Zhang, you stay. Chapter 316 Once under house arrest. Are you disappointed with this decision? Xiao Xiao sat back on the chair and said in a calm tone. No. Zhang shook his head and said in the same calm tone. What? You couldn't lie to me. Xiao Xiao shook his head after hearing what he said, and then continued. However, it's normal for you to be disappointed. If it were me, I would be disappointed too. But this world is like this. The weak eat the strong. And I don't want to be the weak one. I don't want to be a stepping stone for others. Is this wrong? Once I heard the oath's words, I didn't say anything. I just looked at the oath expressionlessly, waiting for his next words. And Oath also lowered his head and talked to himself. I just don't want to be a stepping stone for others. Then I can only climb up and climb to the top of everyone's head. Only then will I be qualified to live. Once upon a time, like you, I was a passionate young man who felt that I could build my own career with my own hands. But after entering society, I realized that there is no fairness in this world at all. Those with resources can still make money and rise to the top by doing nothing, while those without resources and connections can only struggle at the bottom. I've been working hard for 10 years, but still getting nowhere. Until we all come to this world. I feel that in such a relatively fair world, I can create my own ideal world. But what disappoints me is that there is unfairness in this world. Why? Why is there unfairness everywhere? Is it so difficult for people to compete fairly? Oath was chattering, and he didn't care whether he was listening or not. He might just want to express his inner thoughts. Perhaps he had been suppressed for too long and just wanted to find someone to talk to. How do you know, Mr. Yifeng? He didn't work hard? Maybe his efforts are more than yours? Once heard the words of the oath, he couldn't help but say, More than me? Xiao Xiao suddenly smiled after hearing Zhang's words. Even if he works harder than me, do you think it's normal for one person to own an island of 5 square kilometers? Converted into foundation stones. Do you know how much it is? More than 5 million foundation stones. How long have we been in this world? 1 month. Or 2 months. We have been in this world for 3 months and 15 days. Zhang said expressionlessly. Okay. 3 months and 15 days. That's 105 days. Calculating it on average. It's the basis of 50,000 yuan a day. Do you think this is something a normal person can do? Oath gave a sad smile to Zhang. Actually, I've always been curious about this matter, but I kept it in my heart and didn't say it out loud. If Lao Mao hadn't made it clear today, I would still have chosen to keep it in my heart. I don't care about Myron Island or the resources that Old Cat said. I have only one purpose. I want to know how Yifeng did it and got 50,000 foundation stones in 1 day. This is what I want to know. And it is also the basis for making myself strong. On Myron Island, the materials are just a flash in the pan. And only the secret behind them is the basis for making myself strong. The ridiculous old cat. He only cares about the immediate interests and does not consider the wealth behind it at all. At this point, Oath showed a sarcastic smile. Once I heard the words of the oath, I suddenly felt a little sick. Why hadn't he discovered before that the person he regarded as his target could actually be a person who couldn't hold anything else in his heart and was extremely self-centered?
Such people all think that the earth cannot rotate without them, and that the sun only shines and heats them. To put it simply and popularly, such a person is a narcissist and an extremely psychologically distorted personality. Such a person is very bad, and I suggest you send him to electrotherapy. However, in this case, he just went through it in his mind before, and he did not say it out loud. After all, if you tell a person with a twisted personality that he has a twisted personality, he might jump up and beat you.
Then what are you going to do?
Zhang asked expressionlessly.
Just like the old cat said, let's control Night Breeze first.
Oath thought for a moment, and then said to Zung.
However, after that, I have no intention of robbing Myron Island. Anyway, Yi Feng has also helped us. If he is willing to hand over the control of the temple and the secret that allowed him to develop so quickly, I will let him continue to live on Myron Island and give him he offers merit and protection.
Once I heard the words of the oath, I immediately raised a middle finger to him in my heart. It sounds nice, but doesn't it mean to detain Yi Feng? Ask him to hand over his secrets, and then accept him as his younger brother? Such shameless words can be said so fresh and refined. But at this time, the oath had already fallen into the extreme self, and did not pay attention to the uncutness in his heart.
For a while, you just stayed here and didn't go out. After everything is settled, you will still be my most capable assistant. Old Mao has an impure mind. He cannot threaten your position.
After saying that, Oath slowly stood up and walked outside. And Zhang was not stupid. He could naturally tell that the oath made such an arrangement because he was afraid that he would inform Yi Feng. What else is said about the old cat's impure mind? This is purely a script to get rid of the situation and kill the donkey. Do you really think you are stupid? He once wanted to say a few words, but the oath never gave him a chance. As soon as he walked out, the door to the room was closed. This room is the conference room built under the oath's order. It is made of pure bluestone and is very solid. Moreover, there was no island stone in this room, and he didn't bring it with him. So there was no way to contact Yi Feng and tell him to be careful about his oath.
Boss Yefeng, I hope you can turn the bad luck into good luck.
I once prayed silently in my heart. There was nothing he could do now but pray. On the other side, after the old cat returned to his room, he sat directly on the soft sofa, took out a precious cigarette from his arms, and lit it. There was a sneer on the corner of his mouth. When the cigarette burned out, the old cat threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stamped it out with his feet. After doing this, another island stone escaped from his arms. In order to quickly integrate various resources on Oath Island, Oath told everyone before letting the members of the survival team land on the island that after landing on the island, they need to hand over the island stones and integrate their island stones with Oath Island. But now, the old cat can actually take out an island stone. If other people are present, they will definitely find it weird.
Watanabe-kun, the plan has gone smoothly. Long live the Empire.
The old cat sent a message through Daosher. And then he put Daosher directly into his arms, without waiting for the other party's reply. Chapter 317 Arriving at Oath Island. As soon as the old cat put Daosher into his arms, he heard someone knocking on the door outside.
Who?
Old cat asked with a frown.
Master Cat. It's me.
A crisp voice sounded outside the door. Hearing this voice, a beautiful figure appeared in the old cat's mind, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He stood up, walked directly to the door, and opened the door. A beautiful woman with a height of 1.6 meters and enchanting appearance was standing at the door. Her eyes were constantly firing at the old cat.
Why are you here?
The old cat smiled and hugged the woman directly into his arms.
Oh, it's still daytime.
The enchanting woman just pushed the old cat gently and laid down in his arms.
Wasn't I sent here by that bastard from Oath? He asked me to tell you that the guest has arrived 10 kilometers outside our island. He asked me to come over and inform you so that you can come over.
The woman rested her head on the old cat's chest, and kept drawing circles on the old cat's chest with her slender fingers.
Oh, is this what the boss said?
When the old cat heard the woman's words, a smile appeared on his face.
Yes, that's it. Nothing else.
The woman nodded, then raised her head and looked at the old cat. At this time, her eyes were full of spring water. She is Lao Mao's secret lover and the Oath's little secretary. Before everyone was taken to Oath Island, the old cat had already captured the little secretary. After everyone arrived, Lao Mao launched an even more fierce offensive against her, completely defeating this little secretary who had just entered society.
Oh, okay. I'll go over there.
The old cat nodded.
Actually, you don't have to worry. The other party is still 10 kilometers away. After saying the oath, isn't that bastard waiting in front to receive the other party? We two still have time.
The little secretary looked at the old cat with a slightly red cheek. When the old cat looked at the little secretary's expression, he knew what the little secretary was thinking. So the smile on the old cat's face became even bigger.
It seems that my little baby is a little hungry and needs to be fed by the master? Yes, master. Hurry up and feed the little slave.
The little secretary blushed even more when she heard the old cat's words. Hearing what the little secretary said, the old cat had a smile on his face, carried the little secretary directly to the sofa, and then closed the door of the room with a kick. After being carried to the sofa by the old cat, the little secretary closed her eyes and waited for the next exciting episode. Old Mal watched the little secretary close her eyes, and her face was flushed. He slowly stretched out his left hand and covered the little secretary's mouth. The little secretary felt her mouth being covered, thinking that the old cat was going to play new tricks with her this time. And her body suddenly trembled slightly with excitement. She was still excited, but the next second she felt a huge pain in her chest. This huge pain made her want to scream, but her mouth was covered by the old cat, and she couldn't scream at all. She opened her eyes in horror, and saw that the old cat was slowly stabbing a dagger close to her heart. She could clearly see the dagger pressing down little by little, and the sharp edge piercing her heart little by little. The little secretary wanted to resist, but she felt her strength passing away quickly. What frightened her even more was that the old cat still maintained a warm smile on his face. Seeing the frightened and puzzled look from the little secretary, the old cat slowly leaned down and said in her ear,
"You did a stupid thing at the wrong time and in the wrong place. And the consequences of doing this will require you to risk your own life. Originally, I wanted to keep you for a few more days, but you are eager to die. Remember, in the next life, be a smarter woman."
After saying that, the old cat twisted the hand holding the dagger, and the sharp blade made a half circle inside the little secretary's chest. This time, it directly broke the little secretary's heart, and she couldn't die anymore. Seeing that the little secretary, who was pressed under him, was no longer breathing, the old cat released his hand covering his mouth and stood up slowly. Then he slowly walked to the washing table and washed his blood-stained hands with clean water.
"Stupid woman! Wasting my time,"
the old cat said slowly, then turned off the faucet and wiped his hands with a towel next to him. Finally, he turned around and looked at the little secretary, who was still staring, and fell into deep thought.
"By the way, this little secretary is the first confidential secretary of the oath. It seems a bit wasteful if he dies like this."
The old cat looked at the corpse and suddenly thought of a plan that he thought was excellent. Then, a smile appeared on the old cat's face, and he walked quickly towards the body of the little secretary. He pulled her collar away and made some wounds on her neck and arms. After everything was done, the old cat walked out of the room with satisfaction. At this time, on the other side, was the pier to the west of Oath Island. 3 huge warships, more than 60 meters in length, were slowly approaching the port that had been prepared. Thousands of survivors gathered around. They were holding bouquets of flowers they got from unknown sources, and looking at the 3 battleships with envy. On the battleship, a group of Myron Islanders wearing simple iron armor and holding iron guns in their hands held their heads high and had confident smiles on their faces.
"Look! Why are there so many small squares on the hull of the first battleship?"
The survivors on Oath Island pointed at the flyer and asked curiously.
"That's right. With so many small squares. Aren't you afraid of water getting in?" I said. "Are you too stupid? That's the muzzle window. It's for artillery shooting,"
said a more knowledgeable survivor next to them.
"Artillery? Is it the kind of artillery from the Age of Discovery? It should be about the same. But with so many windows, how many cannons are needed to use them? No. Isn't it said that we are only in the slave age now? How come there are artillery? Let me go. Are you stupid? Who told you that there were no artillery in the slave era? You know, this is Boss Yeffing's fleet. Not to mention this kind of front-loading smoothbore cannon. Boss has a whole breech-loading rifled cannon. I don't think it's strange."
A survivor heard the conversation of the people around him. He immediately expressed his disdain.
That's right. That's right. How can you guess the boss's thoughts? After all, the stronger the boss is, the safer we are. Aren't we?
+1.
Plus 10,086.
Just as Bangzi was teasing the survivors of the Pledge Island, Tang Sichuan appeared on the bow of the ship with Maka and Stubborn Stone. Looking at the crowd on the pier, Tang Sichuan raised his right arm and waved it to the crowd.
"Wow! Boss Yeffing is so handsome!"
A certain female survivor, who was obsessed with nymphomaniacs, shouted loudly to Tang Sichuan.
Boss Yefeng, look here. I'm going to give you a monkey.
Hearing the cheers from everyone present, Tang Sichuan tried his best to be more friendly. Chapter 318 Tang Sichuan drank too much.
Ha! Brother Yifeng, you are finally here. The flowers I have been waiting for you are about to wither.
When Tang Sichuan stepped off the flyer, Oath immediately went up to him and took Tang Sichuan's hand, with a smile on his face.
Brother Oath, little brother, I'm here as fast as I can.
Tang Sichuan looked at Oath with a smile on his face.
Ha ha. I know. It's just that I want to see my brother very urgently.
Oath took hold of Tang Sichuan's hand and patted the back of his hand gently.
If nothing else, we two brothers must have a good chat tonight. Okay. Then tonight, I will have a good chat with my brother.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded, and then glanced at the stone behind him. Knew she understood what Tang Xiaochuan meant, and immediately walked to the two of them holding a big jar.
It was my first time to see my brother, and I didn't know what to give him. So I brought him some specialties from Myron Island. Brother, you're here as soon as you come. Do you want to bring any gifts?
Xiao Xiao immediately smiled even more when he saw that Tang Sichuan had brought him a gift.
What is this? Guess. Bro, I couldn't guess that. Brother, there are a lot of good things on your island. How can I guess? Ha ha. Brother, thank you. This time, I brought some newly brewed wine from Myron Island. I will invite you to taste it later.
Tang Sichuan said with a smile.
What? Is it wine?
Xiao Xiao was immediately happy when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. He almost forgot what wine tasted like. On our side, the food production has not been high and cannot meet the consumption of Oath Island. So there is no excess food to use for brewing. But Tang Sichuan can already make wine, which shows that his Myron Island is not short of food at all. Seeing at least 10 large jars placed behind Tang Xiaochuan, I vowed to feel a little numb. How much grain do you need to brew these wines? Is Myron Island really so wealthy?
Brother, what do you want me to say? With so much wine, how much food will I get?
Xiao Xiao looked at the wine and didn't know what to say.
Ha! Don't worry. Brother, the most indispensable thing on Myron Island right now is food. Moreover, my Oath Island will definitely achieve a bumper harvest like our Myron Island in the future. By then, I can make as much wine as I want.
Tang Sichuan said with a smile.
Brother is right. Our lives will get better and better in the future. Then I won't be polite about these drinks.
Oh said to Tang Sichuan with a smile.
Why are you so polite? These wines were originally given to me. Okay. Then tonight, we won't go home until we get drunk.
With that, he vowed to pull Tang Sichuan towards the square that had been prepared long ago, in order to entertain Tang Sichuan today. Oath had already made preparations 3 days in advance. Although Oath Island's current food production was not enough, a group of people scraped together and worked hard to fish, and managed to put together a sumptuous banquet. Oath took Tang Sichuan to the square and pushed him into the seat next to him. A group of people pledged themselves to the senior members of the survival group to accompany them, and other survivor members also sat in the square. A welcome banquet specially prepared for Tang Sichuan and others began. The natives of Oath Island are not eligible to participate in this banquet. After all, to this group of survivors, these natives are just slaves, and they are not qualified to be on an equal footing with their masters. Moreover, there was a shortage of food, and they could not produce enough to sustain the consumption of these thousands of natives. However, in order to stabilize these natives, the Oath allowed them to go fishing and prepare food by themselves tonight. As long as he caught the food, it would belong to them. This also made these natives sigh in their hearts.
The master is kind. Come on, Brother Yifeng. Eat meat and try the craftsmanship of our Oath Island. Come on, brother. Drink some wine from my Myron Island.
The welcome party lasted for more than 2 hours. Both Tang Sichuan and Xiao Xiao had already drank a little too much.
Brother, I am sincerely grateful to you for coming in person this time. Whenever you need me in the future, just say so. Brother, I will never be ambiguous.
The Oath was a little unclear to Tang. Ogawa said.
What are you talking about? Brother, if you and I are of the same mind, we will definitely be able to make a name for ourselves in this world. Ha! You're welcome. Brother, I don't have any ambitions. I just want to be able to survive in this world with my group of brothers. However, if I have any ideas or needs, my pledge group will support me even if I try to sell iron. Yes, yes, the boss is right. If you need anything, ye God, just ask. We pledged to the survival group and it is absolutely our duty to do so. A senior member of the survival group also said from the side. His words immediately aroused the echo of others. When Tang Xiuquan heard this, he didn't say much. He just smiled and nodded. By the way, brother, how come you haven't seen your former brother? Tang Xiuquan looked around and found that he seemed to have really not seen his former brother since arriving on the island. So he asked the oath. Hearing Tang Xiuquan's question, Xiao Xiao was stunned for a moment. And then he immediately returned to normal. Hey, I don't know what happened in the past 2 days, but he suddenly fell ill and had a high fever. So I let him rest in the room. Oh, really? After hearing what the oath said, Tang Xiuquan put down the wine glass in his hand, and then said to the oath, I didn't expect that Brother Zun was sick. Then I have to go and see him. Since my brother has spoken, let's go tomorrow. It's too late today. And brother, you have been running around for so long, so you should have a good night's rest. After hearing what Tang Xiuquan said, Xiaoxue said to him, Okay, then I will follow my brother's arrangement. When Tang Xiuquan heard the oath, he lowered his head and thought about it, and felt that the oath was reasonable. I was drunk, and disturbing Zing at this time would make Zung unable to rest well all night. It would be better to wait until he wakes up tomorrow to talk about it. Stop talking about this. Come on, brother. Keep drinking. With that, Oath raised his glass and toasted to Tang Xiuquan. Tang Xiuquan naturally refused to accept anyone who came. He raised his head and cleared the wine from the quilt. After another half hour, Tang Xiuquan felt that he was seeing double images of people, and quickly said that he was not very strong in drinking and could not drink anymore. Oath saw that Tang Xiuquan had indeed drank a lot, so he stopped trying to persuade him to drink. Instead, he waved to the 2 female survivors on the side and asked them to send Tang Xiuquan back to rest. The 2 girls immediately ran over happily, supporting Tang Xiuquan from the left and the right, and walked towards the room that had been prepared long ago. When Maka and Nashi saw Tang Xiuquan being helped away, they wanted to follow them, but they were stopped by Lao Mao. You two, it's a bit inappropriate for you to follow us at this time, the old cat said to Maka and Stubborn with a smile. Chapter 319, Good Sisters. What do you mean? Maka frowned when she heard the old cat's words. Brother, don't be so anxious. The old cat smiled slightly, and then continued. The one who just helped your master pass is a famous beauty from our Oath Island. What do you think a man would do if he drank too much and was served by 2 beauties? So, I think there is no need for you to follow us today, as this will disturb your master's beautiful scenery. After hearing the old cat's words, Maka and Stubborn immediately understood what he meant. Maka and Obushi looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. Are you going? Maka asked Nushi with her eyes. Where to go? Nushi responded with his eyes. Don't be such a coward. The master was taken away by 2 women. Do you think we can follow? Maka continued to ask with her eyes. I want you to go, but I don't want to go. Nushi responded with his eyes again. Aren't you afraid that the master will be in danger? Maka blinked. The master is very powerful. Those 2 women have no fighting ability. Wait until the master is in danger before going. Going at this time will indeed delay the master's good deeds. Nushi blinked fiercely. Then do you want to report this matter to Master Zhang and the others? Are you stupid? If you were eating secretly outside and someone stabbed you into your home, wouldn't your wife cut you? But the master doesn't have a wife? Maka, I really want to use a knife to pry your brain open now to see if it contains water. Can you tell that Miss Ma is interested in the master? Nushi held his forehead a little. He felt that my companion is really stupid. Oh, I understand. Maka understood and immediately took back the steps she was about to take. Old Mao looked on in shock. He had no idea how the 2 guys in front of him could communicate so much information with their eyes. But these are not important. What is important is that he successfully stopped Maka and Nushi from planning to follow. At the same time that Maka and the others were intercepted by Lao Mao, Tang Xiuquan was also helped into the room by 2 girls. The 2 of them helped Tang Xiuquan behind the soft bed. The 2 girls were too tired to go anymore. Sister, what should we do next? The younger girl turned her head and asked the other girl. Boss Yifeng is completely drunk now. He probably won't wake up for a while. Do we want to continue? Of course. Sister, let me tell you, this is our best opportunity, the older sister said to the younger sister. What do you mean, sister? Sister, have you forgotten? Lord Yefeng. He owns an entire island, and the island is rich in products. Didn't you see that the wine that the captain and the others drank just now was brought here by the Lord Yifeng? Think about it.
An island that can make wine. Will it be short of food?
The younger sister heard her elder sister's words and shook her head.
Isn't that enough? We should seize this opportunity. In this case, we will become the women of the great god Yifeng. Then we are acting coquettishly and asking God Yifeng to take us to Myron Island. In this case, we will have a good life in the future.
My sister's face was full of longing.
But, sister, Yagami has drunk too much now. So he can't do anything.
After hearing what her sister said, the younger sister's face suddenly turned red. And then she asked a crucial question.
What's the big deal? As long as the two of us go to bed. And tomorrow, we both insist that we have sex with Yagami. Won't it be okay? Can anyone jump out and testify?
When the elder sister heard what her younger sister said, she immediately rolled her eyes.
Oh!
My sister nodded shyly after hearing her sister's words.
Okay. Sister, you take care of Yashin first. And I'll take a shower. Since something is going to happen with Yagami, I have to clean up a little bit.
As my sister said, she took off her coat and walked towards the bathroom. After the younger sister saw her elder sister enter the bathroom, the blush on her face disappeared instantly. She slowly turned around and looked at Tang Sichuan, who was still lying on the bed, with deep thought in her eyes. Not long after, the sister took a shower and walked out of the bathroom happily. While she was wiping her hair, she glanced at the bed, and then a smile appeared on her face. I saw another girl who had stripped Tang Sichuan naked and covered him with a quilt.
Sister, you move very fast,
my sister said with a smile. After hearing what her sister said, the younger sister also showed a smile.
My sister is not slow in her movements either. Okay. Go and wash up quickly. And then we will sleep together,
my sister said, directly lifting the quilt and hiding in. The younger sister smiled and nodded, but she did not go directly to the bathroom. Instead, she slowly walked to her sister's side and looked at her sister quietly.
Huh? What's wrong with you? Why don't you take a shower?
The elder sister was puzzled, but then she thought that the younger sister was shy.
What's wrong? Are you being shy?
My sister said with a smile.
Let me tell you, in such a chaotic world, we women will always suffer. We have no choice. No choice but to find a strong man to rely on. The opportunity is right in front of us now. We have to seize it,
my sister said earnestly. But the younger sister didn't speak when she heard her elder sister's words, and still looked at her elder sister quietly. The older sister seemed a little dissatisfied with her younger sister's expression, so she said angrily to her,
If you really can't let go, then you can go back. Anyway, I am planning to rely on the big tree of Night Breeze.
As a result, the sister was still sitting by the bed and did not speak.
Let me go. Sister, you can't be so greedy and want to monopolize the Lord Yifeng. Let me tell you, this is impossible. I can give you half of it. Do you still want to monopolize it? No. I just want to ask my sister. You said you are so tired. Why are you still alive?
My sister shook her head gently, and then said to her sister. When the elder sister heard what her younger sister said, she was stunned. What does it mean to be so tired from living? Why do you still need to live? If you don't live, how about you die? Thinking of this, my sister suddenly felt that this sister was stupid. Otherwise, how could she say such a thing?
No. What are you talking about? If I don't live, why should I die?
My sister said in an obviously unkind tone.
If one person's death is a good thing for another person or another force, I think it is okay. No. You're crazy. What nonsense are you talking about? If you want to lean against the big tree of Night Breeze, you have to take off your clothes and go to bed. If you don't want to, please go out directly.
As she said that, the sister stretched out her arm. He pointed to the door next to him.
No. Sister, I think there is a third way.
The younger sister suddenly gave her older sister a scary smile. Then she took out a dagger from her back. Seeing the dagger that her sister found somewhere, her face was full of horror. Chapter 320. This is a good opportunity. Early the next morning, while Oath was still sleeping soundly due to his hangover, a large group of people came directly to his door and directed a burst of violent output at his door, directly knocking Oath, who was still asleep, to wake up.
Who? It's so early in the morning, and you're not letting anyone sleep.
Oath was woken up by the banging on the door and was very unhappy.
Oh no. Captain, something big has happened.
A senior member of the survival team shouted at the door.
What a big deal. Has the sky stepped on you?
Xiao Xiao was dissatisfied, but he still got up and opened the door. Then he returned to his bed and covered his body with the quilt. Only then did he rub his forehead with some pain.
Captain, please don't sleep. Something big has happened.
The top management of the survival group was about to cry. Now outside, the entire Oath Island is about to explode, and their leader is still sleeping in the room. Hearing the voice of the senior executive who was about to come out, Xiao Xiao came back to his senses and raised his head to look at the senior executive. This senior executive has always been known for his stability in the past. How come he has become such a jerk now?
What's the matter? Tell me slowly.
Xiao Xiao felt that friendship was a little thirsty, so he picked up the water glass next to him and took a sip of water.
Captain, our people are now confronting Yifeng's people, and they are about to start a fight.
The senior management said eagerly. The water that Xiao Xiao just drank into his mouth was sprayed out again.
Cough, cough, cough. What did you say? A fight started?
Xiao Xiao ignored the water sprayed all over the bed and anxiously confirmed to the senior management.
It hasn't happened yet, but it looks like it will be soon.
The senior executive shook his head and said to the Oath,
If you were fine yesterday, why would a fight suddenly break out? What's going on? Tell me clearly.
Oath sat up straight and roared at the senior executive.
Captain, it's like this. This morning, our people knocked on Yifeng's door, and were going to ask him what he wanted to eat. After knocking for a long time but no one responded, the survivor just opened the door and took a look. He found Yifeng lying next to 3 corpses. Among them are the 2 female survivors, who sent him back to his room yesterday. And there is another person, who is your confidential secretary. These 3 people all have bruises on their bodies. And Yifeng also has scratches on his body. As a result, the survivor ran out immediately, and called others to prepare for rescue. Finally, Yifeng's people also arrived. When they saw the scene, they wanted to take Yifeng away first. But our people felt that Yifeng had serious suspicions, and refused to let them leave. Now 2 groups of people are confronting each other in the square, and there is a possibility of war at any time.
Old Mao walked up to the people, and explained the whole thing in general.
How is that possible? 3 people died in one night.
Xiao Xiao immediately expressed disbelief when he heard what Lao Mao said.
Captain, it's true. The 3 dead people all had injuries on their bodies, and they were all fatal. There were also signs of fighting in the room. The most important thing is that when Yifeng was discovered, he still had a dagger in his hand. After the judgment of our experienced survivors, the dagger over there is the murder weapon.
Old Cat said calmly.
It shouldn't be. There's no reason.
After hearing what Lao Mao said, Xiao Xiao shook his head, expressing that he still didn't believe it.
Captain, now we are not investigating whether Yifeng is the murderer. But we must first resolve the confrontation. I'm afraid if it's too late, they will start fighting. If a fight really breaks out, it will be too late.
The senior executive who spoke at the beginning said anxiously,
Brotherly, wouldn't it be nice to start a fight?
At this time, the old cat suddenly said something. After hearing what the old cat said, everyone present was stunned. Old Mao, what do you mean?
Xiao Xiao frowned after hearing what Old Mao said.
What I mean is very simple. Regardless of whether the murderer is Yifeng or not, it is a good thing for us. At least we are famous now.
Old Mao said with a smile.
Is your apprenticeship famous?
Xiao Xiao heard the old cat's words and murmured.
Yes, it is because of its reputation.
Old Mao nodded.
Everyone, have you forgotten what we said at the meeting? We were originally thinking about how to detain Yifeng, and then use Yifeng to blackmail Myron Island into submission. If we take the initiative to look for trouble, we will inevitably be criticized. But now, the person died in Yifeng's room. Of the 4 people present, 3 died, and Yifeng was the only one alive, and all 4 of them are injured, which is a good thing for us.
The corners of Lao Mao's mouth raised slightly, and he said to everyone. When everyone heard what the old cat said, they all fell into deep thought. Indeed, as Lao Mao said, the person died in Yifeng's room. Judging from the traces at the scene, there was no 5th person at all. This means that the murderer is among these 4 people. But now, 3 of the 4 people are dead, and it is clear who is the murderer. It can be said that in this way, they do not need to do anything, and they directly stand on a high moral point and can blame Yifeng.
Wait, is it too soon to fall out now?
The senior executive understood what the old cat meant, but he still had some hesitation.
Too fast? No, I just think it's too slow.
The old cat shook his head.
We are not prepared. So is Night Breeze prepared? If both sides are unprepared, whoever has more people will have the advantage. If it is delayed for a few more days, Who can guarantee that the reinforcements from Myron Island will not come back by then? You have all seen that the battleship owned by Yi Feng is equipped with artillery. And those followers of Yi Feng are all armed to the teeth. If we wait until the reinforcements from Myron Island arrive, we may not be able to stop Yi Feng. If Yi Feng runs away, all our arrangements will be useless.
Old Mao shook his head.
Then what do you mean?
Oath looked at the old cat and asked.
My point is very simple. Regardless of whether Yi Feng is the murderer or not, we must take this opportunity to control Yi Feng. If he is the murderer, we can punish Yi Feng under the banner of severely punishing the murderer, and then occupy Myron Island. If Yi Feng is not the murderer, then we can still identify him as the murderer. What a great opportunity this is. Do you just want to give up like this?
Old Mao looked at everyone present and said slowly. After hearing what Lao Mao said, Xiao Xiao thought for a moment and agreed with Lao Mao's opinion. It wasn't that he was thinking about how to kill Tang Xiuquan, but that he actually had no choice. Although, he still had the idea of killing Tang Xiuquan. After all, as the boss of a survival group, it is impossible for one of your members to die in an outsider's room without you making any sign. If he vowed to do this, he could be sure that within 3 days, the group of survivors under his command would be gone. Therefore, Oath had no choice at all. He could only choose to control Tang Xiuquan first, regardless of whether he can really control it or not. At least, he needs to express an attitude. Thinking of this, Xiao Xiao raised his head and looked at everyone.
You go down and prepare first. Call our people and ask them to go to the square. Try to persuade both parties to calm down first. We will talk after I get there. Besides, old cat, you stay.
At the end of the sentence, Oath turned his attention to the old cat beside him. Chapter 321. What's the use of running away? The other senior leaders of the survival group present, after hearing what the Oath said, just looked at each other, nodded, and slowly exited the room where the Oath was taken. After seeing everyone leave, Xiao vowed to lift the quilt, then picked up clothes from the chair next to him and started to put them on.
Are you hiding something from me?
Xiao Xiao said casually while getting dressed.
Boss, what do you mean? What can I hide from you?
When the old cat heard the Oath, he showed a harmless smile.
Really? Then explain to me why you have such a calm expression from the beginning? It seems that you are not afraid at all. We will have a conflict with Yi Feng?
He vowed to put on his pants, then turned around and looked at the old cat.
Boss, I said it, because I think this is a very good opportunity for us. Yi Feng made the mistake first. We can definitely take advantage of this incident and detain Yi Feng.
The old cat still smiled.
So what's the motive?
Xiao Xiao looked at the old cat expressionlessly after hearing what he said.
I don't believe that a person has no motive for killing. So what is Yi Feng's motive for killing? How do I know this? I'm not Yi Feng.
Old Mao spread his hands to show that he knew it too.
Yi Feng drank too much yesterday and was in a drunken state. How could he kill him with a knife?
Oath continued to ask.
Yes, he drank too much. How could he kill him with a knife?
Old Mao touched his chin and pretended to be confused.
But, is this important?
Suddenly, the old cat showed a smile.
Boss, it's not important, is it? We just need to confirm that the person died in Yi Feng's room. During this period, no one entered Yi Feng's room. That's enough. Boss, we are not officials. We don't need to confirm whether he is the murderer. We only need an excuse. An excuse that everyone can believe. And that's it.
After hearing what the old cat said, Oath fell into deep thought. Indeed, as the old cat said, the world now is no longer the original world. And there are not so many rules and regulations. Everyone and everything has only one purpose, which is to keep themselves alive, and the people around them alive. Since the person died in Yi Feng's house, he had enough excuses to hold Yi Feng accountable. That's enough. Thinking of this, Xiao Xiao nodded, and then said to the old cat, You go there first. I will be there soon. Hearing the words of the Oath, the old cat showed a meaningful smile. He nodded and prepared to walk outside the house. Watching old Mao leave, Xiao Xiao frowned. He had already guessed that those 3 women were definitely not killed by Yi Feng. As for the real murderer, it is most likely Lao Mao. But all this is just his speculation without any evidence. But does it matter? As Lao Mao said, it doesn't matter. He is indeed not an official. He doesn't need to catch the real murderer. He just needs to make good use of this excuse and it'll be okay. Thinking of this, I vowed to get dressed quickly and walk towards the house where Yi Feng stayed. At this time, Tang Xiuquan, who was deeply involved in the incident, was sitting on the bed, his face covered with frost. It is estimated that anyone who wakes up and sees himself surrounded by 3 corpses will not be in a good mood. Especially, he actually held a dagger in his hand that looked like a murder weapon. Therefore, at this time, Tang Sichuan was filled with depression. Outside the house, a team of thousands of survivors surrounded the room where Tang Sichuan was located.
Punish the murderer severely. The murderer must pay with his life. The murderer Yi Feng, come out and die.
Such shouts kept ringing outside the house, which made Tang Sichuan even more irritable. If Maka and the others hadn't brought the people to keep these angry survivors out, they would have probably rushed in long ago. Maka and Stubborn also felt troubled when facing thousands of angry survivors. Nushi said something to Maka, then turned and walked into the room.
Master, the people outside are getting more and more angry. Otherwise, let's leave the Oath Island first.
Nushi walked into the room and said to Tang Sichuan. Tang Sichuan looked down at the blood on the ground, feeling a little lost. Although the body had been carried out, the blood stains on the ground had not yet been cleaned up. Tang Sichuan looked at the scarlet bloodstains, feeling depressed and speechless.
Go? Where to go?
Tang Sichuan said calmly without raising his head.
Master, anywhere we go is better than here. People outside are about to lose control. If we continue here, there will probably be a fight.
Nushi said anxiously.
Does it mean they won't fight if we leave?
Tang Sichuan slowly raised his head and looked at Nushi.
Master, Maka and I have discussed this. We will defend the master with our lives and send him to the flyer. When the time comes,
the master can leave first. Maka and I will stay to protect the master.
A stubborn look on his face said firmly.
It's not necessary.
Tang Sichuan shook his head, and then said,
Haven't you seen it yet? The other party has made it clear that he wants me dead. How could he let us leave? I guess he must have a backup plan. But we can't just wait here and do nothing.
Nushi said immediately after hearing Tang Sichuan's words.
Nushi, let me ask you. Do you think I can kill people?
Tang Sichuan said with a smile.
How is it possible? Master, how could you kill someone?
Nonshur shook his head like a rattle.
That's okay. Since I didn't kill anyone, what should I be afraid of?
Tang Sichuan said with a smile.
But, Master, this matter is not okay, just because we believe it. The group of people outside are on the verge of breaking out. It is very dangerous to continue like this.
Nushi understands why Tang Sichuan is unwilling to leave.
Don't worry. Even if there's a fight, we won't be the losers.
Tang Sichuan shook his head.
I just want to know who is the person behind this who is planning to frame me.
Tang Sichuan said slowly.
If this thing is only done by a small group on Oath Island, then I think Oath will do his best to find a murderer for me. Because if I really carry the name of a murderer, he will not be able to cooperate with me on Myron Island. But, Master, what if this is what the Oath ordered?
Nushi heard Tang Sichuan's words, and slowly said another possibility.
If it was Oath that did it, then I don't mind if someone else leads Oath Island.
Tang Sichuan said this and showed a smile.
I need to use this incident to test whether our so-called allies are worthy of trust. I need to use this incident to make all those who oppose it jump out. What I need is an Oath Island that can be completely controlled.
Tang Sichuan said coldly, with waves of cold light in his eyes. Chapter 322, a good show. In fact, Tang Sichuan's idea is very simple. In his original plan, he wanted to support the Oath Survival Group and make them his affiliated forces and his spokesperson. Tang Sichuan never thought about annexing the entire Survival Pledge Group. In his plan, the Survival Pledge Group would become his agent. However, this does not mean that he has no ideas about the survival team. It's just that he was too embarrassed to say it because of his oath and his previous face. But the reality gave him a slap in the face. From all indications, the ally he considered himself had chosen to betray him. This is the reason why Tang Sichuan has always been depressed. If it was just the intention of a small group of senior leaders of the survival group, then the Oath would have sent people to disperse the survivors outside by this time. Instead of him not showing up until now, allowing the survivors to surround themselves in the room was most likely the Oath's instruction, or his tacit approval. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan suddenly felt like a white-eyed wolf.
It seems it's time to make a move,
Tang Sichuan murmured. At this moment, the survivors outside suddenly became quiet. The sudden silence made Tang Sichuan feel a little uncomfortable. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the door of the room. Suddenly, the door to the room was pushed open from the outside. An Oath, Lao Mao, and a group of senior leaders of the survival group walked in.
Brother, you are confused. How could you do such a thing?
The Oath came up and directly said that Tang Sichuan was confused. When Tang Sichuan heard the Oath, He immediately sneered. Good guy. Just put the blame on yourself when you come up. Who the traitor is revealed instantly. When Tang Xiachuan heard the words of the oath, he did not speak in a hurry, but instead let his body lean gently on the sofa. Brother, what do you mean? Why can't I understand? Tang Xiachuan still looked at the oath with a sneer. He was waiting for the oath to be revealed. Brother, it's time now. So stop pretending to be calm. Tell me about you. Why did you suddenly get violent and hurt others? You are making my brother very embarrassed. However, brother, don't worry. Even if I try my best to lose this old face, I will still protect my safety, he said solemnly. Oh, really? Then I have to thank my brother, Tang Xiachuan said with a smile when he heard the oath. Brother, can you tell me now? What is going on? Seeing that Tang Xiachuan was not getting enough, Xiao Xiao didn't say anything more. Instead, he found a chair and placed it in front of Tang Xiachuan, then sat down. If I say I don't know anything, would you believe me? Believe it. Of course I believe it. I don't believe my brother. Who else can I believe? Oath patted his chest and said to Tang Xiachuan. But, not only do I believe that he can solve this matter, I also need to give an explanation to the brothers outside. Oh. Then brother, what do you think is a reasonable explanation? Tang Xiachuan looked at him with interest after hearing the oath. Brother, don't be anxious. Just listen to me first. I, and the gang of brothers behind me, all believe 100% that you didn't do it on purpose. Brother, however, people cannot be resurrected. We are the leaders. We have to give an explanation to the people below. Otherwise, people will be scattered and the team will be difficult to lead. Tang Xiachuan nodded when he heard the oath, and then said, What I said makes sense. I agree with this. But what I want to say is that I did not kill the person. I just slept in the room and found the person dead when I woke up. So, can I accept this explanation? Yi Feng, don't act stupid here. You didn't kill the person. Could it be that the three of them committed suicide and framed you? I just asked. Since yesterday, after those two women sent you back, they have never gone out, and no one has entered your room. Now that a person is dead in your room, who will believe you if you say you did not kill him? A senior member of the survival team heard Tang Xiachuan's words and immediately pointed at Tang Xiachuan and said, Asshole! Shut up! I'm talking to my brother. Do you have the right to speak to me? Oath heard the man's words and immediately turned his head and roared at him. Boss! But, nothing but, my brother says whatever he says. If you dare to say another word, you will get out of Oath Island. Oath did not let the senior executive finish his sentence and directly interrupted him. When the senior management heard the words of the oath, they swallowed back the rest of the words. Seeing that the man stopped talking, Xiao Xiao turned his head and looked at Tang Xiachuan. Sorry for making me laugh, Xiao Xiao said first, and then said to Tang Xiachuan, But I also saw it. This matter is actually not easy to deal with. Now people outside have opinions about me, so I am also in a dilemma. Then, brother, if you have any idea, just tell me. Tang Xiachuan smiled, shook his head, and said to the oath, Actually, I can also see that I am not a murderous person, so there must be some unknown secret in this. However, it will take a certain amount of time for us to find out the cause. And what we lack most now is time. The group of survivors outside will not give us so much time. If you continue to let me stay on the island, there will be conflicts, which will not be a good thing for both of us. So, my plan is, today, right now, brother, take your people and return to Myron Island immediately. I will take care of the matters here. When my brother leaves, the survivors outside will not be so impulsive, and we will have enough time to investigate this matter. Oath thought for a while, and said to Tang Xiachuan. When Tang Xiachuan heard what the oath said, he was stunned for a moment. He couldn't believe that the oath had planned so many things, just to tell him to leave quickly. No! Boss! If we let Yi Feng leave at this time, the group of angry survivors outside will tear us apart. When the senior executive who just spoke heard the oath to let Tang Xiachuan leave, he immediately jumped out to stop him. Shut up! Do you have the right to speak here? I've said before, whoever dares to talk nonsense will get out of the Oath Island. Now! Pack your things immediately and get out! Oath pointed at the door behind him and roared at the senior executive. Boss! Go away! I don't want to repeat what I said a third time. When the senior executive heard the words of the oath, his chest heaved with anger. Okay. We are all brothers. Why is this necessary? At this time,
The old cat who had been beside him suddenly stood up and stood between the oath and the senior executive.
Don't hurt your harmony. Don't hurt your kindness,
the old cat said with a smile. Then he turned his head and looked at the senior executive.
Old Wang, I'm not talking about you. Yifeng is the boss's brother no matter what. And he's not someone who shrinks from battle. I didn't see that Mr. Yifeng hasn't spoken yet. Why are you jumping out and whining? Okay, don't be angry with the boss here. You can take the other brothers and go out to appease the survivors outside. This place will be left to me and the boss.
The old cat smiled at the other few. The senior executive said, Chapter 323, the picture shows the dagger. After hearing what old cat said, the senior officials of the Oath Survival Group present all turned their attention to Oath. The Oath had already kept its back to everyone and said nothing. The meaning was obvious. So these senior executives just thought about it for a moment before preparing to turn around and leave. Tang Xiuquan watched the senior executives leave, and then turned his attention to Lao Mao. He can now confirm that there is definitely a shadow of the Oath and the old cat in this matter. However, there is insufficient evidence now, or it is not yet time to produce evidence. So Tang Xiuquan is still ready to wait. He wants to see what the old cat and the Oath want to do. Old Mao also watched everyone leave. And then he looked at Tang Xiuquan.
Master Yefeng, I think there are some things that we should talk about in private. What do you think?
As he said that, he looked at Nushi and several other Myron Island guards.
No, they are all my brothers, and will not leak what we are going to talk about. So if you want to say anything, just say it.
Tang Xiuquan shook his head and refused directly.
Well, since Yishan trusts these natives so much, I don't have any objection.
Old Mao said slowly after hearing what Tang Xiuquan said. On the side, Stubborn Stone and the others frowned when they heard the old cat calling the natives, but did not speak.
Yes, Sen. The situation is urgent now. Let's talk directly.
Old Mao pulled a chair from the side and sat down directly.
Well, you tell me. I'll listen.
Tang Xiuquan nodded and motioned for the old cat to continue.
Yakami, you also see that the situation is urgent now. The group of survivors outside are very dissatisfied and demand severe punishment for the murderer. Although the boss and I both believe that you are not the murderer, this matter is not something we can say. Moreover, even if we start investigating who is the murderer now, it will take time. And time happens to be what we lack most. As for the boss's suggestion of letting Yishan leave directly, I think this is even more undesirable. If we really let you leave like this, the boss's prestige will definitely reach its freezing point. This will be a huge disaster for our Oath Island. Maybe our entire Oath survival group will be disbanded. So, I have a compromise plan here, and I hope Yishan and the boss will take a closer look.
Old Mao laid the groundwork and finally revealed his purpose. When Tang Xiuquan heard what the old cat said, he immediately became interested. He nodded to the old cat and said,
Well, tell me, since ancient times, murderers have to pay with their lives. If there are casualties, one has to either act in accordance with the law, or the simpler way is to pay compensation. There are no laws at all in this world. So I think we only need to use part of our resources to compensate the survivors outside. People are all selfish. The 3 dead women have nothing to do with the group of people outside. Therefore, I think we only need to compensate them for some supplies. And they will leave happily.
Cat said to Tang Xiuquan with a smile.
Of course, I'm not saying that the person was killed by Yishan, but that this person died in your room now. There are some things that we can't get into. So I suggest that we pay compensation directly. And that's okay. Presumably, the Yishan family has a huge business and wouldn't care about such a small amount of supplies.
Old Mao said with a smile.
Old cat, what are you talking about?
At this time, the oath on the side interrupted old cat's words.
Brother, wait a minute. I think what Brother Mao said makes sense.
Tang Xiuquan raised his hand to stop the words behind the oath, and then said to Lao Mao,
I can consider what you said. Go on. Yes, Hen is grand. Of course. This is just the first step.
Old cat flattered Yifeng and then said,
After we deal with this group of troublemaking survivors, we can continue with the following arrangements. First of all, I propose that our 2 families become one family. In this way, the compensation you promised to them, Yashin, can be given to them in another way. It is a bit like the so-called welfare before. In this way, this group of survivors will definitely be grateful to Yagami and marvel at Yagami's magnanimity. Then, there will be no question of a murderer. In addition, there is another benefit. That is, if we merge into one, the area of the island, population, labor force, and material resources will be greatly improved. By then, we can be regarded as the largest force among the survivors. I believe that under the leadership of you and the boss, Yishin, our Oath Island will become stronger and stronger, and eventually annex other survivor islands. As our sphere of influence on Oath Island grows larger and larger, that group of survivors will gradually forget everything now, and will then regard you, Yagami, as a hero. In this way, it is the best choice in terms of both short-term changes and long-term benefits. Of course, these are just my humble opinions. I asked Boss Yagami to think about it carefully.
Old Mao said all his thoughts in one breath. After Tang Xichuan heard what Lao Mao said, he immediately called out in his heart, what a good guy. It turns out that the real purpose of these two people is their own Myron Island. It has to be said that Lao Mao followed this trick and hit the key points at every turn, leaving Tang Xichuan passive and unable to resist. In the end, he could only merge his Myron Island into Oath Island according to his and Oath's plan.
Old cat, what nonsense are you talking about? I am such a person? How can you say that my brother's Myron Island should be merged into Oath Island? Even if there is really no way in the end, it will be my Oath Island that will be merged into Myron Island.
Oath frowned and scolded the old cat directly. Seeing this scene, Tang Xichuan couldn't help but want to applaud them both. Damn it. What's the difference between Myron Island merging into Oath Island and Oath Island merging into Myron Island? It's nothing more than a different name. Either way, as long as he keeps his eyes on the title of murderer, he cannot compete with Oath to become the leader of the merged forces. This means that as long as you admit it today and pay the supplies as they say, you will have to live your whole life as a murderer. And the plan that Oath and Lao Mao made was really loud, using 3 lives in exchange for his entire Myron Island. This move was so easy.
Is it really okay to do this?
After hearing what Lao Mao said, Tang Xichuan sneered at the corner of his mouth.
Of course.
Lao Mao nodded immediately after hearing Tang Xichuan's words.
Don't worry, Yishin. As long as you and the boss agree on this matter, I will handle the rest.
Old Mao thought that Tang Xichuan was still hesitant and worried that doing so would not eliminate the impact. So he hurriedly said to Tang Xichuan. Ogawa patted his chest.
So, is this what I mean?
Tang Xichuan saw that Lao Mao was giving him the assurance. So he turned his attention to the oath. He wanted to know what the oath really meant. Chapter 324 I Have Another Way. After hearing Tang Xichuan's words, Xiao Xiao immediately fell silent. After a long time, he nodded slowly.
Of course, this is the most appropriate and safest method at present. However, if I don't want to do it, then I will fight for my position as the leader and I will protect my brother from leaving safely.
Oath said solemnly. When Tang Xichuan heard the oath, he immediately smiled. Now everything is clear, and the whole thing is most likely confirmed.
I understand what brother and brother Mao said.
Tang Xichuan nodded, and then said,
What you mean is to let me hand over Myron Island and use Myron Island in exchange for peace. That's what you mean.
Brother, what do you mean by this?
Xiao Xiao stood up immediately after hearing Tang Xichuan's words. His expression, as if he was insulted, did seem somewhat real from the outside.
But in Tang Xichuan's eyes, the oath couldn't be more fake. Tang Xichuan thought about it carefully. Ever since he was drinking last night, he seemed to have fallen into the trap they dug in advance. Oath and a group of senior members of the survival group made him drink, and then arranged for a beautiful woman to take him back to his room. When the beautiful woman died in her room, a group of high-level officials entered the room. Instead of thinking about how to find the murderer, they used the excuse to ask him to hand over Myron Island. If all of this was not planned in advance to kill Tang Xichuan, he would not believe it. But the problem is that although I have guessed the whole story now, I have no evidence. I did drink too much last night, and there was no evidence to prove that he didn't kill him. In today's world, there is no such thing as an official, let alone a criminal investigation. There is no one or no equipment to help him clear his grievances. This is to make it clear that you have to control yourself. But is Tang Xichuan so easily manipulated? The answer is definitely not. Since no one can help you clear up your grievances, you don't need to clear up your grievances. You can just fall out.
I think your method is good, but I also have an idea,
Tang Xichuan said slowly.
Oh, brother, what do you think?
Xiao Shu immediately narrowed his eyes and asked after hearing Tang Xichuan's words.
My method is very simple. If I leave Oath Island, our two families will not have contact with each other in the future. And that's it,
Tang Xichuan said slowly. After hearing what Tang Xichuan said, Xiao Mao laughed loudly before he could say anything.
Yakami, Yagami, Do you think that if you just leave like this, you will still have a positive image in front of other survivors? Oh, what do you mean?
Tang Sichuan turned his head and looked at the old cat and asked.
What I mean is very simple. If you, Yishan, leave so easily, there is no way we can guarantee that the people below will not expose this matter to the public. At that time, people all over the world will know that you, Yishan, are a murderer who killed people on Oath Island and then absconded in fear of the crime. Are you threatening me?
When Tang Sichuan heard what Lao Mao said, he immediately put away his smile and looked directly at Lao Mao.
No, I didn't threaten you. Yagami. I was just stating an objective fact. After all, the mouth is on them, and we have no way to control what they say.
The old cat shook his head.
So, if I hand over Myron Island to you, you can guarantee it? There is no guarantee. But we can restrict and deprive them of their right to speak on the public screen, or use benefits to block their mouths.
Old Mao shook his head.
I understand. What you mean is that if I hand over Myron Island, you will warn these survivors not to talk nonsense. If they don't hand over, you will encourage them to spread these remarks on the public screen. Right?
Tang Sichuan asked with a smile. I didn't say that. But it's not impossible for you to understand it this way. Yagami. So, this is what you mean, brother?
Tang Sichuan turned his head and looked at Oath beside him.
Brother, you still don't know what kind of person I am. No matter what decision you make, I will support you as always. It's just these survivors. I can't impose too many restrictions.
The oath was ambiguous. Speaking of,
I understand.
Tang Sichuan nodded, and then stood up slowly. He put his hands behind his back, and his thumb kept rubbing the ring of the sun god on his middle finger.
My last question is, I want to know where Brother Xing is.
Tang Sichuan said slowly.
Brother, I told you that Xing is seriously ill now, and is resting in his own room. If you want to see Xing, I will take you there after we have taken care of things here.
Okay.
I understand.
Tang Sichuan smiled happily when he heard the oath. He was resting in the room. Tang Sichuan could think of it with his toes. When they were discussing how to trick him, they voted against it and were put under house arrest by these grandsons. As for why, Tang Sichuan must have been under house arrest instead of being killed. It's very simple. In his friend list, his former name is still bright. As long as the name is lit,
it proves that the person is not dead yet. Therefore, Tang Sichuan has only one way to make a comeback. And that is to fight out. Find Xing, and ask him to come out and testify for him. In addition, there is another point. Lao Mao and Sichuan are killing the person they killed, although they have no way to prove that the person was not killed by themselves. This does not mean that Tang Sichuan has no other way. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan had to thank Zhou Yue, a good friend who gave away his life thousands of miles away. If he hadn't set people's heads thousands of miles away, Tang Sichuan would not have been able to obtain the special title of Undead, which can resurrect corpses. Although these resurrected undead move sluggishly, they also retain certain memories of their past lives. As long as he resurrects these undead and rescues the former, who is under house arrest, then all suspicions will be washed away. When the time comes, he can throw these white-eyed wolves into the sea to feed the sharks. Therefore, there is only one question left now, which is how to rescue Xing and how to resurrect these corpses. The answer is very simple. That is, beat down everyone who stands in his way. And that's it. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan sneered. His thumb rubbed the ring faster and faster, and he felt a little excited again.
Brother, old cat brother, I actually have another way to solve the current predicament. Oh, really? Then tell me,
Xiao Xiao said impatiently after hearing Tang Sichuan's words.
My method is very simple. That is, find the real murderer. And that's it. Oh, then how are you going to find it?
Lao Mao asked a little impatiently after hearing Tang Sichuan's words.
It's very simple. Control you too. And then find out the past. And then everything else will be solved.
When Tang Sichuan said this, an unusually exaggerated, square root-shaped smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 325. The Oath that Crushed the Psychological Defense Line.
Yifeng, what do you mean?
Old Mao frowned when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. Although he had expected from the beginning that Yifeng would not be so helpless and would resist. But he didn't think Tang Sichuan would directly choose to fall out with them. The reason is very simple. Tang Sichuan only brought 200 people this time. Even if these people were fully armed, they could not be the opponent of the 7 or 8,000 people in the entire Oath Island. You know, there is an old saying among flower growers, an elephant will be killed by ants. No matter how strong the natives on Tang Sichuan's side were, they wouldn't be able to defeat 40 people by themselves. These are 40 people, not 40 pigs, standing there waiting for you to kill them. Therefore, Lao Mao was surprised by Tang Sichuan's current strength. But in an instant, he thought that maybe Tang Sichuan would turn against him directly, which would be more beneficial to his plan. This was a war initiated by Tang Sichuan, so it seemed reasonable for him to kill all his men and then capture Myron Island. The one who had the same idea as him was the Oath next to him. From Oath's point of view, since he has already broken up with Tang Sichuan, he should just fight it to the end. No matter how he looked at it, Tang Sichuan had no chance of winning. So Oath shouted directly at Tang Sichuan.
Yi Feng, what are you going to do? Do you still want to kill people on my Oath Island? Killing? No, I have no such intention.
Tang Sichuan shook his head, then put his hands on the coffee table in front of him and leaned forward.
However, I'm not a fool. I've been bullied to the point of being bullied, and I don't know how to resist. Yi Feng, you have to think clearly. This is Oath Island, not your Myron Island. There are thousands of brothers from my Oath survival group outside this room. Really? So what's the matter?
Tang Sichuan smiled slightly.
You have made it clear that you are going to kill me. So I can't resist? Since you want my Myron Island and want to throw dirty water on me, then be prepared to face my wrath. Don't think that just because you have more people, you will win. The water in this world is much deeper than you think.
When Tang Sichuan said this, the hand that was originally supporting his body directly grabbed the edge of the coffee table. Then Tang Sichuan lifted it up with force, and the coffee table made of solid wood and tempered glass was overturned by Tang Sichuan. The heavy coffee table hit the two of them.
Maka! Do it!
Tang Sichuan overturned the coffee table and yelled at Maka outside the room. Maka outside the house has been paying attention to the sounds inside the house. He has been on guard. As long as his master has any instructions, he will do it immediately. At this time, he got Tang Sichuan's approval. Maka, who was already on the verge of breaking out, roared, and a sacred aura began to spread from his body. Some small transparent scales appeared on his skin, which was the symbol of the Siren clan. After all, Maka initially received the blood essence of the Siren clan and evolved to a certain extent. Then, a golden, slightly bloody halo began to appear outside his body, which was the power given to him by Ares, the god of war. Following Maka's roar, the group of Myron Island warriors around him, who had also been rescued by the Siren clan, also had a layer of fine scales appear on their bodies. After changing his state, Maka held a large round iron shield in one hand, and in the other hand, he took out the long hair given to him by Ares, the god of war. The sharp spear emitted a formidable cold light, causing the surrounding survivors to take a step back.
Guard Myron! I am invincible!
Maka shouted loudly, stabbing forward with a sharp spear.
Mortals, do you dare to come and fight?
At this time, the survivors had only one thought in their minds.
What's going on? You suddenly transformed into a Super Saiyan?
If anyone is more like a Super Saiyan, it might be Tang Sichuan. When Tang Sichuan shouted for Maka to take action, he also directly activated his Ring of the Sun God. At this time, Tang Sichuan's hair turned golden, and the black and white pupils of his eyes disappeared, turning into two strands of golden light, like two bright lights. At the same time, a set of armor with golden light suddenly appeared on his body. On the whole, apart from his appearance, he is still Tang Sichuan himself. His hair, eyes, and clothes have all turned into bright light bulbs. The whole room was illuminated so brightly that Oath and Lao Mao couldn't react at all. At this time, Lao Mao and Xiao Zhao's hearts shut down. The two of them asked themselves in their hearts, what kind of person were they planning this time? Why did he fall out and become like this?
You two still think that I have no way to solve the predicament at hand?
Tang Sichuan looked at old Mao and Oath with bright eyes. The tone was full of divine flavor.
Oh, damn it! How could it be possible?
Old Mao looked at Tang Sichuan's current appearance, and he knew that he was wrong. And how wrong it was. If he had known earlier that Tang Sichuan had such strength, he would not have encouraged the Oath to provoke Tang Sichuan, and he would not have come here on his own initiative. Tang Sichuan now looks like a god. You know, gods really do exist in this world. How can the power of mortals resist gods? But inside the Oath, there was a burst of bitterness.
No wonder. No wonder he can develop so well. No wonder he can own such a big island by himself. No wonder he can provide so many supplies. It turns out that he has become a god. I am actually falsely accusing a god? If I tell you this, no one will believe it. Because he has such great strength. If he wants to kill someone, he will kill him right in front of you. What can you do to him? Even if he kills behind your back, he will admit it because there is no need for him to lie. Yi Feng has great strength. It is impossible for him to lie. Because he doesn't cut it.
Thinking of this, Oath turned his attention to the old cat. However, his eyes were now full of resentment towards the old cat. If it weren't for Lao Mao's instigation, how could he have had a conflict with Tang Xichuan? And how could he have thought about framing Tang Xichuan? If Tang Xichuan had not been framed, then he could rely on the big tree of Tang Xichuan to vigorously develop his own survival group. But now, it's too late. The mistake has been made, and it's too late to regret now. There are only two ways to go now. One is to admit his mistake immediately, and wait for Tang Xichuan's punishment. Although this punishment is very likely to be Tang Xichuan's arrangement for a decent death. The other way is to continue to resist. Pull everyone together, and fight with Tang Xichuan. Although if you do this, you will most likely still lose. But as a person who is proud, refuses to admit defeat, and laments the unfairness of fate, I vow to have embarked on a radical path at this time. In the past, he was oppressed by the real world. After seeing Tang Xichuan's transformation, his psychological defense was completely crushed. Therefore, this time, he chose to continue to resist. Chapter 326 Two Cluster Effects.
Ha ha! Ha ha ha!
Xiao Xiao lowered his head and burst into laughter unconsciously. Tang Xichuan stood in front of Oath, frowned, and looked at his former brother.
Yi Feng, I admit that you are very strong. You have stepped in front of everyone.
Oath said coldly.
It also surprises me that you can now transform into a god. I lost this time. But even if I lose, I won't make it easy for you.
After hearing the oath, Tang Xichuan suddenly felt a bad feeling. It seems that when I read novels in the past, when villains usually said this, they were preparing to go big. When Tang Xichuan thought of this, his first thought was to kill the oath. He is not the kind of masochist. Like the protagonist in novels, he talks a lot of nonsense before starting the fight, then waits for the villain to get angry, then fights for a while, and finally wins a tragic victory. So, when he heard what the oath said, he kicked him out. I didn't expect Tang Xichuan to be so ungrateful in martial arts. He clearly had the advantage, but he didn't even let himself finish a complete sentence. Tang Xichuan's powerful and heavy kick directly hit Oath's chest. Oath felt like being stepped on by an elephant. The huge impact prevented him from even uttering a complete sentence, and his body flew backwards. At this time, his chest had collapsed, and the broken ribs directly pierced his internal organs. The blood kept spitting out as if it was for free. Oath's body smashed into the wall so hard that cracks appeared on the front wall. Such a big movement naturally couldn't be hidden from the survivors outside, although they didn't know what was happening in the room. Anyone who wasn't a fool could guess that something was going on inside the room. So here's the question. In the room, my boss vowed to have an affair with Yi Feng. So what should I do? Should he follow the boss's wishes and go against Yi Feng and the others? Or should he just stand here and watch the show like this? Some timid people looked at the semi-deified Maka and then looked around. They saw other Myron Island soldiers who had also changed. No matter how they looked at it, they didn't think they had a chance of winning. Therefore, this group of people are thinking about how to run. After all, everyone's life is life. There is no need to risk your own life for the 3 dead people. In today's world, how many people don't die on any day? Whose life is more important than your own? Therefore, this group of people are ready to run away. Since there are cowardly people who are ready to run away, there must be those who are strong-willed and ready to fight to the death. However, these hard-headed people are not fools. Everyone knows that there is no action here yet. And whoever jumps out first to say that we have to do it will be the first to die. They are just hardheads, not fools. So this group of people are also waiting for an opportunity. Waiting for someone to jump out and lead the charge. Fortunately, such a person appeared soon. A man with sinister features and stern eyes was hiding in the crowd. He saw the current situation clearly, and knew that among the more than 1,000 survivors gathered here, some wanted to escape, and some wanted to commit suicide. Whether they are those who want to run away or those who want to fight, they are all missing a trigger. If this fuse cannot be ignited for a long time, those who want to fight will also become demoralized. As the saying goes, once you make great progress, you will be exhausted again and again. Therefore, the person who was hiding in the crowd and wanted to provoke a fight between the two sides lowered his head and shouted,
"Brothers, there are many of us, so go up and hack him." The survivors present heard this sentence and then reacted. It seems that my side is the one with the most people. Ever since, this group of survivors began to become restless. No one knew who was leading the group. The survivors drew their weapons one by one and prepared to attack Maka and the others. When Maka saw this situation, he knew that his intimidation could no longer suppress this restless group of people. People are blindly obedient. For example, you, a new soldier, are sent to the battlefield. When you look at your comrades around you and launch a charge with guns in hand, your adrenaline will be secreted at an accelerated rate, which will lead to a result. That is, you will forget about fear and timidity. And then, you will follow the people around you and charge forward bravely. This is called the cluster effect. This is what these survivors are like now. Under the leadership of some tough-minded people, these more than 1,000 survivors launched a charge towards Maka and the others. When Maka saw the scene, a knowing smile appeared on her face. I haven't encountered such a situation for a long time. The last time I encountered it, I was fighting for territory with other tribes. Maka licked her lips and said with some excitement, yes, since Maka came to Tang Sichuan's island, she has almost never encountered such a large-scale armed fight. More often than not, they adopt the strategy of elite soldiers, using a small number of people to attack demigods. That feeling is actually a bit like two different scenes in an online game. The strategy of elite soldiers is equivalent to the player setting up a dungeon with 5 or 10 people, or a team dungeon with 40 people. Defeating the strong with the weak relies on positioning and command. But now this scene is more like a battlefield. There is no need to think about positioning or command. Just be reckless. The reason why Maka is called the best warrior of the Stream Tribe is because he fought with his sword and gun on the battlefield. Therefore, when Maka saw this scene, the violent factor flowing in his blood was instantly activated. For the tribe! Charge! Maka shouted the slogan he had used in the tribe before starting. And he directly raised his shield and rushed towards the crowd. The Myron Island soldiers behind him were all assimilated from tribal clans. They have all experienced such a scene. It is not unfamiliar at all. And they are even a little excited. Especially those soldiers who can be semi-deified. The original Stream Tribe. They had gone to the battlefield with Maka before. And now they had semi-divine scale armor. They didn't have to worry about being hacked to death by these survivors. And they had a tacit understanding of cooperation. So they followed Maka and rushed out first. The 40 or 50 people immediately became sharp knives and followed Maka into the crowd. At this time, we have to talk about the gap between demigods and ordinary people. The sharp knife group headed by Maka is not afraid of death. With a shield in one hand and a weapon in the other, they rush into the flock of sheep like a tiger and kill in all directions. The survivors who were bumped into by Maka and the others were all knocked out by the iron gun in his hand. Although the other Myron Island soldiers were not as good as Maka, they all wore hard leather armor and carried large shields and sharp spears. Although he couldn't think of semi-gods like Maka killing everyone, it was still very easy to fight 1 against 2 or 1 against 3. Ever since, this created a situation where the side with fewer people would directly suppress the side with more people from the moment they made contact. In less than 5 minutes, half of the more than 1,000 people present fell. At this time, another characteristic of the large number of people emerged. At this time, as long as someone escapes, he will lead a large number of people to run with him. Coincidentally, such an effect is also called a cluster effect. Chapter 327. Don't come over. 5 minutes. Only 5 short minutes. The more than 1,000 survivors present were defeated by the Myron Island soldiers headed by Maka. Although there is a bud-like existence like Maka. After all, Maka can challenge a demigod in his current state. It is not impossible for a group of ordinary people to kill a demigod in a test of numbers. But this requires paying a heavy price. This number of people is absolutely impossible to achieve by 1,000 or so people. Not to mention that there are not just one person with demigod ability, but 40 or 50 people. Therefore, this battle was actually doomed from the beginning. However, there is also good news. That is, in this conflict, only people were injured and no one died. Of course, the injured were all the survivors on Oath Island. And it was impossible for the Myron Island side to be injured. The ones who caused this situation were naturally Maka and the others. This is not to say that Maka and the others were not strong, but that Maka and the others were strong. So that while fighting with others, they still had a lot of energy left. Otherwise, with the power of Makana, just shoot a child. In just 5 minutes, more than 1,000 survivors were left running and lying down. I have to say that Maka and the others are awesome. Outside the house, Maka led people to kill everyone. And the fight was equally fierce inside the house. Yes, there was indeed fighting inside the house. Tang Xichuan originally thought that by transforming into a demigod, he could quickly resolve the battle. But unexpectedly, his wish came true. At the beginning, Tang Xichuan kicked the oath away and kicked the oath to the wall. He thought it was over. But what he didn't expect was that the oath that was kicked out had not lost its combat effectiveness at all. He endured the severe pain, and with difficulty removed a pendant from his neck and held it in his hand. A burst of white light instantly enveloped the oath. But after a moment, the white light dissipated. With his oath intact, he stood in front of Tang Xichuan, and a pair of bird wings grew out of his back. A powerful aura emanated from all over his body. When Tang Xichuan saw the appearance of the oath, he knew that things were not simple. He was too familiar with this kind of scene. This oath actually hides such a trump card. Ha ha! Yi Feng, you are indeed very powerful. You forced me to show my last trump card. Oath licked his lips that were chapped but still stained with blood. The strong smell of blood gave him an inexplicable sense of excitement. The holy white light slowly formed the shape of a long sword in his hand, and finally transformed into a long sword with the aura of the holy god. Is this your trump card? No wonder you will attack me without hesitation. Tang Xichuan looked at the oath that had turned into a two-winged angel, with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. Yes. Do you like such a trump card? Oath stared at Tang Xichuan and whispered. Originally, I didn't plan to use this trump card against you. You are stronger than I expected. Let me not use this trump card. But don't worry. I won't kill you. But the Myron Island behind you is destined to belong to me. After saying the oath, he slightly bent his body and rushed towards Tang Xichuan. There was not much distance between Oath and Tang Xichuan at all. At most 5 or 6 meters. He exerted his strength and was in front of Tang Xichuan in an instant. The long sword in his hand suddenly stabbed Tang Xichuan. But he still underestimated Tang Xichuan's strength. The oath becomes a two-winged angel. According to his strength, he is the lowest angel. Above him, there are 4-winged, 6-winged and 12-winged angels. Therefore, the oath at this time can only be regarded as a demigod. What Tang Xichuan transformed into was one of the 12 main gods of Olympus. Although both of them are only demigods at this time, there is a huge gap between these demigods and demigods. The attack that Oath thought was very fast, in Tang Xichuan's eyes, was like a slow-motion movie. Tang Xichuan just took a step back slightly, and the sharp sword tip passed in front of Tang Xichuan without hurting him at all. If you only have this kind of strength, then I will be very disappointed, Tang Xichuan said lightly, and the next second his figure disappeared in the eyes of the oath. Immediately afterwards, a huge force came from behind him. The huge force made him unable to stand at all, and he crashed directly towards the wall in front of him. This time, Tang Xichuan used more force than the last time, which caused Oath to be kicked out of the room with a kick on his back. The oath that broke through the wall plowed a trace of more than 30 meters on the ground of the island outside. However, such power was not enough to hurt Oath. So after he was kicked out, he immediately jumped up from the ground. Tang Xichuan has watched many movies, and Zhang Ji also taught him a lot. Don't say much until the enemy is completely subdued, because if you say one more word, you will give the enemy a chance to breathe. Therefore, after Tang Xichuan kicked the oath away, he ran out before he landed. As a result, as soon as Xiao Xiao stood up, he found that Tang Xichuan's attack had already covered his face. Tang Xichuan's powerful and heavy punch directly hit Oath's face. Oath, who was not prepared at all, was once again knocked away by Tang Xichuan's heavy punch. Tang Xichuan, however, refused to give up and ran over. When the oath was about to fall to the ground, he struck out with a heavy punch. In this way, the vow to become an angel was relayed in midair by Tang Xichuan and flew in midair for 3 minutes. This kind of operation directly dumbfounded everyone around him. Is this the real infinite company under the moon? A survivor who was knocked to the ground by Maka muttered when he saw his boss being caught in an alley-oop. Why, even though we are enemies, do I think Yagami is handsome? A female survivor who had become a nymphomaniac also said at the side. If I had the ability to control timing, my king of fighters would be able to beat all the invincible opponents in the world. A group of survivors stopped what they were doing, looked at Tang Xichuan, who was still in infinite company, and couldn't help but admire. Maka on the side naturally saw this scene. Seeing Tang Xichuan's series of actions, he suddenly felt that he still had a long way to go. If he could achieve Tang Xichuan's level, then the one being praised now should be myself. No, I still have to practice. Thinking of this, Maka whispered, and then he turned his attention to the group of survivors. And the group of survivors suddenly felt a chill running down their backs. as if they were being stared at by some terrifying beast. They followed their feelings and looked behind them, only to find Maka, whose eyes were burning with fighting intent, staring at them. Suddenly, they thought of a possibility. At this moment, Maka suddenly rushed towards this side with force. At this time, this group of survivors only had one thought in their minds. Don't come over! Chapter 328. Where did the third person come from? Although the survivors resisted in their hearts, they could not stop Maka's determination to let them practice infinite chain. As for the oath, he was beaten by Tang Xichuan for 3 minutes in midair. If he hadn't stopped at the last moment, it is estimated that Tang Xichuan could have continued for 3 minutes. When Tang Xichuan heard this life roaring, he turned around and found that Zheng Xing had appeared at the scene at some unknown time. When Tang Xichuan saw Xing, he knew he couldn't fight anymore. So, he stopped immediately, and the oath that flew for 3 minutes finally landed. Brother Zheng, you are here. Tang Xichuan smiled and raised his right hand to greet Zheng. But once, with a wry smile on his face, he said to Tang Xichuan, Yishen, can we stop fighting? Brother, it's not that I want to fight, but that your boss is forcing me to fight. Tang Xichuan spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. Yes, An. Wait a minute. I'll go talk to the boss. Zheng knew that Tang Xichuan was telling the truth, so he could only plead with Tang Xichuan with a wry smile. As you wish. Tang Xichuan nodded. With that said, Tang Xichuan made way directly. Zheng Xing nodded to Tang Xichuan and quickly ran towards the oath. At this time, the oath had been beaten so hard by Tang Xichuan that his nose and face were bruised and swollen. I can barely keep my eyes open. Boss, are you okay? Xing ran over and helped Oath up. Once? Why are you here? Oath said vaguely. Get out of the way first. I still want to fight. Why are you still fighting? Boss, what have you become? Are you still fighting? Hearing the words of the oath, Zheng Zan was speechless. It's obvious that you're being bullied and you're still fighting? Still not beaten enough? You don't understand. Now it's not only my personal honor and disgrace, but also for our entire pledge group. No. Boss, why are we involved in the survival group again? Once Xing heard the words of the oath, he was immediately speechless. It is obviously you who covets the wealth of Myron Island. Why are you involved in the oath group? Yi Feng killed someone on our island. This is no longer what we planned. As the leader, I must find an explanation. What? This is impossible. Zheng Xing shouted in surprise when he heard the words of the oath. Boss, tell me the truth. Did you frame Yishen? How is that possible? Even if I want to rob Myron Island, I can't frame him with the lives of other survivors. Oath said, shaking his head. Then do you have any evidence? Once Xing heard the words of the oath, he immediately frowned. If Yi Feng really killed people on Oath Island as the oath said, then he would be like the oath and resist even though he knew he was outmatched. No. Oath shook his head. No. Boss, you have no evidence. So why are you going to war with Yishen? Hearing the words of the oath, I suddenly felt like I couldn't laugh or cry. What evidence do you want? The person died in his room. No one came in or out during this period. Then tell me, if it wasn't him who killed him, who could it be? Oath stared at Tang Xichuan with an angry look. No one came in or out, so we can't directly say that Yagami killed the person. Then tell me, is there any way to kill 3 people in a row without entering or leaving the room? Zheng said angrily. I said, have you finished speaking? Are you stupid? Tang Xichuan was speechless as he listened to the oath and the words he had said. Yi Feng, what do you mean? It's happened now. Don't you dare to admit it? Although I am not your opponent, I will definitely ask you for an explanation for the sake of my brothers and sisters on the island. He said the oath and prepared to stand up, fighting Tang Xiaochuan again. Wait a minute. I just have a question. You explain it to me first, and then we fight. Tang Xichuan quickly stopped the oath and said to him, you just said that no one came in or out of my room after I returned to it. Right. Yes. Although Oath was not convinced, he still nodded. Okay. Since no one is coming in or out, the question is, come back with me. If I remember correctly, there were only 2 people. So where did the third person come from? Huh? Oath was stunned. Once stunned, all the survivors present were stunned. Yes, boss. You just said that there were only 2 people who followed Boss Yefeng back, and they did not enter or leave the room. So where did the third person come from? Zheng Zeng also realized an important question. The oath was petrified, and he didn't know how to answer. Yeah, Where did the third person come from? Such an obvious question. Why did you ignore it from the beginning? Could it be that after learning that the person died in Yifeng's room, he was actually full of expectations? That's why I automatically ignored such an obvious problem. Could it be that from the beginning, he actually wanted to kill Yifeng? No, that's not the case. I just want to occupy Myron Island. I don't want to kill Yifeng. He vowed to deny it in his heart. But even he didn't believe it. At this time, the survivors present all woke up and turned their attention to the oath. Those eyes were full of doubt and distrust. Then how can you prove that you didn't kill the person? Oath said forcefully. I have a way, but I'm afraid you won't believe me. Tang Sichuan spread his hands to express his helplessness. Yes, Sin. I believe it. Just tell me. At this time, Zheng Zheng stood up and supported Tang Sichuan. Do you still remember Zhou Yunwei from before? Tang Sichuan asked rhetorically without directly telling him his solution. Zhou Yunwei, the former leader of the Deep Sea Titans? Zheng lowered his head and thought for a while before speaking to Tang Sichuan. Well, that's him. Tang Xiaochuan nodded, and then said, didn't he become a pirate later? He also had a group of undead under his command. Unfortunately, he ended up on my island and was killed by me. Then I learned his method of resurrecting the dead. Yishan, do you want to resurrect those 3 people? Once Xing heard this, he immediately reacted. Yes, that's my plan. Tang Xiaochuan nodded, and then continued. The resurrected undead have no thoughts and cannot lie. They will answer whatever you ask. There are no secrets at all. Wait, how can you guarantee that you can't control the mind of the undead you resurrected or modify the memory? At this time, Oath asked again. I can't prove it to you, but what I want to say is that I won't do this. If you believe it, I will resurrect you and ask you what happened. If you don't believe it, just pretend I didn't say it. After saying that, Tang Sichuan stopped talking and waited for the final decision of the oath. Chapter 329 Suspicious Points on the Corpse. Everyone present was stunned when they heard Tang Sichuan's words. What do you mean by not doing this? Suddenly, it sounded like a little bit of looking down on people. But when I think about it carefully, I feel that it seems to make some sense. In terms of material richness, everyone present knew that Myron Island was several times stronger than the Oath Island where they were. At least the current Oath Island cannot even support the entire survival group of more than 10,000 people. In terms of combat effectiveness, let alone Tang Xiaochuan, the more than 1,000 people present could not even defeat his men. Even if the boss on his side transforms, Tang Sichuan will take advantage of him. Therefore, looking at it this way, Tang Sichuan had no need to play any conspiracies with his group of people. If he really wanted to occupy Oath Island, he could just use the simplest method and seize it by force. Playing conspiracy will only waste countless brain cells. Therefore, everyone present, after much thought, could not find a justifiable excuse. The same goes for vows. When he saw Tang Xiaochuan's confident expression, he couldn't find any reason to doubt it. But if he wanted him to just agree, he felt a little bit reluctant in his heart. Boss, what are you still hesitating about? Before Oath could make a decision, Zheng Zheng asked, are you worried that Yishan will lie to us? What do you think we have for Yi God to try so hard to deceive? What he said directly tore through the last fig leaf of the oath. Yes, it seems that he has nothing worthy of Tang Sichuan's deception. But why? Even though it's obviously the truth, does it feel so hurtful to me? After hearing Zheng's words, Xiao Xiao was silent for a moment, and finally nodded. Seeing the oath and nodding, several clever survivors immediately ran out. Not long after, he ran back carrying 3 corpses covered with white cloth. Tang Sichuan looked at the body covered with white cloth, walked over slowly, and gently opened the white cloth. Suddenly, 3 pretty faces were revealed. Tang Sichuan looked at these 3 pretty faces and immediately shook his head with great regret. It's a pity. It's really a pity. In this world, there are 3 less beauties and 3 more bachelors. However, Tang Sichuan also knew that now was not the time to feel sorry. He stood up slowly and closed his eyes. A black and red aura emitted from his palm and disappeared directly into the 3 corpses. Then, the 3 corpses began to tremble slightly, and then tried to stand up in extremely weird postures. As the 3 corpses stood up, the white cloth covering their bodies just slipped off. Suddenly, the 3 bodies were exposed to everyone. Tear it apart! A sound of inhalation sounded unexpectedly. Bah! You bastard! This is what the female survivors are yelling at. Tang Xiaochuan suddenly felt that there was something wrong with this. So he quickly ran over and wrapped the 3 corpses again in white cloth.
After doing all this, he took a few steps back. Tang Xichuan's move was immediately highly praised by the female survivors present. However, now is not the time to think about this. After Tang Xichuan finished doing this, he asked the people present,
brothers and sisters present, who was a surgeon or forensic doctor before?
After hearing Tang Xichuan's words, everyone was a little confused as to what he wanted to do.
Yishan, why are you looking for a surgeon and a forensic doctor?
Tang Xichuan asked suddenly and strangely.
Of course. I want to check the external injuries. I'll find out the suspicious points first. And then I'll let the corpses speak. This will be more convincing, so that no one will say I'm talking nonsense.
After hearing Tang Xichuan's explanation, everyone present understood what he meant.
That Yishan, I used to be an emergency doctor at the Imperial Capital First People's Hospital. Is this okay?
A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s suddenly raised his hand in the crowd.
Okay, come here.
When Tang Xichuan heard someone raising his hand to sign up, he immediately smiled and waved to him.
Yes, Sin. I am the forensic doctor of Chongqing City.
At this time, another female survivor raised her hand.
Okay, you come too.
Tang Xichuan nodded, and then asked,
Is there more?
But after these two people raised their hands, no one responded to Tang Xichuan. Tang Xichuan looked at these two people and felt that it was almost enough. Then he said to them,
Since there is no one else, you two should take a look first. Okay, Yishan.
The two of them nodded after hearing Tang Xichuan's words, and then walked towards the three corpses. The two of them first looked around the body, looking left and right, then touching here and there, and looking here and there. Finally, the forensic doctor thought for a while, then pulled away the white cloth wrapped in the body, and looked at the wounds of the body carefully. It was not until half an hour later that the two professionals stood up slowly, looked at each other, and then walked towards Tang Xichuan.
How's it going? Have you finished the inspection?
Tang Xichuan looked at the two of them and asked slowly. The professional nodded with a heavy face when he heard Tang Xichuan's words.
Let's talk first. Who comes first?
Tang Xichuan asked.
I'll go first.
The forensic girl spoke first. Tang Xichuan did not speak, but nodded and agreed. Seeing that Tang Xichuan agreed and her team leader did not object, the girl walked back to the first corpse.
This body is female, aged between 23 and 25. Judging from the body spots, it is initially determined that the time of death was around 2200 hours to 2400 hours last night. There was a fatal trauma on the chest. The width of the wound was about 3 centimeters, and the depth was about 10 to 12 centimeters. The cause of death was piercing the heart with a sharp weapon. The murderer was very skillful and fatal with one stab.
Hearing the girl's words, Tang Xichuan couldn't help but nodded, sighing in his heart. He is indeed a professional. He speaks so professionally.
Wait a minute. How do you know that the other party is very skillful?
At this time, a survivor asked the question that everyone wanted to ask the most.
The reason is very simple.
At this time, the middle-aged emergency doctor stood up and said,
As we all know, the human chest is protected by roommate ribs. There will be some gaps between the ribs, but these gaps are very small, and the ribs are very strong. Just now, the forensic girl and I carefully examined the wound of the deceased and found that the knife passed directly between the two ribs. In other words, the murderer is a professional. He can pass between two ribs between the lightning and flint. This situation is either due to extreme luck or professional techniques. But from a professional perspective, I prefer the latter possibility, because the ribs of these three corpses were all avoided by the knife. One person's luck cannot be so good,
the doctor said lightly. The people present also felt that this was impossible after hearing the explanations of the doctors and forensic doctors. For ordinary people, if one knife avoids the ribs, it is good. If you say it 3 times in a row and avoid the ribs, who will believe it? Chapter 330. I can't understand this script.
Is it possible that Yishan is such a person?
At this time, a survivor suddenly asked. When Tang Xichuan heard this, he turned his head and looked at the survivor. This sight immediately frightened the survivor into retreating.
What about that? Yishan, I didn't mean to target you. I just wanted to ask.
The survivor quickly explained.
No, I'm not angry. I think you asked this question very well. I give you a thumbs up.
After saying that, Tang Xichuan stretched out his thumb and gave the survivor a big thumbs up.
I think this possibility cannot be said to be impossible, but it is infinitely close to 0.
The emergency doctor shook his head and said,
Why?
After hearing the doctor's words, everyone present had a big question mark.
It's very simple. Shin drank alcohol last night and was already in a serious state of drunkenness. Even if a person can avoid the ribs with a knife when he is sober, it is impossible to do it when he is drunk. Because alcohol affects people's judgment, it is impossible to kill someone with one knife.
The forensic girl shook her head. When everyone heard the words of the forensic girl and the emergency doctor, they immediately thought that it seemed that Yishin and his boss had indeed drank a lot last night. And they were helped back home by the two girls in the end. Many survivors who used to like drinking now recall the time when they were drunk. It seems that, as the two doctors said, as long as you are drunk, you can't still maintain accurate judgment and be able to kill someone with a knife.
Besides, there are still some doubts,
the forensic girl said suddenly. But halfway through her words, she didn't know what to say.
These three deceased. No.
The forensic girl blushed more and more as she spoke.
Let me tell you.
The emergency doctor interrupted the forensic girl, and then said,
according to our inspection, the 3 deceased people did not have sexual intercourse. Furthermore, the bruises on the body of the deceased are very strange. Mainly because apart from this corpse, the bruises on the other 2 corpses are not like those that can be made by men's hands. To put it simply, the palms that caused the bruises on the 2 bodies were too small and more like women's palms.
As he spoke, the emergency doctor pointed to the bodies of the little secretary and his sister and said to everyone,
You mean the scars on these 2 corpses were caused by women?
Tang Xiuquan heard the doctor's words and asked, pointing to the corpses of his elder sister and younger sister.
Yes.
The forensic girl and the doctor nodded.
In addition, there is another strange place,
the forensic girl suddenly said.
After our investigation, we found that the time of death of this corpse should be earlier than the death time of the other 2 corpses.
With that, the forensic girl pointed at the body of the little secretary and said,
We speculate that her death time was probably between 4 and 6 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Are you sure?
Xing suddenly asked.
Boss Xing, although I am young, I was once one of the best forensic doctors in Chongqing City. Please don't doubt my professionalism.
The forensic girl suddenly felt a little worried when she heard that Xing seemed to doubt her professional ability. Angry.
Sorry. Mainly because this matter is very important. So I need to confirm it again.
Xing heard the girl's words and suddenly scratched his head in embarrassment. But he still said what was in his heart.
I can seal up the honor of my 15 years of practice. What this forensic girl said is true.
At this time, the doctor next to him also confirmed to Xing. Xing and everyone present heard the answers from the 2 professionals, and they all knew in their hearts that this was a real deal. The murderer is definitely not Tang Xiuquan. The reason is very simple. Because when the little secretary died, Tang Xiuquan had not yet arrived at the Oath Island. Since no one arrived, how did he kill them? This is completely unjustifiable. Moreover, the bruises on the 2 girls who helped Tang Xiuquan back to the house were obviously caused by women. In this way, Tang Xiuquan was directly eliminated. Although it cannot be 100% ruled out, it is at least infinitely close to 0. With Tang Xiuquan being ruled out, another serious question arises. Who is the murderer? Is the murderer still hiding among the survivors?
Everyone, now that you have listened to the analysis of the professionals, are you in the mood to listen to the self-reports of these 3 ladies?
Tang Xiuquan clapped his hands in a good mood when he saw that he had been eliminated as a suspect.
Yes, Sin. Is it really possible?
The forensic girl suddenly became interested when she heard Tang Xiuquan's words.
Yes. But why are you so excited?
Tang Xiuquan looked at the extremely excited girl. He now seriously doubted that this forensic girl was not normal. When the forensic girl saw Tang Xiuquan's strange look, she scratched her head in embarrassment and then showed a shy expression.
What the HL? Don't be offended. Yagami! This is purely a personal and professional habit of mine. In the past, when we were doing forensics, we had to find suspicious points on the corpse ourselves to determine the cause of death. So I often thought, if we could let the corpse speak for itself, wouldn't our chance of solving the case increase a lot?
When Tang Xiuquan heard what the forensic girl said, he immediately said,
Sister, you are not normal. Damn it. In the real world, corpses can talk. I guess the ones present are not your forensic doctors,
but the Taoist priest from Lunghu Mountain.
But this is not the real world now. It is normal for corpses to talk. Therefore, Tang Xiuquan nodded to the girl, then walked to the 3 corpses and snapped his fingers in front of them. Immediately, the 3 corpses opened their eyes. Seeing the dead person, he opened his eyes at the same time, which frightened the survivors present. How had they ever seen this weird scene before? But Tang Xiuquan didn't care about this. He went directly to the sister who helped him back to the house and asked her,
Tell me, how did you die? I was killed by someone.
The sister's corpse said intermittently. Her voice was weird, like someone who has been thirsty for a long time and whose throat is almost dry and smoking. But it's normal to think about it. After all, after a person dies, the body fluids in her body will stop functioning, and it's normal for her throat to become dry without the moisture of saliva.
Then who killed you?
Tang Sichuan continued to ask. The elder sister's corpse did not speak this time. Instead, she raised her hand and pointed directly at the younger sister's corpse next to her. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. In what situation? The younger sister killed the elder sister? Why can't we understand this script? Chapter 331 The Murderer. The Old Cat. Tang Sichuan was dumbfounded. Oath and Once were also dumbfounded. All the survivors present were equally dumbfounded. They never expected that this would be the result. Especially the forensic doctor and the emergency doctor. They had already guessed that my sister was killed by a woman, but they didn't expect that it was her sister who stabbed her.
Wait a minute. Why can't I understand? My sister was killed by my sister. So who killed my sister?
At this time, a survivor asked everyone's doubts for everyone.
Yes. Who killed my sister?
After hearing the survivor's words, everyone immediately started talking. In these discussions, all kinds of bizarre speculations emerged one after another. Some people guessed it was ghosts and gods, and some people guessed it was monsters from this world. For a moment, everyone was a little panicked.
Everyone, be quiet. If you are here to guess, why not ask your sister directly?
This is what Sun shouted, directly stopping everyone's guessing. After everyone heard Zheng's words and stopped talking, Sun turned his attention to Tang Sichuan. When Tang Sichuan saw Zheng's gaze, he immediately understood what Zheng meant. So she walked directly to her sister's body.
Tell me, how did you die?
Tang Sichuan asked with a frown. There was no sparkle in my sister's eyes, only grayish white. But she still opened her mouth and said slowly, Kill.
Suicide?
What do you mean? Tang Sichuan frowned when he heard his sister's words.
Suicide? Why commit suicide?
Tang Xiaochuan asked.
Bring the blame, master.
The sister's corpse continued to say slowly. Hearing my sister's words, the survivors present suddenly took a breath. In order to blame Yagami, he committed suicide? What kind of divine operation is this? This kind of plot is something that no TV series would dare to film like this. Of course, except for the story about the elementary school student who died in Fuso's 10,000th year and died wherever he went. There is such a plot. But that's anime. Now here is the reality. Wanting to use suicide to frame people. What kind of brain circuit is this? Therefore, everyone present could not figure it out, including Tang Xiaochuan. If you can't figure it out, just ask directly.
Why?
Tang Xiaochuan asked.
According to the order of the Lord. Frame the master.
The sister's corpse said unconsciously.
Sir? Which master?
Tang Sichuan felt that he had finally asked the key point. So he continued to ask.
Yes.
Before the sister's body could finish speaking, it suddenly began to tremble violently.
What's going on?
Tang Sichuan was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Although he rarely uses the skill of resurrecting the undead, he also knows that the current situation is definitely not normal. Before Tang Sichuan could make any move, his sister's head began to swell. The originally delicate facial features began to distort, and then exploded.
Yes, it exploded just like that. It exploded suddenly and unexpectedly. After the head exploded, the flesh and blood flew everywhere, making him look like a survivor in the front row. However, Tang Sichuan and Xiao Xiao were not stained by the blood since they had not yet released their demigod state. But such a scene also dumbfounded Tang Xiaochuan and Xiao Xiao.
I'm going! It's going to explode. It's really going to explode. He's so meowing. He looks right on my face. I'm going to die. I'm going to die.
The survivors present suddenly became a mess, frowning as they watched the Oath.
Everyone, be quiet. What are you doing like this?
Oath yelled. And then he managed to calm down the situation. The survivors present fell silent after hearing the words of the Oath. After everyone calmed down, Oath turned his head to Tang Sichuan and asked, Yifeng, what do you think we should do in this situation? Don't worry. Isn't there a corpse that's still silent? Tang Sichuan glanced at the Oath lightly, and then turned his attention to the last little secretary.
How did you die?
Tang Sichuan walked to the secretary's body and asked directly.
I was killed by someone.
The little secretary said intermittently as well.
Then who killed you?
Tang Xiaochuan asked.
looking at the secretary. Yes, old cat. Old cat? Xiao and Zhang both took a breath after hearing the little secretary's words. The other survivors present also let out an exclamation. They all know what kind of status Lao Mao has on Oath Island. It can be said that he is actually the deputy leader of the entire Pledge to Survival group, and his status in the group is higher than ever before. But now, when everyone heard that it was the old cat who killed the little secretary, some people immediately expressed disbelief. Impossible! How could Brother Cat kill the little secretary? This makes no sense! Night Breeze, you must be framing Brother Cat. Yes! Yi Feng, you must be framing Brother Cat in order to escape the blame. The survivors present shouted loudly. They did not believe what Tang Xichuan said. Brothers, please calm down. At this time, Zheng Zing stood up. The survivors present heard what Zing said and fell silent. They were waiting for what Zing said next. Brothers, since Yi Feng said that the little secretary was killed by Brother Cat, why don't we just go to Brother Cat to confront him? The survivors present all nodded in agreement after hearing what Zing had said. In their opinion, Yi Feng is a liar. As long as the old cat comes, Yi Feng's lies will be self-evident. By the way, have any of you seen Brother Cat? Zeng asked. Brother Cat? Didn't Brother Cat go into the room with Boss Oath to look for Night Breeze? Yes, we all saw Brother Cat go in, but we didn't see Brother Cat come out. After hearing what they had said, everyone began to recall, and finally they all said with certainty that the old cat had entered Tang Xichuan's room. Old cat did enter my room, but after the fight with Oath, I didn't pay much attention to him. He is still in the room. Tang Xichuan finally confirmed with Zeng. Okay, since the old cat is in your room, I will ask someone to bring the old cat out now. Once heard what Tang Xiaochuan said, he nodded immediately, and then turned to the two survivors on the side. The reporter said, You two go and bring the old cat out. Remember, the old cat is also a suspect now, so be careful. I know. Boss Zing. The two survivors nodded after hearing Zing's words, and then walked towards Tang Xichuan's previous room. Before the old cat was brought out, Tang Xichuan and the other survivors could only wait where they were. The other survivors may be waiting for the old cat to come out for a confrontation. But Tang Xichuan is wondering why the old cat does this. And who is the adult that my sister was talking about just now? Why did that adult want to frame him? What good does he have? Countless whys suddenly appeared in Tang Xichuan's mind. And once these whys emerge, more whys will emerge. In fact, Tang Xichuan was already wondering whether the adult his sister was talking about was the old cat. Chapter 332 The old cat is missing. Before Tang Xichuan could figure it out, the two survivors who had just entered his room ran out quickly. Tang Xichuan could see from their faces that they were a little anxious. Captain! Boss Zeng! Brother Cat is missing! The two survivors came to Oath and said to Oath and Zeng. What? The old cat is missing? Hearing the words of these two survivors, he suddenly frowned. How is it possible? Isn't he always in the room? Boss Zeng, we have searched the entire room, and Brother Cat is indeed not in the room. A survivor who was sent to find old cat said anxiously. We suspect that Mr. Cat is not in the room. Another survivor immediately added. Not in the room? After hearing this, Xiao Xiao immediately thought of something. He quickly called up the list of members of the survival group and took a look. It turned out that at this time, Lao Mao's name was no longer in the member list. If a member is not on the survival team's list, there are only two possibilities. One is that the member has withdrawn from the survival group, and the other is that the member has died. But now, they found no body of the old cat in Tang Xichuan's room, which meant that either someone had hidden the body of the old cat, or the old cat was not dead. If Lao Mao is not dead, then there is only one explanation for why he is not on the member list, and that is that Lao Mao himself quits the survival group. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhao's expression suddenly turned bad. He suddenly thought about why Lao Mao was so calm when he communicated with him before, and why he kept saying, Is the truth important? It seemed that from the very beginning, Lao Mao behaved very abnormally. But at that time, I was confused by his words, and only thought about being able to control Tang Xichuan, and then forgot to think about Lao Mao's attitude. Thinking about it now, he suddenly felt that the old cat seemed very suspicious from the beginning. Go! Inform everyone to search the entire Oath Island. Zeng stood in front of other survivors and said to everyone. Yes, Boss Zing. Everyone heard Zing's words and knew that the old cat was now the key to the whole thing. So after hearing Zing's words, they all nodded and prepared to search the entire island for the old cat. No need to go. Just when everyone was about to leave, Oath said to stop them. Huh?
When the survivors heard what the oath said, they all turned their heads and looked at the oath.
Old Cat is no longer in our survival group. I think he should have withdrawn from the survival group.
Oath casually felt pain in his heart, but he still said these words.
What? Master Cat has quit the survival group? How is this possible?
Everyone present felt incredible when they heard the words of the oath.
You shouldn't. Why did Mr. Cat quit the group? You didn't lie to us. Did you? You guys. How dare you doubt the leader? Don't you know how to look at the member list yourself?
Suddenly, there were different opinions in the survival group. Some people immediately went to check the list of members of the survival group. When they saw it, they were dumbfounded. In their same member list, Lao Mao's name was not found. At this point, everyone basically believed the words of the oath.
That's not right. Why did Mr. Cat suddenly withdraw from the survival group? Why don't you even think about it? It's definitely Lao Mao who's absconding out of fear of crime. You fart. Master Cat must have other reasons. Is there any other reason? Then you can explain why you run away now? Moreover, the little secretary said that the person who killed her was Lao Mao. How do you explain this?
The survivors who were present immediately started talking. Some supported the old cat, saying that he left for other reasons. Although they did not explain the reason clearly, they turned their heads to look at Tang Sichuan intentionally or unintentionally. Among them, everyone can see the meaning. Some people, on the other hand, choose to swear directly, thinking that Lao Mao is absconding in fear of crime. Everyone said that the father-in-law was right and the mother-in-law was right. The atmosphere at the scene became more and more tense, and a fight was about to begin.
That's enough.
At this time, Oath shouted angrily. When everyone heard the words of the oath, they stopped and looked at him.
Each squad leader, take your people back. No further discussion of this matter is allowed without an order from Advance 1. As for the final outcome of this matter, I will turn to other senior leaders in the group to issue a joint statement. You shall refer to the joint statement. If I find out that some of you are still arguing about this matter and affecting the harmony within the group, I will expel these people from the survival group.
When the survivors present heard such harsh words in the oath, they were immediately frightened and did not dare to speak. After seeing that no one dared to speak, Oath waved to everyone and signaled them to leave. But before everyone left, he said to the senior leaders of the survival group,
the senior leaders of the group stay. Yi Feng, you can stay too.
Tang Sichuan heard what the oath said. Although he didn't know why the oath chose to let him stay at this time, he still nodded. After all the other survivors left, only a dozen or so senior members of the survival group were left.
I think we have all been deceived by the old cat.
Oath glanced at everyone, then sighed and said,
Hiss.
After hearing the oath, everyone present took another breath, and then asked,
Captain, what do you mean by this? I mean, we have been instigated by the old cat from the beginning. The old cat's purpose may not be simple. If you think about it carefully, we actually have a very good relationship with Yi Feng. So who was the first to suggest that we should antagonize Yi Feng?
Xiao Xiao glanced at everyone present and asked. When everyone heard the words of the oath, they thought, it seemed that it was Lao Mao who was the first one to propose it. For a moment, everyone had different expressions. After seeing the strange expressions on everyone's faces, he vowed to continue.
And, one more thing. Why did he want to kill my secretary? Who is the adult my sister is referring to?
The more everyone listened to the oath, the more they frowned. They also feel that old cats are getting better and better.
Boss, what are you thinking about?
Zeng asked.
Thoroughly investigate everyone who has anything to do with old cat, especially those who originally belonged to him. In addition, we must closely monitor other survivors on the island and screen every place on the island to find traces of the old cat.
Oath said in the coldest voice.
Captain, is this too involved?
At this time, a senior executive said.
Too wide. No. On the contrary, I don't think it's enough. Haven't you ever thought about why the old cat did this?
Oath asked as he looked at everyone. Chapter 333 Upgrading is the way to go. When everyone heard the words of the oath, they immediately fell into silence. They suddenly realized that the oath made sense, because none of them knew what Lao Mao was doing. If they didn't know clearly what Lao Mao wanted to do, they wouldn't know what Lao Mao would do next. If they can't be the first to know what the old cat wants to do, then they will know how to defend passively. As the saying goes, it takes 1,000 days to be a thief. But there is no way to prevent a thief for 1,000 days. It is simply impossible to passively defend against Lao Mao's subsequent actions. In other words, they cannot catch the old cat, and they have to open one eye at night. So, after everyone heard the words of the oath, They wanted to take action immediately and prepare to conduct an island-wide search. Tang Sichuan looked at this situation and did not stop these senior executives from leaving, because he also knew that Lao Mao was now a key figure. He also wanted to know why the old cat framed him. Therefore, he did not stop the senior officials at all levels from implementing this matter. But this does not mean that Tang Sichuan has given up on holding oath and the others accountable. Tang Sichuan couldn't stop the people who were working at the top. But that didn't mean that Tang Sichuan couldn't stop Oath and Zeng.
Boss Yefeng, what are you?
When he saw Tang Sichuan blocking the way, he suddenly became nervous. He was deeply afraid that Tang Sichuan would choose to continue the stalemate with the Oath. After all, judging from the situation just now, Oath is no match for Tang Sichuan. He is the kind of person who gets rid of others. He knew that the Oath had the incarnation of an angel. I originally thought that being able to transform into an angel would be their last trump card on Oath Island. But what I didn't expect was that this trump card would be used by Tang Sichuan with extreme violence and shamelessness, as he pinned the vows to the ground and beat them. Originally, Oath thought that he was the most powerful among all survivors because he had the ability to transform into an angel, because he had never heard relevant information from other survivors. So he assumed that others did not have the ability to transform. As for himself, he can make good use of his angel transformation ability to unify all the survivors. This was also the reason why he had the courage to fall out with Tang Sichuan, because he felt that since he had the ability to transform, he should not continue to be suppressed by Tang Sichuan. However, reality hit her too quickly. Before Oath could show off his power in front of Tang Sichuan, Tang Sichuan used his absolute strength to pin him down and rub him on the ground. Therefore, when the current Oath saw Tang Sichuan, he felt embarrassed and a little scared. Embarrassingly, I wanted to pretend. But instead of pretending, Tang Sichuan showed off my face. What I'm afraid of is that Tang Sichuan is really too showy, and his vows to show off are a bit hairy. And now, since he and Tang Sichuan have completely broken up, even if Tang Sichuan retaliates against him, he can only watch.
Brother Oath, you seem to have forgotten that the matter between the two of us has not been resolved yet.
Tang Sichuan looked at Oath with a sneer. Embarrassing. Extremely embarrassing. There are only these two words in the heart of the Oath now.
That's Brother Night Breeze. Wait a moment. Don't call me brother. I can't afford it.
As soon as Xiao said a word, Tang Sichuan raised his hand to stop him.
Brother Yifeng, what do you mean by this?
Xiao heard what Tang Sichuan said. Although he understood what Tang Sichuan meant, he still chose to continue to act stupid.
Brother Oath, you are not old enough to suffer from amnesia.
Tang Sichuan suddenly sneered when he heard Oath's words. Are you kidding me? Do you promise to fall out if you want? After the fallout, he found that he couldn't beat him. So he just tried to make the big deal trivial? Where in the world can anything be so cheap? This time, if you don't want to pay a price, the matter won't be over. After Sichuan heard what Tang Sichuan said, he also knew that it was no longer possible for him to continue to pretend to be stupid and get away with it. He had to stand upright after being beaten. So he could only choose to apologize to Tang Sichuan honestly.
Brother Yifeng, it's my fault this time. I mistrusted Lao Mao. Do you think we can just let this matter go? Just forget it like this? Brother Oath, you said it so easily.
Tang Sichuan looked at Oath with a sneer.
If it were you, would you just let it go? Okay. So Brother Yefeng, what do you want? I am willing to bear all the consequences.
After the oath was said, he lowered his head and said resignedly,
Boss.
Once he heard Oath's words, he suddenly became a little anxious. Just as he was about to say something, he was immediately stopped by Oath.
Once upon a time, I knew what you wanted to say, but this matter was indeed caused by my greed. Therefore, it is normal for Brother Yefeng to be dissatisfied. But, boss, it's nothing but, let's just wait quietly for Brother Yifeng's decision. And that's it.
After saying that, he overstated his oath and looked directly at Yifeng. When Tang Sichuan heard the words of the oath, he didn't know what to say for a moment. You have to say how much Tang Sichuan hates the oath. But in fact he doesn't. But if you want to let go of your vows, he feels unhappy. After all, he originally thought that Xiao was a person worthy of close friendship, and the two parties had had good communication before and exchanged knowledge. But I didn't expect that such an incident would happen on my first night on the island. This makes the toad even more disgusting if it doesn't hurt anyone. Therefore, at this time, Tang Sichuan no longer wanted to continue to have a close relationship with Oath. All he wanted was the 10,000 natives who had promised him before, and the secret that Oath could transform into angels. Although, in Tang Sichuan's opinion,
This angel transformation looked so weak and powerless. But it is undeniable that this is a kind of power that surpasses ordinary people. If Tang Sichuan could not transform into the sun god, then he would be the one who was pressed to the ground and rubbed. If you have such power, then your Myron Island will have another high-end combat capability. Tang Sichuan had no reason to refuse such power. Moreover, Tang Sichuan also felt that the power of transforming into an angel might also represent a godhead. There is no need to elaborate on the importance of the godhead. Whether you use it for yourself or let Zeus and the others absorb it, it will be of great benefit. In particular, Tang Sichuan saw Gaia's ability. Speaking of Gaia, Tang Sichuan had to lament Gaia's cowhide. After he gave her Seth's pseudo-godhead, she immediately had a big explosion, doubling the area of the entire Myron Island, so that the area of Myron Island has changed from 5.2 square kilometers to 10.4 square kilometers. Moreover, this area is still increasing rapidly at a rate of 2,000 square meters per day. Originally, when Tang Sichuan learned that after the merger of Oath Island, the island area directly reached 15 square kilometers, he expressed envy. As a result, the area of his own island also directly increased to double digits. This made Tang Sichuan couldn't help but sigh. As expected, upgrading the existing gods is the best way. Chapter 334 Two Conditions. After tasting the dividends brought by the upgrade of gods, Tang Sichuan directly put collecting godheads and upgrading gods as his first priority. After all, such operations are the main reason why the island can maintain rapid development at this time. Therefore, Tang Sichuan now covets any godhead, or anything that seems to be a godhead. Tang Sichuan thought of this, secretly wiped the non-existent saliva, and looked at the oath with golden eyes. And Xiao Xiao suddenly felt as if he had turned into a beautiful woman who had her clothes stripped off, and then was thrown in front of a pervert. So, he swallowed unconsciously. Brother Oath, our relationship has become like this, and there is no way we can continue to cooperate. So, I think we should reach a deal as soon as possible, and then go back to our respective homes. From now on, there will be no time to see each other. Tang Sichuan looked at the oath and said slowly, What? Brother Yifeng, you can't do this. If you don't care about our Oath Island, what will we do in the future? Oath suddenly became a little anxious when he heard that Tang Sichuan said that he wanted to terminate the cooperation. You know, without Tang Sichuan's blood transfusion from behind, his Oath Island would not be able to support so many people. Although the current Oath Island has not reached the last 15 square kilometers, it is still 7 or 8 square kilometers. But on such a large island, there is not much land that can be planted, and many places are still barren. If you want to turn these wastelands into land that can be planted, it will take 2 or 3 days to open up wasteland. After clearing the land, it is necessary to plant and wait for the crops to mature. This may take 7 days. Therefore, it will take at least 10 days for the first batch of crops to mature on Oath Island. Even if you open up wasteland and plant at the same time, it will take at least 7 days. Originally, the consumption in the past few days required the support of Myron Island. But now, listening to Tang Sichuan, it seems that he no longer invests in Oath Island. Not only that, according to the calculations of senior officials like Oath, the crop output of the entire island still needs the blessing of the Myron Island Temple to achieve high yields and feed the tens of thousands of people on the island. You can even use these crops to do some export trade in exchange for good things from other survivors. But looking at it now, don't say it out loud. You may not even be able to feed the people on your own island. When he thought about the consequences of the shortage of food on the island, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but feel a chill in his back. At the same time, he realized how ignorant he was. I originally thought that I already had a trump card that could challenge Tang Sichuan. But it turned out that Tang Sichuan didn't even need to do anything. He only needed to cut off the continuous blood transfusion between Myron Island and Oath Island. Your own Oath Island will be in chaos, and the tens of thousands of people on the island will directly erupt into conflicts due to food shortages. Therefore, faced with such a situation, Xiao vowed to give in. If you don't give up, there is nothing you can do. You can't beat him even if you fight him, and you will still be at fault. Brother Yifeng, you can't do this. If you terminate the deal, our Myron Island will suffer heavy casualties. You have suffered heavy losses on Oath Island. What do you care about me? Tang Sichuan rolled his eyes at Oath, his face nonchalant. But he was already smiling in his heart. In fact, Tang Sichuan never thought about whether the Oath Island would live or die from the beginning to the end. All he wanted was to use the Oath to be desperate now and draw more people from the Oath Island to Melon Island. But Oath didn't know about this. when he heard Tang Sichuan say that he didn't care about the life and death of Oath Island. He suddenly panicked. He quickly said, "Brother Yifeng, if you cut off the material transactions with our Oath Island, all the tens of thousands of us on the island will starve to death. Brother Yifeng, there is an old saying in our flower gardening family. Saving one life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. If you can join our Oath Island, you will definitely be able to return to great blessings. Brother Oath, are you telling me this now? Then why don't you think about what you did before?" When Tang Xiaochuan heard Oath's words, he suddenly felt like he was going to make him laugh. If it weren't for his own suicide, would he be as panicked as he is now? It's true. Sometimes, people die for a reason, and a large part of it is their own doing. When Wang Xiao heard Tang Xiaochuan's words, he was stunned. He suddenly felt that Tang Sichuan was right. If he hadn't committed suicide, he probably wouldn't have to worry about food now. But there is no regret medicine in this world. Now that something has been done, someone must bear the consequences. Moreover, even if he wanted to escape, he would not be able to survive if other people on the island knew that because of his own suicide, Shimalan Island had severed ties with Oath Island. Thinking of it, Xiao Zhao's mouth was full of bitterness. If he had known this, he would have been unwilling to be Tang Sichuan's enemy. "Brother Yifeng. Oh, no. Lord Yifeng. Please save the other survivors on the Oath Island. They are innocent. As long as you can save them, I am willing to pay any price." After saying this, he immediately lowered his head. "Any price? Then I want you to die. And you are willing?" When Tang Sichuan heard the words of the oath, he immediately laughed back. "If I die, if you can forgive Oath Island and be willing to save them, I am willing," Oath said with dismay. Tang Sichuan was stunned for a moment when he heard the words of the oath. He didn't expect that Xiao would really agree to his proposal, which seemed like a joke. And it seemed that the oath was serious and not a lie, because he did not see cunning in the eyes of the oath, as only people feel lost in extreme despair. However, Tang Sichuan did not really want to take the oath's life. For Tang Sichuan, no matter what happens in the future, he does not plan to have any contact with Oath Island. So it doesn't matter to him whether he vows to die or not. There are only two things he wants. One is population. A large population. What he wants now is more than the 10,000 natives he vowed to give out. He wants more. The second point is the secret of his transformation into an angel. To be honest, I don't care whether you die or not. But I have two questions. If you can agree, I can continue to provide you with enough food to help you get through the initial stage." Tang Sichuan thought for a while, said to the oath. When Xiaosheng heard that things were still improving, his eyes became brighter again. "Master Yefeng, you tell me. We will try our best to satisfy you," Oath said while looking at Tang Xiaochuan. "It's very simple. The first point is that the food we discussed before is exchanged for 10,000 indigenous people. I think this exchange ratio is unreasonable. I need to double it. Enough food for you to get through the early stage. I need to change the population to 2 people. This is the basic condition. If we can't agree, we'll just cancel the deal," Tang Sichuan said forcefully, without giving Oath any right to choose. Chapter 335 Winged Angel Godhead. When Wang Xiaochuan heard Tang Xiaochuan's first condition, he was dumbfounded. He did not expect that Tang Sichuan's first target was actually focused on the indigenous population. But he only thought about it for less than 10 seconds before choosing to agree. After all, as Tang Xiaochuan said, he had no right to choose at all. By agreeing to the request, Tang Sichuan was able to prepare enough food for everyone to survive the early stage. Everyone on the island can survive. Even if half of the indigenous people will follow Tang Sichuan to Myron Island. They vowed that the island's future workforce would also be lost by half. But again, at least everyone survived. If you don't agree, then great. Everyone will starve to death. Even if everyone does not starve to death, there will be great riots. What can't a person who is driven mad by evil do? If that's true, it's very likely that only 1/10 of the people on the entire Oath Island will survive in the end. The Oath was ambitious, but he also had a conscience. He couldn't just watch everyone so quietly, starving to death in front of his eyes. Therefore, he could only agree to Tang Sichuan's request. "Master Yefeng, we agree to your request." After saying that, Oath lowered his head helplessly. "Very good. Look, now we can continue our discussion." Tang Sichuan suddenly smiled when he heard the oath. "Second point. I need to know the secret of your ability to transform into an angel." After Tang Sichuan said this, he stared at Oath. He wanted to see every expression of Oath. After hearing what Tang Xiaochuan said,
Oath didn't react at all. He was a little confused as to why Tang Sichuan wanted to know the secret of his ability to transform into an angel. However, although he couldn't understand it, he had no intention of hiding it. Again, when facing Tang Sichuan, he was not qualified to refuse anything.
Actually, the ability to transform into an angel was a stone I got by chance.
As he said that, Oath took out a golden stone from his arms.
I got this when I made a deal with other survivors. At first, the survivor and I didn't know what the stone was used for. There are just some. My palm was injured and a deep gash was cut out. The blood stained the stone. There was a lot more information in my mind. That's when I realized that this stone was an angel stone, which could transform an ordinary person into an angel. Thus it has strong combat power. But if you want to transform into an angel with this stone, there are many restrictions, including that you can transform once every 10 days, and each transformation lasts only 10 hours.
He said the oath slowly, and finally handed the stone to Tang Sichuan's hand. Tang Sichuan frowned slightly when he heard the oath. It will take 15 days for his ring of the sun god to transform. But this angel stone only takes 10 days? But thinking about it, it seemed that the angel stone was not as powerful as the sun god, and he was relieved. But what disappointed him was that this angel stone was accidentally obtained by Oath from someone else. To put it bluntly, even Oath didn't know the specific origin of this angel stone. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan sighed secretly. But it seems good to just get an angel stone like this. Tang Sichuan felt much better when he thought of this, and he used the system to test the angel stone again.
Ding! Found the angel stone, winged angel godhead. Angel stone, winged angel godhead using blood as the medium. After activating the bound angel stone, you can transform into a 2-winged angel. Transformation cooling time, 10 days. Transformation duration, 1 hour. A 2-winged angel is the lowest angel in heaven. He has 2 wings on his back and can fly freely in the sky. Although he is the lowest existence in heaven. If you despise him because of this, you are destined to receive a painful lesson. P.S. Since you can transform into an angel, you can fly in the sky. From then on, you are no longer an ordinary person, but a glorious birdman. P.S. This godhead has been bound and cannot be bound again. Sure enough, it's a godhead.
Tang Sichuan felt happy when he saw the introduction of the system. Although this godhead is the lowest level of existence, it is still a real godhead. Even if I can't use this thing, the hungry gods on my island will be very interested in it. Tang Sichuan is already a little impatient to see what abilities those gods will unlock after they are fused with the godhead. However, how to get this thing from the experimental hands is still a problem. Tang Sichuan thought for a while, and then said to the oath,
This stone is interesting. Please give me a price. Master Yefeng, don't you already have something more powerful than this? Why do you still value this angel stone?
Oath frowned when he heard Tang Sichuan's words.
Furthermore, it seems that this stone can no longer be bound. It's useless if you ask for it. You don't have to worry about it. Just tell me, how do you plan to sell the stone?
Tang Sichuan directly asked how the oath was sold, not whether it was sold. He is obviously planning to take his vow now. And his meaning is very simple. If you don't give it to me, I will not choose to continue trading with you. Taking the initiative is so powerful. After hearing what Tang Sichuan said, I vowed to be unhappy with it. But what could I do if I wasn't happy? Among all the survivors currently, Tang Sichuan is probably the only one who can take out so much food at once. If Tang Sichuan didn't trade with him, they would have to starve to death. Therefore, forced by the helpless oath, he did not dare to refute any of Tang Sichuan's suggestions. In other words, he was simply not qualified to reject Tang Sichuan. So it would be better to refuse first, and then be forcefully forced to agree by Tang Sichuan. It would be better to agree directly. Although he has not been in contact with Tang Sichuan for a long time, he also knows that Tang Sichuan is actually a very strong person who will not give up until he achieves his goal. And he is also a smooth donkey. As long as you follow him and say more soft words, he will be very generous and give you many good things. In this case, it is better to just agree to Tang Sichuan and get more supplies from him.
Since Brother Yishin likes it, then give this stone to Brother Yishin.
Oath smiled awkwardly.
Give it to me?
When Tang Sichuan heard the words of the oath, he immediately understood that he was now showing his kindness to himself. In this regard, Tang Sichuan wanted to say something. If you can be forgiven if you submit, then why do you need tolerance? Therefore, Tang Sichuan directly rejected the oath's overtures.
Thank you, Brother Oath. But I don't like to take advantage of others. Let's do this. I will give you 20% more supplies in exchange for this stone.
After speaking, a satisfied smile appeared on Tang Sichuan's lips. Chapter 336 Lu Xian and Xie Xiaoyu. In the end, Tang Sichuan vowed to negotiate properly, and finally exchanged more than 600 tons of grain for half of the indigenous population on the island, which was about 20,000 people. Originally, according to the agreement, Tang Sichuan only had to pay more than 500 tons. But in order to exchange for the angel stone from Oath, Tang Sichuan added an extra 100 tons. It seems that Tang Sichuan exchanged 100 tons of grain for an unusable angel stone, and he suffered a little blood loss. But Tang Sichuan doesn't think so. Although he could not bind the angel stone, he could give it to Zeus and the others. As long as this angel stone can upgrade any of the gods like Zeus, he will not lose, even blood money. For example, the earth goddess Gaia was resurrected by Tang Sichuan and the others because she obtained Seth's pseudo-godhead. After a beating and complete subjugation of Gaia, Tang Sichuan's Myron Island doubled in area. This beauty cannot be described in words. Moreover, doubling the area means more land can be used. Not to mention other things. It only takes 7 days for Tang Sichuan and his friends to harvest the crops on the island, and the new output will be more than 100 tons. Therefore, in this wave, Tang Sichuan believed that he had earned his blood. After delivering the grain he brought and letting the first batch of 2,000 people board the ship, Tang Sichuan directly chose to return. If it was before, Tang Sichuan felt that he was still interested in visiting the island of Oath. But now the relationship between hesitation and Oath has dropped rapidly, and he is no longer in the mood to continue visiting the island. As for the old cat that has not been found yet, Tang Sichuan said that he is not worried at all. If Lao Mao really had a trump card, he would have used it long ago instead of just running away. Although Tang Sichuan also became interested in the old cat, it was only a little later. No matter how powerful Lao Mao is, he can only hide behind his back and shoot cold arrows. If he dares to face Tang Sichuan directly, he will tell Lao Mao what it means that in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies are paper tigers. What does it mean to beat the shit out of you? Therefore, Tang Sichuan left with peace of mind, and they did not dare to stop him. Or in other words, they had no excuse to stop him. Was it Tang Sichuan who killed sister? No. The elder sister died in the hands of the younger sister. Was it Tang Sichuan who killed my sister? The same is not true. My sister committed suicide, although it is still unclear who the adult in my sister's mouth refers to. It is certain that it is not Tang Sichuan. Was Tang Sichuan the one who killed the little secretary? Still not. Although it is not clear why the old cat wanted a little secretary. One thing is certain. That is, the little secretary was killed by the old cat. Therefore, all the previous reasons pointing to Tang Sichuan's murder cannot be established. After being defeated again, and still being unreasonable, neither the Oath nor the senior officials of Oath Island had any excuse to stop Tang Sichuan. Therefore, after the handover was completed, Tang Sichuan boarded the ship with the indigenous people feeling at ease. Flyer. Captain's cabin. Tang Sichuan was sitting on a chair, with 3 female corpses standing opposite him. There is also a female corpse among them, without a head. And on the chairs next to him, sat the 2 survivors who were inspecting the corpse. An emergency doctor, a medical examiner. These 2 people approached Tang Sichuan and asked to follow him to Myron Island. Tang Sichuan felt that there was indeed a lack of doctors as a profession on his island. After all, there was only one high priest in Nanshan, who could barely be regarded as doctors. The high priest relies on the blessing of the temple to cure diseases. He can be said to be an old magician. Although Nanshan understands traditional Chinese medicine, he is really helpless when it comes to injuries like surgery. Therefore, after Tang Sichuan heard that the 2 doctors wanted to follow him to Myron Island, he agreed without thinking. In this kind of world, if people with special skills take the initiative to seek refuge, as long as their brains are clear, they will choose to agree. Later, after chatting with them, I found out that the emergency doctor's name was Lu Xian, and he was 35 years old. The cute-looking forensic girl is named Xie Xiaoyu, and she has been practicing for 5 years. Well, he is a female man who has seen a lot of corpses. Now, the 3 of them were sitting in the cabin, looking at the 3 corpses in front of them with heavy expressions on their faces. I never thought that this world would have such an ability to stop corpses from transforming into corpses. Lu Xian looked at the 3 corpses in front of him that had stopped decaying, with a look of disbelief on his face. Well, yes. Almost 10 hours have passed since we checked the bodies in the morning, and the spots on their bodies have not expanded. If it weren't for the lack of breathing and heartbeat, I doubt they are still alive. Xie Xiaoyu also looked around the corpse with a serious face.
No. You too. I didn't ask you to come here to study this.
Tang Xichuan was speechless when he heard what Xie Xiaoyu and Lu Xian said. He had explained to both of them that after using the method of resurrecting the undead, these corpses would stop changing. But the two of them did not believe it and insisted on studying it carefully. This left Tang Xichuan speechless.
Yes, and wait a minute. I think this is a science. A rigorous science.
Lu Xian stopped Tang Xichuan directly.
Yes. Yes. Yishan, don't you think that the corpse has changed like this?
Which is very meaningful for our medicine. It allows us to study the mysteries of the human body more deeply.
Xie Xiaoyu also nodded. When Tang Xichuan heard what the two of them said, he suddenly couldn't help but laugh. He originally wanted Lu Xian and Xie Xiaoyu to check carefully to see if there were any clues left behind. In other words, he wanted to know the specific identity of Lao Mao and why his sister chose to use her own life to frame him. Why does my sister's head explode when she reaches a critical position? In other words, he wanted to know who was setting him up behind his back. However, after he found Lu Xian and Xie Xiaoyu, they went off topic. Tang Xichuan wanted to stop it, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. In the current state of the two of them, even if you ask them to study it, it is estimated that their minds are not on this aspect, and they will not be able to study anything. It is better to satisfy their curiosity first and say that anyway, the corpse will not decay after being resurrected as an undead. Thinking of this, Tang Xichuan couldn't help but sigh again. If his sister's head hadn't exploded, he would have known the answer a long time ago. He didn't need to think about it like this. He had to guess bit by bit.
Okay then. You study it first. After you finish your study, you can do what I asked you to do.
Tang Xichuan shook his head helplessly.
I got it. Master Yefeng. Let's watch it for a while, and then start researching.
Xie Xiaoyu responded casually without looking back. After hearing Xie Xiaoyu's reply, Tang Xichuan slowly stood up, walked outside the cabin, looked at the endless sea, and began to think about some issues. Chapter 337, She is not from our flower gardening family. The sea breeze blowing in the face is very gentle. Not like the sea breeze blowing at a speed of more than 200 kilometers per hour. That feeling is like the sea breeze blown by ordinary sailboats in the age of discovery. Although he has experienced it many times, Tang Xichuan still marvels at the wonder of the world. Along with the sea breeze, Tang Xichuan began to think about this trip to Oath Island. If the frame-up is not included, this trip to the Oath Island was actually very perfect. Originally, we only wanted to allocate 10,000 indigenous people, but now we have doubled the number. However, when it comes to framing this matter, Tang Xichuan has always had a bold idea in his heart. He was wondering if the so-called adult his sister was talking about was Lao Mao. If it's really an old cat, what's the point of doing this? Why did he frame himself? What good would it do him to frame himself? And why did he kill the old cat? Is it because it was discovered? It's a pity that all the certifications are dead now, and I have no way to check them. The only sister who knew some details was unable to speak for some reason. Was the conspiracy against him random or planned? Was it because he happened to go to Oath Island on a temporary basis? Or was he secretly planning a conspiracy between himself and Oath Island? Thinking of all this, Tang Xichuan suddenly felt a little irritable. Just when Tang Xichuan was still thinking, he didn't know how long it had passed, but he suddenly heard the door behind him being opened. Lu Xian walked out with a serious look.
What's wrong? You weren't fine just now. Why do you look so ugly now?
Tang Xichuan saw that Lu Xian's face was not good, so he asked directly.
Yes, in. You'd better come in and take a look.
Lu Xian looked at Tang Xichuan and said,
What's wrong? Have you discovered anything?
Tang Xichuan looked at Lu Xian doubtfully.
There is something discovered. You'd better be mentally prepared.
Lu Xian nodded and nodded to Tang Xichuan. Tang Xichuan nodded when he heard Lu Xian's words and followed him into the cabin. As a result, as soon as he walked into the cabin, he saw him and Xie Xiaoyu. They directly placed the little secretary on a long table and gave her an on-site autopsy. It was not that Tang Xichuan had never seen scenes more bloody than this, but this was the first time he saw such a scene, and he suddenly felt his stomach churn.
I'm going. I'll let you two check it out. What are you two doing?
Tang Xichuan tried not to vomit, and roared at Lu Xian and Xie Xiaoyu. Yes, in. If we don't do an autopsy, how can we know exactly what we are willing to do?
Xie Xiaoyu asked with a surprised and cute look on her face, holding a scalpel with a trace of blood on her face. Tang Xichuan looked at Xie Xiaoyu's expression and suddenly felt that he had made a mistake in bringing these two people back to Myron Island.
He's a forensic doctor. He's really not a normal person.
Tang Sichuan suddenly thought of a sentence he heard before. In the end, he tried hard to calm down. After all, you can't be angry with someone who is no longer a normal person.
You asked me to come in. Did you find anything?
Tang Sichuan tried hard not to vomit, and then asked Lucien and Lucien.
We made a discovery. This little secretary. We found out that she is pregnant.
Lucien nodded.
What?
When Tang Sichuan heard this, he suddenly felt like he didn't want to vomit. He looked at Lucien seriously.
Are you sure? I'm sure.
Lucien nodded, and then said,
Our sister Xiaoyu estimated that the secretary is pregnant. But the pregnancy was not long. Only about a month. Wait! A month?
Tang Sichuan interrupted Lucien, and then said,
In other words, she became pregnant after she came to this world? Yes.
Lucien nodded.
How is that possible?
Tang Sichuan couldn't believe it.
Not only that, we also made some discoveries on my sister's body that may interest you.
Lucien did not return to Tang Sichuan's words, but continued.
What discovery?
Tang Sichuan asked.
We found out that my sister might not be from our flower-growing family.
Lucien thought for a while and said,
Not a flower grower. What do you mean?
Tang Sichuan frowned when he heard Lucien's words.
Before my sister's head exploded, I took a closer look at her teeth. Her teeth were small, and her eye sockets were small. This is slightly different from the race of our flower growers. By the way, Yagami, one more thing. I found that her leg bones are somewhat bent outward, which is what we call bow legs. The thigh bones are shorter. We flower growers almost don't have this characteristic. And of course, there are very few people with physical disabilities.
At this time, Xiaoyu on the side also said,
Short leg bones, bow legs, small teeth, small eye sockets?
After hearing what Lucien and Xiaoyu said, Tang Sichuan suddenly looked at the two of them strangely.
Then what is your conclusion?
Tang Sichuan asked doubtfully.
To sum up, the two of us agree that this sister is not from our flower-growing family, but from the country to the east of U.S.
Lucien finally said.
East side? Footbath?
Tang Sichuan said in surprise. Lucien and Xiaoyu looked at each other and nodded.
Are you so sure?
Tang Sichuan still said with some disbelief.
Yes. Yishan.
Xiaoyu nodded.
First of all, our flower growers are from a continental country. Our main food sources are generally rice and wheat. And our meat is usually large livestock such as pigs, sheep and cattle, because the bones of such animals are harder. Our teeth will be larger, so that we can bite food more easily. As for our neighbors, their meat mainly consists of marine fish. The meat of fish is so delicate that they don't even need big teeth to bite their food. But this doesn't mean anything.
Tang Sichuan heard Xiaoyu's words and expressed his denial.
Yes, Sin. Please listen to me.
Xiaoyu was interrupted by Tang Sichuan and was a little dissatisfied.
As for the eye sockets, it's actually hard to tell whether they belong to a flower grower. But what I can confirm is that they are actually her leg bones. Her leg bones are slightly shorter than those of us flower growers. And the kneecaps have some wear and tear. And the bones are valgus. As we all know, people in their country like to sit on their knees. Kneeling for a long time has worn out the knees and is not conducive to the development of the leg bones. So I can conclude that she is not from our flower gardening family.
Xiaoyu looked at Tang Sichuan and said,
How confident are you?
After hearing Xiaoyu's words, Tang Sichuan suddenly felt his head pounding.
At least 6 floors.
Xiaoyu nodded seriously.
Damn it. I knew this matter was getting more and more complicated.
When Tang Sichuan heard Xiaoyu's words, he suddenly felt like he was as big as two. Chapter 338 Sudden Announcement. Tang Sichuan felt that there was a reason for his headache. According to Lucien and Xiaoyu, their sister belongs to another country and has infiltrated their side. Moreover, from the words, adult, in my sister's mouth, we can infer that the other party's organization may be more strict than our own. And there is already a very obvious concept of superiors and subordinates. And what about the flower growers? Tang Sichuan looked at the public screen and suddenly felt that the silly netizens were so happy. This sentence was indeed a wise saying. Looking at the compliments or insults on the public screen, he was thinking about a question. If the other party had an organized and premeditated large-scale attack, could they stop it? Although it is unclear how strong the other party is, one thing is that they already have a strict hierarchy and organization, so their execution ability will definitely be higher than their own. But now, on the flower grower's side, The vast majority of survivors are still individuals, or small teams of several people. The larger one is a loose structure like a survival group, where many people are not gathered together. Just if, the other party can gather 20,000 survivors, and then bring their indigenous tribes with them to invade in a large scale. What can I do to stop them? Tang Xichuan had no doubt that the flower growers look down upon death. But in such a situation, what's the use of looking at death as if you're going to die? The huge difference in numbers can smooth everything out. Now, the only way Tang Xichuan can think of is to coordinate the survivors on the flower growers' side as soon as possible and agree to the dispatch. However, the idea is good, but it is difficult to implement. To put it simply, among the survivors, no one obeys the other. What time has it been? Why should I listen to you? This is the thought of all survivors. Just when Tang Xichuan was still thinking about what to do and how to coordinate the overall situation, a long-lost reminder sounded in the ears of all the survivors. Ding! Since the survival group has officially established a new country, the survival world has now entered the feudal era. The updated rules are as follows. First, after entering the feudal era, the indigenous tribes within the sphere of influence will automatically belong to the current force and can provide soldiers for the force. At the same time, survival groups that have entered the feudal era can declare war on other survival groups. When war is declared, the losing group will be stripped of their title of survivors and reduced to slaves. Second, for the group to advance to the feudal era, it needs to have more than 50,000 survivors and the island area exceeds 100 square kilometers. It needs to unlock important facilities such as schools, arsenals, granaries, and mineral veins. Third, in order to balance the competition among survivors, after entering the feudal era, supply boxes will not be spawned around the island, and all supplies need to be made by yourself. Fourth, after declaring war, the victory conditions require the destruction of the opponent's main island stone, or the death of all members of one side. A series of announcements made Tang Xichuan stunned. What are you really afraid of? Come on! Needless to say, this person, who has advanced to the feudal era, must be a chicken with his feet, and with the wolfish ambition of the country. They will definitely be the first to declare war. When I think of the minimum of 50,000 survivors, together with the indigenous tribes under their control, the available troops directly reach an astronomical figure. After Tang Xichuan reacted, he immediately entered the public screen to see if there was more detailed information. But as soon as he entered the public screen, he found that the entire public screen was surprisingly quiet. For 3 whole minutes, no one spoke on the public screen. Wang Defa, who is so bullish? Does this mean the founding of the country? Awesome. I don't know if the other party is still recruiting people. I'll sign up. Leave a hole for me. There are thunderstorms. I feel like I haven't woken up yet. I'll catch up on some sleep first. Ha! A feudal empire? Why do you feel like you are playing a game? Will you return the entire emperor? Upstairs, when you mentioned the emperor, I especially thought of the 3,000 beauties in the harem. Only me being favored. Cafe. My cafe. Is that you? I'm going to go upstairs to the wonderful coffee concubine. You have such a strong taste. After Tang Xichuan saw the reactions of the public seekers, he directly regarded this announcement as a topic of conversation. He couldn't help but sigh that this generation of netizens were really generous. This update was obviously full of murderous intent. But in the eyes of this group of people, it turned into something very fun. Do they really put life and death at risk? Tang Xichuan watched the public screen for a few minutes and found that a group of big-hearted survivors were chatting. He knew that he was unlikely to get any information from the public screen. Therefore, Tang Xichuan directly chose to quit the public screen. As a result, as soon as he exited the public screen, he saw Lu Xian and Xia Xiaoyu looking at him seriously. At this time, Tang Xiaochuan's private chat also started ringing. Tang Xichuan took a look and found that it was a private message from Zhang Ji. He first signaled Lu Xian and Xia Xiaoyu to wait a moment, and then chose to connect to the private chat. What's wrong? Brother Zhang? Xichuan, did you hear the announcement just now? Zhang Ji asked straight to the point. I heard. What does Brother Zhang want to say? Tang Xiaochuan nodded. Xichuan, I think this announcement is full of murderous intent. We need to prepare in advance. Zhang Ji looked at Tang Xichuan and said, I know. Tang Xichuan nodded with satisfaction after hearing Zhang Ji's words. He finally met a sensible person. I'm on my way back to Myron Island now. I'll tell you when I get back. In addition, Brother Zhang, I now authorize you to unite the forces on our island as soon as possible.
All men, women, old and young need to participate in training. We need to have the power to defend ourselves in the shortest possible time.
Tang Xichuan thought for a while, and said to Zhang Ji,
I understand. Let's wait until you come back.
Zhang Ji nodded when he heard that Tang Xichuan had already made his own plans. After Tang Xichuan briefly communicated with Zhang Ji again, he hung up the communication. Then, he turned his attention to Lu Xian and Xie Xiaoyu in front of him.
What's wrong with you?
Tang Xichuan asked, looking at Lu Xian and Xie Xiaoyu.
Yes, Sin. The announcement just now.
Before Lu Xian finished speaking, Tang Xichuan understood what he was going to say.
The announcement just now is indeed somewhat beyond my expectation. Although this matter is very passive for us, I have already started to arrange defense. We may be passive for a long time, so we need to be prepared for the long term. But fortunately, the preliminary preparations on our island are still good.
At this point, Tang Xiaochuan showed a smile. Lu Xian and Xie Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that Tang Xichuan was prepared. Chapter 339, rounding it off. It equals to nothing.
Boss Yefeng, that announcement just now almost scared me to death.
Xie Xiaoyu patted his chest, showing a scared expression. When Tang Xichuan saw Xie Xiaoyu's action, he suddenly felt that there were a few more black lines on his forehead. What the hell? Are you still afraid? When you just dissected the body, how fierce was it? If you say you are afraid, who would believe it? Tang Xichuan complained in his heart, his face full of unnaturalness. Lu Xian on the side also said,
Yes, Sin. I feel that things are not that simple this time.
Oh,
really? Tell me what you think.
Tang Xichuan nodded after hearing Lu Xian's words.
Yakami, look at the pledged survival group. As soon as something like this happened, there were survivors who immediately advanced to the feudal era. This is too coincidental. I don't like to attribute some things to vague things like coincidence. So I just assume that the old cat is the other person. The other party started to make plans a long time ago, allowing some elite survivors to blend into other survivor teams in their own name, and then slow down the progress of others. I think this is more credible.
Lu Xian thought for a while, and said to Tang Xichuan. When Tang Xichuan heard what he said, he also felt that what Lu Xian said was reasonable. After all, this advanced group of survivors has a wonderful time to advance. As soon as Lao Mao escaped, someone immediately advanced. If he said this was not intentional, Tang Xichuan would not believe it.
So, Boss Yefeng, you need to prepare early.
Xie Xiaoyu also said from the side.
It's not that I don't want to make preparations, but our Myron Island is okay in other aspects. But the population has never been able to increase.
Tang Xichuan was a little bit dumbfounded. He had previously insisted on not recruiting other survivors at will, in order to create a more stable and united island. This resulted in the number of survivors on his island being less than 10, while the number of indigenous people had exceeded 1,000. After this transaction is completed, the number of aborigines on Tang Xichuan Island will reach more than 20,000. But the number of people required for advancement is still less than 10. This is still a huge gap from the minimum 50,000 people required for advancement.
The population keeps declining? What do you mean?
Lu Xian suddenly felt a little puzzled when he heard Tang Xichuan's words.
Actually, it doesn't matter if I tell you.
Tang Xichuan thought for a while, and decided to tell Lu Xian and the others. After all, even if he didn't say anything about it, Lu Xian and the others would know about it when they got to the island.
Before, in order to ensure the unity and stability of the island, I never recruited other survivors on a large scale. The main workforce on the islands are indigenous people. Now, for the island to advance, a minimum of 50,000 survivors are needed. We are still far from this minimum number of people.
Tang Xichuan said slowly. Lu Xian nodded when he heard Tang Xichuan's words, and then said,
Yishan, actually you are right. Actually, we discovered this problem before when we made the oath. Logically speaking, the number of people in the oath group is actually not that small. At its peak, it had reached 10,000 to 20,000 people, including the indigenous people. The total number has exceeded 50,000, but their development speed is very slow, because people are lazy. When he sees so many people working, he will feel that even if he doesn't work, he will not be impressed by the overall progress. So he will choose to be lazy with peace of mind. This will cause other people to be dissatisfied and even follow suit. When there are more people like this, they will naturally be impressed by the overall development progress of the island. Big brother, you have chosen the strategy of elite troops from the beginning, using a large number of indigenous people as your main labor force. This can avoid the waste of labor in the early stage.
Lu Xian felt that he was with the right person. Because of the foundation laid by Tang Xiaochuan, they will have a higher starting point than others.
Yes. Yes. I think so too.
Xie Xiaoyu nodded immediately after hearing Lu Xian's analysis.
By the way, boss, since you said that other conditions are easy to solve, doesn't it mean that all we have to do is recruit people to upgrade? I think as long as you put your name out there. Boss, I believe we will be full soon. No, you can't recruit people at will.
Lu Xian shook his head.
Why?
Xie Xiaoyu heard Lu Xian's words and turned around to look at him with an extremely strange look.
The original intention of Yishan is to have elite troops and simple administration, with high-quality survivors and a large number of indigenous people to create a funny island. If we recruit at will, everything Yagami has done before will be in vain. So, while we are expanding enrollment, we also need to examine and understand the person's resume. Only after all aspects are met can we accept them to come to the island.
Lu Xian said slowly.
We still need to conduct inspections. In this case, our recruitment speed will be much slower.
Xie Xiaoyu pouted when she heard Lu Xian's words.
There is nothing we can do about it. After all, we are considering the long term and cannot recruit people at will.
Lu Xian smiled and shook his head.
However,
I think this process can be achieved in a short time. Didn't Yagami say that now the island just lacks some survivors? We will work overtime and screen more people. And things will be fine soon.
Lu Xian smiled nonchalantly. And then he turned his head to Tang Xichuan.
Yes, Hen. How many people are missing on our island? And how many people do we have? Let's do the math. Divide it up. And try to finish it as soon as possible. Well, we almost had too many people.
When Tang Xichuan heard Lu Xian's words, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed to say it.
It's okay. If we share more, that's enough. We are short of 49,990 people.
After Tang Xichuan finished speaking, he closed his eyes in pain.
Oh, it's okay. It's just 49,990 people. Each of us will share.
No.
Wait. How many did you just say? Yishan? More than 49,000?
Lu Xian suddenly reacted halfway through his words.
Well, that's right. We still have 49,990 people left. Counting you too. There are 10 people in total on our island, including a 4-year-old child.
Lu Xian felt like his blood was about to spurt out. The minimum standard is 50,000 people. But now we have only 10 people. Rounding off, there is still a shortfall of 50,000 people. On average, one person needs to recruit 5,000 people. This can no longer be regarded as spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Even if all the old blood is spit out, it will not be enough.
Yishan, is it still too late for me to get off the ship and return to Oath Island?
Lu Xian took a long time to recover and asked Tang Xichuan. Chapter 340 Xiaoyu's proposal. Of course, Lu Xian's statement about getting off the ship and returning to Oath Island was just a joke. But the current situation is indeed very serious. That survival group, whose identity is still unknown, has been promoted to the feudal era. This is a huge threat to survivors like Tang Xichuan who are still in the slave era. Not to mention the huge differences brought about by other infrastructure. Just talking about population, there are at least 50,000 people on one side. How can you compare with others? Although it is said that being promoted to the feudal era will cause the supply boxes to no longer be refreshed around the island. But is this a problem? This is not a problem. For a feudal island with 50,000 people and a variety of facilities, everything is self-sufficient. Although there will be insufficient supplies, it is still very easy to feed the people on the island. Moreover, supplies are not abundant and the island cannot produce so many supplies. So what should we do? It's very simple. Grab someone else's. Therefore, for an island that has entered the feudal era, the simplest, most direct, and most effective way is to go out and fish for it before others have entered the feudal era. This will inevitably lead to the fact that in the future, the first island to enter the feudal era is destined to expand externally. Moreover, according to the rules given in the announcement, as long as the opponent's main island stone is destroyed, everyone on the other side will become slaves. What does slave mean? Just look at the restrictions on indigenous people in this world. As long as the slave owner has an idea, the slaves will lie down and the whole village will eat. Therefore, survivors who have become slaves have no qualifications or ability to resist the opponent. In fact, at this time, Tang Xichuan was very depressed. He felt that he had laid a very solid foundation, and all that was left was to work on his own. To develop, he could use the massive supplies to quickly develop Myron Island. But who knew that something like this would suddenly happen at this time? In fact, Tang Xiuquan has already been mentally prepared for the reduction in supplies, and the absence of supply boxes after promotion. Otherwise, he would not be so crazy about hoarding supplies. But he never imagined that what was stuck to him was not supplies, but the population of survivors that he least cared about. He had already guessed that there would be a population limit for promotion, but he did not expect that the rules of this world would impose restrictions. The requirement was not the total population of the island, but the population of survivors on the island. 50,000 people. Where would he find them? Therefore, Tang Xiuquan was very depressed at this time. Extremely depressed. Yishan, I have an immature idea. At this time, Xie Xiaoyu said at the side. What do you think? After hearing Xie Xiaoyu's words, Tang Xiuquan raised his head and looked at Xie Xiaoyu. Well, Yishan, have you ever thought about cooperating with other survival groups? Xie Xiaoyu said timidly. Huh? Cooperate with other survival groups? Tang Xiuquan didn't quite understand something when he heard Xie Xiaoyu's words. It's the kind of alliance that you form and then belong to in name only, Xie Xiaoyu said cautiously. Nominal ownership? Tang Xiuquan murmured. When he heard Xie Xiaoyu's words, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. But that kind of idea is very vague. I want to grasp it, but I can't grasp the key point. Keep talking. Tang Xiuquan looked at Xie Xiaoyu and said slowly. Yishan, this is what I think. Since our current population shortage is too big and there is no way for us to fill it up in a short period of time, why don't we change our approach? For example, we can follow the example of the beautiful country and establish a force similar to the Federation. In this case, I only need to absorb the top leaders of the other party's survival group to enter Myron Island, and then use the high-level areas of the survival group to control other survivors. In this case, the other party's survivors are actually affiliated with our power. In this way, the population of 50,000 will soon be reached. Xie Xiaoyu thought for a while and said. When Tang Xiuquan heard Xie Xiaoyu's words, he was immediately shocked. Wasn't this special thing proposed by himself as an upgraded version of the cooperation model with other survival groups? As mentioned before, he only needs the survival group to be affiliated with his name, and then he can enjoy the blessing of the temple. Now, the only change is to absorb the opponent into Myron Island, and then set aside an area for the opponent on the newly formed island. As for the previous worry about whether other survivors would rebel after knowing the location of the island, now with the promotion to the feudal era, it has been completely solved. To explain it literally, what is feudalism? To put it simply, the upper class has absolute suppression over the lower class. One thought can control your life or death. It's that simple. From a hierarchical perspective, the newly formed Myron Island can be divided into Tang Xiuquan, the highest leader, and the following are the survivors of the previous Myron Island and the newly joined senior leaders of the survival group. Further down is the original survival group mode, layer by layer. Of course, when the hierarchy was established, Tang Xiuquan did not use the hierarchy to oppress the other party, but just to prevent some people from having some inappropriate thoughts after arriving at Myron Island. Daily management can also adopt a gentle management model. Looking at it this way, it seems that Xie Xiaoyu's idea is feasible. Tang Xiuquan was about to agree, but he thought of a more embarrassing question, which was who he should find to enrich the population of Myron Island. In the original plan, Tang Xiuquan wanted the Oath Group to be affiliated under the name of Myron Island. In this case, both parties would benefit. Moreover, even if he encounters the current problem, Tang Xiuquan can negotiate with the people in the pledge group to let them enter Myron Island directly. But the problem is, I just broke up with Oath yesterday, and now I'm going to find Oath again? Is Tang Xiuquan still shameless? If you don't look for them, then who should you look for? Should I randomly find an unfamiliar survival group? Then you see if the other party ignores you and you're done. As long as the other party's senior management is not stupid, they will not leave the fate of their entire survival group in the hands of someone they are not familiar with. Therefore, Xie Xiaoyu's idea seems beautiful, but in fact it cannot be realized. I'm just saying that it's a lot faster than recruiting 50,000 people by yourself. Hey, let's discuss this issue back to Myron Island. Tang Xiuquan sighed and shook his head. Yishan, are you dissatisfied with this plan? This is the fastest way to advance to the feudal era. Xie Xiaoyu heard Tang Xiuquan sigh, thinking that he did not agree with his plan, and suddenly became a little anxious. It's not that I disagree, but who should we look for? When Tang Xiuquan heard Xie Xiaoyu's words, he knew that she had misunderstood him. So he explained to Xie Xiaoyu. Don't know who to look for.
Xie Xiaoyu didn't quite understand what Tang Xichuan said.
Sister Xiaoyu, what Yishan said is the truth.
At this time, Lu Xian, who had been silent for a long time, looked at Xie Xiaoyu and said slowly, Chapter 341 Watanabe and Inoue.
What do you mean? Brother Lu, I don't quite understand.
When Xie Xiaoyu heard Lu Xian's words, she immediately turned to look at Lu Xian.
Sister Xiaoyu, the method you mentioned is feasible. But there is one thing you have not considered, and that is who we should go to. If it hadn't been for these 2 days, the Oath Group would actually be a very good partner. After all, the two parties have a basis for cooperation before. But now that Yagami has become like this with the Oath Survival Group, do you think the two parties can still cooperate as before? In other words, even if Yishan agrees and wants to win over the senior officials of the Oath Survival Group, will those senior officials agree? If the Oath Survival Group does not agree, then the difficulty of recruiting the Survival Group to join Myron Island and quickly expand the population is not much easier than it is for us to understand and recruit individual survivors to Myron Island alone. The most important thing is that after joining Myron Island, the senior leaders of the survival group in the past will be controlled by Yishan. This is not easy for the senior leaders who are used to being aloof. On the contrary, it is easier for individual survivors to join Myron Island.
Lu Xian slowly said what he was thinking. Xie Xiaoyu on the side was dumbfounded. After listening to Lu Xian's words, she suddenly felt that she had really ignored this point.
Well, from what Brother Lu said, it seems to be true.
Xie Xiaoyu's face showed an awkward smile.
Okay, let's discuss this issue after we return to Myron Island.
Tang Xichuan waved his hand, ending the discussion between the three of them.
Also, you guys should find a way to deal with those corpses.
After saying that, Tang Xichuan stood up directly and walked out of the cabin. After hearing Tang Xichuan's words, Xie Xiaoyu and Lu Xian looked at each other. What do you mean? Dispose of the body? How to dispose of it? Just throw it into the sea? As modern people, Xie Xiaoyu and Lu Xian are simply unable to do such a thing. In the end, the two of them had a brief discussion and decided to wrap the 3 corpses in white cloth and wait until they arrived at Myron Island to use cremation to dispose of the 3 corpses. The next 2 days were smooth and smooth. Tang Xiaochuan's side was unimpeded. But on another island, the escaped old cat had just jumped off the boat. As soon as he got off the boat, 2 samurai wearing Japanese armor ran over.
Where is the Lord of God?
Old Cat asked immediately when he saw the 2 of them.
The Lord of God is in the palace and is already waiting for you. Sir,
the warrior replied.
Well, I understand. I'm going to see the Lord now.
The old cat nodded and walked towards the tall building on the island. That building was 4 stories high, with flying stilts and black tiles and white walls. At first glance, it was not the product of a flower grower. Moreover, there are many cherry blossoms planted around this building, and the environment is beautiful. However, the old cat was not in the mood to appreciate these. He was now in a very uneasy mood. Finally, the old cat arrived in front of the so-called shrine. In front of the gate that was large enough for 3 people to pass side by side, 10 sword-wielding samurai stood at the door.
Stop! This is the divine palace of the God Lord. No one is allowed to be summoned, and trespassers will die.
The samurai who was already in the lead stopped the old cat directly, and at the same time, the samurai's sword from his waist was pulled out an inch. That posture, that expression, just like if the old cat dares to take a step forward, he will draw the sword directly. When the old cat saw someone blocking him, his expression suddenly turned ugly. He looked at the warrior and couldn't help but take half a step back.
I'm Shibata. The Lord of God is waiting for me in the deep palace. Get out of the way quickly. Otherwise the Lord of God will blame you. And you can't afford it.
Old cat. Oh, no. It was Shibata who said controversially.
How do I know if what you said is true? My duty is to guard the shrine. Lord Toyota has told me that the Shrine Lord is discussing important matters with you all now. No one is allowed to enter. I told you. I was summoned by the Lord God.
Shibata suddenly became a little anxious when he heard the guard's words.
Where's the evidence? Do you have any evidence? If a person says that he has been summoned by the Lord of God, then what else do we need to do?
When the samurai heard Shibata's words, a smile appeared on his face involuntarily. When Shibata heard what the samurai said, he was dumbfounded. Evidence? How can I give you evidence now? Shall I copy the Lord God's chat to you? Damn it. Even if I want to give it to you, I can't give it to you. The only contact through Daosher is voice and video. Where can I find evidence for you? However, Shibata also saw that this guard had obviously been instructed by others, and was probably going to make things difficult for him. But the problem is that he has no impression of Mr. Toyota in the guard's mouth, let alone a contradiction. Thinking of this, Shibata could only choose to contact his acquaintances in the shrine and ask them to come out to pick him up.
Why are you still here? Do you want to harm the Lord God?
The guard said sternly when he saw Shibata not leaving. At the same time, the katana in his hand was once again withdrawn half an inch. As soon as Shibata saw the posture, he immediately knew what he should do. So, Shibata immediately showed a smile and said to the samurai,
Well, brother guard, don't be angry. I'll leave now. I'll leave now,
Shibata said, stepping back. He stopped after he had retreated 20 meters. When the samurai saw Shibata leaving, he showed a satisfied smile. Just when Shibata and the samurai were arguing, in a room on the second floor of the shrine, two men in white saw everything in front of them.
Watanabe-kun, is this Shibata? Why does it feel so ordinary?
One of the men looked at Shibata and said,
Yes, Inoue-kun, that person is Shibata.
Watanabe nodded and said slowly,
Don't underestimate Shibata. Do you think a person who can sneak into the pledge group and take the position of deputy group? An ordinary person? Watanabe-kun, if you say that, I don't agree.
Inoue shook his head, and then said,
In my opinion, Shibata and the pledge group are just chickens and dogs. If you ask me, now that our kingdom of God is the first to enter the feudal era, we should massacre other survivors before others can react. This way we can give full play to our advantages.
Inoue said excitedly.
You are still so impulsive. You are already a senior member of the kingdom of God. Can you not be so impulsive when doing things?
Watanabe rolled his eyes at Inoue.
Okay, I'll listen to you,
Inoue said impatiently after hearing what Watanabe said.
By the way, Watanabe-kun, why did you ask me to send someone to stop this Shibata?
Chapter 342, Shibata looks down upon others. When Watanabe heard Inoue's words, he immediately stopped smiling and his face became a little stern.
Inoue-kun, you may not know that our Shibata-sama is a general appointed by the God Lord, and the God Lord plans to let him lead people to attack the Flower Gardener survival group. Just him?
Inoue's eyes were filled with disbelief when he heard Watanabe's words.
Yes, that's him.
Watanabe nodded.
I don't know what the Lord God was thinking, but he actually asked him to lead the troops to fight. Can he do it?
Inoue looked unhappy.
Whether it's okay or not, it's not up to us. Who made Shibata come from a famous family? Our God Master likes to use a queen like Shibata from a famous family.
Watanabe shook his head helplessly.
But, Watanabe-kun, you should have noticed that a coward like Shibata can really lead people to capture the flower grower's house. That's why I want to embarrass him, so that the Lord of God can see clearly that this Shibata is simply embarrassing to Ren.
Watanabe said slowly. When Inoue heard what Inoue said, he rolled his eyes in his heart and couldn't help complaining.
It sounds nice,
but I still feel that God wants to use Shibata more, so I am not convinced.
However, Inoue would not say this stupidly.
Watanabe-kun, aren't you worried that he will tell the Lord about this?
Inoue suddenly thought of a question.
Does he dare? If the Lord of God knows that he can't even enter a door, do you think the Lord of God will still trust him to lead his troops? You know, the Lord God will never leave a waste beside him.
After hearing what Inoue said, Watanabe suddenly sneered. When Inoue heard Watanabe's words, he was stunned for a moment, and then nodded thoughtfully.
By the way, Watanabe-kun, are we just going to let Shibata hang out like this? You know, the Lord of God told him to go see Shibata immediately, as soon as he lands on the island.
Inoue looked at Watanabe and asked.
Of course not.
Watanabe shook his head.
How could I delay the Lord's affairs? It's almost over now. Come on. Come with me and invite our Shibata-sama in.
After saying that, Watanabe stood up and walked slowly outside the shrine. Jing glanced at it, stood up, and followed. Soon, the two people arrived outside the shrine. At this time, Shibata was jumping up and down in a hurry, not knowing what to do. He thought about contacting some acquaintances, but none of them responded. Watching the time passing by, Shibata was about to jump in a hurry. He knew very well that the Lord of God was still waiting for him at this time, and he would not let the Lord of God wait for him for too long. Moreover, he did not dare to tell the Lord what happened here. Otherwise, the God Lord asked him directly,
You can't even enter the gate of the God's palace? Why should I keep you?
If the God really asked that, how would you ask Shibata to answer? Therefore, Shibata did not dare to tell the Lord about this matter at all. He could only find a way by himself.
What should I do? What should I do?
Shibata was walking back and forth outside the shrine. Just when Shibata was thinking about whether he should rush in directly, he saw a familiar figure walking out of the shrine.
Watanabe-kun.
When Shibata saw Watanabe, he immediately waved his arms excitedly, hoping that Watanabe could see him. Watanabe seemed to really see Shibata, and he quickly walked toward Shibata.
Shibata-kun, why are you here?
Watanabe asked in surprise.
Hey, Watanabe-kun. It's hard for me to say anything.
Shibata shook his head in pain before continuing.
By the way, Watanabe-kun, do me a favor. Take me to the shrine first. I have something very important to report to the shrine.
Shibata said anxiously. Huh?
Shibata-kun, can't you get in?
I have to say that Watanabe's performance was perfect, and he expressed his surprise, and surprise vividly.
You can't get in. The samurai over there must be new here, and they don't know me at all.
Shibata shook his head.
Asshole.
Watanabe cursed, then took Shibata's hand and walked towards the samurai.
Asshole. Don't you know who is standing in front of you?
Watanabe looked at the samurai and cursed loudly.
Hey, Watanabe-kun. Don't talk anymore. I'm in a hurry.
Shibata looked at Watanabe, who seemed to be about to reveal his identity, and he suddenly felt bad. After all, he was born in the Shibata family, and the Shibata family's ancestors were nobles. If people knew that the former nobleman was now like this, Shibata couldn't afford to lose this person.
How can that be done? Shibata-kun, please wait. I have to let these hackers know your identity.
After saying that, Watanabe didn't care whether Shibata agreed or not. He turned his head directly and looked at the man. Warrior. He stretched out his palm and slapped him twice in the face.
Hi. Hi.
The samurai was slapped twice by Watanabe, and he quickly bowed to Watanabe and said loudly,
Let me tell you. The person standing in front of you is the contemporary son of the Hizen Shibata family. He is the heir to the Shibata family. At the same time, he is also a general appointed by the Lord of God. He is a high-level official in the kingdom of God. How dare you stop Mr. Shibata? You don't want to live anymore.
Watanabe revealed Shibata's identity in one breath. When the samurai heard Watanabe's words, he immediately looked surprised. Shibata also showed surprise.
Wait a minute. Watanabe-kun, what did you just say?
Shibata felt as if he had just heard something extraordinary. What did you say? Didn't I just tell you about your life experience?
When Watanabe heard Shibata's words, he immediately showed a confused expression.
No. Did you just say that the Lord wants me to be a general? Oh, you said this. That's right.
Watanabe nodded, and then said,
Why? You don't know yet?
When Shibata heard this, he immediately showed doubts on his face.
No. You think I should know? I have been away for a long time, so I should know what you are doing in the kingdom of God.
Shibata complained in his heart. However, although he was complaining in his heart, there was still a look of surprise on his face. Joke. This is a general with real power in his hands. When he thought that he could command thousands of people, he felt that his whole body was full of power. Watanabe looked at Shibata, who had become a little dull because of a piece of news, and his heart was full of contempt.
What the HL? Just the identity of this general has become like this. If you know that the God Lord has divided dozens of generals this time, I don't know what you would think.
Watanabe thought, but his face was full of smiles.
Shibata-kun, let's go in first. Don't keep the Lord waiting. Oh, yes. Watanabe-kun is right.
Shibata was woken up by Watanabe, and then he realized that the god was still waiting for him. As a result, Shibata suddenly took on an arrogant attitude and glanced coldly at the samurai who stopped him before.
Humph.
Shibata snorted coldly, and then walked toward the shrine with a few steps. Chapter 343 God Lord.
Bah! What the HL?
Seeing Shibata entering the gate of the shrine, the guarding warrior cursed at Shibata's back. But just as he finished cursing, he felt his shoulder being tapped by Rin. He turned his head in horror, only to find it was Inoue.
I said, if you want to curse, you should wait until we are all gone.
Inoue looked at the samurai helplessly.
Lord Inoue,
The samurai was a little panicked.
Don't be nervous. I don't mean any harm.
Inoue smiled at the samurai, and then continued.
However, you have to be clear. No matter what Mr. Shibata said, he is also the general who accepts the fate of the god, and you still have to have the respect you deserve.
The samurai breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Inoue's words.
and then said to Inoue, Sir Inoue, this Shibata looks like a villain in clothes. Even if you let him be the general, the brothers will not accept it. What merits does he have to serve as the general? Let us say that you and Mr. Watanabe are the best candidates for the general. Okay, these words are enough for me to say here. You must not go out and talk nonsense, so as not to cause trouble for yourself. It is the Lord's wish to make Shibata-sama the general. Inoue heard that the samurai seemed to have deep resentment toward Shibata, and he smiled with great satisfaction. Then Inoue patted the samurai on the shoulder again, and said, Let brothers wait patiently. If Shibata is really incapable of doing the job, I don't think the Lord will let him stay in the position of general. After saying that, Inoue walked towards the shrine. When the samurai heard Inoue's words, he was stunned at first, and then he instantly understood what Inoue meant. Captain, are you okay? At this time, another warrior came over and asked. The captain warrior shook his head, and then said something to everyone, asking them to continue standing guard. However, although the captain had returned to his post, he was thinking about something else. Flip-pot chicken has a fine tradition of lowering upper portions since ancient times. Therefore, the captain at this time was thinking about one thing, whether he should gather a group of samurai to oust the idiot Shibata from the position of general. The captain is still thinking here, but Shibata on the other side, led by Inoue and Watanabe, has arrived at the hall of the god. Master Shibata, the god is waiting for you. You go in first. Inoue and I are waiting for you outside, Watanabe said with a smile. Yes. Shibata nodded very proudly, and then walked towards the hall. What the HL? Inoue was very unhappy with Shibata's arrogance. Just now, when he was still outside the shrine, Shibata saw himself and Watanabe, with an expression as if he had seen something. How long has it been? He didn't even have 5 minutes, and he ended up becoming extremely arrogant. A typical example of a dog fighting for power, which strongly aroused Inoue's dissatisfaction. But Watanabe just smiled and said nothing. At this time, Shibata, who had just entered the hall, immediately changed his expression. He acted very frightened, bent over and lowered his head all the way, and walked in front of a man. The man looked to be in his 30s, and had a scar on his face. He was wearing a purple-red robe and a tasseled crown on his head. He was sitting on a tatami with his back to Shibata. Master of God, Shibata said softly. The Lord of God slowly turned his head and looked at Shibata with a smile on his face. Ah, my Lord Shibata is back. The Lord God stood up and walked over quickly. How's it going? Do you have any good news for me? Master God, I'm lucky to have fulfilled my mission and found out the situation of the pledge survival group, Shibata said with a smile on his face. Oh, then tell me quickly. The God Master heard Shibata's words and immediately said with a smile. Yes, Lord God. Shibata nodded, and then said, Master God, now the Oath Survival Group has begun to gather, and their favorite island is placed 25,000 kilometers away from us. The number of survivors is only over 10,000, and the indigenous population is about 40,000. They are no match for the Kingdom of God. Moreover, they want to trade 10,000 natives to Night Breeze. So, I estimate that there are only 40,000 people on their island. Most of these people only have one weapon, and even fewer have protective gear. Based on the overall estimate, they can't stop the attack of the Kingdom of God. Shibata said everything he saw and heard on Oath Island in one breath. So, how big is their island? After hearing Shibata's words, the god thought for a while before continuing to ask. It's not big. Only 15 square kilometers. 15 square kilometers? Well, it's not too small. The god lord nodded. When Shibata heard what the Lord said, he thought for a while, and then said to the Lord, Master, I have always had a question. If you have any questions, please tell me. The Lord God said without caring after hearing Shibata's words. Master God, the Pledge Survival Group is just a small group. Why does God Master care so much about the Pledge Group? Shibata asked. Humph. Do I care about this Pledge Group? What I care about is another person. After hearing Shibata's words, the God Master said calmly, Another person? Shibata was a little confused when he heard the Lord God's words. Actually, I didn't tell anyone about this. I just heard that there is a survivor named Yifeng in their flower garden. He has a great reputation among the survivors. Furthermore, according to other people, Yifeng's island has countless resources. Moreover, he has a good relationship with the Oath Group. What I want is to lure Yifeng out through the Oath Island. Flower growers like them don't deserve to have such rich resources. Our kingdom of God is the greatest existence in this world,
the God Lord said with a serious face.
Ye breeze?
Shibata suddenly had something strange on his face when he heard the Lord God's words. Naturally, his expression could not escape the eyes of the Lord God. So he asked directly,
What's wrong? Master God, I met Yifeng this time in the Oath group, and I also used some means to cause conflict between the Oath survival group and Yifeng,
Shibata said with some embarrassment. After all, the God Lord just said that he wanted to lure Yifeng out through the Oath Island. And he told the God Lord that he had let the Oath survival group break with Yifeng. Isn't this a slap in the Lord's face?
Oh, what's going on? Please tell me carefully.
After hearing Shibata's words, the Lord God immediately put away his smile and looked at Shibata sternly. Suddenly, he saw that the originally smiling God Lord immediately turned against him. And Shibata was also panicked. He quickly said to the Lord of God,
Master of God, I thought before that the Lord of God just wanted to attack the Oath group in order to prevent Yifeng from suddenly intervening and destroying the Lord of God's plan. So, the villain made Oath and Night Breeze become hostile. Jean destroyed the alliance between Oath Island and Night Breeze.
Chapter 344 Attack on Oath Island.
Asshole! You destroyed the relationship between the Oath survival group and Yifeng. What can I do to lure Yifeng out?
After hearing Shibata's words, the God Master immediately shouted at Shibata.
Master God, please spare your life. This villain is also thinking about the kingdom of God.
Seeing that Master God was angry, Shibata quickly knelt down on the floor.
For the sake of the kingdom of God? Is this how you do things?
The Lord God said coldly.
Shibata, you know what I am like. If you do what you tell me well, you will be rewarded. If you do not do well, you must be punished.
Shibata trembled with fright when he heard what the Lord God said. He knew that if he didn't think of a way anymore, he wouldn't have to think of a way anymore. If you don't do things well for God, there is only one end, and that is death, unless you can make additional contributions to offset the losses caused by not completing the task. But the problem is that he doesn't seem to have accomplished anything.
Could it be that I really have only one way to die?
Shibata thought in fear. Suddenly, Shibata's eyes lit up, and he thought of something important. The Lord of God has done so much for Yifeng. So if he can provide the Lord with information about Night Breeze, wouldn't that be okay?
Master God, although I messed up the Master's plan this time, I also figured out Yifeng's strength this time,
Shibata said quickly as he watched the Master slowly draw out a samurai's sword.
Huh?
The God Master was stunned when he heard Shibata's words.
Then tell me, if the information is useful, I can choose to forgive you for your mistake this time.
The Lord God slowly put down the knife and looked at Shibata quietly.
Thank you, Lord God. I discovered that this Night Breeze also has the incarnation of a god.
Shibata swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said,
Huh? It can also be incarnated by gods?
When the God Master heard Shibata's words, he immediately frowned.
How you know? God Lord. After the younger one provoked a conflict between Oath and Night Breeze, a conflict broke out between them. At that time, Oath transformed into a two-winged angel, while Yifeng turned into a god with golden light all over his body. As soon as the two parties came into contact, Oath was suppressed by Yifeng. It can be said that the Oath was suppressed by Night Breeze and was unable to fight back,
Shibata said.
A god with golden light all over his body?
The god frowned when he heard Shibata's words, and then continued.
Then what do you think of Yifeng's fighting ability? Who won in the end? I don't know who won in the end. I just saw Night Breeze transform, and I left the Oath Island. You escaped? Bastard.
As he said that, the God Lord kicked Shibata directly. Shibata was kicked to the ground by the God Lord in an instant. But he did not dare to delay it all, and immediately got up and returned to the God Lord.
Master God, I'm not running for my life because I'm afraid of death. It's because I think I should bring this important information back to God Master.
Shibata suddenly admired his wit for being able to think of such a good idea in such a short period of time. Excuse. After hearing Shibata's words, the god's foot that was about to kick out again stopped in midair, paused for a while, and then slowly took it back.
Say, tell me everything you saw. If you hide anything, you know the consequences.
The Lord God looked at Shibata coldly and said slowly,
Yes, Lord God.
Shibata responded quickly.
Master God, after Yifeng transformed, he exuded golden light, but there was a slight burning sensation in the air. I doubt that Yifeng's god incarnation is a god with the attribute of fire. Moreover, looking at his battle with Oath, he gained the upper hand in just a moment. So I am sure that Yi Feng's combat power is definitely stronger than that of the two-winged angel. But the strength is limited, and Yi Feng cannot kill instantly. Is it better than the two-winged angel?
Hearing these words, the God Lord suddenly showed a smile, and then took out a pure white piece of Godhead from his arms.
I have also killed two-winged angels. Their combat power is rubbish. They can only be said to be the lowest level of gods. The Lord of God is mighty. That Night Breeze can't kill the two-winged angel instantly. If the Lord of God can do it,
then Night Breeze can only do that. It's just that the God Lord needs to be careful. There is a god beside Yi Feng, and more than 40 native followers, who look like they can transform into half-animals. There are 2 people who are gods. Are you sure?
The God Master frowned slightly when he heard Shibata's words.
Yes, 2 people.
Shibata replied with unusual certainty.
However, it seems that the second person who can transform into a god is not very capable. Aren't they all very strong?
The God Lord murmured.
They shouldn't be all that strong. The second person, when facing a group of ordinary people, he didn't dare to take the initiative. He could only cooperate with other people who can transform into half-animals to defend together.
Ha ha ha.
It doesn't matter. 2 weak chickens, no matter how many there are, can't defeat the tiger.
The Lord of God waved his hand indifferently.
That's natural. The Lord of God is the true form of a god who has descended to earth. How can someone like Yi Feng compare with him?
Shibata and the flatterers presented him, and the Lord of God burst into laughter.
Shibata, the news you brought back this time is very important. I forgive you for your previous mishandling,
the Lord of God said with a smile.
Thank you, Lord God, for your grace.
After saying that, Shibata leaned over to thank God Lord directly.
However, I have something here that I need you to do. If you do it well, I will give you a big reward. Young man is willing to work hard for the Lord.
Shibata knew that the Lord was going to accept him as the general. At this time, his heart was extremely excited, and his body was trembling with excitement.
Okay. Very good.
The God Lord nodded with satisfaction, and then continued.
I now appoint you as the General, leading 10,000 survivors and 50,000 natives to attack Oath Island for me.
Attack Oath Island? Shibata was stunned. He remembered that the Lord's target was Yi Feng. Now that Night Breeze has broken with Oath Island, why is it still attacking Oath Island?
Yes, we are attacking Oath Island.
The God Lord nodded.
But Lord God, Night Breeze has broken with Oath Island. If we attack Oath Island now, we won't be able to lure Night Breeze out. Are you a pig-headed person? I would like to go directly to Yi Feng. But the question is, do you know where Yi Feng is?
The Lord of God rolled his eyes at Shibata.
No matter how much the Oath Island and Yi Feng break up, does it mean that he doesn't have a few friends on the island? I need you to capture the Oath Island, and then use the people on the Oath Island to lure Yi Feng out. Do you understand?
After hearing the words of the God Master, Shibata's mind suddenly thought of the past. It seems that Zhang has a very good relationship with Yi Feng. If Zhang can really be caught, he might be able to lure Yi Feng over. But when he thought of Yi Feng's powerful combat power, Shibata admitted that he was a little timid.
God Lord, we still don't know the outcome of Night Breeze's break with Oath Island. What do you think I should do if Night Breeze wins? If Night Breeze doesn't win, or if Oath Island is still under Oath's control, what should we do? In addition, there is another problem. That is, whether it is Yi Feng or Oath. They are both gods. Young ones are not afraid of death. They are just afraid of delaying the Master's plan.
Chapter 345. Should I be promoted to the feudal era? After hearing Shibata's words, the god just thought about it for a moment, and felt that what he said made sense. So he took out a godhead directly from his arms, and threw it to Shibata.
This is the godhead of a 4-winged angel, which is enough for you to deal with various unexpected situations. And I have given you 60,000 people. If you still can't conquer the Oath Island, then you don't have to come back.
The Lord of God said calmly. Speaking of, Shibata looked at the 4-winged angel godhead in his hand, and his heart was filled with excitement.
Don't worry, Lord. The villain will definitely capture the Oath Island and dedicate it to the Lord,
Shibata said with confidence.
Go ahead. You know my rules. If you do well, I will never be stingy. If you do poorly, there is only one way.
As he said that, the God Master glanced at Shibata with a fierce look in his eyes. When Shibata saw the look in the Lord's eyes,
he immediately leaned over, not daring to look into the eyes of the Lord. After Shibata withdrew from the shrine, the god went directly to Shimeshi and launched a war application against the Oath survival group. At this time, after 3 days of sailing, Tang Sichuan finally returned to Myron Island.
Maka! Get everyone on the ship off. Then the second batch of food will be shipped as soon as possible.
Tang Sichuan jumped off the soarer and said to Maka.
Yes, Master,
Maka responded, and then asked the surrounding islanders to come over and help.
Sichuan, there are so many people.
Zhang Ji suddenly appeared behind Tang Sichuan.
This is not a large number of people. There are more to come,
Tang Sichuan said without looking back.
Oh, by the way, Brother Zhang, are you ready for the things I told you to prepare before? Don't worry. I'm doing the work. I've already prepared it,
Zhang Ji said with a smile.
I really didn't expect that you would be able to bring back 20,000 people this time. You can't blame me. Who told me that the oath wanted to trick me?
Tang Sichuan glanced at his mouth and said,
So is he. Why did he suddenly attack you?
Zhang Ji murmured after hearing Tang Sichuan's words.
It's not that his strength has improved and his heart is a little swollen. Then this time I went to Oath Island. After he listened to the instigation of his subordinates, he attacked me. Instigating? Who is it?
Zhang Ji asked.
It was one of his deputy captains. But he let that person run away.
Tang Sichuan shook his head and then said,
Just run away. As long as you are fine.
Zhang Ji thought for a while and said to Tang Sichuan,
By the way, the world is upgrading and the feudal era is opening up. What do you think? Let's talk about this later when we return to the villa.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while and said to Zhang Ji,
That's okay.
He nodded, and then he saw Lu Xian and Xie Xiaoyu walking out of the cabin.
Who are those two? The new members on our island. The man's name is Lu Xian, who used to be an emergency doctor. And the girl's name is Xie Xiaoyu, a forensic doctor. Shall I go? Forensic medicine?
Zhang Ji was stunned when he heard Tang Sichuan's words.
Are there any girls really going to study forensic medicine these days? Didn't you see everything?
Tang Sichuan said lightly.
Okay, let's go back to the villa first and have a good discussion.
After saying that, Tang Sichuan waved to Lu Xian and Xie Xiaoyu, gesturing for them to follow quickly. Soon, the group returned to the villa. At this time, other people on the island had also arrived and were waiting for Tang Sichuan and the others. Tang Sichuan walked to the living room, then sat casually on the sofa, looked at the people around him, and then said,
This time, we first welcome the new members.
After hearing Tang Sichuan's words, Lu Xian and Xie Xiaoyu, who had just sat down, stood up again.
Hello everyone. My name is Xie Xiaoyu, and I'm glad to meet you all. My name is Lu Xian. I used to be a doctor. Please take good care of me in the future.
The two of them briefly introduced themselves, and Shen Qian took the lead in applauding. Hearing the applause of the crowd, Lu Xian and Xie Xiaoyu were both a little embarrassed. Okay.
We will hold a welcome meeting later. Let's first talk about the situation of Oath Island this time.
Tang Sichuan smiled and pressed his hands, indicating to everyone to stop for a moment.
This time we went to Oath Island. It can be said that we have achieved our original goal. But we also broke up with the people on Oath Island. It is estimated that it will be difficult for us to have any interaction with Oath Island in the future. Moreover, coupled with this sudden escalation, our current situation is not very optimistic. First of all, we are considering absorbing the Oath Survival Group into our forces. There is basically no hope. Secondly, we need to upgrade to the feudal era. If we need to upgrade to the feudal era, how can we solve the gap of 50,000 people?
Tang Sichuan asked the question in one breath, and then quietly began to wait for Zhang Ji and the others to discuss.
If we break up with Oath Island, let's break up. We have already gotten what we want from them,
Zhang Ji said first.
So,
whether we can continue to maintain a good relationship with them or not, it actually doesn't mean much. As for what Ogawa said about whether to upgrade, I mean, to upgrade. For now, the upgrade will have a greater impact on us. No, I don't think so.
As soon as Zhang Ji finished speaking, Shen Qian next to him shook his head and said,
Brother Zhang, judging from our current production on the island, in fact, whether we upgrade or not has no impact on us. Not big. We have the blessing of the temple. In fact, we are no less than those who upgraded to the feudal era. Even more. Another point is that after we upgrade to the feudal era, there will be no supply boxes near our island. Although we don't really care about the contents of the supply box now. The drawings in the supply box are what we need. So, I'm not in favor of upgrading. Then how can you be sure that there are any hidden benefits of upgrading to the feudal era and destroying them?
Zhang Ji retorted.
There are also those supply boxes. To be honest, we don't lack those things. The supply box is just a way for us to obtain blueprints. But this way is not the only one. We already have enough blueprints in our hands now. And there are definitely remaining blueprints in the hands of other survivors. We can choose to acquire them.
Zhang Ji said slowly.
What I'm worried about now is whether this first survival group to be promoted to the feudal era will use this free period to launch aggressive attacks on other survivors. You know, there are only a very small number of survival groups that gather people together now. There are more people like us who are just acquaintances who gather together. Have you never thought about how many indigenous people there will be behind at least 50,000 survivors? What a force this is.
Zhang Ji said slowly. Chapter 346 Mr. Fang. Have you been deceived before? After hearing Zhang Ji's words, no one spoke for a moment. They all know very well that in this world, to put it bluntly, there is no legal restriction. In order to survive, those who enter the feudal era in advance will definitely attack other survivors. As a human survival group that entered the feudal era, the minimum number limit was 50,000 survivors. This does not include the indigenous help these survivors have. If, according to the ratio of people on Oath Island, one survivor brings 3 or 4 natives, then the survivor group that first entered the feudal era had 150,000 to 200,000 people. If calculated this way, the total number of this group would exceed 200,000. At the thought of so many people, everyone present felt their scalps go numb. Not to mention so many people. Even 200,000 pigs could crush any survivor island if they rushed over at once.
Is there nothing we can do?
Nanshan murmured to the side.
It's not that there is no way. The simplest way is to work hard to increase the number of people on our island.
Zhang Ji said slowly.
Increase the number of people on the island?
Everyone was stunned when they heard Zhang Ji's words.
I agree with Brother Zhang.
At this time, Tang Xiuchuan, who had been silent until now, suddenly said, "Huh?" After hearing Tang Xiuchuan's words, everyone looked at Tang Xiuchuan again.
Actually, in my opinion, there is no optionality in this matter. It is necessary for the island to enter the feudal era. The main question now is how can we enter the feudal era in a short period of time? According to the original plan, if we can absorb the Oath survival group normally, we will currently have more than 10,000 people, which is far from the minimum bottom line of 50,000 people. Although there is still a gap, through everyone's efforts, we can still quickly achieve. But the problem now is that we have broken away from the Oath survival group, and we only have 10 survivors now. This is the focus of our discussion. Instead of discussing whether to enter the feudal era,
Tang Xiuchuan sighed. He suddenly felt that he had given Zhang Ji and the others too much autonomy. He clearly wanted them to discuss how to recruit 50,000 people quickly, instead of letting them discuss whether to recruit. It's wrong from the starting point. After Zhang Ji and others heard Tang Xiuchuan's words, they realized that they seemed to have misunderstood the key point. Seeing this,
everyone looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. Then they began to continue discussing.
I think we should follow the previous method to build a good relationship with a survival group and let them join us as a whole. Then the management method. We still follow the previous discussion. Just change the target from the pledge group to the new one survival group.
Shinqian said.
No.
As soon as Shinqian finished speaking, Fan Long beside him shook his head.
Your speed is too slow. Moreover, by doing this, we cannot control the other party at all. And you don't know whether the other party really surrenders to us. After all, the matter of the pledge of survival group is right in front of us. So I don't agree. Teacher, do you have any good ideas? We can use a pyramid model. We each have a few friends who we often communicate with. We can bring them over first.
Fan Long said slowly.
Just bring your friends here? Even if you think about it, we don't have enough people. How many friends are there? This is still a long way from the standard of 50,000 people.
Yumin murmured. Fan Long smiled faintly when he heard Yumin's words, and then continued.
This is just the first step. Later, we can ask these people to also bring their friends in. After their friends come in, they then use their friends' friends to bring in familiar people. And the cycle starts over and over again. I believe it won't be long before we can gather the number of people we need.
Fan Long said confidently. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard Fan Long's words. They didn't expect that it could be done like this.
What about that? Mr. Fang, have you been deceived before?
Tang Xiuchuan asked in a low voice after waiting for 2 minutes.
Been deceived? What do you mean?
Fan Long heard Tang Xiuchuan's words and said he didn't understand.
No, it's okay. As long as I haven't been deceived by anyone.
Tang Xiuchuan gave him a careless look, but he was thinking in his heart. If Fan Long had not been deceived,
Why did he know so much about this model? This was definitely the legendary pyramid scheme model. First fall into the trap yourself, and then let others around you fall into the trap. After all the relatives and friends around you have fallen into the trap, then let the relatives and friends of your relatives and friends fall into the trap one by one. Steady MLM. But Tang Xiaochuan didn't dare to say these words, because he was afraid of hurting Fang Long's heart. After all, being cheated is not a good thing. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaochuan looked around at everyone and found that everyone was looking at Fang Long with the same sympathetic eyes.
It seems that I am not the only one who has this idea,
Tang Xiaochuan thought in his mind. However, having said that, Fang Long's method is still very feasible. After all, I am very familiar with my friends. If I can get familiar people to join Myron Island, I will at least know the basics. In addition, there is another point. When such people join, they don't actually know each other, and it is unlikely that they want to join forces to cause trouble. This greatly reduces the risk on your own island. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaochuan also felt that Fang Long's method was very good and could solve the population problem on his island very well. Moreover, this method is not slow. The only thing that slows down the pace is the time it takes for personnel to arrive on the island. However, these are not too big a problem. After all, now that I have a space crystal, I can first put them into the sphere of influence of Myron Island after confirming the other party's wishes, and then directly open the portal on the other party's island. Superior. However, in this case, someone would need to constantly modify the coordinates of the portal. There are gains and losses, in order to bring everyone to the island as soon as possible. These are all necessary gains.
I think Mr. Fang's opinion is very good. We can implement it according to this. What are your opinions?
Tang Xiaochuan finally concluded. Everyone shook their heads and said they had no objection.
Well, in that case, everyone should contact their friends first and establish their island coordinates as soon as possible.
Tang Xiaochuan thought for a while and said,
But, Xiaochuan, there are so many people.
How can we bring them all to the island like this?
Yu Min asked. After everyone heard Yu Min's words, they all turned their attention to Tang Xiaochuan.
Don't worry. I'll handle this matter. My current idea is to use the portal to send all of this.
Tang Xiaochuan expressed his thoughts. Chapter 347 Zeus. You are responsible.
50,000 people. All using the portal method? Isn't this too slow?
Zhang Ji asked with some doubts after hearing Tang Xiaochuan's words.
There is nothing we can do about it. If we pick them up by boat, it will take more time.
Tang Xiaochuan also said with some helplessness. When Zhang Ji heard this, he also understood that what Tang Xiaochuan said was the truth. So I could only agree to this method.
Okay, that's it for today. Let's get busy first.
Tang Xiaochuan finally said. After everyone left, Tang Xiaochuan changed to a more comfortable position on the sofa, and then began to think about his future development path. Judging from the current situation, I only need to gather the population to upgrade to the feudal era. After all, I have already built a lot of things in the early stage. However, thinking of this, Tang Xiaochuan suddenly realized one thing. After entering the slave era, he had never received any upgrade prompts. For example, I never had any hints about what I needed to enter the next era. How did the person who was the first to upgrade know this? Tang Xiaochuan believes that he is not a person with extreme vanity, and it does not mean that he must give priority to everything. However, we can't lag too far behind. For example, this time, to upgrade to the feudal era, the population must be 50,000, but I had never cared about this before, which resulted in my population being only 10 people. If you want to catch up with the opponent, you must spend more time and effort. At the same time, Tang Xiaochuan also discovered that as long as someone upgrades successfully, the world will announce the requirements for upgrading. Tang Xiaochuan didn't want this. He felt that he still had to take the initiative in his own hands. Moreover, judging from previous experience, the first person to upgrade every time will get a title or title. This kind of title is actually very useful. For example, the title of Undead can resurrect the dead. He still values these titles very much. After all, they are all soft power. However, Tang Xiaochuan was unclear about this issue, and neither were the other people on the island. Perhaps the only ones that are clear are the so-called gods.
Wait, maybe that old boy Zeus really knows the secret.
Tang Xiaochuan suddenly stopped, and he realized that he seemed to have overlooked an important point. Zeus, an old boy, knows a lot of secrets, but he won't take the initiative to tell them. If he didn't ask, the old boy would definitely be happy to watch the joke.
Then should I ask? Tang Xiaochuan thought to himself, and finally decided to ask Zeus, trying to get all the information out of his mouth. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaochuan turned directly into the kitchen and found an unopened pack of MSG from the spice box. He vaguely remembered that old boy Zeus was so good at this. Then he took another half-dozen cokes from the freezer, then turned around and left the villa, heading towards the temple on the top of the mountain behind the villa. Not long after, Tang Xiaochuan arrived outside the temple, and he saw the high priest Zambaka cleaning the steps outside the temple. When he saw Tang Xiaochuan suddenly coming to the temple, he immediately put down what he was doing and ran towards Tang Xiaochuan. Master, why are you here? Zambaka asked very respectfully. I'm here to find Zeus. Tang Xiaochuan nodded to Zambaka and prepared to bypass him and walk towards the temple. Then I will accompany Master. No need. You are busy with your business. I will leave in a moment. Tang Xiaochuan shook his head, ignored Zambaka and walked directly into the temple. Okay, Master. After hearing Tang Xiaochuan's words, Zambaka immediately stopped in his tracks. As soon as Tang Xiaochuan stepped into the temple, a white light shone down from the statue of Zeus. Hey, boy, are you back? Zeus looked at Tang Xiaochuan with a smile, and then he saw Coke and a pack of white stuff in Tang Xiaochuan's hand. Oh, you came just when you said you would come. Why did you bring a gift? How embarrassing. With that, Zeus was about to take the things from Tang Xiaochuan's hand. Oh, if you feel embarrassed, then don't do it. Tang Xiaochuan turned his hand over, and the Coke and MSG were directly taken into his system space. Zeus didn't expect that Tang Xiaochuan would make such a move, so he took advantage of it. Immediately the expression on Zeus's face became wonderful. I said, boy, you are unreasonable. How can you tease an old man like this? Zeus was instantly unhappy. As long as you answer a few questions from me, these things will still be yours. Tang Xiaochuan said to Zeus with a smile. He had long figured out Zeus's temper. He was the kind of person who would not do anything if there was no benefit. There was no way. In order to save time and effort, Tang Xiaochuan could only use these things as bait. Is this the image I have in your heart? Zeus suddenly showed a pitiful expression when he heard Tang Xiaochuan's words. Tang Xiaochuan, who had long known that Zeus was good at acting, nodded directly. When Zeus saw Tang Xiaochuan nodding, he immediately put on a bad face and said, Then ask. First, do you know how to advance the island to the next stage? Tang Xiaochuan thought for a while and asked the first question. Yes, I know. Zeus nodded when he heard Tang Xiaochuan's words. In his opinion, this kind of thing was not a secret, and there was no problem even if he told Tang Xiaochuan. I not only know how to enter the feudal era, I also know how to enter the imperial era, and even the steam age and industrial age that follow. Then why didn't you say it earlier? Tang Xiaochuan suddenly felt dissatisfied when he heard Zeus's words. Why did you tell me earlier? Your island has not met the corresponding requirements at all. Even if I tell you, it will have no effect and you won't be able to upgrade, Zeus said, spreading his hands. Then tell me in advance so that I can make more preparations, Tang Xiaochuan said angrily. Well, what you said seems to make sense. Zeus heard Tang Xiaochuan's words, lowered his head and thought for a while, and then said, Do you know, if you didn't tell me earlier, the number of survivors on the island is now too small. I want to be promoted to the feudal era, but it's far away. I think you need to take the main responsibility for this. Wait, why am I the main responsible? Zeus heard Tang Xiaochuan's words and immediately interrupted Tang Xiaochuan's words. Isn't it? You clearly knew the requirements for upgrading, but you just didn't tell me. This made me take many detours, and I was unable to upgrade. Shouldn't you be responsible? Huh? When Zeus heard that Tang Xiaochuan suddenly threw all the blame on himself, he felt something was wrong. Say, brat, are you digging a hole for me on purpose? Why do I feel weird? Zeus murmured. Chapter 348, I have something to say. I don't know whether to say it or not. Zeus feels that he is also the main god of a pantheon. Although he is a god, his presence is very low. It can be said that it is completely low and has no sense of existence. Even the second-level main gods like Gaia can bring some use to the development of the island. As for Zeus, in addition to eating and waiting to die, all that is left is to eat and wait to die. Therefore, Zeus felt that he was more unjust than Dou-Yi. Boy, you didn't ask me what you said, Zeus said. If I didn't ask, you wouldn't take the initiative to remind me? With a personality like yours, you can't beat a fart with a stick. How did you get to the position of the main god? Tang Xiaochuan was a little speechless. I'm born with it. I can't help it.
Zeus spread his hands to express his helplessness.
You are so thick-skinned.
Tang Xichuan heard Zeus's words and gave him a backhand thumbs up.
Okay. Time is running out now. I just want to ask you whether you think our island should be upgraded to the feudal era. Or, in other words, do you think it is necessary? Boy, let me tell you, this kind of upgrade is a must. And try to be the first to upgrade,
Zeus said to Tang Xichuan with a smile.
Why?
Tang Xichuan asked doubtfully.
The reason is very simple. Every time you advance an island, some of its attributes will be greatly improved.
And 100% of them will get new attributes. For example, Gaia does not increase its area by about 2,000 square meters every day. If it is upgraded, this value will double. Moreover, this is not just Gaia who can be promoted. Other gods can also be promoted.
Zeus said with a smile.
Wait a minute. Did you just say that all the gods on the island can be promoted?
Tang Xichuan interrupted Zeus.
Then if there are 100 gods on my island, you're right. No matter how many gods there are on your island, as long as you advance, they will all be improved. And all their blessing attributes will be greatly improved.
Zeus smiled and nodded. When Tang Xichuan heard Zeus's words, he was so surprised that he was speechless.
Boy, you now understand why I asked you to resurrect as many gods as possible. As long as the number of gods is greater. Every time your island upgrades to a level in the future, the overall strength of the entire island will increase a lot. At that time, the strength gap between you and others will widen.
Zeus said with a smile. He was now very satisfied with Tang Xichuan's expression.
In addition, the first 3 survivors who upgrade will receive an additional title. I think you already know the role of titles.
Tang Xichuan nodded when he heard Zeus's words.
So, you need to try to upgrade in the first 3, so as to get the maximum benefit. So, do you think I still have hope now?
Tang Xichuan asked helplessly.
In the feudal era, don't think about it. Although there is still a quota. Look at your island. Now, including children, you are only 10 people. You are 50,000 people away. You are too late and too late.
Zeus shook his head.
This is all your fault. You have to take responsibility.
When he mentioned this, Tang Xichuan became angry.
I'll go. You kid. You're unreasonable. Why is it that everything is my fault?
Zeus was speechless when he heard Tang Xichuan throw the blame around. I think he, the mighty Olympus god, has no existence at all on Tang Xichuan's side, and has become a scapegoat. This is Zeus too. His temper has changed over the years. If he had the strength he had in Olympus, he would have sent Tang Xichuan on his way with a thunderbolt.
I don't care. You must be responsible for this matter.
Tang Xichuan covered his ears with his hands and shook his head like a rattle. When Zeus saw Tang Xichuan acting rogue like this, he suddenly felt very tired.
Okay. I'm responsible. So tell me, how do you want me to be responsible?
Zeus was tired.
Now tell me. I will have a rough idea of the conditions for promotion to the imperial era.
After Tang Xichuan heard Zeus saying that he was responsible, he lowered his hands covering his ears.
The age of empires? Are you sure? You haven't even completed the feudal age yet. I don't care. Just say it or not.
Tang Xichuan put on an expression as if he was convinced of Zeus.
I'm afraid of you.
Zeus rubbed his sore forehead with his hand, and then continued.
You should also know that to advance to the feudal era, you need some basic facilities, such as schools, blacksmiths, an arsenal or something. Actually, these facilities are all easy to obtain. The only difficult thing is actually the population and the size of the island. The population on the island needs to be at least 50,000, and the area needs to be 100 square kilometers. In my opinion, as long as the number of people reaches enough, they will merge the previous island area into your island. So, to put it bluntly, as long as the number of people is enough, it will be okay. Boy, these 50,000 people are not easy to deal with.
Zeus looked at Tang Xichuan with a smile. But that smile seemed to be seeing Tang Xiaochuan's joke. Tang Xiaochuan said nothing. He knew that what Zeus said was the truth. The area of the island needs to be more than 100 square kilometers, which seems like a lot, but evenly distributed among the 50,000 survivors. It is not much at all. Only 2,000 square meters per person. Among the survivors who can survive until now, which one has an island area that is not thousands of square meters? Therefore, Tang Xichuan has never paid attention to the size of the island. The difficult thing now is how to recruit all those 50,000 people.
Boy, this is just the feudal era. If you want to be promoted to the imperial era, in addition to some infrastructure, Population and area are also hard conditions. Then how much population and area are needed to advance to the Empire era?
Tang Xichuan frowned when he heard Zeus's words.
Not much. Just 5 times.
Zeus pretended to think for a moment, and then said to Tang Xichuan,
How much? 5 times.
Tang Xichuan was dumbfounded.
Yes. 5 times. Is that much? Not much.
Zeus thought for a while, and then said,
To be promoted to the imperial age, the population must reach 250,000, and the island area must exceed 500 square kilometers.
I'll go.
This is going to kill people. There are so many people. Even if I don't eat or drink, I can't finish it even if I go back and forth to recruit people and open portals.
Tang Xichuan cursed secretly.
Wait. Portal? What portal?
Zeus was also confused when he heard Tang Xichuan's words.
Hey. To tell you the truth, I have discussed it with other people. For the sake of stability on the island in the future, we plan to only recruit relatives and friends of the people currently on the island. And then through them, continue to recruit other relatives and friends. Friends come. It's just that in this way, these survivors will be scattered. If we want to pick them up by boat, it will be too time-consuming. So we can only use the space crystal to open the portal for them. There are so many people. Even if I keep opening the door, I can't get them all to the island in a short time.
Tang Xichuan sighed and said slowly. When Zeus heard Tang Xichuan's words, he was dumbfounded. He had a curse word, and he was thinking about whether to say it. Chapter 349 Zeus is as pure as a white lotus. When Tang Xichuan saw Zeus' strange expression, he couldn't help but said,
What's your expression? I want to say you are stupid.
Zeus rolled his eyes at Tang Xichuan.
What do you mean?
Tang Xichuan didn't quite understand what Zeus meant.
Who told you that you need to pick up these survivors one by one on the island?
Zeus said helplessly.
Can they fly to the island by themselves without me picking them up? Yes. They can indeed fly over.
Zeus nodded solemnly. This time it was Tang Xichuan's turn to be speechless.
Can you fly here by yourself? Why didn't I know?
Tang Xichuan asked speechlessly.
You didn't ask either.
Zeus spread his hands, indicating that this time it was not his fault.
Besides, I don't understand why you want to start with the relatives and friends of the survivors on the island. Couldn't you just recruit other survivors in large numbers? I'm doing this for safety.
Tang Xichuan said immediately after hearing Zeus's question.
Safe?
When Zeus heard Tang Xichuan's words, he immediately understood what he meant. Then Zeus's face once again revealed a look of helplessness.
I know what you mean. But what I want to say is, it's not necessary.
Huh?
No need?
Tang Xichuan looked confused.
Yes. It's just not necessary. If you do this, don't you just think that unfamiliar people will have some ideas after coming to the island? Such as rebellion, causing trouble, etc. Right? Isn't it?
Tang Xichuan nodded matter-of-factly.
I want to say that you are overthinking.
Zeus shook his head, and then continued to explain.
If it is so easy to rebel and cause trouble, then you are underestimating this setting. I want to ask you, what is the feudal era, and what is a feudal lord? The literal explanation of feudal lord is that the feudal lord has absolute control over the people in the territory, and the bottom class fulfills its obligations to the lord through taxation. Although it's not accurate, it's almost the same.
Zeus nodded after listening to Tang Xichuan's words.
Let me explain it to you. In fact, in one sentence, the island belongs to you, and you are the feudal lord. After entering the feudal era, you have absolute control over all islanders. For example, you can set the tax rate on the island, and these taxes will be automatically deducted from the islanders' personal funds. Moreover, if someone wants to resist, you will have absolute power of life and death. You can make him die with just a thought. By the way, have you forgotten the existence of the temple? Even if you don't use this power of life and death and directly execute the survivors, under the protection of the temple, you still have the ability to become a god. You will be afraid of a few ordinary people survivor? You must know that as long as these survivors have the thought of resistance in their hearts, they will be automatically eliminated and will no longer enjoy the blessing of the temple. Besides these accidents, that mind control tower you built outside the temple was built in vain? Although I don't understand where you got that thing. Its function is more powerful than what you can see. It can subtly change the way survivors view you. This is equivalent to hypnosis in your world. It constantly changes the survivor's view of you as the master day and night, even if the survivor is hostile to you at first. After a period of hypnosis, he can still become your biggest fan.
When Tang Xichuan heard Zeus's words, he stood frozen on the spot. He understood what Zeus meant. and he suddenly realized that he had been too cautious before. At the same time, he also understood one thing. The times have changed, and he cannot be considered an ordinary person. It is no longer appropriate to face survivors with the same ideas as before. In Zeus's words, his previous idea was just to take off his pants and fart, which was unnecessary. He has 100% control over Myron Island. Even if the survivors recruited to the island have other ideas about him, they can't make any trouble at all. Even if the other members of the survival group wanted to occupy the magpie's nest as soon as they landed on the island, it was useless. The reason is simple. When they agree to go to the island, they will be deemed by the will of this world to belong to Myron Island. If you don't agree, you won't be able to go to the island at all, as long as they belong to Myron Island. If they want to rebel, they can be calmed down by just one thought. Even without this kind of level suppression, he can still become a deity. Through many experiments, Tang Xichuan had long seen that ordinary people, no matter how large the number of people, could not cause any harm to the gods. Of course, except for those who have bug-like weapons like the demon-breaking blade. However, without double insurance, this kind of rebellion is simply impossible to achieve. Since this kind of rebellion does not exist, why should I still be cautious? Wouldn't it be better to just start surfing? After figuring this out, Tang Xichuan couldn't help but call himself a pig-brained person. At the same time, he also wanted to understand why other survivor groups were able to gather 50,000 people so quickly. Damn it. What a loss. Tang Xichuan thought of the title of the top 3 promotions, and because of his caution, he passed by him. And suddenly 10,000 mythical beasts ran through his heart. When Zeus saw Tang Xichuan's expression as if he had eaten a fly, he suddenly felt particularly comfortable. The feeling was like that in the summer, when I had been thirsty for a long time and suddenly drank a bottle of Big Green Stick. It felt so refreshing. Boy, do you understand now? Zeus said with a smile. Tang Xichuan nodded gloomily. I figured it out. Then let's take action quickly. Oh, I got it. Tang Xichuan nodded and was about to turn around and leave. Zeus saw Tang Xichuan just leaving, and he suddenly felt stunned. Say, boy, have you forgotten something? Zeus shouted at Tang Xichuan's back. What did you forget? You didn't forget, did you? No. I said so much. And you just left? Otherwise? Do you still want to invite me to dinner? I'll treat you to a shit. Where's my Coke and my MSG? With that said, Zeus stretched out his hand directly in front of Tang Xichuan. What Coke? What MSG? Tang Xichuan looked at Zeus with confusion. You pretend. Keep pretending. Zeus felt that he had never seen such a shameless person. Are you going to take back what you just brought? What did you bring? Tang Xichuan raised the corner of his mouth, and then took out the still cold Coke directly from the system space. Is this what you were talking about? Yes. Yes. That's it. Zeus nodded immediately when he saw Coke. I never said I brought this for you. You didn't bring it to me. Why did you bring it to the temple? Okay. Kid. Just stop making trouble. Hey. Can't I exercise with this Coke? There are no rules on our island. You can't exercise with Coke. When Zeus heard Tang Xichuan's shameless remarks, he immediately felt that the most doggy person on this island might be Tang Xichuan. He suddenly felt that although he had lived for thousands of years, compared with Tang Xichuan, he was as pure as a white lotus. Chapter 350. Be good and call me daddy. Hey, I also said that I still have some important news here. It seems like that's it. Zeus sighed directly, expressing his helplessness. Is there any important information? Tang Xichuan was stunned when he heard Zeus's words. No. Please tell me quickly. I won't tell you. I'm in a bad mood right now. Zeus shook his head and refused. Old man, don't be so shameless. Be careful. I will kill you, Tang Xichuan said. Bursts of lightning flashed on his fists, which made it clear that Tang Xichuan was preparing to use his power as the island owner. Right now. As soon as Zeus saw Tang Xichuan's fist being electrified, he suddenly thought of the scene when Tang Xichuan rode on Gaia's face and beat her. I'll go. Can't you afford it? Zeus took a step back and pointed at Tang Xichuan. Aren't you going to tell me? Tang Xichuan took a step forward and looked at Zeus. Aye. Forget it. Forget I'm afraid of you. Zeus sighed, and then said, I want to tell you that if you want to upgrade to the Empire era, you need not only population, but also some other things. Condition. What conditions? Tang Xichuan looked at Zeus and asked doubtfully. It's nothing. It just requires you to conquer 10 independent survivor islands belonging to the feudal era. And you also need to open the second temple. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. That is to say, if you want to advance to the Imperial Age, you need to satisfy 250,000 survivors and conquer 10 survivor islands belonging to the feudal era. In addition, you need to open a second temple. Conquering does not mean that you kill everyone on the survivor island. It only requires the other party to surrender, and you just crush the other party's main island stone. As for the second temple, it means simply, you need to build a new temple, just like the current one.
Zeus quickly told Tang Sichuan what he knew. Tang Sichuan was dumbfounded when he heard Zeus's words. He sighed in his heart. Can he still play like this? After some exchanges, Tang Sichuan still couldn't do such a stupid thing. He left coke and other things to Zeus. Amidst Zeus's warm farewell, Tang Sichuan walked towards his villa. For this reason, Tang Sichuan felt that Zeus's last words were just to trick him into getting the coke in his hand. But this idea was rejected by me as soon as it came up. After all, Zeus had no reason to lie to himself. By the time he returned to the villa, it was already dinner time. Zhang Ji and others were sitting around the living room of the villa, preparing to have dinner. With the vigorous development of planting and animal husbandry on the island, Tang Sichuan and the others no longer lacked food at this time. Freshly picked fruits and vegetables from the South Island, chickens and ducks from the West Island, and freshwater fish fished from the Boundary River filled the dining table. In order to take care of Wenwen and help her supplement her nutrition, Ma Yin specially prepared a glass of milk for him. In Tang Xiuchuan's words, we didn't have this condition before, so we couldn't provide milk to the children. But now, the number of cows has increased from 2 or 3 to 15, and they are always carefully fed. So the milk production and milk quality of these cows are very high. Moreover, not only cows, there are also many sheep that can produce milk. This fresh milk is not easy to store. So in order to improve the children's physical fitness, or in order not to waste this fresh milk, Tang Sichuan requires children under the age of 10 to drink a cup of fresh milk every day. At this time, Wenwen was drinking milk from her favorite Pikachu cup. There was still a layer of milky white on her little lips.
Come on, girl, call me daddy.
Tang Sichuan saw how cute Wenwen was, and couldn't help walking up to her and pinching her fat cheeks.
Papa, daddy,
Wenwen shouted in a sweet voice. And Tang Sichuan's old face suddenly smiled like a flower.
Good boy. So good boy.
Tang Sichuan felt that he liked Wenwen so much. So cute.
I said, why don't you rub my girl's face when you're fine?
Zhang Ji, who was waiting to eat, suddenly felt jealous when he saw Tang Sichuan running over to rub Wenwen's face again.
Nonsense. This is obviously my girl. If you look at her eyes, she looks like me.
Tang Sichuan didn't care about this and pointed directly at Wenwen's big eyes.
You think too much. Children's eyes are so big.
Zhang Ji shook his head, his face full of displeasure.
I think you just can't stand Wenwen being so close to me and calling me daddy.
Tang Sichuan didn't care about Zhang Ji's reaction.
Hey, can you hear me clearly? Did she call her daddy? She called her daddy, which means smelly.
Zhang Ji said nonchalantly.
Fart. It's obviously dad. What kind of daddy is there? I think you're just jealous.
Tang Xiaochuan retorted, then turned his head and looked at Wenwen.
Good boy. Come on. Let's call someone.
Tang Sichuan pinched Wenwen's cheek again.
Baba. Daddy.
Wenwen still shouted vaguely in a milky voice.
Hey. Hey. Listen clearly. She is calling daddy. Not daddy. You are the only one who still wants to be my girl's daddy in the next life. Oh. No. You won't be able to do it in the next life either.
Zhang Ji felt very happy at this time. He felt that he was much ahead of Tang Sichuan in this aspect.
Okay. Okay. You two grown men are already 50 or 60 together. Why are you teasing Wenwen? How old is she?
At this time, Ma Yin came over dissatisfied and hugged Wenwen directly, scolded Zhang Ji and Tang Sichuan.
Who are you kidding? It's obviously your Sichuan who wants to steal a girl from me.
Zhang Ji shrank his neck when he heard Ma Yin's words, and then continued.
By the way, you two like children so much. Why don't you do it yourself?
Give birth to one?
After hearing Zhang Ji's words, Tang Sichuan and Ma Yin suddenly blushed like monkeys. Oh, no. Tang Sichuan's red one looks like a monkey's butt, and Ma Yin's red one looks like a red apple.
Ahem. Okay. While everyone is here, I have something to say.
Tang Sichuan was very embarrassed at this time, and he quickly found an excuse to change the topic. When everyone heard that Tang Sichuan was about to get down to business, they all put down their bowls and chopsticks and looked at Tang Xichuan. I just went to talk to Zeus about something. And I found that there was something wrong with our previous ideas. What's the problem? Zhang Ji asked immediately after hearing Tang Xichuan's words. First of all, we think about the problem too complicatedly. I also thought about it, and found that we are a little too cautious. In the words of Zeus, with our back to the temple and the incarnation of the gods, we can have the fighting power of the gods. There is no need to be so cautious. And Myron Island is our base. If someone has bad intentions, we can kick him out anytime, anywhere, or kill him on the spot. At this time, we still have a mind control tower that can increase the favor of the new survivors towards us. So, we can completely relax the restrictions and recruit a large number of other survivors to join us on Myron Island. Furthermore, I also got a piece of information. That is, to advance from the feudal era to the imperial era, at least 250,000 survivors are needed to join. Therefore, I feel that we simply cannot achieve this goal by just bringing in our relatives and friends. Perhaps it takes too long. You must know that the top 3 survivor groups that advance are rewarded with special titles. I believe you have also experienced the role of these titles. This is very important. Tang Xichuan looked at everyone and said slowly. Chapter 351 wants to take the initiative to attack. When everyone heard Tang Xichuan's words, they nodded silently. If we really go by the information Tang Xichuan received, such a large gap in numbers is really not something that can be achieved by them alone. It can be said that there is only one way for them to bring in relatives and friends. And if this way is regarded as the only way, it is simply not advisable. Therefore, after everyone heard Tang Xichuan's words, they all nodded and expressed their approval. No, there are so many people. It will take a lot of time for us to pick them up. Do we have that much time? Shen Qian suddenly asked. I've already asked this question. We have Hermes, who can pick up these survivors on our behalf. As long as they agree to join, they will be transported directly to our Myron Island. Tang Xichuan smiled and nodded. Oh, that's it. Then I have no problem. Shen Qian replied and sat back in his seat. In addition, there is another piece of news that requires our attention. Tang Xichuan thought for a while, and then planned to tell the requirements for promotion to the imperial era. After all, now they have no hope of competing for the top 3 in the feudal era. So Tang Xichuan plans to target the top 3 in the imperial era. What's the news? Zhang Ji asked immediately after hearing Tang Xichuan's words. Brother Zhang, the following 2 pieces of news are closely related to you. Well, it has something to do with me. What? Zhang Ji suddenly frowned when he heard Tang Xichuan's words. If you want to be promoted to the imperial age, you need to conquer 10 survivor islands that have been promoted to the feudal age. In addition, you also need to build a second temple. Tang Xichuan said slowly. Conquer other survivors? Zhang Ji was stunned. And then a strange look appeared on his face. Ogawa, are we going to change our strategy and take the initiative to attack? Yes. Tang Xichuan nodded. Although he didn't want to admit it. It was the fact. Myron Island has always pursued a self-protection strategy. Under such a strategy, Tang Xichuan chose to use subspace to hide the entire island. Moreover, there have never been many survivors on the island. They are all acquaintances. But now Tang Xichuan has taken the initiative to propose that he will take the initiative to attack in the future, which is completely contrary to his previous strategy. However, Zhang Ji was not stupid. He reacted immediately. To put it bluntly, this world is still a world where people cannibalize people. If you don't take the initiative to attack and expand your territory and strength, sooner or later you will be stepped on by others. Zhang Ji didn't want to be stepped on, and neither did Tang Xichuan. So the 2 of them looked at each other in a tacit understanding and stopped talking. Others are no longer as innocent as they were when they first arrived in this world. They all understand what this world is like, so they don't object. Brother Zhang, you may need to strengthen training in this area in the future, whether they are survivors or aborigines. As long as they are of the appropriate age, they must participate in training. I understand. Zhang Ji nodded heavily. Zhang Ji knew very well that if they really wanted to attack, these people must participate in training, not only for victory, but also for their own lives. When a person who has undergone strict training faces danger, his chance of survival is better than that of someone who has not been trained. I have a question. Where can we go to get the second temple? Yumin suddenly raised his hand and asked. I've thought about this issue too. Tang Xichuan nodded after hearing Yumin's words, and then continued. My idea is that we want to go to the unowned island to find something similar to the Olympus Temple. It's very difficult to build like this. And if we do this, the network is too big, We have no way to determine which islands have them, and which ones don't. It's unrealistic to search them one by one,
Tang Xichuan said slowly.
So, my idea is, let's just grab it. Steal it directly? Whose is it?
Yu Min was stunned when he heard Tang Xichuan's words.
Whoever robbed whoever. Anyway, in order to advance, we have to go to war with other survivor islands. In that case,
why don't we just choose those survivor groups with temples when selecting targets? But the other party also owns the temple. If we try to rob it, will the loss be too great?
Yu Min asked with some worry.
There is no way.
Tang Xichuan shook his head, and then continued.
Besides, I have a bold guess that only those who own temples may be eligible to be promoted to the feudal era.
Huh?
Sichuan, why do you have such a guess?
Fang Long frowned and asked directly after hearing Tang Xichuan's words.
It's very simple. Zeus asked me what the feudal era was. Then I thought about it, and found that the feudal era can actually be said to be a centralized ideology. This form emphasizes the divine right of kings. If this is true, then those who have entered the feudal era are likely to own temples.
Wait, this is unreasonable. Shen Qian suddenly raised his hand and continued.
In the world before us, how many religions were there in total? If a feudal island only had one temple, it wouldn't be enough. I have also considered this issue. So I suspect that there will be duplicate temples among these temples. Have you forgotten? When Zeus came to the island before, he said that we are just one of their spokesmen. This means that the temple cannot only exist on one island. Well, that makes sense.
As soon as Tang Xichuan spoke, Fang Long nodded.
Actually, there is another point. Even if not every survival island has a temple, then I think there will be one or two islands that have a temple. And referring to our own islands, islands with temples will definitely develop better than ordinary islands. So we just need to pay more attention to see which islands have temples. Mr. Fang is right. I mean the same thing.
Tang Xichuan nodded in agreement.
Okay. Do you have any other opinions?
Everyone shook their heads when they heard Tang Xichuan's words.
Okay. Since there are no objections, let's implement it according to this method.
Tang Xichuan thought for a while and said to Zhang Ji,
Brother Zhang, starting from tomorrow, you will increase the training of Aboriginal people. After all, in the near future, the indigenous people of our islands will exceed 20,000 people. Such a large population must be utilized rationally. I know. I will pay attention.
Zhang Ji nodded after hearing Tang Xichuan's words.
In addition, regarding the matter of sending food to Oath Island, we have already broken up with them. But we still have to send them the food we promised them. And when we come back, we will bring back the indigenous people they promised us.
Tang Xichuan said slowly.
Sichuan, let me take care of this matter.
At this time, Yu Min stood up. Chapter 352 Ambiguity comes too fast. Like a tornado.
Well, I'm relieved to let brother you go. But you also have to pay attention to safety.
Tang Xichuan thought for a while and agreed to Yu Min's proposal. Originally, Tang Xichuan planned to go there by himself. But later on, he would need to recruit other survivors. And to be honest, he couldn't get away. Zhang Ji also needed to train the Aborigines and couldn't do without them. So he had to let Yu Min go. At first, he was still thinking about how to talk to Yu Min about this matter. But Yu Min took the initiative to bring it up.
Don't worry. You've already beaten them. They don't dare to make mistakes.
Yu Min smiled and nodded to Tang Xichuan.
Sichuan, I have an opinion.
At this time, Fang Long suddenly said,
Sichuan, since we are at odds with the Survival Pledge group, we can't be too easy on them. Mr. Fang,
what do you mean? Tang Xichuan heard Fang Long's words and was a little confused about what he meant.
I mean, since we have broken up with the Oath of Survival group and become hostile, we must prevent them from using the food we gave them to plant. In this case, as long as they live frugally, they will be able to produce a large amount of grain, which will greatly speed up the planting industry on their islands. So, I'm thinking whether we should deal with all the food that needs to be sent there.
Fang Long said slowly. Tang Xichuan nodded secretly when he heard Fang Long's words. He felt that what Fang Long said made sense. Now that he has become an enemy, logically speaking, he should actually cut off the transaction with Oath Island.
But the problem is that he really needs the population promised by Oath Island. So Tang Xichuan has no choice but to grit his teeth and provide food for Oath Island. At the same time, he is also worried that the improved seeds he has finally cultivated here will be so easily obtained by Oath Island. If it is a friendly alliance, these seeds can be given as long as they are given. And there is no big problem. But now the relationship between the two parties has dropped to a freezing point. Tang Xichuan felt aggrieved to give them better seeds at this time. Therefore, when Fan Long proposed that all the grain sent over should be processed to prevent it from being used for planting by people on Oath Island, Tang Xichuan actually agreed with both hands and feet.
Mr. Fang, what can you do? Tell me quickly.
Tang Xichuan looked at Fan Long and asked a little anxiously.
The method is very simple. We only need to run the food that needs to be sent over through hot water. It doesn't need to be too hot. Just 60 degrees.
Fan Long said with a smile.
Just need to run the hot water once.
Tang Xichuan was stunned when he heard Fan Long's method.
Yes. You only need to run it through hot water once. As long as the ambient temperature exceeds 60 degrees. Most of the seeds will lose their vitality. Then you only need to air dry them, and there will be no problem. And from the outside, you can't tell any difference. Only when they plant it and wait for a while. And the seeds don't germinate. Will they understand that there is something wrong?
Fan Long said with a smile. Tang Xichuan was dumbfounded when he heard Fan Long's words. Is there such an operation? Regarding Fan Long's method, Tang Xichuan couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the ancients said that this scholar kills people without blood. If this batch of seeds was really delivered, Tang Xichuan would know it even if he thought about it with his toes. And he would definitely order an order to intercept the batch for breeding. After all, these are high-quality seeds delivered to your door. If you eat them all, it will be wasted. As long as you plant them yourself and wait a week, these seeds will have a good harvest. In time, these seeds will become a steady stream of food. But after Fan Long's actions, Tang Xichuan could predict that Oath would definitely jump with anger. This method can be said to be completely damaging. But why do I like it so much?
Okay. Then according to Mr. Fang's opinion, we will process these seeds first, and then send them to Oath Island.
Tang Xichuan finally made the decision.
Okay. Then I will start preparations tonight. I will finish it early, and come back early to help you recruit people.
Yumin nodded, and said to Tang Xichuan and Fan Long. Tang Xichuan nodded. At this time, Ma Yin brought out the last pot of chicken soup from the kitchen.
Okay. You have been chatting for a long time. Let's eat first.
Ma Yin said to everyone with a smile.
Okay. Let's eat first.
Tang Xichuan smiled and nodded. Then picked up the bowl in front of him and took a large bowl of chicken soup first. Tang Xichuan likes to eat rice with soup. He thinks that it is soup and food and can be eaten together. It only took about 10 minutes for everyone to eat a simple dinner. Yumin finished eating first. After he put down his bowls and chopsticks, he ran out directly, preparing to ask the Aborigines to help him boil water. Mr. Fang was ready to go out for a walk. After all, he was getting old, and he still needed to eat after eating. As Mr. Fang's student, Shen Qian naturally had to follow him. At the same time, Mr. Fang and Shen Qian also took one away. Zhang Ji ran directly back to the room and said he wanted to compile a training outline and make a rough plan for future training. Nanshan thought for a while, and finally began to think that he should go back to the blacksmith shop first. He said that he would work overtime forging iron. In this way, only Tang Xichuan and Ma Yin were left in the entire living room. Tang Xichuan looked at the originally full living room, and suddenly he and Ma Yin were the only ones left. He touched his nose unaccustomedly.
Xichuan, have you finished eating?
Ma Yin looked at Tang Xichuan and asked.
It's done.
Tang Xichuan nodded.
I'll put away the bowl when I'm done eating.
Ma Yin smiled at Tang Xichuan, then stood up and prepared to put away the bowl. Anyone who has children at home may know that children like to throw things around randomly when eating. For example, vegetables that I don't like to eat, peels and so on. Or maybe it's just some bones that can't be chewed. Fortunately, Wenwen is such a child. And it just so happens that among the fruits after dinner today, there is watermelon. Therefore, a piece of watermelon rind that Wenwen had no energy to chew was thrown to the ground. In fact, this has become a normal situation. And Tang Xichuan and the others have never paid attention to it. But today, Ma Yin accidentally stepped on the watermelon rind. In addition, when she stood up violently. This led to a consequence that Ma Yin's center of gravity was unstable. Ma Yin's foot slipped and her whole body fell towards Tang Xichuan. Tang Xichuan, on the other hand, subconsciously wanted to hold Ma Yin. As a result, Ma Yin held on. But due to inertia, Ma Yin suddenly fell into Tang Xichuan's arms. The sudden gravity made the back of the chair unable to withstand such love. Naturally, the back of the chair broke, and Tang Xichuan and Ma Yin fell directly to the floor. This scene is a little bit ambiguous. Tang Xichuan is lying on the ground.
Ma Yin is pressing on Tang Xiuchuan. The two are facing each other, and the distance is no more than 5 centimeters. Ma Yin's hot breath sprayed directly on Tang Xiuchuan's face. Tang Xiuchuan suddenly felt that some kind of hormone was being secreted rapidly in his brain. Chapter 353. What are you talking about? Just kiss her. Spring is here. Everything is coming back to life. And it's the mating season of animals. Spring is warm. Flowers are blooming. Grass is growing and orioles are flying. Spring is full of vitality and romance. Naturally, the animals will not let it go. The male turtle lay on the female turtle's body and made a hearty sound. Of course, Tang Xiuchuan and Ma Yin would not be so fast. But the constant secretion of dopamine in their brains brought their heads closer and closer. They were just a little bit closer to kissing each other. Xiuchuan, I have made a rough training plan. Do you want to say goodbye? Excuse me. You can continue. Zhang Ji said loudly and opened the door directly. As a result, he saw something he shouldn't have seen. Zhang Ji, knowing that he was pregnant with someone else's misfortune, spun around and walked towards his room. As he walked, he said, Hey, why do I feel like I wrote this word wrong? No, I have to change it. Zhang Ji didn't look back and ran back faster than when he ran out. Only Tang Xiuchuan and Ma Yin were left in a daze, being interrupted by Zhang Ji. Tang Xiuchuan and Ma Yin naturally couldn't continue. Ma Yin blushed and said to Tang Xiuchuan, Xiuchuan, I was not careful. Are you okay? When Ma Yin spoke, the hot breath from her mouth kept spraying on Tang Xiuchuan's face, which immediately made Tang Xiuchuan react again. Sister Ma Yin, I'm fine now, but if you continue to lie on me, something might happen to me, Tang Xiuchuan said helplessly. Ah? Ma Yin screamed and quickly got up from Tang Xiuchuan's body. Xiuchuan, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I just didn't stand firm. Ma Yin explained. I'm fine. Tang Xiuchuan smiled and shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Ma Yin felt as if a thorn had been stabbed into her heart when she saw Tang Xiuchuan being so calm and calm. In fact, Ma Yin had a crush on Tang Xiuchuan a long time ago. At first, I just thought that Tang Xiuchuan was very handsome. But at the same time, I felt that it was quite tragic that he was cheated just after leaving school. So he invited Tang Xiuchuan to live with him. But when they rented together, she discovered that Tang Xiuchuan was actually very good at taking care of others. In the morning, before she got up, she prepared breakfast early, and after get off work in the evening, she started preparing dinner. Tang Xiuchuan is also cleaning the room. When she was on her period, he braved the cold wind and ran to buy her sanitary products. Be there to take care of her when she is sick. All the past events kept flashing in Ma Yin's mind. Perhaps, when I was with Tang Xiuchuan, there was nothing earth-shattering, but rather ordinary. But it was this plainness that made Ma Yin feel real. It felt like a young couple living an ordinary life. Later, after coming to this world, Tang Xiuchuan shined into her life like a beam of light when she was most helpless, pulled her out of the abyss of helplessness. From then on, Ma Yin started living on Myron Island. However, this kind of life was completely reversed. She was taking care of Tang Xiuchuan's daily life. It feels like a wife taking care of her husband who is working hard for the family. And when is their child? That situation is really like a family of 3 struggling for life every day. Although it is tiring, it is fulfilling and beautiful. Everything is very dull and peaceful. But this kind of dullness and tranquility is exactly what Ma Yin wants to pursue. My family has a lot of money, but I can only eat 3 meals a day. I have thousands of mansions, and I can't sleep more than 6 feet at night. Sometimes, Ma Yin thinks that if this is a dream, then she hopes she will never wake up from the dream. But now, when Ma Yin saw Tang Xiuchuan who was very calm, she suddenly felt that everything she had done seemed to be just wishful thinking on her part. Thinking of this, Ma Yin felt a sense of loss in her heart. She wanted to tell Tang Xiuchuan about her feelings for him. However, when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back. However, what she didn't expect was that Tang Xiuchuan could see her expression at this time. Tang Xiuchuan's natural way, what is Ma Yin thinking? However, Tang Xiuchuan felt that he was not suitable for romance now. The crisis has not been resolved yet. He dare not, and does not want to delay Ma Yin. Sister Ma Yin, Tang Xiuchuan shouted softly. As a result, before Tang Xiuchuan could say anything else, Ma Yin seemed to have guessed what he was going to say. Suddenly, Ma Yin couldn't hold it back any longer, and tears flowed down unsatisfactorily. No, I'll go. Sister Ma Yin, why are you crying?
Tang Xiachuan saw Ma Yin start to cry and immediately panicked.
Sichuan, are you annoying me?
Ma Yin asked with choked sobs.
I didn't.
Tang Xiachuan quickly denied it. How could he be bothered?
Then why did you reject me?
Ma Yin asked.
No. When did I reject you? Why didn't I know?
Tang Xiachuan became even more panicked.
Then,
Ma Yin suddenly blushed and asked after hearing Tang Xiachuan's words. Hearing this, Tang Xiachuan finally understood. And he was a little speechless. He just felt that if Ma Yin continued to lie on his body, he would react. And then it would be very embarrassing. But what he didn't expect was that Ma Yin would misunderstand. Moreover, he could also tell from this that Ma Yin seemed to have a deep affection for him. Tang Xiachuan felt that he needed to explain clearly to Ma Yin.
Well, Sister Ma Yin, I don't have any dislike for you. It can even be said that I like you. But I don't want to be in such an environment and such a place. I don't know how long I can live in this world. And I don't want to delay you.
Tang Xiachuan sat on the floor, lowered his head, and said slowly. When Ma Yin heard Tang Xiachuan say that he liked her, she immediately felt happy. But after hearing this, a trace of anger appeared on her face.
Tang Xiachuan, in your eyes, Ma Yin, am a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death? Or are you saying that when you think there is danger, Ma Yin, will leave you and run away alone? No. Sister Ma Yin, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant.
Tang Xiachuan suddenly panicked when he heard Ma Yin's words.
I think that's what you mean. Tang Xiachuan, let me tell you. Ma Yin, just like you. If there is any danger, I am willing to face it with you. You can't even kick me away. Sister Ma Yin,
Tang Xiachuan had never seen Ma Yin like this before. For a moment, he was stunned and didn't know how to explain.
I can't stand it anymore. Where are you? What are you doing? Any explanation at this time is false. Just kiss me.
At this time, Zhang Ji, who was hiding behind the door and eavesdropping, directly he opened the door, pointed at Tang Xiachuan and Ma Yin and shouted, Zhang Ji is in a hurry. Everyone on the island knew that Ma Yin liked Tang Xiachuan. As a result, Tang Xiachuan was very decisive when facing other things. But he hesitated when faced with this kind of emotional problem. When Zhang Ji heard Ma Yin's words, he knew that Ma Yin was determined to be with Tang Xiachuan. At this time, any explanation is empty. The simplest and most direct way is to kiss her. As long as you kiss her, nothing will happen. Therefore, Zhang Ji, who could no longer bear it, jumped out directly. Chapter 354. The body has changed. Facing Zhang Ji, who suddenly jumped out, Ma Yin and Tang Xiachuan were stunned. What is the situation? Why did this guy suddenly jump out? So, Zhang Ji heard the conversation between the two of them just now. When they thought of this, Ma Yin and Tang Xiachuan suddenly blushed like monkey butts.
Zhang! Brother Zhang, why are you here?
Tang Xiachuan asked awkwardly.
Don't worry about why I'm here. I just want to say, Sichuan, are you a man? Sister Ma Yin has made it so clear. Why are you still acting like a mother-in-law? If it were me, I would just kiss him and seal the relationship tonight.
Zhang Ji said angrily.
No.
Tang Xiachuan looked at me for a long time, but still didn't finish the game. This made Zhang Ji almost anxious to death.
Sichuan, let me ask you one question. Do you like Miss Ma Yin?
When Tang Xiachuan heard Zhang Ji's question, he was stunned for a moment, and finally sighed and nodded.
Isn't that enough? A man should be resolute when he is born. If you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. Where do you get so many things about mothers-in-law and mothers? What time is it now? When we live in such an environment, we should dare to love and hate. No one knows who will come first tomorrow or the accident. So we can't let down the people around us. Otherwise, we will regret it for life.
Zhang Ji looked directly at Tang Xiachuan. Teach him his own experience. Tang Xiachuan and Ma Yin were immediately stunned by his remarks.
Okay. You don't need to clean up here anymore. You can go and do whatever you need to do. I'll go find Mr. Fang. Tonight, we will go to the apartment. This villa will be reserved for you too.
After saying this, Zhang Ji ignored the two of them and turned around and walked out of the villa, leaving only the two of them still in a daze. Tang Xiachuan and Ma Yin looked at each other. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward again. In fact, Tang Xiachuan already figured it out after listening to Zhang Ji's teaching. But the problem is, it's one thing to understand, but it's another thing to do it. Should Tang Xiachuan directly say to Ma Yin,
Let's go to bed.
It is estimated that as soon as Tang Xiuquan finished speaking, Ma Yin's big mouth slapped him directly in the face. Therefore, this kind of thing is really embarrassing, and it is not appropriate to say it. But it won't work if she doesn't say something. If she doesn't say something, Ma Yin might think that she doesn't like her. And it will be even more troublesome.
Well, Sister Ma Yin, let's just let nature take its course. Okay? Something's happening now. It's too fast. I'm afraid that Mr. Codeword will be reported.
Tang Xiuquan murmured.
What? What kind of coder?
Ma Yin was stunned when she heard Tang Xiuquan's words.
No. It's nothing. I just want to say, let things take their own course between us. I won't deliberately reject you.
Tang Xiuquan didn't know what the code word was, but he said it so smoothly.
Humph! I don't care about you anymore. I'm going to take a shower.
Ma Yin's face turned red, and she ran directly towards the second floor. Tang Xiuquan was left alone on the first floor. Tang Xiuquan looked at Ma Yin's back, shook his head, and then stood up from the floor, looking at the mess all over the table. Tang Xiuquan thought about it, and started to clean up the table. Just when Tang Xiuquan had just put the dishes on the dining table into the kitchen, and was about to wash the dishes, he suddenly heard a
ding-dong
sound from upstairs, accompanied by a scream. When Tang Xiuquan heard this scream, he rushed out like lightning and rushed towards the second floor. In just a few breaths, he arrived outside Ma Yin's room door.
Sister Ma Yin, are you okay?
Tang Xiuquan knocked on the door and shouted to the door.
I'm fine.
Ma Yin's voice came from inside the door.
I just heard you shouting downstairs.
What's wrong with you? I just accidentally slipped and fell. I'm fine.
Ma Yin's voice came from inside the house.
Wait, Xiuquan, did you just say you were downstairs? Yes. I was just washing the dishes when I suddenly heard you shouting. I thought something had happened to you, so I came up to take a look.
Tang Xiuquan nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the concierge was opened from inside. At this time, Ma Yin had already changed into pajamas. After she opened the door, she looked at Tang Xiuquan in surprise.
Xiuquan, it only took 2 or 3 seconds between me falling and you knocking on the door. How could you be downstairs?
Tell me, are you going to peek at me taking a shower? Oh my God! The conscience of heaven and earth. I am really washing dishes downstairs. If you don't believe it, look at my hands. There is still water on them.
With that, Tang Xiuquan stretched out his hands. But the next second, he himself was stunned. Wait, 2 or 3 seconds. From the kitchen on the first floor to Ma Yin's room on the second floor? Tang Xiuquan looked back with some doubts at the distance from the kitchen to the second floor. Although the distance is not long, it is a detour. Calculating this way, the distance from the kitchen to the second floor is at least 50 meters. But it only took him 2 or 3 seconds to reach this 50 meters distance? Tang Xiuquan himself was shocked when he thought of this. What's going on?
Xiuquan, what's wrong with you?
Ma Yin was stunned when she saw Tang Xiuquan reaching out his hand. She was a little worried about Tang Xiuquan.
No, it's nothing. But I have something to do and need to go out.
Tang Xiuquan shook his head quickly, and then ran outside the villa. Little Ma Yin wanted to call Tang Xiuquan, but in the blink of an eye, Tang Xiuquan disappeared. However, seeing this scene, Ma Yin was sure of one thing. That is, Tang Xiuquan did not lie to him at the beginning. With his speed, it was really possible that he was on the first floor from the beginning. Tang Xiuquan ran out of the villa in a hurry and ran directly towards the temple. He has now felt some changes in his body. And the best way to deal with such unknown changes is to ask Zeus directly. Along the way, he saw Fan Long and Zhang Ji walking. But he didn't have time to say hello to them and whizzed past them. Zhang Ji and the others felt something flying past them. When they wanted to take a closer look, Tang Xiuquan had already disappeared. Tang Xiuquan looked at the receding objects around him. He was now very convinced that there had been some kind of change in his body. It's just that he doesn't know whether this change is good or bad. Soon, Tang Xiuquan came outside the temple again, and he rushed directly into the temple regardless.
Zeus! You old boy! Come out quickly!
Tang Xiuquan rushed into the temple and shouted directly. His shout immediately startled the high priest Zambaka, who was finishing his meal next to him. As soon as Tang Xiuquan finished shouting, a burst of white light was projected from the statue of Zeus.
You brat! What are you shouting about? You're calling the soul!
The figure of Zeus slowly walked out of the white light and looked at Tang Xiuquan with an unhappy look on his face. Chapter 355. Just keep eating and it'll be okay.
Let me ask you something. I feel like something is wrong with my body.
Tang Xiuquan said looking at Zeus.
Something went wrong? What problem?
Zeus suddenly became serious when he heard Tang Xiuquan's words. He is now one with Tang Xiuquan. If anything happens to Tang Xiuquan, he will also be implicated.
I feel like mine is getting faster.
Tang Xiuquan murmured after feeling his body.
Have you become faster?
Zeus was stunned when he heard Tang Xiuquan.
No. You have become faster. Why are you looking for me? Go find the god of love. Let her help you adjust. The god is looking for the god of love. I'm talking about speed. Speed.
Tang Xiuquan went crazy when he heard Zeus's dirty words.
The speed has become faster?
Zeus had some doubts. What does it mean that the speed has become faster?
Let's put it this way. I just ran over from the villa, and it only took less than a minute.
Tang Xiuquan looked at Zeus and said solemnly.
It only took 1 minute to run from the villa at the foot of the mountain to here.
Zeus touched his chin and looked at Tang Xiuquan, his eyes full of doubts.
Besides this, do you feel any other changes? Not yet.
Tang Xiuquan shook his head.
Huh?
Zeus groaned and said nothing. But the next second, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the void, and a bolt of thunder appeared in his hand. Then before Tang Xiuquan could react, he threw it directly towards Tang Xiuquan. Zeus's speed was so fast that Tang Xiuquan had no time to react, so he didn't even hide, and was directly hit by lightning. Tang Xiuquan suddenly felt numb all over his body, and his hair stood on end. Only when the numbness all over his body disappeared could Tang Xiuquan move his body.
Old boy, what are you going to do?
After Tang Xiuquan was able to move, his first words were to point at Zeus and curse.
I didn't do anything. I just wanted to verify it. Verification? What do you want to verify?
Tang Xiuquan felt a little strange when he heard Zeus's words.
Congratulations, kid. You are no longer alone. Damn it! You are not human. Your whole family is not human.
Tang Xiuquan said angrily.
Strictly speaking, my whole family is indeed not human.
Zeus was very calm. He directly spread his hands to express that his whole family was indeed not human. This time it was Tang Xiuquan's turn to be speechless. He had no way to refute Zeus, because what Zeus said was true.
Okay, what do you mean by what you just said? I'm not a human being anymore?
Tang Xiuquan decided to skip this question. After all, he was not a human being when he was scolding Zeus, and he was really no match for him.
What I mean is that you have now surpassed the limit of human beings and belong between demigods and humans. What do you mean? I don't quite understand.
Tang Xiuquan asked with a frown.
It literally means that your current physical attributes have surpassed the limits of human beings, but you have not yet reached the level of a demigod.
Zeus crossed his arms and looked at Tang Xiuquan with a smile on his face.
Beyond the limits of human beings? Why is this happening?
Tang Xiuquan asked very puzzledly.
I have to ask you this. What do you eat every day? What do I eat every day? If it's not just the things produced on the island, what else can it be?
Tang Xiuquan curled his lips and said,
I've seen everything on this island. Whether it's the fish in the sea or the food grown, they all contain a kind of energy that can improve the human body. Also, you seem to have eaten a lot. Those high-end ingredients that you survivors talk about. Right. Those high-grade ingredients have more energy. If you eat like this every day, it would be strange if you don't improve your physique.
Zeus curled his lips and said with some jealousy,
Is it because of the ingredients?
When Tang Xiuquan heard Zeus's words, he suddenly remembered that when he first arrived on the island, he knew through the system that these foods could improve physical fitness. After eating some A-grade apples, he clearly felt that his strength had become stronger. It was not enough, and that was it at the time. And I didn't feel anything after that. In other words, Tang Xiuquan has become accustomed to this slow change. But no matter how slowly, over time, the body's physique has undergone qualitative changes. In normal life, Tang Xiuquan couldn't feel it. But when Ma Yin fell down just now, Tang Xiuquan immediately stimulated his body's potential and directly surpassed the limit of human beings. Thinking of this, Tang Xiuquan looked weird. He was thinking, what does he look like now? Considered a god? Wrong. Zeus just said that as he is now. He has not yet reached the level of a demigod. But you want to say it's a human being? Have you ever seen someone who can run from the bottom of the mountain to the top of the mountain in 1 minute? And this mountain is not too short. Now it is 300 to 400 meters high. Therefore, Tang Xiuquan is very confused now, and doesn't know what to do in the future.
You brat! What are you thinking about?
Zeus immediately became angry when he saw the reluctance on Tang Xiuquan's face.
I was thinking about how I should meet people in the future. Tang Xiaochuan said, without noticing Zeus's expression without raising his head. Boy, this is a good thing. Why do I feel that you are so reluctant? Do you want to use external objects to improve your strength all your life? This kind of change caused by physical improvement is, to put it bluntly, your own power. Zeus was angry, said without argument. When Tang Xiaochuan heard what Zeus said, he immediately reacted. He suddenly felt that what Zeus said seemed to make sense. Although the ring of the sun god can enhance his power to that of a god, it is a foreign object after all. The limit of strength is also there, and there is no possibility of becoming stronger. But your current strength belongs to you and can be continuously improved. When he thought of this, the haze in Tang Xiaochuan's heart suddenly disappeared. I'll go. Your words reminded me. Tang Xiaochuan looked at Zeus and gave him a big thumbs up. Then how do I need to improve my strength? It's easy to improve. Just keep eating. Eat those high-end ingredients. The higher the level, the better. Zeus was extremely envious at this time. If he could also improve his strength through eating, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Just eat? Is it that simple? Tang Xiaochuan was dumbfounded when he heard Zeus's words. Simple? Uh-huh. Zeus laughed directly after hearing Tang Xiaochuan's words. When you reach a certain level, eating those low-level ingredients will no longer have any effect. You can only keep eating those high-level ingredients to improve your strength. If you want to improve by eating low-level ingredients, you may not be able to become a god in your next life. Oh, no, your next life. And among those high-grade ingredients, which one doesn't have the power to destroy the world? Do you think it's that easy to capture? Zeus looked at Tang Xiaochuan with a strange look on his face. Is that so? Tang Xiaochuan suddenly felt disappointed when he heard Zeus's words. Chapter 356. Are you annoyed? Ask every day. Be more confident and remove the word question mark. Zeus struck Tang Xiaochuan again. The highest food on your island now should be A level. If you go to the sea and take a look at the food that is S level or above, you will understand what I mean. Although these ingredients are difficult to catch, every time you catch them, it will be a huge improvement for you. Furthermore, there are SS level and SSS level above S level. Once your body is completely accustomed to SSS level food, you will have the power of a demigod. It's almost the same as when you transformed into the sun god Apollo. At that time, you can directly absorb the godhead and then completely transform into a real god. Zeus said lightly. I have a question. Tang Xiaochuan suddenly interrupted Zeus when he heard what he said. Since you said these high-grade ingredients are so useful, why don't you eat these ingredients to restore your divine power? Tang Xiaochuan looked at Zeus and asked. You think I don't want to? The problem is, it's useless for us real gods to eat these. Zeus sighed. You have forgotten that I said before that once your strength reaches a certain level, it will be difficult for you to improve if you continue to eat low-level ingredients. This principle is also appropriate for us. Don't look at these ingredients. For you now, they can improve your strength. For us gods, they are actually just like ordinary food. Zeus also shook his head helplessly. Then what do you need to improve? Can it only be godhood? Tang Xiaochuan asked with a frown. When he heard Zeus's words, he had actually been thinking about how to quickly help Zeus and the others regain their strength. After all, Zeus and the others are, to put it bluntly, some high-end combat power. It's not that only godhood can be improved. Zeus shook his head, and then said, Actually, every time your island is promoted, we can restore some divine power. For example, if you are promoted to the feudal era, the strength of our gods will be restored to about 1/5 of what it was. In the imperial age, we will be about 1/3. In the steam age, we will be 1/2. And in the final industrial age, our divine power will be fully restored. Otherwise, where do the attributes that increase on your island come from every time you advance? Zeus said with a smile. That's it. Tang Xiaochuan nodded after hearing Zeus's words. At the same time, I felt relieved. After all, this godhead was too precious. And the Olympus pantheon now had more than a dozen gods. If you rely solely on godhead to improve, the number of godhead you need is a massive number. In this way, Tang Xiaochuan should not think about developing high-end combat power. He finally saw clearly that this world seemed to be a survival world. But in fact, it was a mythical world. The survivors, who are the main force in this world, actually play the role of the elite, while the indigenous people are the bottom class of society and the main exporter of labor. Only gods, or survivors with the strength of gods, can be regarded as having absolute combat power. The ordinary elite, or the masses at the bottom, can only decide whether the island develops well or not.
Only the gods can decide where this island will go. To put it simply, the main task of aborigines and ordinary survivors is to develop the island and act as a background during battles. Survivors with the power of gods and real gods are the important factors that determine the victory of the war. Therefore, Tang Xichuan is still very concerned about whether Zeus and the others can regain their original divine power. But now, Zeus told himself that in addition to using his godhead to improve his abilities, Daoji's promotion could also help Zeus and the others regain their strength. For him, this was great news. In this way, Tang Xichuan can save a large part of his godhead and distribute it to other potential survivors.
By the way, how many kinds of tree gods are there in this world?
Tang Xichuan suddenly thought that he still had a double-winged angel godhead that he snatched from the oath. And he became interested.
I can't tell you how many divine systems there are. I only know that in addition to the original divine systems on Blue Star, there are also some other divine systems here. However, some of these divine systems are strong and some are weak. And some of the main gods are not much stronger than the demigods of the Olympus divine system. And some gods, even some low-level gods, have the power to destroy the world. So, boy, this world is far more exciting than you think.
Zeus suddenly smiled when he heard Tang Xichuan's words.
So, what level does your Olympus god system belong to among these god systems?
Tang Xichuan asked curiously after hearing Zeus's words.
Well, it's hard to say. But why do you ask so many questions? Isn't it okay if you just do your thing?
Zeus suddenly felt a little dissatisfied when he heard Tang Xichuan's words.
I'm still curious. Could it be that your Olympus system is at the bottom among these many systems? God damn. We are at the bottom. No matter how bad our Olympus system is, we are still above average. You are using the bottom to slander me. Be careful. I will sue you for slander.
Zeus suddenly became a little angry when he heard Tang Xichuan's words. Said,
It turns out he's the best.
Tang Xichuan laughed immediately when he heard Zeus's words. However, Tang Xichuan is still very satisfied with this position in the upper middle. After all, as Zeus himself said, there are countless gods in this world, and being able to take pictures of them is already very impressive.
Old boy, I want to ask, among all the gods, which one is the most powerful?
Tang Xichuan asked curiously. When Zeus heard Tang Xichuan's words, he was immediately speechless. Therefore, Zeus did not speak and expressed his silent protest. Seeing that Zeus didn't speak, Tang Xichuan became even more interested.
No. Tell me. Which divine system is it?
Tang Xichuan asked immediately when Zeus didn't speak.
Are you annoyed? You ask me this and that every day. Why can't you think of a way to catch some fish when you have so much free time?
Zeus was speechless.
It's not too late to catch fish. By the way, it's all in the dark. It's dark outside. Where can I go to catch fish? Why don't I listen to you tell these interesting things? If we encounter him in the future, I have a good idea and can just run away.
Tang Xichuan said with a smile.
You brat. I found out that you are really shameless.
Zeus was speechless, but he knew that what Tang Xichuan said was also true.
Okay. Let me tell you how the powers of the gods in this world are divided. Lest you, who is always causing trouble, really get into trouble one day and make me unlucky too.
Zeus thought about it. After thinking about it, he said slowly to Tang Xichuan. Chapter 357, Old Boy. You tricked me.
In this world, the division of God's strength is actually not very obvious. Of course.
Except for the number one God system.
Zeus sighed and said slowly.
Starting from the second-ranked divine system and counting down to the middle-level divine system. Many times, when fighting, it is 50-50. Who wins and who loses depends on their performance on the spot. Of course, the second-ranked God system is always stronger. Although he only has one main god, the low-level gods he can fight are still quite capable.
Let me go.
Who is the second best? So awesome?
Tang Xichuan suddenly became interested when he heard Zeus's words. What Zeus just said made it very clear. When fighting against gods as a unit, everyone is basically at a 50-50 split. But he only has one of the second-ranked gods. That a person can compete evenly with a pantheon of gods like Zeus, which is more than a dozen main gods, speaks volumes in itself.
The owner of the piece of Godhead in your hand,
Zeus said, while turning his head to the piece of Godhead of the two-winged angel held in Tang Xichuan's hand.
Huh? This Godhead in my hand?
Tang Xichuan heard Zeus's words and looked down. Isn't this Godhead in my hand a double-winged angel? He seems to belong to the Lord. Let me go.
Is Jehovah so awesome?
Tang Xichuan was dumbfounded.
Yes.
Zeus nodded solemnly. What about number 1? Tang Xichuan asked quickly. First, Zeus suddenly trembled involuntarily when he heard Tang Xichuan's words. Let me tell you this. The number 1 god system is different from ours. It is difficult to define their strength. You should also know that gods like ours are often at their peak when they debut. In other words, as soon as we are born, we have great strength. And this kind of divine power will not become stronger over time. Nor will it become weaker. This number 1 divine system is very strange. Their training system is different from ours. They are the kind that are weak at the beginning but gradually become stronger. And they get stronger as they get older. Zeus laughed. Said, it's just that their god system has a particularly big problem. That is, they like to play by themselves and are unwilling to communicate with other people. In their words, the law of heaven is eternal. If you have nothing to do, don't bother me. After saying this, a weird smile appeared on Zeus's face. The law of heaven is eternal? Don't bother me if you have nothing to do? When Tang Xiuchuan heard this, he suddenly felt very familiar. It seems like I have heard it somewhere. Does it look familiar? Zeus asked with a smile. Tang Xiuchuan didn't answer, but he still nodded. That's your Chinese god. What? Our Chinese gods? Could it be? Yes, that's them. A group of cultivators. Zeus nodded. I'm going. The cow is getting fat. Tang Xiuchuan saw Zeus nodding, and he suddenly felt that the cow was getting fat. It's just that you Chinese gods really don't like disputes. They've all gone hiding somewhere. And you can't find them even if you try to find them. However, they did have the ability to destroy heaven and earth in their heyday. Remember? I am talking about each one. Not just one. Zeus reminded. In the future, if you go out and encounter a survivor who can transform into a Chinese god, remember, you must run and don't look back. If they are practicing or doing something else, they must not think about sneak attacks. In a word, if they encounter them, they will run as far as they can. Zeus warned Tang Xiuchuan. No. Are they really that powerful? Tang Xiuchuan has heard stories about this since he was a child. In his impression, these gods are all easy to talk to. And they won't fight with him as soon as they meet. What do you mean it's not enough? Zeus was a little speechless. He felt that Tang Xiuchuan didn't understand what he meant at all. Let's put it this way. If you are an ordinary survivor without any divine power, and your physique has not been strengthened, you don't need to run. Because these gods have their own pride, and will not attack ordinary people. But the problem is, you can't. Zeus looked at Tang Xiuchuan and said slowly, no. Why? Tang Xiuchuan couldn't understand what Zeus said. It's very simple. Your body has the aura of my Olympus god. They will think that my Olympus god has done something to you. Not only will you be unlucky, but our Olympus system will also be unlucky. Zeus sighed. What do you mean? Why don't I understand it well? Tang Xiuchuan looked at Zeus in confusion. In your words, the cultivation system is different. You are a flower farmer and a Chinese. Even if you want to practice something, you should follow the cultivation system of your own god. That's the kind of cultivation method that tempers oneself and follows the way of heaven. But now, how should I say? You have fully become the cultivation system of the Olympus god system. Like us, as long as you reach a certain level, you will have that level of power. This is incompatible with your own divine system. In addition, your divine system has its own cap protector. Seeing you like this is different from their own system. What do you think the first thing they think of is? Zeus looked at Tang Xiuchuan and showed an old fox smile. When Tang Xiuchuan heard Zeus's words, he immediately thought of a lot. But thousands of words finally converged into one sentence. That is, Zeus, this old boy, had tricked him. Damn it! Tang Xiuchuan immediately wanted to flip the table. But now there is no table for him to turn over. Needless to say, when a group of people and their protective gods saw that a survivor from the same sect as themselves had the power of other gods in his body, their first thought was whether this person was controlled by those gods. The second reaction is whether this person has identified the Chinese divine system. But no matter which one it is, the final result is, grab it and study it. If you want to catch him, you must take action. Once you take action, it will be unclear what happens next. Moreover, according to Zeus's wishes, these Chinese gods all started out weak, but ended up thinking a lot. In this regard, Tang Xiuchuan wanted to say something to Zeus. An old boy, do you have any misunderstandings about the Chinese god system? The group of people who are weak in the early stage are, to put it bluntly, the cultivators in the novel, and the powerful ones later are the gods. How can a cultivator become a god? It's very simple. Just get struck by lightning. If you can bear it,
You will be a god. If you cannot resist it, you will die. Under such a huge wave, can the one who survives be the weak? Which of these people is not a strong man who survived a narrow escape? Another point is that the thunder that struck them has a special name called Heavenly Tribulation. Chapter 358. A God noticed you. After listening to Zeus's words, Tang Sichuan's thousands of words in his heart turned into 2 words.
I'm sorry.
But this time, Tang Sichuan didn't gain anything. At least he knew the reason for the changes in his body, which was a good thing. Moreover, even if the Olympus gods are not the strongest, they are still above average. At least much stronger than most other survivors. After all, other survivors don't have so many high-end ingredients for them to eat unlimitedly. Tang Sichuan also understood that as long as he kept eating, he would be okay. Now he needed to consider a question, which was where to get more advanced ingredients.
Old boy, let me ask you something. Where can I get those high-end ingredients you just mentioned?
Tang Sichuan raised his head and looked at Zeus.
What? Do you want to continue to strengthen your power? Don't you plan to switch to your own Chinese god system?
Zeus looked at Tang Sichuan with interest.
Can you still switch?
Tang Sichuan was stunned when he heard Zeus's words.
In principle, it's possible. It's just difficult.
Zeus smiled directly after hearing Tang Sichuan's answer.
Then tell me, if you want to switch to the Chinese god line, there are 2 ways. One is to directly let your physical fitness drop and return to the level of an ordinary person. And then find a book of your Chinese god line's exercises or divine attributes. And then start over. Start practicing. Use your so-called spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper yourself. You have to know that although this world has great restrictions on us so-called gods, it has almost no restrictions on you survivors. If you want to practice again, if you hurry up, you can reach this point in about a year. If you have other spiritual treasures, you can speed up. The second way is to find your so-called inner elixir or something, and fuse it directly. In this way,
your current strength will be preserved, and you can start the second training mode.
Zeus is still not very familiar with Chinese culture, and many things he says are ambiguous. But Tang Sichuan reluctantly understood, based on Tang Sichuan's previous experience of reading novels. The first method Zeus said was to relax and then rebuild. The second way is to find a kind of heavenly material and earthly treasure, so that you can practice dual system directly. But the problem is, even Zeus can't tell what this kind of thing is. How can you, Tang Sichuan, find it? And the first method is even more undesirable. Although the current situation is not difficult, it is not peaceful either. It took him a lot of effort and several months of eating high-end ingredients to elevate him to a level beyond human limits. Now he was asked to rebuild it, which was ridiculous. What if I rebuilt and the enemy came to my door at this time? Wouldn't I be taking the whole island with me? And everyone would be left in the cold. Therefore, this first method was directly erased in Tang Sichuan's heart. It is impossible to recultivate, not even in this lifetime. Moreover, this reconstruction also has a prerequisite, which is to find the Chinese godhead or technique. Does he have this? The answer is no. That is, he won't even think about it. Therefore, now Tang Sichuan has no choice. He can only go to the dark side in one way.
Forget it. Old boy, you'd better tell me where to get high-end ingredients.
Tang Sichuan sighed and said slowly.
What? You figured it out so quickly?
Zeus suddenly smiled after hearing Tang Sichuan's words.
Aren't you talking nonsense? At this time, who dares to recultivate? You are saying that if you want to recultivate, you still need skills and so on. Do I have this stuff?
Tang Sichuan rolled his eyes at Zeus.
You're wise.
Zeus smiled and gave Tang Sichuan a thumbs up.
Actually, continuing to enhance your current strength is the most correct choice for you. I have a vague feeling that a god has murderous intentions towards you.
Zeus popped out a big melon, frightening Tang Sichuan.
Wait, what did you say? What's killing me?
Tang Sichuan looked at Zeus and asked.
Gods,
Zeus said slowly.
What the HL? I don't remember what god I offended. Why did I suddenly become murderous?
Tang Sichuan was very depressed at this time.
You have forgotten that our gods must rely on survivors to survive. Don't you know what you are like among the survivors? Survivors must keep annexing other people if they want to survive. And you have been giving out so many supplies, which will inevitably attract the attention of other powerful survivors. If they want to develop, then you will definitely come into their sight. If they want to kill you, is there a problem?
Zeus explained to Tang Sichuan.
I really want to curse at this situation.
Tang Sichuan suddenly felt aggrieved when he heard Zeus's words.
Okay, but you don't have to worry too much. Those who can cooperate with survivors are all gods without divine power like us. Therefore, you don't have to worry about the gods directly attacking you. What you need to worry about is those who cooperate with those gods. Survivalist. As far as I know, the development of survivors with gods is not slow.
As he said that, a smile appeared on Zeus's face.
How do I feel that you are not worried about me jumping into the street at all?
Tang Xichuan looked at the extremely relaxed Zeus and felt very unhappy.
Didn't you guess it all? We, the Olympus gods, can cooperate with you. Why can't we cooperate with others? I want to curse.
Tang Xichuan was speechless.
Okay. You'd better save some strength and think about how to face the enemies in the future. Let me tell you first. I don't know where the enemies who are hostile to you are. So don't ask. I just can feel that he is hostile to you. In addition, if you want to continue to improve your strength, you need to find high-grade ingredients. And these ingredients are in the ocean. They may be powerful creatures in the ocean. Or they may be born on an island somewhere. You need to find these things by yourself. We gods can't give you much help.
Zeus looked at Tang Xiaochuan and smiled. Then put his hands in his pockets, preparing to watch Tang Xiaochuan's performance. I suddenly have the urge to contact and cooperate with you.
Tang Xichuan looked at Zeus's expression of not taking it too seriously, and felt extremely angry.
I bet you can't.
Zeus was unmoved, looking at Tang Xiaochuan and said slowly, Tang Xiaochuan. Tang Xichuan walked out of the temple after chatting with Zeus about some trivial matters. This time Tang Xichuan did not run quickly. He walked slowly towards the villa. He knew a lot of information from this chat with Zeus. The first is the ranking of various gods, the power of the gods, etc. I also know that some gods have noticed him. It is estimated that this will also be a big trouble in the future. In addition, the most important thing is that he knows the changes in his body. For Tang Xichuan, this can be considered a good thing. Tang Xichuan suddenly stopped while walking.
Wait a minute. I really wanted to ignore something. I'm not the only one who eats high-end ingredients. Mr. Fong and the others have also eaten it. If I have surpassed the limits of human beings, then Mr. Fong and the others should be almost there. If Mr. Fong and the others can break through the limit, then the island's combat effectiveness will be immediately improved.
Tang Xiaochuan murmured. Chapter 359, Just run away, and it's over. Just do what comes to mind. This is a fine tradition of Tang Xichuan. Early the next morning, when having breakfast, Tang Xichuan was sitting at the main seat, drinking soy milk and looking at the other people at the table. Last night, Tang Xichuan actually figured out that since he could break through the limits of human beings, others should also be able to. What is missing now is some external pressure to make them break through. But Tang Xichuan didn't want to pull everyone out for a surprise training. After all, he still didn't know how to let them break through. Therefore, Tang Xichuan thought about it and felt that he still wanted to find someone to experiment. But the question is, who should I turn to? Fong Long? No. Fong Long is too old and can't stand the trouble. Moreover, Fong Long will be required to preside over the land reclamation of the newly grown islands. The same cannot be said for Shinqian. On the one hand, he has to take care of Fong Long. On the other hand, he is also the main force in land reclamation. In many cases, Fong Long is responsible for planning, and Shinqian leads people to open up land. Nanshan? It doesn't seem possible. The weapons and equipment on the island are not complete now, and he still needs to be in charge of the aboriginal blacksmithing. Yu Min was going to deliver food to the Pledge of Survival group today, but he didn't have enough time. Ma Yin? Tang Xichuan was reluctant to torment her. As for Lu Xian and Xie Xiaoyu, they only arrived on the island yesterday and have not yet reached the limit that they can break through. So they were naturally excluded. Looking at it this way, it seems that Zhang Ji is suitable. Zhang Ji, who was eating fried dough sticks and drinking soy milk, suddenly felt that he was being stared at by something. He felt a slight chill on his back for no reason.
Brother Zhang, you will finish your breakfast later. Are you okay?
Tang Xichuan took a bite of the fried dough stick and looked at Zhang Ji and asked.
There's nothing to do today. I just need to improve the training plan.
Zhang Ji thought for a while and said to Tang Xichuan.
Oh, that's it. Then you can accompany me to a place later.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded and said to Zhang Ji.
Where are you going?
Zhang Ji asked curiously.
Keep it secret. TCH. It's still a secret? How big can this island be? I haven't visited any places before. It's still a secret.
Although Zhang Ji said this, he still sped up his movements. I finished the fried dough sticks in my hand in 3 or 2 mouthfuls.
Okay. Let's go.
Zhang Ji clapped his hands and said to Tang Xichuan. Tang Xiaochuan nodded, then drank the soy milk in the bowl in one gulp, then stood up and followed Zhang Ji outside. When the two of them walked out of the villa, they saw that Haizi, who had not seen each other for a long time and had been acting as a shepherd dog in the West Island, was already lying at the door of the villa.
Hey, Haizi! Long time no see.
Zhang Ji saw Haizi and couldn't help but rub his dog's head. Haizi stretched his head in enjoyment, indicating that Zhang Ji's massage was very comfortable.
Sichuan, where are we going?
Zhang Ji looked at Tang Xichuan and asked.
Go to West Island. It's spacious there.
Tang Xichuan thought for a while and said to Zhang Ji.
Spacious?
Zhang Ji raised his head and looked at Tang Xichuan. Although he was curious, he didn't say anything and followed Tang Xichuan to the West Island. Soon, the two people and the dog arrived at the West Island. The West Island is indeed very spacious. After all, almost no one lives in the entire West Island for grazing purposes. There are only some domestic animals that graze and rest on the grass very contentedly. Why say almost? Because the two Murlocs Bin Borba and Babblebin act as herders here. After all, when the two of them saw Essenes before, they were like mice and cats, and they couldn't send her away. Therefore, for their physical and mental health, Tang Xichuan let them live in the West Island. For this reason, Tang Xichuan also specially built a small pond for them to live in.
Sichuan, what are we doing here?
Zhang Ji asked curiously.
Brother Zhang, I have something to tell you.
Tang Xichuan said solemnly.
Huh? You say it.
Zhang Ji saw that Tang Xichuan spoke very formally, and he also became very serious.
Forget it. There are some things that are useless just talking about them. You should take a look first.
Tang Xichuan thought for a while, and didn't know how to explain it to Zhang Ji. So he thought it was better to let Zhang Ji think about his future after his breakthrough. Strength. After saying that, Tang Xichuan squatted down slightly, then used his legs and jumped out. At that speed, he was 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. Tang Xichuan ran with all his strength, so fast that even the grazing cows suddenly felt that the grass in their mouths no longer tasted good. The grilled fish in Bin Boerba and Bob Bol Bin's hands also fell into the water. They were stunned when they saw that Tang Xichuan was approaching so fast that there was an afterimage. Tang Xichuan tried his best to run freely on the West Island, and Zhang Ji was also dumbfounded. If he were to compete in the Olympics at this speed, let alone Bolt, even if Bolt were given extra legs, he would not be able to catch up with Tang Xichuan. Seeing Tang Xiaochuan's speed, Zhang Ji's whole body went numb. Is this the speed humans can have? Are you sure you don't have two turbine engines hanging behind your butt? In less than a minute, Tang Xichuan returned to where he was.
Let me go! Are you still a human being? How did you do it?
Zhang Ji pointed at Tang Xichuan and asked in horror. When Tang Xichuan heard Zhang Ji's words, he rolled his eyes at Zhang Ji.
Brother Zhang, this is why I came to you today.
Tang Xiaochuan said slowly.
I discovered last night that I have exceeded the limits of human beings. Then I went to find Zeus, and he told me that as long as we eat more high-end ingredients on the island, our physiques will change, and we can break through the limits of human beings. Then why didn't I?
Zhang Ji asked in confusion when he heard Tang Xichuan's words.
This is why I came to you.
Tang Xichuan thought for a while and said to Zhang Ji.
Zeus said that we should all be able to break through. As for the lack of breakthrough now, it is because there is a lack of certain external stimulation. So I want to ask you to experiment and see how we can break through the limits of human beings.
Tang Xichuan said slowly.
Really? Then tell me. What do you want me to do? I will fully cooperate.
Zhang Ji nodded vigorously when he heard Tang Xichuan's words. He knows very well that if he is stronger, everyone will be safer. He is a glorious veteran. He feels that no matter where he is, he should protect others instead of letting others protect him. Therefore, he wants to become stronger and have strength.
We want to make it simple. Let's use up your energy first. Don't all those athletes often say that only when your physical strength is exhausted and you continue to persevere can you break through yourself? Exhausted your energy? How to do this?
Zhang Ji nodded vigorously when he heard Tang Xichuan's words. He felt that what Tang Xichuan said made sense.
It's very simple. Just run away. Is it okay to run away?
Zhang Ji was immediately confused when he heard Tang Xichuan's words. You know your own strength. Are you just letting him run away? It is estimated that he can run 10 kilometers without getting tired. After all, his previous physical fitness is still there. This is just to use right to consume energy. So I don't know when. Just when Zhang Ji was about to retort that it was too easy,
He suddenly noticed that Tang Sichuan's hand had been placed on Haizi's head. Suddenly, Zhang Ji thought of a possibility. Sichuan, don't you think? Yes, you are right. Tang Sichuan immediately smiled after hearing the first half of Zhang Ji's words. Chapter 360 Breakthrough. I'll go. Can you stop being such a bitch? Zhang Ji roared loudly. But Tang Sichuan remained unmoved. It's just that he rubbed the hand of Kuriko's head with a little more strength. Speaking of Haizi, although his presence on the island is very low, it is undeniable that Tang Sichuan really likes Haizi. So much so that Tang Sichuan often provides Haizi with some high-end ingredients. Haizi is a dog. Although he can't understand human language, it doesn't mean he is stupid. Moreover, eating some high-end ingredients for a long time caused Haizi to become larger and larger, and his IQ became higher and higher. At this time, Haizi, when standing on all fours, was tall enough for half a person. If he stood upright, he would be a head taller than an average person. As its size increases, its strength also increases by leaps and bounds. Coupled with its certain intelligence, it can be said that ordinary people are really no match for Kuriko. Tang Sichuan is now taking Haizi with him, saying that he will help him break through his limits. Zhang Ji can use his toes to figure out what Tang Sichuan is going to do. Sichuan, let's stop making trouble. With such a big body, Haizi might be killed. Zhang Ji was a little timid. Don't worry. I believe Haizi. He knows the importance. Tang Sichuan showed Zhang Ji a harmless expression. When Zhang Ji heard Tang Sichuan's words, he immediately wanted to curse. Is this a matter of knowing the importance? With Haizi's big body and teeth shining with cold light. Are you sure? Now that I have said it, if I don't tell it, I won't kill anyone. Even if I don't. If I take one bite from a black man, I will probably be disabled at the least. The person who was bitten before and after the joint was not you, Tang Sichuan. So it's okay? However, Zhang Ji also understood that it was useless to object at this time. So he made a very wise choice. That is, since he could not resist, he would lie down and enjoy it. Therefore, as soon as Tang Sichuan finished speaking, Zhang Ji jumped out directly. Tang Sichuan, things are changing. Just wait for me. Tang Sichuan was not angry when he heard Zhang Ji's words. He just patted the dog's head. Go! Bite him! Tang Sichuan looked at Haizi and Zhang Ji, whose fingers had already escaped, and said with a smile. When Haizi heard Tang Sichuan's words, his 4 legs immediately exerted their strength and rushed towards Zhang Ji, who had already run more than 30 meters away. Scientific research shows that a normal person can run at a maximum speed of 44 kilometers per hour. For ordinary people, it is only about 30 kilometers. As for the speed of dogs, although it also depends on the breed, it is normal. The speed of native dogs is between 40 kilometers and 50 kilometers, and the fastest dog can run 70 kilometers. Moreover, dogs' endurance is definitely better than that of humans. What does this mean? It means that a person with 2 legs will never be able to outrun a person with 4 legs. Even Zhang Ji, who was on 2 legs, had already rushed more than 30 meters at this time. Even if Haizi had not been strengthened or had no breakthrough, it would be easy for him to catch up with Zhang Ji. What's more, Haizi has also broken through. If it runs at full strength, it will definitely be faster than Tang Sichuan now, let alone Zhang Ji. However, Haizi is smart and can understand human speech. It has just understood what Tang Sichuan meant, which is to let it stimulate Zhang Ji's potential and let him break through the limit. Therefore, Haizi cooperated very well and rushed to a distance of about 2 meters behind Zhang Ji, and began to control his speed. Keep the same speed as Zhang Ji. In order to increase the pressure, Kuriko opened his mouth and then closed it forcefully. The sharp teeth collided with each other, making a click, click sound. Not to mention that, when Haizi noticed that Zhang Ji was showing signs of slowing down, he barked, woof woof woof, at him. Zhang Ji's scalp felt numb as he listened to the clicking sounds coming from the back of his butt. Tang Sichuan, can you be a human being? Zhang Ji shouted loudly as he ran. Haizi, faster! Woof woof! Help! In the pond, Bin Boer Ba and Bob Bol Bin were sitting on a stone, looking at Zhang Ji, who was being chased by a dog. Bin Boer Ba, do you think Mr. Zhang will be bitten to death by that big black dog? Bob Bol Bin, I advise you to mind your own business. This is a matter between the master and the adults. Let's not interfere. I didn't want to interfere. I was just talking. Hey, where did you get the grilled fish? I went to Master Nushi to get this morning. Didn't Master Nushi say that breakfast is just one fish? I got something in exchange for it. What? That pearl on your bed. The sea pearl on my bed? Wait, you took my sea pearl and exchanged it for a fish with Master Nushi? Yes.
Bob Bulbin nodded.
Asshole. How could you exchange my sea beads for grilled fish with Master Nushi?
Bin Boerball looked at Bob Boerbin angrily.
And you replaced it with grilled fish. And you still didn't give me a part.
After saying that, Bin Boerball immediately started to grab it. But Bin Boerba didn't care about it and ran out directly.
Bah! I changed it myself. Why should I share it with you?
Bin Boerba had never been so angry before. So he also chased after him. Regardless of what happened between Bin Boerba and Bob Bulbin, Zhang Ji was also running desperately at this time. Although using Heisei to press Zhang Ji and exhaust his energy as quickly as possible is a bit awkward, the effect is still very obvious. At least within 10 minutes, Zhang Ji was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Zhang Ji admitted that he was gambling now. He would bet that Tang Sichuan would not tell the truth and let Heisei bite him. But Heisei beside him still put a lot of psychological pressure on him.
Run! I can't run anymore,
Zhang Ji said, panting.
Can't run anymore? Are you exhausted?
Tang Sichuan came to Zhang Ji and looked at Zhang Ji with a smile on his face.
It's all gone.
Zhang Ji felt like he couldn't even move a finger now.
Don't listen. If you stop now, all your efforts will be wasted. Get up quickly.
Tang Sichuan looked at Zhang Ji and said,
I can't run anymore. Let me slow down.
Zhang Ji said out of breath.
Don't worry. We won't run away this time. Let's do push-ups.
Tang Sichuan looked at Zhang Ji and smiled.
Push-ups?
Zhang Ji was stunned when he heard Tang Sichuan's words.
Yes. Push-ups. Come on. You can't stop now.
Zhang Ji heard Tang Sichuan's words. Although his body was too tired to go, he still pushed up his tired body and started doing push-ups. Zhang Ji knew that Tang Sichuan was doing this for his own good. After all, Tang Sichuan has personally tested it, and it can indeed break through the limits of human beings. Since Tang Sichuan can do it, he can definitely do it too. Aren't you just tired? Have you never suffered like this before? Therefore, even though Zhang Ji was extremely exhausted at this time, he still pushed himself up and did standard push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 99.120200. When Zhang Ji reached the 200th, he could no longer feel his arms. In other words, long-term fatigue had made him numb. But he was still doing push-ups. It's just that the movements are becoming more and more mechanical. At this moment, he suddenly felt a surge of heat coming out of his belly. It started in his belly and spread directly to his limbs. As soon as the heat flow passed, he felt that his arms were full of strength again. Moreover, my body, which was originally exhausted, suddenly felt particularly relaxed. That sense of relaxation gave him a slightly unreal feeling, as if he could fly to the sky if he was lighter. This is... Zhang Ji's face was full of surprise. But the next second, he understood what was going on. He broke through. Like Tang Sichuan, he broke through the limits of human beings and reached a level beyond human beings. Zhang Ji's movements gradually stopped.
What's wrong? Brother Zhang?
Zhang Ji suddenly stopped. And Tang Sichuan asked immediately,
Sichuan, I feel like I have a breakthrough.
Chapter 361, Very beautiful. Very passionate.
A breakthrough?
Tang Sichuan suddenly felt happy when he heard Zhang Ji's words. Tang Sichuan also had some surprises. He did not expect that Zhang Ji could really break through directly, and so quickly. He thought it would take a whole day. As a result, just over an hour has passed, and Zhang Ji has made a breakthrough. For Tang Sichuan, this is a good thing. This shows that ordinary people really achieve breakthroughs after eating a certain amount of high-end ingredients. Moreover, this also shows that both Fang Long and Ma Ying can theoretically break through. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan's face showed a happy smile.
That's great. Brother Zhang.
Tang Sichuan waved his fist excitedly. Zhang Ji stood up slowly, then clapped his palms, and then said to Tang Sichuan,
Sichuan, I feel that my whole body is full of strength now. Come on. Come practice with me. I want to try my current strength.
The corners of Zhang Ji's mouth raised slightly. When Tang Sichuan heard Zhang Ji's words, he immediately understood what Zhang Ji was thinking. Wasn't it just that he had Heisei chasing him and biting him? At this moment, Zhang Ji felt that he had made a breakthrough and was capable, and wanted to regain his position. Is Tang Sichuan afraid? The answer is definitely not afraid. Moreover, even if Zhang Ji didn't say anything,
Tang Xichuan still wanted to find an opportunity to practice with Zhang Ji. After all, he had just made a breakthrough. And he also wanted to create a peer-to-peer practitioner of comparable strength. So, Tang Xiaochuan nodded and showed a smile to Zhang Ji. Okay. When Zhang Ji saw that Tang Xichuan had agreed so quickly, his heart suddenly trembled. According to Tang Xichuan's character in the past, Tang Xichuan would never agree when he asked him to practice. But now Tang Xichuan agreed. This had to make Zhang Ji wonder if Tang Xichuan had some dirty tricks waiting for him. Don't believe it. Zhang Ji really thinks this is very possible, judging from Tang Xichuan's ability to let a dog bite him. Tang Xichuan's character is not good. In today's terms, he is a special dog. And such a bad guy could actually directly promise himself that he would practice with him. Which made Zhang Ji couldn't help but think that Tang Xichuan might be trying to trick him. Suddenly, Zhang Ji's eyes locked on the ring of the sun god on Tang Xichuan's finger. Zhang Ji understood that Tang Xichuan must have planned to activate the ring of the sun god, transform him directly into a god, and then use his powerful strength to beat him to death. Thinking of this, Zhang Ji's face showed an expression of, I knew it. Xichuan, since we are practicing hand training, we cannot activate deification. This will not achieve the purpose of hand training, Zhang Ji said slowly. Tang Xichuan was obviously stunned when he heard Zhang Ji's words. And then he realized that Zhang Ji had misunderstood him. In the conscience of heaven and earth, Tang Xichuan swore that he really never thought about turning on deity. And he really wanted to practice with Zhang Ji. However, since Zhang Ji said it, Tang Xichuan naturally took off the 2 rings of the sun god from his fingers and put them directly into his system space. That's it. Tang Xichuan spread his hands to Zhang Ji, indicating that he had put the ring away. Okay. Zhang Ji nodded. After saying that, Zhang Ji rushed towards Tang Xichuan with all his strength. Tang Xichuan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and also rushed towards Zhang Ji. Half an hour later, 2 people with bruises and swollen faces were lying on the grass on the west island of Myron Island. Zhang Ji felt the pain on his face, slowly propped up his body, and looked at Tang Xichuan, who was lying not far from him. Young man, you don't have martial ethics, yet you dare to use your vaginal legs. Both each other. If you didn't want to use the breast-grabbing claws, I would use the vaginal legs? After hearing Zhang Ji's words, Tang Xichuan also propped up his body and looked at Zhang Ji, who was beaten into a pig's head. Fart. That move of mine is obviously a grappling technique. Rebound. Don't think I don't know. There's no way in the grappling technique that you can move towards someone's chest. It's a good thing I'm not a woman. Otherwise, I would have given you the title of a gangster first. Tang Xichuan said unconvinced. I'll say it again. My skill is grappling. And this time I won. Look at how you were beaten by me. As he spoke, Zhang Ji showed a smile. But his smile touched the wound on his face, causing him to grin. Fart. It's obvious that I won. But that kick I just made kicked you out. Tang Xichuan said unconvinced. Also, you have the nerve to accuse me? Do you think you are good on your own? When Zhang Ji heard Tang Xiaochuan's words, although he was dissatisfied, he actually understood that strictly speaking, he lost half of his moves in this battle. After all, he had learned grappling skills and was a veteran. Now even Tang Xichuan, who used to be an ordinary person, can't be defeated. Instead, his face was bruised and swollen with his tortoise punches. I have to say that I lost. However, he would not admit it if he lost or lost. I'm leaving it to you. As I said, I was so tired that I lost all my strength before. Plus, I just broke through and I'm not used to using my strength. So that's why I'm like this. Come on. You are a dead duck. You have a tough mouth. Tang Xiaochuan snorted coldly. And then he touched Zhang Ji lightly with his foot. By the way, do you think we can use this method to let Mr. Fong and the others break through? Zhang Ji heard that Tang Xichuan was silent for a moment, and then shook his head. It's okay for the others. But the question is, are you sure you want Mr. Fong and Ma Yin to participate too? How old is Mr. Fong? Are you not afraid that he will fall before he breaks through? We're talking about Ma Yin. Are you willing to let her tire herself out? After hearing Zhang Ji's words, Tang Xichuan was silent for a moment, and then slowly said, What you said makes sense. Mr. Fong is older, so it is indeed inappropriate. Moreover, Mr. Fong's main task is to be responsible for the planting and breeding on the island, and he does not participate in external affairs. So I think Mr. Fong can forget it. However, his diet will remain the same in the future. If he can break through in the future, it will be good. If he can't, Then let nature take its course. As for Ma Yin, I think she still has to participate. After all, she has more strength and more safety.
Zhang Ji heard Tang Xiaochuan's words and nodded.
You are right. I think it is okay too. Okay, if that's the case, let's make an announcement at noon and arrange for Xin Qian and the others to break through together in the afternoon or tomorrow.
Tang Xichuan thought for a while and said,
Okay.
Zhang Ji nodded. And then he stood up with force, walked slowly in front of Tang Xichuan, and stretched out his hand. When Tang Xichuan saw Zhang Ji reaching out his hand, he was stunned for a moment. And then he also reached out his hand and grabbed Zhang Ji tightly. Zhang Ji exerted his strength and pulled Tang Xichuan up from the ground. Then the two people put their arms around each other and supported each other towards the villa. And Heisey followed behind them. This picture is beautiful and very passionate. Chapter 362, A Sure Profit Business. When the two returned to the villa with dark circles under their eyes, everyone was frightened. They didn't know how Tang Xichuan and Zhang Ji suffered such serious injuries when they only went out for half a day. His eyes were blue, his face was swollen, and his nose was bleeding. But their expressions were so happy and excited.
Brother Chuan, what's going on between you and Brother Zheng?
Xin Qian looked at the two people and asked curiously.
It's nothing. I just practiced my hands,
Tang Xichuan said, holding an ice pack in his hand and covering his face with some pain. Hearing Tang Xiaochuan's words, Xin Qian was stunned. In what situation? Practice your skills? Can you achieve this with practice? You two must be practicing to death.
By the way, Brother Zhang and I have found a way to greatly improve our strength today. Except for Mr. Fang, Lu Xian, and Xiao Yu. Everyone else will participate in training starting from the afternoon and strive for an early breakthrough,
Tang Xiaochuan said lightly. Xin Qian, Nan Shan and others felt their backs tighten when they heard Tang Xichuan's words. What does it mean? Do you want us to do the same thing this afternoon? Come back at night with a heavy bag on your head? Xin Qian wanted to refuse, but in the end, he did not say this. After all, it is also good for them to be able to improve their strength and push their limits. After a brief thought, Xin Qian and others finally nodded and expressed their approval. After all, improving your strength at this time will also be beneficial in the future. As for whether he will be like Tang Xichuan and others, staring at the head full of hair, let's talk about it later.
Xichuan, do I also want to participate?
Ma Yin asked with some doubts after hearing what Tang Xichuan said.
Yes.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded.
Everyone except Mr. Fang will participate.
When Ma Yin heard Tang Xiaochuan's words, she was obviously hesitant. It was not that she was unwilling to participate in the training, but that she was a girl. So she always paid attention to her image, especially in front of Tang Xichuan. If she had to be like Tang Xichuan, facing Tang Xichuan with a bruised nose and face, this would make her a little embarrassed. Tang Xichuan saw that Ma Yin was hesitant, and he also understood what Ma Yin meant.
Sister Ma Yin, don't worry. Normally, if you just break through, you won't be like us. What we are like is purely caused by practicing. Yes. Xiao Yin, our injury was caused by ourselves, not from a breakthrough. So don't worry.
Zhang Ji heard Tang Xichuan's words and understood that Ma Yin was very proud and could not let go of her image. Ma Yin nodded after hearing the assurances from Tang Xiaochuan and Zhang Ji. Since there is no need to damage his image, Ma Yin still wants to break through. After all, he has broken through and can share some of the pressure for Tang Xichuan at the critical moment. When Xin Qian and the others heard this, they immediately understood that the injuries on Tang Xichuan and the others' faces were not caused by the breakthrough. So they were relieved. Fan Long heard from the sidelines that Tang Xichuan had excluded him, and he was actually a little unhappy.
Xichuan, why did you exclude me from your breakthrough?
Fan Long asked with some dissatisfaction.
Mr. Fang, I'm not excluding you, but this training is a bit heavy.
Zhang Ji recalled that when Tang Xichuan let the dogs chase him, he felt a little numb.
What? You look down on me? I thought I also went to the mountains and countryside back then, and I haven't been anywhere before. Isn't it because of the heavy training? Who are you looking down on?
Fan Long heard Zhang Ji's words and immediately felt that he was being looked down upon.
Well, Mr. Fang, we don't mean to look down on you. But, how should I put it? The amount of training is a bit beyond the normal level. The water here is too deep. I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand it.
Tang Xichuan thought about it. I thought I'd better explain to Fan Long.
No, I have to participate.
Fan Long refused.
Yes, we want to participate too.
Lu Xian heard Fan Long's words and immediately echoed. Although Xiaoyu didn't speak, he still nodded fiercely.
Well, if you insist, let's go and have a look in the afternoon. If you think you can persist, then participate.
Tang Xichuan thought for a while and felt that if he just refused, it would inevitably be buried in their hearts. Some bad effects on the line. In this case, it takes so long for everyone to take a look and let them see for themselves whether they can persist. After hearing Tang Xichuan's assurance, Fan Long and the other three nodded with satisfaction.
By the way, what happened to our recruitment of other survivors to the island?
Tang Xichuan thought of another thing, looked at everyone and asked.
I contacted a few old guys. They heard that you were starting to recruit people here, and they are all willing to join Melon Island.
Fan Long heard Tang Xichuan's words and immediately took them up.
Huh? Are these people all acquaintances of you, Mr. Fong?
Tang Xichuan immediately became interested when he heard Fan Long's words. Who is Fan Long? Those are scientists, agricultural experts, and university professors who are top flower growers. If Tang Xichuan guessed correctly, the old guy in his mouth was also from Fan Long's circle.
We used to be from the same university, including Wu Changqing, who studies plants, Zhu Zhu, a professor of metallurgy, and about a dozen people.
Tang Xichuan was shocked when he heard Fan Long's words. Although what Fan Long said was plain, Tang Xichuan understood very well that none of the people Fan Long mentioned was a simple person. For example, Wu Changqing is a botanist among the top flower growers. It can be said that as long as he looks at any plant, he will know the properties, pharmacology, and growth environment of these plants. It can be said that these plants have no secrets in his eyes. Don't think that in this world, scientists and experts like Fan Long are not of much use. That's wrong. To put it simply, to give a very simple example, if a very rare plant suddenly appears on Tang Xichuan's island, and this plant is very precious, it will be used a lot in the future development of the island. At this time, apart from waiting for the island to evolve naturally, the only thing left is artificial cultivation. And this artificial cultivation is not just about digging a hole for the plant, burying it and then doing it. It also requires careful cultivation. At this time, the role of botanists comes into play. Moreover, there is another important point. That is, as there are more and more plants on the island, some plants that have never been seen before or are not found in the original world also need someone to study and know the properties of this plant. You know, in the wild, a large part of the plants are actually poisonous. At this time, professionals are needed to defend themselves so that no one accidentally touches these plants and then cause harm. Therefore, Tang Xichuan still values people who have professional knowledge in the original world. After all, the knowledge in their brains is endless wealth for Tang Xichuan. Taking a step back, even if the professional knowledge of these people is not used, what you have to pay is just one more mouth to eat. So it is not a big deal. Therefore, recruiting people with professional skills to the island is definitely a profitable business for Tang Xichuan. Chapter 363 Talent is always the most important.
Really? This is great!
Tang Xichuan immediately stood up happily after hearing Fan Long's words. Fan Long looked at Tang Xichuan, who was a little excited, and was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Tang Xichuan to have such a big reaction.
Xichuan, aren't you angry?
Fan Long asked, a little confused.
Angry? Why are you angry?
After hearing Fan Long's words, Tang Xiaochuan immediately asked something strange.
These people are all elderly. In terms of physical strength, they may not be as good as others.
Fan Long didn't know how to explain to Tang Xichuan. After all, he actually had selfish motives when contacting these people. In his opinion, the people he found were, to put it bluntly, unable to do any physical work. Letting them go to the island would, to a certain extent, be a drag. After all, you can't do physical labor, but you also have to eat and consume food. This is not so easy for anyone to accept. But Fan Long thought that these people were all from the same university. Although he could not guarantee that Tang Xichuan could accept everyone, he felt that with his own face, there would be no problem in finding a few people to go to the island. This was Fan Long's selfishness. But he was also afraid that he would not be able to pass Tang Xichuan's test, and that Tang Xichuan would refuse these people to go to the island. Tang Xichuan's expression suddenly changed when he heard Fan Long's words. He understood what Fan Long meant. Fan Long felt that Tang Xichuan would dislike these professors who came to the island to eat for free. But in fact, Tang Xichuan felt that he could swear to God that he had never considered it this way. Although these old professors cannot engage in physical labor,
Their real wealth lies in their brains. The knowledge there is priceless. If Tang Sichuan could exchange a few meals for a professor to come to the island, Tang Sichuan would definitely jump with joy. What is knowledge? Knowledge is power. With these old professors sitting in the rear, Tang Sichuan could afford not to mention a few meals. Even a daily supply of fish and meat. After all, the food in this world is cooked once a week, and the quantity of chickens, ducks, cattle and sheep is also accelerated. Almost every 2 weeks is a cycle, and the quantity will double. Chickens and ducks are faster, taking only a week from egg to mature body. It can be said that as long as Fan Long can pull people up, Tang Sichuan can afford to support him. Moreover, these people cannot be useless at all. They can more or less exert some residual energy in their own professional fields. No matter how hard it is, you can still go to school and teach. From now on, I will have no shortage of teachers. When I think about it, in the future, the schools on the island will be taught by a group of professors. What a scene. Fire has a face. Mr. Fang, do you underestimate me? I'll put it here. As long as you can bring these old professors to the island, I can afford them. Of course, I'm talking about those old professors who have real abilities. Those professors who are liars on the internet are not included here. Tang Sichuan thought for a while, and said to Fan Long. When Fan Long heard Tang Sichuan's words, his heart suddenly became hot. He didn't pay so much attention to people like them who were engaged in scientific research as Tang Sichuan did. After all, the people in their line of work are all older people. So Tang Sichuan's current attitude directly made Fan Long feel hot. Yes, Mr. Fang, I think so too. I think with the participation of scientific researchers like you, our island will definitely develop faster than others. Zhang Ji also nodded. Then it's settled. Mr. Fang, you will continue to recruit professors and experts. As long as they have real talents and are willing to come, we welcome them. Tang Sichuan nodded and made a final summary. I think not only those who are engaged in scientific research, but also other people with skills. We all want them. At this time, Nanshan suddenly raised his hand and said, when Tang Sichuan heard Nanshan's words, he was stunned for a moment. And then he understood what Nanshan meant. He found that his situation was still small. Indeed, anyone with skills should be recruited, no matter which aspect. As long as they are useful, they should be recruited, so as to accelerate the development of the island. Yes, that's what I mean too. Tang Sichuan nodded. Sichuan, if you say so, I think I can bring a few of my comrades up. Their abilities are also good. Zhang Ji thought for a while, and said to Tang Sichuan. Really? Then please contact Brother Zhang. These people are also very important to us. When Tang Sichuan heard Zhang Ji saying that he wanted to invite his comrades, he immediately clapped his hands. He now also wants to understand that if he wants to develop the island, it will have the greatest effect if the base of survivors is large. Although there are many indigenous people, they mostly serve as labor force and do not have much creativity. At least for now. Only those who have received systematic training in the original world can receive them. Therefore, it is imperative to recruit other survivors with special skills to go to the island. As for whether there would be rebellion if there were too many people, Tang Sichuan also felt that he had thought wrong before after talking to Zeus. The entire island belongs to him, and the largest number of aborigines are loyal to him. Even if these survivors come to the island and want to do anything, they can't make any waves at all. In addition, he has a psychic detector, which allows him to know the loyalty of everyone on the island anytime and anywhere. As long as someone is below the warning line, he will know immediately. Therefore, Tang Sichuan now does not need to worry about the so-called loyalty value at all. However, what makes Tang Sichuan a little depressed is that he has not received anything good since signing in every day. For example, when it comes to upgrading cards, he actually wants to try to see if the mine detection tower can be upgraded. If it can be upgraded, will it have any impact on the survivors? If it can have an impact, then the survivor's loyalty value can be increased. And then he can sit back and relax. The other is the villa. Now, as the number of people increases, the original villa can no longer be accommodated. For example, Nanshan, Lu Xian, and CSU actually do not live in a villa. They live in a separately built dormitory. Although everything is used in the dormitory, the conditions are still not as good as those in the villa. After all, there is only one villa on the entire island, and only this one has the most complete facilities. In addition to these, Tang Sichuan also did not get new drawings for a long time. Both equipment and buildings are lacking. For nearly a month, Tang Sichuan only signed in some basic supplies or seeds every day. It doesn't have much effect. And Tang Sichuan has also become accustomed to it. After all, the development of the island, whether there is a system to sign in, is developing at an extremely fast speed every day. If there is a sign in reward, it may be faster. But if not, it doesn't hurt. Time passed slowly while Tang Sichuan was thinking. And it took almost an hour to eat a meal. After everyone had finished eating, Tang Sichuan stood up, waved to everyone, and asked them to follow him to the West Island to prepare for a breakthrough. Chapter 364 just crossed over like this? Yeah. Wenwen was held in Tang Sichuan's arms, looking at the people running in the distance, shouting randomly. She was obviously very excited. Although, at this time, Wenwen didn't know why her uncles and aunts who used to hug her were so energetic now. Moreover, why is her favorite big dog chasing those uncles and aunts? Tang Sichuan watched Wenwen shout for a while, then put the juice that had been prepared nearby to Wenwen's mouth. Wenwen took a sip of sweet orange juice, and then started shouting again. Tang Sichuan was a little speechless. He didn't quite understand why the child had such good energy and could shout for so long, and not without a hoarse voice. Is the body structure of children different from that of adults? It's just that Tang Sichuan is holding Wenwen in his arms and is wondering. And the runner in the field is already cursing in his heart. What the hell? Your training breakthrough is to let a big black dog that looks like a calf chase you from behind? Listening to Heisey's sharp teeth and clicking bites, everyone who ran off the field felt their scalps go numb. If a black man catches up with him, one mouthful can make him lie down for half a month. They now don't know if Tang Sichuan is serious or not. And if Heisey really catches up, he will bite their butts. But they don't dare to bet. If it's false, it doesn't matter to me. But what if it's true? Didn't you see that Tang Sichuan had prepared a medical bag and placed it next to him? Dog! It's a real dog! This is what everyone is thinking now, including Ma Yin. Originally, Tang Sichuan wanted to use some milder methods to let Ma Yin break through. But Ma Yin is a character who refuses to admit defeat. She felt that she was also a member of Myron Island, and others had to exhaust their energy to break through. If she wanted to do something special, it might not look good on Tang Sichuan's side. So, Ma Yin directly pushed Wenwen into Tang Sichuan's arms, and ran with Shen Qian and the others. At first, Tang Sichuan just told them to run and then talk when he felt tired. As a result, after they all felt a little tired after running 3 or 4 laps around the 400-meter track that Tang Sichuan had drawn, Tang Sichuan asked Heisey to join. At this moment, those who couldn't run started flying. After all, Tang Sichuan didn't say anything about Heisey's joining. Heisey's arrival was so sudden and so scary. For a time, my body, which had been a little tired, felt stronger again. But this illusion disappeared on the second lap after Kuriko joined. The feeling of physical exhaustion became even more intense. For example, right now, Ma Yin and Xie Xiaoyu are at the bottom. Heisey seemed to like this feeling of chasing very much. He trailed behind Xie Xiaoyu about 2 meters away, howling like a wolf. Xie Xiaoyu felt like she could smell the bad breath in Heisey's mouth. Even though Heisey didn't have bad breath, she didn't know how long she had been running. But Xie Xiaoyu felt that her thigh muscles were about to tear, and her lungs also had a rusty smell. She knew that her physical strength had reached its limit, and if she continued running, she would probably be crippled. But even so, she didn't dare to stop. She could only mechanically move her legs. The sunspot behind her could clearly feel that Xie Xiaoyu had reached his limit. He understood that the person in front of him had not been on the island for long, and was not within his master's target range. Therefore, Heisey immediately accelerated, rushed behind Xie Xiaoyu, and raised his forefoot towards her feet. Heisey is very smart. And strictly speaking, he is no longer an ordinary dog. Its strength may be stronger than most of the people present. So its slap directly tripped Xie Xiaoyu down. Xie Xiaoyu rolled on the ground several times before stopping. Fortunately, the place they chose was on the West Island. It has very good grass, and the grass is relatively high. Otherwise, she would definitely not have a good piece of meat on her body after rolling down these laps. But even so, Xie Xiaoyu still felt pain all over his body, whether it was muscles or bones. When Tang Sichuan saw that Xie Xiaoyu was eliminated first, he picked up a plastic bottle next to him and stood up, walking towards Xie Xiaoyu. The content in this plastic bottle is not ordinary mineral water, but S-class pure water. This water has a certain therapeutic effect, which is very suitable for Xie Xiaoyu, who is already exhausted. Tang Sichuan took the water bottle, walked to Xie Xiaoyu, unscrewed the bottle cap, and then handed it to Xiaoyu. At this time, Xiaoyu was lying flat on the grass. There was no part of her body that was not in pain. The most uncomfortable thing was her lungs, which felt like they were about to explode. Here, drink some. It will be good for you. Tang Xichuan handed the water to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu raised her hand with difficulty, took the water bottle, and drank most of the bottle. Thank you. Thank you, Xiaoyu said with some embarrassment. After all, the way he looks now is indeed a little bit indecent. It's okay. You should rest more. You don't have enough energy in your body right now, so it's normal that you can't break through. There's no need to feel inferior, Tang Xichuan said slowly. Xiaoyu was stunned when she heard Tang Xichuan's words. She wanted to jump up, point at Tang Xichuan's nose and asked, Am I feeling inferior? I feel like lying on the ground is a bit indecent. God, I have such low self-esteem. I believed your ghost. However, even though there were thousands of words in her heart, Xiaoyu did not have the strength to jump up. In the end, all her thoughts merged into one sentence in her mouth. Then I really thank you. You're welcome. Tang Xiaochuan nodded, then walked around Xiaoyu and walked forward, because he saw the second person who fell. Xiaoyu was stunned when she saw Tang Xichuan hugging Wenwen and stepping over her. Shouldn't you help me up first? And then you just stepped over me? Has anyone ever told you that your emotional intelligence is very low? Xiaoyu was lying on the ground doubting life, and Tang Xichuan walked towards Ma Yin, who was the second to fall. The same handing out water, the same comfort, the same stepping over her body. This scene made Ma Yin completely confused. She also wanted to jump up and give Tang Xichuan a blow to see what was in his head and face. Tang Xichuan came to Lucien, the third one who fell, and stopped after feeding him water, because the remaining people no longer needed Tang Xichuan to rescue them. Each of them exuded waves of unique aura, and their breathing became smoother. Tang Xichuan, who has experienced this kind of thing, knows very well that they have actually made a breakthrough. From now on, Shen Qian, Nanshan and the others have become people who have surpassed human limits, referred to as Inhumans. Chapter 365 The Current Situation of Oath Island. Oath Island. After the last betrayal of Lao Mao and his falling out with Tang Xichuan, Xiao Xiao's temper was not very good. From being gentle and gentle before, to now, he breaks things at every turn and has an extremely bad temper. At this time, Oath once pushed open the door to Oath's room, and everything in the room that could be smashed was once again smashed by Oath. And Oath was sitting on a chair that was still intact, with his head hanging down, not knowing what he was doing. Boss! Zheng shouted softly, and Xiao immediately raised his head. His red eyes showed that he didn't sleep all night again yesterday. What's wrong? Oath's voice was hoarse. Boss, there are some things that need you to deal with. Zheng thought about it and said to Oath, What's up? This morning, some survivors applied to the survival group to withdraw from the group. Zheng said calmly, Get out! Let them get out! After hearing Zheng's words, Xiao Xiao picked up a water glass next to him and smashed it out. He couldn't remember how many times someone had come to tell him that he wanted to quit the survival group. The large group that originally had more than 10,000 survivors was now on the verge of falling apart. There were probably more than 2,000 survivors who moved to the South Island with their indigenous people, directly drawing a clear line with them. At the same time, they also put forward their own extravagant demands and required an oath to return all the island stones they deserved. Among these people, there are also some senior leaders of the survival group. A large number of survivors directly chose to wait and see. If the oath really returns the island stones to those survivors who want to separate, then this group of people will definitely choose to join in. Only about 4,000 survivors chose to continue supporting the oath. It can be said that since the last conflict with Tang Xichuan, the entire Oath Island has formed 3 major forces, and there is also a certain amount of minor friction between the parties. The root cause of all this is still himself. Boss, please cheer up. Do you just want to watch the survival team that the brothers have worked so hard to build collapse like this? He once looked at some frustrated O's, and he was worried about the O's. Cheer up? How to cheer up? It's obvious that those people who went to the South Island just want to separate our survival group. They want to rule by dividing the territory. As long as I agree to them, others will definitely follow suit. Then our survival team will really be in a state of life and death. Oath said a little angrily. But we can't let it go. We have to find a way to solve the problem no matter what. There is no use in escaping, Zhen said while looking at the oath. Solve it. Is there any way to solve it? Xiao Xiao suddenly showed a wry smile after hearing Zheng's words. And once he saw the wry smile of the oath, he also understood the meaning of the oath. Originally, the entire survival group was developing for the better. But everything changed after Yi Feng came to the island. If it weren't for Oath and their profit-driven desire to control Night Breeze, to occupy the Magpie's Nest, and to occupy the island behind Night Breeze, none of this would have happened. Of course, although Lao Mao is also responsible for this, a large part of Lao Mao only played a promoting role in this matter. The one who really made up his mind was his oath. Therefore, it can be said that he swore to do all this himself. However, it is useless to say anything now. After all, it has happened, and there is no point in trying to find out who is responsible. What we need to do now is to think of ways to solve the current difficulties. Driven by some of the senior leaders of the original survival group, some survivors felt that the things they vowed to do were not kind, and that even their former allies could be betrayed, not to mention their subordinates. So what happened next? Moreover, more than 2,000 survivors and their aborigines, totaling several thousand people, gathered on the South Island. This is already a very powerful force. It's not that easy to calm down at all. And, more importantly, everyone knew that the food on the island was insufficient. As for whether the food promised by Yi Feng can be shipped again, it is still unknown. After all, he has been tricked by his side. If he was transported here, logically speaking, there would be no way for him to blame him. Therefore, the survival group is actually in a dilemma. I once opened my mouth, but didn't know what to say. However, at this moment, Zhang's expression suddenly changed. His face showed first shock, then ecstasy. The changes in expressions in the past could not escape the oath's eyes.
What's wrong? What happened?
Xiao Xiao looked at Zheng, who was a little ecstatic, and asked,
Boss, Yefeng just sent me a message. He said that the food he promised us has been shipped today, and he asked us to prepare for the Aboriginal people we promised him. At that time, he will need to bring back all the 18,000 indigenous people promised to him.
Someone once said excitedly.
What? Yi Feng still agreed to transport the food?
Xiao Xiao stood up suddenly after hearing Zheng's words.
Yes, boss.
Zheng nodded. He saw hope from this matter. If Yi Feng is really willing to fulfill his previous agreement, then he vows to use this food to win over a large number of survivors, and then stabilize the situation again. The people in the South Island are now separated. To put it bluntly, it is actually because of the lack of food on the island. If there is enough food, the survivors will be much more stable internally. After all, who are you not seeking to survive? As long as there is enough food to survive the current difficulties, everything can be started all over again. Maybe it's not appropriate to start over. After all, the number of survivors is still there. As long as the food is planted and the survivors have enough food to eat, everything will be fine.
Zhang, hurry up. Get your brothers to move. I want to hold a big welcome ceremony to let everyone on the island know that we have enough food.
Oath said loudly to Zheng.
Yes, boss.
Zheng also nodded, and then prepared to turn around and leave.
Wait.
Just when Zheng was about to open the door and go out, Xiao Xiao stopped him.
What's wrong? Boss?
Zheng turned around and looked at the oath.
Do you know who is coming this time? Or Night Breeze? No. According to Boss Yi Feng, the person coming this time is Yu Min, who is considered the logistics minister of their island.
Zheng thought about it and said to the oath.
Isn't it Yi Feng himself?
After hearing Zheng's words, Oath immediately showed some disappointment. But then, the disappointment faded from Oath's face.
Then help me convey my gratitude to Yi Feng. Just say that it was my fault last time. When I get through the difficulties, I will repay him.
Oath thought for a while and said to Zheng. Once he heard the words of the oath, he didn't speak. He just nodded. Chapter 366. So brave? 3 days later, the flyer was riding the wind and waves on the sea, quickly approaching an island. Yu Min stood on the bow of the ship, looking at the approaching island, recalling in his mind the mission Tang Sichuan had given him when he set out. Tang Sichuan has not been idle during this period of time. Although he has not contacted Oath directly, he has been in contact with Zheng from time to time. Although he didn't quite know what the situation was like on Oath Island now, but from the few words he had said in the past, he could guess that the current Oath Island was not that good. There is already some opposition to Oath's rule. In this case, Tang Sichuan was not going to be polite. He directly told Yu Min that if he went to Oath Island this time, if he had the opportunity to contact those who were in opposition, he would do so. If possible, let them quietly join Myron Island. As for the island stones, it doesn't matter whether they are needed or not. After all, the area of Myron Island is not small now.
The only thing missing is people. As long as someone comes, everything will be easy to talk about. After confirmation, Tang Sichuan directly started the teleportation and asked everyone to come back together. Moreover, in order to prevent accidents, Tang Sichuan let Yumin take his Ring of the Sun God. Therefore, Yumin also thought about it this time. He must bring back all the opposition this time. After all, he also knew very well what the situation was like on the island. Now that he had the opportunity to bring back more than 2,000 people at once, why should he be so polite? You can pack them all up and take them away.
Sir, we will be there soon.
While Yumin was still thinking, Maka came behind him. Yumin nodded, and then said to Maka,
Are you clear about the tasks arranged by Sichuan? Sir, I have already told the brothers about the tasks assigned by the master. When the time comes, the brothers will contact those survivors.
Maka nodded after hearing Yumin's words.
Well, that's good. However, you must also remember that you must not let the people who took the oath discover your little moves. Don't worry. Sir, I've given you all these instructions. Brothers will be careful.
Maka nodded.
That's good.
Yumin laughed after hearing Maka's words.
Maka, you also know that our island development has encountered a bottleneck now. If we can bring those survivors back this time, it can relieve the pressure on Ogawa's side. Maka understands.
Maka nodded heavily. Okay. Let brothers prepare.
Show your energy, and let those survivors see the beauty of our Myron Island. Yes.
Maka nodded, then turned around and asked the other tribesmen to wait on the deck. Since Tang Sichuan planned to use the teleportation recall function this time, Yumin and the others only brought one ship over. After all, you can recall it, but you can't deliver it, so you still have to let people go to where you want to go. However, despite the fact that only one boat came this time, Tang Sichuan brought out the elite. Maka and his group of aboriginal people who had been baptized by siren essence and blood came, as well as more than 100 aboriginal people who had eaten high-grade ingredients for a long time and had exceeded the limits of human beings. It can be said that although there are few people like Maka, their fighting power is not weak at all. Moreover, in order to suppress the people on Oath Island, Tang Sichuan also equipped these people with the full-body armor he had just made. That heavy, thick armor gave Maka and the others a solid sense of security. However, for the sake of convenience and speed, Tang Sichuan and the others did not choose the exquisite Washan armor like the ancient flower growers, but the overall plate armor similar to the European medieval ones. The advantage of this kind of plate armor is that it is an iron plate that can be hammered to form armor. There is no need to think about the kind of armor that the gardeners have, which requires braiding cowhide ropes and connecting the iron pieces in series. In any case, this group of more than 100 aborigines wore thick plate armor, and the dam pressure was directly stretched. For example, at this time, after the flyer docked, Maka took the aborigines and disembarked in plate armor, which attracted exclamations from the surrounding people on Oath Island.
Let me go! The people on Myron Island are too rich. So they are equipping these slaves and natives with plate armor? I am still wearing leather armor,
said a survivor on Oath Island.
Shh! Brother! Don't yell. They are not natives.
Another survivor quickly stopped the survivor next to him.
What's wrong? Isn't this allowed to be discussed? It's not that I don't want you to say it. But brother, you are very brave. How dare you call them aborigines in front of them? No. Brother, what's going on? Are they not indigenous?
Asked the first survivor.
They are indigenous people, but they have been given the status of indigenous people by Big Brother Yifeng. They are free citizens on Myron Island.
A survivor who knew the inside story explained to the previous person.
What's the situation? Brother, I just came to the island recently, and there are some things I don't understand. Please explain. Brother, actually, this is not a secret. On the island of Yifeng, the natives are no longer indigenous, but belong to the aborigines. There is no master-slave relationship between them and Yifeng. It's just that these aborigines still habitually call Mr. Yefeng their master. But this is just what they call Big Night Breeze. If you really treat them as a slave, they will beat the crap out of you.
The survivor who knew the inside story whispered.
How is it possible? How can they be so powerful?
The survivor who spoke first suddenly shouted in surprise.
How is it impossible? Why don't you leave?
The survivor who knew the inside story looked around cautiously, and then said,
Go to the group of people on the South Island. I know. But what does this have to do with those people in the South Island? Let me tell you. Most of the people on the South Island are the brothers who first came to the island. Before.
For some reasons, They, under the leadership of Boss Oath, had a conflict with the people of Lord Yefeng. Guess what happened? No. Brother. Can you stop talking like this? It's easy to get beaten.
When the survivor who spoke first heard this, he suddenly felt that his fist became hard.
Sorry. I was used to Shui Kun Shui before.
The survivor who knew the inside story smiled awkwardly, and then continued on the rope path.
In the previous conflict, Boss Oath asked more than 1,000 survivors to surround Yifeng Boss. I was going to arrest Boss Yefeng, but Boss Yefeng didn't take any action at all. The group of aborigines under him directly defeated all the more than 1,000 survivors on our side. And not a single survivor was left. Or death. Brother. You know what I mean?
The survivor who knew the inside story whispered. The survivor who asked the question at the beginning was immediately dumbfounded. He fought against more than 1,000 people and still won? So brave? Chapter 367 Sneaking into the South Island.
No. Brother. Why did they fight at that time?
The survivor who spoke first looked at the survivor next to him and asked.
I don't know the specific reason, but I heard someone said that Boss Oath was instigated. And then, he was going to detain Boss Yefeng.
Huh?
Detain Boss Yifeng? What kind of operation is this? Who knows? Will the bosses explain it to us younger brothers?
The survivor who knew the inside story curled his lips and said dissatisfiedly.
Let me tell you. I heard someone say that at that time. Boss Yefeng came over to discuss a merger with Boss Oath. You think, if the merger had been negotiated at that time, we would still be here? We would have had enough food and clothing a long time ago. And those plate armor should also be worn on us. I'll go. This Oath boss is so confused.
The survivor who spoke first said with some regret.
So, are the people in the South Island dissatisfied because of this? Yes. I heard that they want to discuss the separation of the family with Boss Oath. They feel that Boss Oath is not wise. And he can also attack his allies. Hey, if it were me, I wouldn't want to stay in the hands of Boss Oath. There's no such thing.
The survivor who spoke first sighed softly.
Shh. Don't talk about it yet. The people from Myron Island are coming down.
The survivor who had been eavesdropping saw Yumin getting off the boat and said quickly to the two of them. At this time, Yumin wore a crisp suit and walked down slowly. He first looked around and found that there were many survivors watching, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Tang Xichuan asked him to quietly contact those survivors who had ideas and were already making family separations. But Yumin didn't think so. He felt that he had finally come out, and there was indeed a shortage of survivors on the island. So he wanted to bring as many survivors back as possible. Who stipulates that only those survivors who want to separate their families can be taken? Can't we take survivors who don't want to separate or are neutral? Joke. If there are conditions, go ahead. If there are no conditions, create conditions. However, Yumin is not stupid. He knows that now is not the time. He has not yet figured out the situation on the Oath Island. When he figures it out, he will naturally start to take action. Yumin coughed lightly, then straightened his clothes before walking towards the Oath that came up to him.
Welcome. Welcome.
Xiao Xiao said to Yumin as he walked away. He stretched out his hands, ready to shake hands with Yumin.
Boss Oath.
Yumin nodded to Oath without any intention of reaching out. This made the Oath feel a little embarrassed. He had already stretched out his hand, but Yumin did not give him any face. However, Xiao Xiao didn't dare to fall out with Yumin because of this matter, so he could only pull back his hand in embarrassment.
Boss Oath, where is your warehouse? I need to handle the handover with you.
Yumin said indifferently. After hearing Yumin's words, Xiao Xiao rubbed his head in embarrassment, and then said,
Brother Yumin came the same way, so there is no need to be in a hurry to handle the handover. We have prepared the welcome party. How about we go and rest first, and then get down to business?
Oath said with some embarrassment.
He is now a little afraid that Yumin will continue to deny him face. If this is the case, he estimates that even if he has enough food, his reputation will not be restored much in the eyes of other survivors. However, fortunately, Yumin also had an idea. He needed to hold off these senior officials and create time for Maka and the others. Therefore, Yumin just thought about it briefly and nodded.
In that case, let's trouble the leader of the Oath. Where? Please come this way.
When Xiao Xiao heard that Yumin agreed to attend the welcome party, a smile appeared on his face. Yumin quietly made a gesture to Maka and others beside him, and then followed the Oath and walked towards the interior of the island. Maka and others saw that Yumin had followed Oath and others, but there were still many survivors around. At this time, it was not easy for them to blatantly go looking for people from the South Island. Fortunately,
It was almost dark now, and they only had to wait for an hour or two. When it got dark, they would be able to move more easily. So, Maka called everyone back to the boat and waited quietly for dark. The survivors who were watching around saw that the rightful owner had already left. If they stayed here any longer, they might still be hungry at night. Therefore, these survivors turned around and left one after another, preparing to go out to sea to catch some fish for dinner before it was dark. Soon, it got dark. The survivors returned to the island one after another to prepare for dinner, and people like Maka also gathered together. Maka didn't talk too much. He directly selected 10 tribesmen who had been baptized by the Siren's essence and blood, and took advantage of the night to run towards the south of the Oath Island. At this time, they had activated the Siren bloodline, so they were very fast. Although the Oath Island is 15 kilometers away, this distance is nothing to these people. Soon they arrived near the South Island. Maka looked at the nearby buildings, raised his hand slightly, and the tribesmen behind him stopped quickly. He led his tribe behind a stone and stuck his head out to look at the dormitories in front. "Sir, shall we go over now?" a tribesman behind Maka asked in a low voice. "Don't worry. Let's wait first." Maka shook her head. "If we go in like this, it will easily arouse the resentment of those survivors, and it might even delay the master's plan. So, we'd better capture a survivor first, explain our purpose to him clearly, and then let him take us in to meet their leader." The tribesmen behind him heard Maka's words and nodded. They are not stupid either. They know very well that the current relationship between the Nandao people and the Oath is about to break out into conflict. At this time, if they rush in without saying hello, they might be regarded as enemies. It's not scary to think of them as enemies. In their opinion, the 11 of them can completely sweep through the survivors on the South Island. But the problem is that if you have a conflict with them, it is very likely to delay your master's plan, which is what they don't want to see. "Sir, look over there. There seems to be someone acting as a sentinel." A tribesman patted Maka behind him. Maka heard the tribesman's words and looked in the direction of her finger, only to find that there was indeed a survivor hiding under a big rock. His body was also covered with a piece of black cloth. In such a dark night, if it weren't for Maka and the others' eyesight that was different from ordinary people, they wouldn't have been able to detect him at all. However, now that it is discovered, the rest will be easy to handle. "Go to people and catch him. Remember, don't make any noise," Maka whispered. Chapter 368 Mufong. Duan Zishu looked at the group of people in front of him, and his mind was still confused. He clearly remembered that just now he was lying under a rock on guard, with a black cloth covering his body. He was confident that no one could easily discover him on such a moonless night. But even under such circumstances, he was knocked unconscious and taken away. When he woke up again, he found that a circle of strangers had surrounded him. These strangers are all wearing black plate armor, and they don't look that easy to mess with. So, he kept thinking about one thing in his mind. Where did these people come from? It seems that the Oath does not have such good equipment. "Hey, brother, I'm going to take the cloth away from your mouth now. But after I take it away, don't yell." Maka lowered her voice and said to the Duan Zishu. Duan Zishu nodded when he heard Maka's words. At this time, even if he doesn't agree, there is probably nothing he can do. When Maka saw that Duan Zishu agreed with his opinion, he took out the rag that was blocked in Duan Zishu's mouth. "I'm really sorry. We have no choice. So we can only do this," Maka said lightly. "Who are you? It seems that you are not the ones who took the oath," Duan Zishu said with a frown. "Oath? No, we are not. We are from Myron Island." After Maka finished speaking, he took off the helmet on his head. As soon as Duan Zishu saw the face of the Oath, a figure immediately appeared in his mind. That figure, holding a spear, was killing everyone in the crowd. Anyone who dared to fight with him would be swept away by his shot. "You? Are you the guard beside Boss Yeffing?" Duan Zishu obviously recognized Maka. After all, the last time, when Maka was guarding outside Tang Xiaochuan's house, she killed everyone in all directions, leaving the group of survivors unable to fight back. Moreover, he also understands that Maka is actually an aborigine. But the question is, with Maka's strength, if you call him an aboriginal in front of him at this time, is it too long for your life? Or maybe you have itchy skin and are ready to let Maka relax your muscles and bones? "Yes, we are all the master servants." Maka nodded. "Why are you here?" Duan Zishu immediately had a question after seeing Maka. "Oh, by the way, I remembered it. I heard today that someone from Myron Island is coming to the island. Could it be that the person coming this time is Boss Yefeng? The master didn't come. This time it was Master Yu Min.
Maka shook her head.
Yu Min?
When Duan Zishu heard this name, he thought about it and realized that he had never heard this name before. And then asked,
Then why are you here? To be honest, brother, my master asked me to discuss something with your leader. With our leader? Shouldn't we go find oath?
Duan Zishu felt a little disappointed when he heard Maka's words.
Not looking for an oath.
Maka shook her head. And then continued,
The master already knows the situation here. He has something that needs to be discussed with your leader face to face. So, you come here because you actually want to see our boss?
Duan Zishu heard Maka's words and immediately understood why they came here.
But?
You said you were here to find the boss.
But?
Why do you want to knock me out? The back of my head still hurts. How cruel are you doing? Duan Zishu wanted to yell at Maka and the others. But after thinking about it, if he angered Maka again at this time, it seemed that he would be the one who got beaten. So, Duan Zishu took a deep breath and said slowly,
I understand. I'm going to ask the boss and the others to come out. You guys wait for me here for a while.
When Maka heard Duan Zishu's words, she nodded with satisfaction, secretly gave Duan Zishu a thumbs up, and sighed that Duan Zishu was on the right track. When Maka and the others released Duan Zishu, they ran toward the dormitory. Soon, there was a noise from the dormitory, and a group of people ran over in a hurry. A strong man with a beard ran up to Maka and the others. He was just stunned for a moment, and then said to Maka,
I am Mufeng, and welcome the brothers of Myron Island.
Maka nodded when she heard Mufeng's words, and then said,
Master Mu, this is not the place to talk. Can you find a quiet place?
When Mufeng heard Maka's words, he immediately nodded and said,
Everyone, please follow me.
With that said, Mufeng made a gesture of invitation. Maka and the others did not hesitate, nodded and followed Mufeng and the others back to the dormitory. At this time, many survivors who had received the news gathered in the lobby of the dormitory. But because there were too many people could not squeeze in at all. Mufeng took a look and felt that everyone was crowded here, and the target was too obvious. Moreover, Maka and the others only came to him after dark, which meant that Maka and the others did not want too many people to know. So Mufeng winked at his deputy. The deputy immediately understood Mufeng's thoughts and immediately arranged for people to disperse the gathered survivors. After everyone had almost left, Mufeng said to Maka,
I'm really sorry. Brothers are very interested in your arrival, so some of them couldn't help but come around. It's okay.
Maka shook her head, indicating that she didn't care.
I don't know if you have anything to do with us.
Mufeng looked at Maka and asked. Maka looked at Mufeng and the group of survivors around him, and asked,
Who are these people?
When Mufeng heard Maka's words, he thought that he had not introduced his people to Maka and the others. So he touched his head in embarrassment, and then said,
Sorry, I forgot to introduce them. I believe you all know the current situation on Oath Island. We are the Resistance Alliance dissatisfied with that villain of Oath, and those present are all high-level officials of our alliance.
Mufeng said to Maka. Maka nodded after hearing Mufeng's words, and then didn't say anything more. He thought for a while, and then said to Mufeng,
Actually, we are here to convey a message to the master. What are you talking about?
Mufeng suddenly became interested when he heard Maka's words. Who is Maka's owner? Isn't that Night Breeze? Now Maka said that he was sending a message for Yifeng. So what did Yifeng want to do with him? Mufeng didn't think he had anything to do with Yifeng. If he had to say that he did, it would be that he was initially neutral about the oath to hold Yifeng. At this time, Mufeng suddenly heard Maka say that Yifeng was looking for him, and he became a little panicked. But after panicking, he calmed down. He thought that he was a small role in that incident, and was unlikely to be missed by Night Breeze. Even if Yifeng wanted to seek revenge, he should go to Oath. Thinking of this, Mufeng nodded. Chapter 369 Join Myron Island collectively.
Since it's Brother Yefeng who is looking for me, then I naturally need to follow him. I just don't know what Brother Yefeng is looking for.
Mufeng thought for a while, and said to Maka,
Actually, there is nothing that cannot be said. But I only know a general idea about your future. For details, you still need to communicate with the master. We are just passing the message on your behalf.
Maka looked at Mufeng and said,
In that case, how can I contact Boss Yifeng?
Mufeng thought for a while, and asked Maka.
The master said that if you have any ideas, you can chat with him directly in private.
Maka said calmly. When Mu Feng heard Maka's words, he nodded, and then said,
"In that case, let me contact Mr. Yifeng first."
When Maka heard Mu Feng's words, he just nodded, and then stopped talking. His mission was to find the rebels on Oath Island, and then let them contact Tang Sichuan.
That's it.
They didn't need to take action for the rest. Seeing that Maka didn't say anything, Mu Feng took out an island stone and added Night Breeze to the island. In less than 30 seconds, the application was approved, and immediately after, Yi Feng's video communication was sent. Mu Feng didn't hesitate and directly chose to connect. The video screen lit up, and Mu Feng saw Tang Sichuan appear on the video screen. At this time, Tang Sichuan had just finished dinner and was taking a sip from a bottle of Happy Fat Home water. Seeing that the video screen was connected, Tang Sichuan put down the fat house water in his hand, then frowned and looked at Mu Feng.
"I seem to have seen you somewhere."
Tang Sichuan thought for a while before saying to Mu Feng. Mu Feng suddenly smiled bitterly when he heard Tang Sichuan's words.
"Boss Yifeng, we did meet. In your room, the second day you came to Oath Island."
Mu Feng said with a wry smile.
"In my room? So you must be a senior member of the original survival group?"
Tang Sichuan thought for a while, and it seemed that the people who came to his room that day were all senior members of the survival group. Since he is a high-level person, why would Mu Feng choose to rebel against his oath?
"I have a question. You said you came to my room? Then I remember that the people who went to my room at that time were all senior members of the survival group. Since you have been there, you should also be one of the senior officials. Then I can't figure it out. Since you are a senior executive,
why would you choose to betray your oath?"
Tang Sichuan asked with some confusion. When Mu Feng heard Tang Sichuan's words, he immediately felt his back tighten. He knew that the critical moment had come. If his answer did not satisfy Yifeng, then what happened next would have nothing to do with him. Mu Feng smiled bitterly, and then said to Tang Sichuan,
"We are actually doing this to survive." "Oh, it's interesting. A senior member of the survival group can't survive?"
Tang Sichuan suddenly sneered when he heard Mu Feng's words.
"I'm not afraid of Mr. Yifeng's jokes. Although this matter sounds absurd, it is true,"
Mu Feng said slowly.
"When I vowed to use evil hands to detain Mr. Yifeng, I actually remained opposed. It's just that there were too many people in favor at the time. In order not to affect the unity within the survival group, I remained neutral. Later, the Oath's plan went bankrupt, causing the relationship with you to break down. Although you left a batch of food when you left. But at that time, everyone felt that it was unlikely that you would come back, including the Oath. He thought so too. So he made a decision at that time. For the future development of the island, he requested that all the first batch of grain be collected and only a small part be used for planting. You also know that our pledge group was assembled in a hurry, and many places have insufficient supplies, especially food. I can understand that I vowed to do this for the future development of the island. But I cannot ignore the current life and death. According to the idea of the Oath, food can only be used for emergencies, and daily food consumption can only allow us all to go to the sea to fish. Furthermore, when obtaining food, priority is given to us survivors, while the indigenous people are left to fend for themselves. If it's just like this, we all think we can live with it for a while. After all, the situation at that time was all caused by us on Oath Island, and we can't blame others. However, what is unexpected is that the Oath here requires everyone to go to the sea to fish by themselves. But he was exposed in the room, eating the reserved food. After this incident broke out, we senior officials wanted to swear an explanation, but he was driven out by force. Later, I contacted some people who were also unwilling to be fooled by Oath, and wanted to negotiate a separation with Oath. However, the Oath became even more serious. While they were negotiating with us, they sent people to our residence to loot all the food we captured. It finally led to this situation."
Mu Feng said helplessly about their encounter. After hearing Mu Feng's words, Tang Sichuan suddenly showed a strange expression on his face. He didn't expect that so many things would happen on Oath Island after he left. However, Tang Sichuan did not express sympathy, because they all asked for it. Moreover, these words were only spoken from Mu Feng's mouth. Tang Sichuan felt that there was definitely moisture in these words. He's not stupid. How could he believe everything Mu Feng said? But what can be confirmed is that the Oath Island should indeed have caused a lot of conflicts over food. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan was considering whether he should continue to recruit Mu Feng and the others. Logically speaking, Mu Feng used to belong to the top of the survival group. At that time, the survival group wanted to attack him. But he didn't believe that Mu Feng was not tempted. If Mufeng wasn't moved, he would have already stood up to support Zheng. You know, he was once imprisoned because he opposed this matter. If someone supported him, he would be stupid and take action directly. At that time, he must first resolve the differences within his group. However, Oath resolved the differences overnight, using extremely violent means, and chose to imprison Zheng. This means that Mufeng was not what he said at the time, and he was against it. At most, he would choose to watch the show neutrally. What Mufeng said now was just to protect himself and to fear that Tang Xichuan would settle the score later. But Tang Xichuan is not so interested in fighting Mufeng here. He thought for a while and said to Mufeng,
"To be honest, I am not interested in caring about what you thought at the time. As for what you just said, you opposed the oath in order to survive. Well, let me assume that you are trying to survive. Now there is a way for you to survive. But I don't know if you are willing to take it."
When Mufeng heard Tang Xiaochuan's words, he was immediately surprised. He did not expect that Tang Xichuan would give him a way to survive.
"Boss Yefeng, tell me. It's very simple. You bring your people and join me on Myron Island."
Chapter 370. We have no choice.
Take people and join Myron Island collectively?
Mufeng suddenly looked surprised when he heard Tang Xichuan's words.
Yes. Bring everyone to join together.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded, and then continued.
However, there is something that needs to be explained to you in advance. After you survivors join Myron Island, you all need to be dispersed. The indigenous people need to be handed over and placed under the unified management of Myron Island. And you will have the same rights as the current residents of Myron Island. On Myron Island, only those who work will be rewarded. In other words, after you join, you will also need to work, and you will have food if you pay. As for what to eat, everyone is treated equally.
Tang Xichuan said slowly. Hearing Tang Xiaochuan's words, Mufeng was obviously excited. He knows exactly what it means to join Myron Island. There is endless food there. A rich variety of food. As for what Tang Xichuan said about the need to work after joining, Mufeng didn't have any objections to this matter. After all, no matter which survival group you were in, working was necessary, regardless of your previous occupation or status. If you don't work, you won't have food to eat. This is a consensus. Therefore, Mufeng and the others did not object to the matter of working after going to Myron Island. They just felt that if they went to the island, all of them would be separated, and the natives under their control would also have to be turned over, which made them a little uncomfortable. But do they have a choice now? No. So they have no other choice but to accept it, unless they choose not to go to the island. But if they don't choose to go to the island, they vow not to let them go. After all, the reason why Oath doesn't touch them now is just because of the lack of food. When the food is enough, it will be impossible for Oath to let go of those who betrayed him. When Mufeng thought of this, a helpless smile suddenly appeared on his face.
"Boss Yefeng, I have no objection to this matter, but I still need to talk to others. After all, the Alliance is not a one-spoken party. Okay, I'll give you one day. Once you have made a decision, just contact me directly, and I will arrange for you to come to the island."
Tang Xiaochuan nodded.
"Boss Yifeng, tell me frankly, if we want to leave, I'm afraid he will swear that he will not let us go."
Mufeng suddenly thought of this, and said to Tang Xichuan immediately,
"As long as you want to leave, that's fine. Don't worry too much about the oath. He can't stop him."
Tang Xichuan shook his head.
"In addition, I want to tell you that when you leave, you don't need to take anything with you. You only need to take the Aboriginal people under your hands. As for other island rocks and so on, you don't have to go to the oath to get them, because if you ask for it, you probably won't be able to get it. As for other similar drawings, I guess the same goes for it. One more thing. I need to remind you that this is the last chance for you and the group of survivors under you. I'm not a fool. I won't accept you again and again. If you have other ideas after arriving at Myron Island, then I can only say sorry to you."
Tang Xiaochuan said lightly. When Mufeng heard Tang Xiaochuan's words, he suddenly felt cold sweat starting to form on his forehead. He understood what Tang Xiaochuan meant. What Tang Xiaochuan meant was that if he still had any evil thoughts after arriving on the island, he would have no future.
"Don't worry, Boss Yifeng. I understand everything. I hope so."
Tang Xiaochuan nodded after hearing Mufeng's words. Although Tang Xiaochuan didn't trust Mufeng very much, he decided to give Mufeng another chance. As for whether he can grasp it, it doesn't matter about Tang Xiaochuan. After Tang Xiaochuan said this, he hung up the communication directly.
It wasn't until Tang Xiaochuan's figure disappeared that Mufeng slowly breathed a sigh of relief.
"Master Mufeng, We have already brought the master's message, so we will leave first.
Maka looked at Mufeng, said slowly, then turned and left. This wasn't because Maka and the others were rude, but because Maka and the others knew that Mufeng had also participated in the previous incident against their master. It was good that they didn't fall out on the spot. Do you still want to give them a good look yourself? What a fuss! Before Mufeng had time to say anything, when he remembered, he found that Maka and the others were about to walk out of the room. He also understood what Maka and the others were thinking at this time, and could only sigh heavily.
Boss, what should we do now?
A survivor came behind Mufeng and asked after seeing Maka and the others leaving.
What else can we do? You go and gather the brothers and do statistics to see who is willing to go.
Mufeng said with a sigh.
Boss, do we really want to join Boss Yefeng's island?
Asked another survivor.
If we don't join, are there other options? It's not like you don't know that the Oath has now begun to target us. Many brothers came back today to report that when they were at sea, they had conflicts with the people who swore to them, and basically got nothing.
Mufeng shook his head and said with some helplessness.
But, boss, we will be separated after we go to Myron Island. So what if we are separated? At least we can guarantee that we will have food in the future.
Mufeng looked at the survivor speechlessly and said,
I mean, even if we are separated, we are still on an island. So it's not like we can't meet each other. Besides, I guess Boss Yefeng is just worried that we will cause trouble as soon as we arrive on the island. So he wants to separate us. So, I think as long as after a while, everyone can still get together.
Mufeng said slowly. Everyone fell into silence after hearing Mufeng's words. After a long time, they nodded in agreement.
Okay, since brothers have no other opinions, let's ask other people and make statistics to see who is going.
Mufeng finally ordered.
Yes, boss.
After Maka and the others walked out of the room, they prepared to return to the flyer. At this time, Yumin came to the banquet venue under the arrangement of the Oath. A group of people pledged to accompany the senior members of the survival group, which gave Yumin enough face. However, at this time, Yumin's heart was unmoved. If he hadn't known that this gang had tricked Tang Sichuan once before, he might have been a little moved. But at this time, as he looked at the more lively crowd, he felt uneasy in his heart. He would feel sick if he stayed here for another minute. However, he had to endure it for the sake of his past. If Yumin wants to attract more people to Myron Island, he must find someone who has a good impression of Myron Island and can talk to him. And that person was once. If I had the help from the past, then my plan to get the Dora people to Myron Island would be feasible. Chapter 371 Dilemma of Choice. Throughout the welcome party, Yumin's eyes were actually looking at Zing intentionally or unintentionally. And once, he felt like someone was always watching him. When he looked over according to his feeling, he saw Yumin, and immediately felt a chill running down his spine.
What's going on? Why is this Yumin always staring at me? Does he have any special hobbies?
Once he thought of this, an unsightly scene appeared in his mind, and his body couldn't help but shudder, trembling.
What do you mean by this, old man? Why are you staring at me?
He once complained in his heart, but for the sake of the harmony between the two families, he really didn't dare to fall out directly. Just when he was considering whether to leave early, he saw O standing next to Yumin waving to him. Suddenly, I once felt a certain part of my body tighten.
Could it be that the boss wants to betray me for food?
He was once very resistant in his heart, but seeing the Oath keep waving, his footsteps unconsciously moved towards the Oath. But that speed is not much faster than a turtle. However, no matter how slow he was, the distance was only 10 meters, and he still walked in front of Yumin.
Zing, what's wrong with you? Why are you so slow?
Xiao Xiao looked at the slow Zing and said with some dissatisfaction.
No, it's okay. I just suddenly felt some pain.
Zing said helplessly.
But hurts? What's wrong? Are you angry? It shouldn't be.
Xiao Xiao suddenly asked something strange after hearing Zing's words.
No, it's okay. Boss,
he once said awkwardly.
Boss, is there something wrong when you called me? I'm fine. Brother Yu is looking for you.
Xiao Xiao shook his head and said to Zing.
You? Brother Yu.
Once I heard the words of the Oath, I suddenly felt like I was going to die. But he didn't dare to refuse directly.
Don't be nervous. I just heard from Sichuan that Mr. Zing is a talented person. So I wanted to get to know him.
Yumin looked at Zing and said.
No. Are you looking like you want to know each other?
Zing roared in his heart. But he said in his mouth.
That's what Boss Yefeng thinks highly of. In fact, I am just an ordinary person.
When Yumin heard what Zeng said, he nodded with satisfaction, and then said to Oath beside him,
Boss Oath, can I have a few words with Zeng alone?
When Xiao Xiao heard Yumin's words, he was stunned for a moment, and then nodded.
Okay, if Mr. Yu wants to be with Zeng, then you should accompany Mr. Yu properly.
After saying the oath, he turned and walked away. At this point, Zeng admitted that he was starting to panic. He wanted to speak to the oath and tell him to stay.
Come for a walk with me. Brother Zeng, Sichuan asked me to bring you a few words.
Yumin said softly to Zeng. Hearing Yumin's words, Zeng immediately calmed down. He nodded slightly, and then led Yumin to a corner.
Once, brothers, being famous is not as good as meeting each other. Did Sichuan keep telling us that you were once his only friend on the Oath Island?
Yumin was the first to speak.
The only friend? Boss Yefeng really said that?
Once he heard Yumin's words, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he could get such a high evaluation from Tang Sichuan.
Yes.
Yumin nodded, and then said to Zeng.
Since Brother Zeng is Sichuan's friend, then I can speak frankly. Mr. Yu, please speak.
Zeng heard Yumin's words and nodded.
Presumably, Brother Zeng also knows the conditions for promotion to the feudal era.
Yumin looked at Zeng and asked. Zeng didn't speak, but he nodded anyway.
Brother Zeng, it's good if you know. Then it will be easy for you to understand what I say next. Actually, during this period of time, our Myron Island has also been preparing to attack the feudal era. However, due to some legacy issues from the past, the number of survivors on our Myron Island has never been high. Sichuan is also very worried about this. So, we want to ask Brother Zeng for a favor. What are you busy with?
Once I heard this sentence, I suddenly felt a bad feeling.
We hope that Brother Zeng can help Myron Island recruit a group of survivors to the island. Recruit a group of survivors to the island?
Zeng was stunned. He now understood what Yumin meant. But this kind of speculation made Zeng difficult to make.
Mr. Yu, do you want me to recruit people for Boss Yifeng in the survivor group?
Yumin nodded but did not speak. But his expression said it all.
No, absolutely not.
I once refused immediately. What a joke. Let him recruit other survivors in the Pledge of Survival group to go to Myron Island. Isn't this a betrayal of the oath?
Brother Zeng, don't be too busy refusing. Please listen to what I have to say first.
Zeng's expression had already been expected by Yumin. He smiled and said to Zeng.
As far as I know, there are actually deep conflicts on your island now. Not only are there opponents, but there are also a large number of people who remain neutral. These people, with all due respect, are no longer of the same mind as the Oath leader. In this case, why not consider it and clear them all out? In this way, although your number will be reduced, your survival group will be more united. In this way, wouldn't you be able to better develop your survival team? Are you willing to take these survivors who don't share your heart and jump out to cause trouble for you from time to time?
Yumin said softly. Once I heard Yumin's words, I suddenly fell into deep thought. He understood that what Yumin said was true. And now the entire survival group had actually been divided into 3 groups. One faction continues to support the oath. One opposes it. And the remaining faction remains neutral. Don't count on the opposition. They will never cooperate with the oath again. And it is absolutely impossible for the oath to tolerate these opponents. As for those neutrals, a large part of them had doubts about the leadership of the oath because they did not have enough food. If they enter with a lot of food at this time, then they can support the leadership of the oath again. But the problem is, even if they support Oath's leadership again, Oath will probably not trust them too much in the future. In other words, this group of neutrals actually does not have a very good future on Oath Island.
Brother Zeng can think about it slowly. I will stay on Oath Island for 2 days. If Brother Zeng can think about it clearly, you can contact me at any time, or contact Sichuan directly.
Yumin said to Zeng with a smile. Thinking about Yumin's words now, he just nodded mechanically. By the time he reacted, Yumin had already left. Once looking at Yumin's back, his eyes were full of pain. Chapter 372, Heavy Sailboat Construction Rubbing. It's unclear what he thought before. Anyway, he is quite entangled now. On the one hand, Tang Xiaochuan, and on the other hand, his boss. Therefore, after hearing Yumin's request, his mind was no longer on the welcome party. Yumin, on the other hand, wandered around like a normal person. Only when it was late at night did Yumin return to the flyer. Inside the flyer, Maka and others are still waiting for Yumin to return. As soon as Yumin entered the cabin, Maka and others stood up.
How are things going?
Yumin asked directly.
Sir, Everything has been done. We have contacted the Resistance Alliance, and their boss has contacted the Master. The results should be available tomorrow,
Maka said while looking at Yumin.
Well, very good,
Yumin nodded, and then said,
I have also contacted Zheng Zheng. Although he is still a little hesitant now, I think he will agree in the end. Although things are going smoothly at the moment, we cannot relax yet. Tomorrow, you and others will continue to visit the island and try to contact other survivors as much as possible. I am trying to find a way to delay the oath. The Resistance Alliance also needs someone to urge them to make up their minds as soon as possible. This time, how many survivors we can bring back depends on our performance tomorrow,
Yumin said while looking at everyone.
Yes, sir.
There was no words for a night. And after a day of hustle and bustle, Oath Island also fell into silence. And most of the people had fallen asleep. But some people can't sleep, no matter what. Just like Mufeng and Zheng. At this time, Mufeng was sitting face to face with several senior officials under him.
Tell me, how are your statistics on Boss Yefeng's request?
Mufeng asked, looking at everyone.
Boss, I've asked everyone, and they all agreed to go to Boss Yefeng's island,
an alliance executive said to Mufeng. Although he had been mentally prepared for a long time, Mufeng still felt a little uncomfortable when he heard these words. After all, who doesn't have the idea of becoming a master these days? Those who are capable have already begun to build their own power, while those who are incompetent can only be others' little brothers. Mufeng actually wanted to take advantage of this east wind and take advantage of the trend. Otherwise, as a senior member of the survival group, his salary was not bad. So why would he lead a group of people to resist the oath? Don't you just want to be the boss? But after he ran out with the people, he realized that things were not as easy as he thought. First of all, there is a shortage of food. It is really a shortage. Almost all the food from before was in Oath's hands. And Oath didn't let out any of the food at all. If they want to go fishing, they will also be targeted by those who take the oath. Only a small amount of food can be harvested every day. Many people cannot eat anything for a day. It's no use trying to get the supply box. The people who took the oath patrol the sea 24 hours a day. As long as there is a box, they will fish it out from a long distance away. They were not given a chance at all. Moreover, this is not the main thing. The main thing is that Mufeng has clearly felt it and vowed to take action against them. As the food supported by Yifeng arrived, Mufeng estimated that in just a day or two, Oath might take action against them. They wanted to resist. But without food, supplies, and weapons, they couldn't resist at all. If Yifeng didn't deliver food, Mufeng felt that he still had a chance to recruit others to join the team, and he might really expel the oath. But now that the food has arrived, Mufeng has no room to resist. Therefore, Mufeng could not think of any other way besides seeking refuge with Tang Sichuan.
Since everyone agrees to join Boss Yefeng, I have no objection. But you all heard it when we discussed it with Boss Yefeng just now. After arriving at Boss Yefeng's island, everyone should be more honest and stop having any unreasonable thoughts. We can't even fight against Oath now, let alone Oath, which is still suppressed by Boss Yefeng. If anyone has any unreasonable thoughts after arriving on the island, and it affects other brothers, don't blame me for being rude. Boss Mufeng, don't worry. We are not fools. We know what to do.
A senior executive nodded and said to Mufeng. When the others heard this, they nodded one after another. After all, they had high intelligence to be able to sit in this position. Naturally, I understand that if I arrive at Myron Island and still have ideas, it will probably be miserable.
In this case, I will discuss the time to go to the island with Boss Yefeng early tomorrow morning. Let's work hard during this time. Although Boss Yefeng said that he is lacking everything there, we can't really go up empty-handed. Boss Mufeng makes sense. But what should we bring up?
A senior executive asked immediately after hearing Mufeng's words.
I've thought about it. Boss Yifeng probably has no shortage of food. But that doesn't mean there's no shortage of other things. For example, drawings or rubbings. Drawings? Rubbings?
Everyone was a little confused when they heard Mufeng's words. They haven't been to the sea much during this time. Nor have they picked up any supply boxes. And there are no blueprints or anything like that.
To be honest, I have prepared everything. I think Boss Yefeng will like it.
After Mufeng finished speaking, he took out a construction rubbing from his pocket.
This is a rubbing I got before I came to Oath Island. It can be used to repeatedly build heavy galleys. It was not used before because we did not have enough resources. Originally, I planned to build our own fleet after we really became independent. But now it seems that we won't be able to use it. In this case, we might as well give this rubbing to Boss Yifeng, which can be regarded as our certificate of submission,
Mu Feng said slowly. When everyone heard Mu Feng's words, they all took a breath. They were not newbies anymore, and they knew very well how valuable this rubbing was. As time goes on and the world evolves, so to speak, this world has evolved from being able to only use blueprints to build buildings to being able to create special buildings through your own abilities. For example, a construction engineer can use his professional skills to build a house without drawings. However, if you want to build quickly, you still need drawings. Comparing drawings with manual construction. As long as one has enough materials, a building can be built in an instant. But manual construction takes a long time. The difference between drawings and rubbings is that drawings are one-time use, while rubbings can be used repeatedly. As long as you have enough supplies, you can build as many as you want. Therefore, when everyone heard that Mu Feng was going to send a rubbing to Yifeng, they all praised Mu Feng for his magnanimity.
Brothers, if you have any good things, bring them out. Since we all hope to live a good life on Myron Island, we should work together to develop Myron Island. Don't hide it at this time. Private.
Chapter 373 You misunderstood me.
Boss Mu Feng is right. Since we are planning to go to Myron Island for development, I don't think we should hide our secrets.
A senior executive heard Mu Feng's words and nodded in agreement. He also took out a rubbing from his arms. Everyone saw that this was the second rubbing and looked at the senior executive curiously. This person was usually very quiet, but when he made a move, he also took out a rubbing, which made everyone curious.
Everyone, this is a rubbing for making a hand crossbow. I plan to keep it for our own use. But now everyone wants to go to Boss Yifeng, so I won't hide my secrets and include this rubbing as our certificate of investment.
After the senior executive finished speaking, he put the rubbings directly on the table. When other people saw it, they took out supplies from their pockets. There are blueprints and some rare materials, such as seeds and seedlings. But there are more drawings. And the rubbings only have the first two pieces. Mu Feng looked at the supplies piled on the table, and his face turned dark. He now had a feeling.
These people have a lot of inventory. Why didn't you take it out before?
However, he could only complain about this in his heart silently. In fact, he knew very well that even when they took out these things before, they could only look at them. After all, none of these things require a lot of resources. They don't even have enough to eat now. So where do they get so many resources to build? And now giving these things to Yifeng can make Yifeng have some changes in their view. After all, after experiencing this incident, they have also discovered that this kind of fighting in the country is really not suitable for them.
Okay, let's put the things here for now. Let's go and have a rest. We will gather here tomorrow to discuss with Boss Yifeng how to get to the island. By the way, Boss Mu Feng, how do you think Boss Yifeng wants us to get to his island? I heard that Boss Yifeng sent a ship over. There are so many of us. It's impossible for all of us to leave by ship.
A senior executive suddenly asked a crucial question. When Mu Feng heard what the senior executive said, he shook his head.
I don't know the specifics, but I think since Boss Yifeng said it, he must have a way. We just need to wait quietly.
Everyone present heard Mu Feng's words and nodded. Mu Feng's side has already reached a conclusion, while Zhang, who is on the other side, is still suffering from insomnia. He felt that this time, Tang Sichuan had given him a difficult problem. On the one hand, there is Tang Sichuan, the friend, and on the other hand, there is the boss, Oath. This made it difficult for him to make a decision. In this tossing and turning, time passed by minute by second. When the sun rose the next day, Zhang finally made up his mind. He still decided to follow what Tang Sichuan said, and asked the neutral side to see who was willing to follow him to Tang Sichuan's island. In fact, this cannot be regarded as betraying the past. After all, the facts are as Tang Sichuan said. These people who remain neutral actually don't know whether they want to continue to stay on Oath Island. To put it bluntly, there are also some unstable factors. Clearing them out is also a good thing for Zhang. At least the cohesion of the entire Oath Island can be further improved. Another point is that after these people leave, there will be a lot of free people. In this case, there will be a large part of the surplus of the food sent by Yumin. The food crisis on Oath Island can also be completely eliminated. Thinking of this, I got up from the bed and walked towards the outside of the supplies. On the flyer's side, Yumin had also gotten up at this time. He looked at the calm sea and couldn't help but sigh that the environment was so good. The blue sea, the blue sky, everything looked so beautiful.
Sir, breakfast is ready.
At this time, Maka walked behind Yumin and said to him, Yumin nodded, but was not ready to move.
Maka, do you know?
Yumin said slowly.
What do you know?
Maka was stunned by Yumin's inexplicable words.
Oath Island. No matter how much food you give them, and no matter how good resources you give them, they can't become stronger.
Yumin said slowly.
Why would you say that?
Maka was immediately surprised when she heard Yumin's words.
Look outside, and you will understand.
Yumin pointed to the sea, then turned around and left the side of the ship. Maka looked at it and didn't see anything wrong. He touched the back of his head and caught up with Yumin with a confused look on his face.
Sir, I still don't understand. Is there any problem on the sea?
Maka asked.
Let me ask you. If we were on Myron Island,
what should everyone be doing at this time? What are you doing? At this time, you shouldn't be eating breakfast and getting ready to work.
Work? Maka was stunned when she said this.
Yes, just work.
Yumin nodded.
Tell me, in terms of the abundance of food in a single round, who has more food on Myron Island or on Oath Island? Needless to say, of course we have more Myron Islands.
Maka said directly without thinking.
Yes, we have more Myron Islands. But even though our islands have richer products, our islanders are still working non-stop. Whether it's fishing or planting, we are all working non-stop. But look outside now. Is anyone coming out of Oath Island now?
Hearing Yumin's words, Maka shook her head.
We just brought them food yesterday. But today they don't choose to go to sea. This shows that they have lost their goal in their hearts. Such people will not work hard unless difficulties threaten their own safety.
Yumin shook his head.
I understand what you mean. Sir, after I go back, I will tell the clansmen and ask them to work hard.
Maka nodded solemnly.
No, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant.
Yumin shook his head.
What do you mean? Sir?
Maka was stunned when she heard Yumin's direct denial.
What I mean is that at this time, they are slacking off. You should go to the Resistance Alliance again and ask them about their situation. And I also want to go find Xin and see what's going on with him. It's best if we can finalize it before dark. Then we'll go home. If I stay here any longer, my body will become sluggish.
After saying that, Yumin stretched. Maka was speechless for a while. After a long time, he said to Yumin,
I understand. Sir, I will go to the Alliance now. Go. Go. Be careful on the road. Don't let anyone see you.
Yumin waved his hand.
Finish it early. Let's go home early.
Chapter 374, You Choose Your Own Path. Same time, Myron Island. Tang Sichuan had also had breakfast and walked out of the villa. Breathing the fresh air on the island, Tang Sichuan suddenly felt refreshed. In the distance, Zhang Ji had already begun a day of morning exercises with the newly selected aborigines who served as guards. On the other side, Nushi led a group of aborigines who were the first to land on the island and began to break through. These aborigines were the first ones to arrive on the island. They had stayed on the island for a long time and had eaten a lot of high-end ingredients. Tang Sichuan thought he could let them try to see if they could break through like the survivors. Therefore, Tang Sichuan asked Nushi to take them to practice together. Regarding Nushi, Tang Sichuan felt that his ability was not that of a combatant like Maka, but rather a managerial talent. Nowadays, thousands of Aboriginal people on the island are participating in production in an orderly manner under the management of Nashi, Mushi and Black Earth. Tang Sichuan was still very satisfied with them. After all, the more capable the people under him are, the easier it will be for him. Right.
It's really a good day like this. If you have anything to do, just leave it to the people under you. And that's it.
Tang Xiaochuan murmured.
Humph.
A cold snort suddenly sounded from behind Tang Sichuan. When Tang Sichuan heard this cold snort, he suddenly felt a murderous aura coming out of his back.
What? Do you need a secretary?
Ma Yin said in a bad tone.
No way. I don't want a secretary.
Tang Sichuan quickly denied. Just kidding. Saying that you want a secretary in front of a woman, and that this woman is very likely to become your girlfriend. Isn't this making yourself unhappy?
I'm sorry you don't dare. I'm telling you, you don't want any female secretary in your life.
Ma Yin said angrily.
No. No. I'll let you do it if I have something to do in the future.
Tang Sichuan said with a smile. Ma Yin immediately blushed when she heard Tang Xiaochuan's words.
Shameless.
Ma Yin said with a blushing face.
By the way, why did you come out?
Tang Sichuan asked curiously.
Oh, you said this? I forgot. Just after you came out. Brother, you sent you a message. I thought he had something to do with you.
So he came out to find you. Ma Yin heard that Tang Xichuan is so. He said immediately, Brother Yu? Why is he sending a message at this time? Tang Xichuan suddenly felt strange when he heard Ma Yin's words. I'm not sure, but it must be something big. Why don't you go take a look? Ma Yin asked. When Tang Xichuan heard Ma Yin's words, he nodded and walked towards the inside of the villa. After he returned to his room, he immediately chose to connect to Yumin's communication. Brother Yu, do you have any problems over there? Tang Xiaochuan asked first. Okawa, I have good news for you, Yumin said with a smile. As you guessed, there are indeed a lot of opponents on Oath Island. The approximate number is around 2,000. These are all survivors, not counting the indigenous people. Well, I already know about this. I talked to their leader yesterday. Tang Xiaochuan nodded. Oh, I almost forgot about this. But what I want to say is that this morning, I asked Maka to go find them again, and they have all agreed to join our Myron Island. Yumin smiled. Speaking of, this is normal. After all, they have nothing to eat or drink on Oath Island, so they can't survive at all. Tang Xichuan nodded with satisfaction. Mu Feng's choice was exactly what Tang Xichuan had expected. That's not the key. The key is that in order to gain our trust, they came up with some good things. I think you will like it. Oh, what good thing? Tang Xichuan asked unexpectedly. It's a rubbing. A rubbing of a heavy galley and a hand crossbow, Yumin said excitedly. Originally, they planned to talk to you directly. But when they saw Maka, they handed the things to Maka and asked him to bring them back. I have asked Maka to inform them to clean up as soon as possible and teleport back directly tonight. Rubbing. When Tang Xichuan heard Yumin's words, he immediately sat up straight. Tang Xichuan understands very well the role of rubbing. It can be said that as long as he has enough resources on his island, he can build an entire fleet. Even if these heavy galleys are not used for combat but for trade, they are not bad. Counting all the large ships, there are only 3 or 4 in total. They can't go far at all. If you have such a large number of ships, you can definitely build a trading team. Also, there is a hand crossbow. This is also a big killer, especially in a world dominated by cold weapons. It is very important to have means of long-range attacks. Therefore, Tang Xichuan was so happy that he could gain such a big harvest by conquering the Oath Island Resistance Alliance this time. Brother Yu, you must keep these things. This is directly related to the future development of our island. I understand. Yumin nodded. If these things hadn't really brought great development to the island, he wouldn't have chosen to send a video to Tang Xichuan at this time. By the way, one more thing. I saw Zeng yesterday, and I asked him to help us contact other neutral survivors. At the moment, I don't know how many people will agree, but we need to be prepared. Ever? Tang Xichuan was stunned for a moment when he heard Yumin's words, and then nodded heavily. I understand. I will take care of it. I will ask people to prepare more houses today. Okay, I'll get busy first. Seeing that he had finished everything he needed to say, Yumin directly chose to hang up the communication. After Tang Xichuan hung up the call, he stood up slowly, thinking about what Yumin had just said. In fact, Tang Xichuan still had a very good impression of Zeng, but he just felt that it was not worth it for him. Although Oath had been well disguised before, after the last incident, Tang Xichuan understood that Oath was not the kind of person who could take on a big role, because he is not broad-minded enough and only cares about immediate interests when doing things without long-term goals. To be honest, such a person may do well within a certain period of time, but in the long run, he will not go far. After all, according to his character, the road is wide, but he is the kind of person who walks narrower and narrower. In the end, he may very well have blocked all roads by himself. Hey, it's just a pity for this capable person. Tang Xiaochuan sighed slightly, but Tang Xiaochuan didn't change anything. After all, he chose his own path, and others couldn't make decisions for him. Chapter 375 Preparing for Transmission. Tang Xiaochuan thought for a moment, but finally did not send a message to Zeng. After all, if you send a message to Zeng at this time, the two of them will be very embarrassed. In this case, it is better to pretend that you don't know about it. In this way, it is good for both people. Time passed like this, and Tang Xichuan rarely rested in the villa for a whole day today. Since he came to this world, he has been running around non-stop. Only today has he been completely free. After Ma Yin called him to eat, he walked out of his room. Xichuan, have you been in the house all day? Zhang Ji asked as soon as Tang Xichuan sat down. Yes. What's wrong?
Tang Sichuan picked up his rice bowl and looked at Zhang Ji with confusion.
It's okay. I just want to ask.
Zhang Ji shook his head and then said,
I really don't know if this island belongs to you. We are very busy today. But you, the head of the house, are hiding in the house. One day, you're the one who dumps me. But you've done it thoroughly enough.
When Tang Sichuan heard these words, he immediately felt the resentment in Zhang Ji's heart.
Ha! Brother Zhang, those who can do the hard work.
As he said that, Tang Sichuan picked up a big chicken drumstick and put it in Zhang Ji's bowl.
Here, I'll add a big drumstick for you.
Zhang Ji looked at the big chicken drumstick in his bowl and was speechless. He wanted to say something else, but when the words came to his mouth, he couldn't say them out.
Okay, Xiao Hong. It's not that you don't know that Xiao Chuan has been running back and forth for our island on weekdays. He occasionally takes a day or two to rest. It's okay.
Fan Long looked at the speechless Zhang Ji and said with a smile,
Mr. Fang, you misunderstood. I was just joking with Sichuan.
Zhang Ji quickly explained after hearing what Fan Long said.
Are you kidding? Give me back the chicken legs.
Before Tang Sichuan could sit down, he heard Zhang Ji's words and tried to snatch the chicken legs back. Zhang Ji saw Tang Sichuan coming to grab the chicken drumsticks in his bowl. He quickly took a bite, and then said vaguely,
I've bitten them all. If you have the ability, come and grab them and eat my saliva. I'll go. You're so disgusting.
Tang Sichuan looked at Zhang Ji's performance with disgust on his face.
Okay. Wenwen is still here. If you do this, aren't you afraid that Wenwen will follow you and become a bad example?
Ma Yin looked at the two people fighting and stopped immediately. As soon as they heard Ma Yin talking about Wenwen, Tang Sichuan and Zhang Ji sat back in their seats. Lu Xian and Xiao Yu, who were on the side, looked at their performance and showed a smile. From the fight between Zhang Ji and Tang Sichuan, they felt like they were back to the past. The kind of casualness when a group of friends gathered for dinner. This made them feel a little warm from the inside.
By the way, Sichuan, are you coming back tonight?
Fan Long took a bite of green vegetables and asked Tang Sichuan.
Yes, Mr. Fang. Brother Yu is coming back tonight as planned.
Tang Sichuan nodded.
It's better to come back as soon as possible. Since we are no longer allies with Oath Island, it is still dangerous to let you stay there. Especially if you are going to poach their people. You still have to pay attention to this. Don't worry, Mr. Fang. I will contact Brother Yu shortly to see how he is handling the matter. If possible, I will directly start the teleportation and bring them back. Besides, with Maka and the others around Brother Yu, there won't be much of a problem in a short period of time.
Tang Sichuan said with a smile. After hearing Tang Sichuan's assurance, Fan Long nodded with relief. The meal was finished quickly. Tang Sichuan put down his bowls and chopsticks, returned to his room, and started to contact Yumin. Soon the communication was connected to Yumin.
Brother Yu, how is the situation over there?
Tang Sichuan asked.
The opposition alliance is ready and can leave at any time. But on the former side, the progress is relatively slow, and only 1,800 people have been contacted.
Yumin thought for a while, and said to Tang Sichuan,
It's almost
okay.
After all, it's not good for them to find out. It's enough to be able to bring back almost 3,000 survivors this time.
Tang Sichuan nodded with satisfaction after hearing Yumin's words. For Tang Sichuan, Yumin could bring back 3,000 people in this trip, which was enough.
Then if that's the case, then I can leave here at any time.
After Yumin heard what Tang Sichuan said, he also felt that what he said made sense. Although Yumin is not afraid of falling out with the oath, it is still not good for this kind of thing to spread. Since Tang Sichuan thought it was okay, he naturally had no objection.
Okay, Brother Yu, you should also prepare over there. I will start teleporting here in half an hour. Coming with you. There are other survivors recruited during this period. I plan to teleport them all together today.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while, and said to Yumin,
I don't have a problem here. The main problem is that your house has been built. Don't let people come and have no house to live in.
Yumin asked with some worry.
Brother Yu, don't worry. I haven't been idle these past 2 days. We have been building houses. A small community has been built on the Boundary River. The houses will definitely be enough.
Tang Sichuan heard Yumin's words, said with a smile,
That's good. I'll go and inform the others now. We'll teleport directly in half an hour.
Yumin nodded. After Tang Sichuan heard Yumin's words, he hung up the communication, then quickly walked out of his room and returned to the living room.
Let's go. Brother Zhang,
Tang Xiaochuan said to Zhang Ji, who was still eating.
what's wrong? I haven't finished my meal yet.
Zhang Ji was a little confused when he saw Tang Xiaochuan, who was in a hurry.
Don't eat yet. We have to find someone to maintain order now. A large number of survivors and indigenous people will come to our island soon. If we don't let our people control the situation first, I'm afraid something will happen.
Tang Xiaochuan said to Zhang Ji. After Zhang Ji heard what Tang Xiaochuan said, he quickly put down the bowl and ran out with Tang Xiaochuan. As he ran, he yelled at Tang Xiaochuan.
Are you still a human being? Why didn't you say this earlier? Do you have to wait until I'm eating? Did you do it on purpose? You didn't let me eat on purpose. Okay, Brother Zhang, I'll treat you to some noodles when you're done.
Tang Xiaochuan didn't know how to run ahead, but the expression on his face showed that he did it on purpose. The two of them, Tang Xiaochuan, hurried to the Boundary River, found Nushi directly, and asked him to gather his clansmen and gather with weapons and torches. I have to say that Zhang Ji's training during this period was still very useful. In less than 5 minutes, about 4,000 guards were summoned by Nushi. At this time, Tang Xiaochuan stood on a high platform, looking at the neat guards standing below, and he was still very excited. Once upon a time, he, Tang Xiaochuan, also had an army of his own. Each of these people wore simple leather armor and held long guns. And some aborigines wore a few plate armors. Those people were the main force of the guard and belonged to the high-end combat force of the entire Myron Island.